Trades are hard.
Oh, baby. Trades are hard. Trades are hard. We're going to get into Steve Kerr. We're going to get into some football here. Zay Flowers going to play for the Baltimore Ravens. That could flip my pick. They need Zay in this game against Buffalo.
Flip the pick? Write that down. That's a great name for a game.
Flip my pick. Flip the pick. That's actually cool. Instead of
I knew you'd like
flipping
that.
And flopping, flip the pick. Flip the pick. Pitchers and catchers report next month. We got all-star stuff. We're going to get a lot of the Go to State Warriors and what Draymond and Steph and Steve Kerr had to say. But last night was a beautiful day in the city. I was in the city, in and out. We had lunch over there at the O Club, Shasky.
That was great.
A couple people. It was awesome. Matt Shows, Ceremony Ford. Of course, our boy Kenny Wardell. We were chilling with Ceremony Ford. And look, you went to the Bruce Mahoney game. I went to theater class down in Belmont.
Oh, nice.
With Baby Ches, me and Chester, one-on-one. So I got the Mr. Bruce Mahoney, which is at Chase Center, and seeing all the pictures and the videos. The Bruce Mahoney, longest running rivalry west of the Mississippi between Sacred Heart Cathedral and St. Ignatius High School. Usually playing at War Memorial Gym at USF, but they moved it to Chase Center this year. And I know you were in the building, and I want to get your thoughts on everything happening around Chase Center, Thrive City, the Bruce Mahoney game, because it looked like it was a great time out for everybody involved in the parties on both Sacred Heart and SI. SI won both games, the girls and the boys game. But more importantly, those kids got to play at Chase Center.
You know, I'm a native San Franciscan. You're a native San Franciscan. And to me, it was a celebration of all that's good in the city. And not just about private schools or anything. No, it's just about, like, the revitalization. And this city has been at a low point for a long time. And, again, as a native San Franciscan, going to Chase Center, I loved going to USF. It was great. It was always great going to USF because it's tiny, but yet it's got so much history. But for these kids who grew up obviously loving the Warriors in the decade that they've had of excellence, and then you play at Chase Center on the water for one of the biggest games that you've been dreaming about since you were in kindergarten or first grade or second grade for a lot of these kids, and to have it in the heart of downtown San Francisco, essentially. And it was just so cool. It was so cool. And I got to say, Thrive City, and we'll get into all this. Yeah. You know, we went to K Fico prior. Yeah. There's a birthday party for little Jimmy G, and what a beautiful restaurant.
Jimmy G have a good time?
Oh, my God, we had a great time. The pizza is incredible. We had pepperoni, sausage, cheese. There's so much. They had these chips that were outstanding, these unbelievable chicken wings, but the setup, like I told Michelle, I turned to her, I said, I would take you on a date here on a non-Warrior game night. Just a beautiful setup. To see the bands out front in Thrive City and everybody hanging out. Look, from afar, all these different outlets are going to tell you San Francisco's dead. They said, not last night. And it was so special to see everyone in there. And then on a personal level, there's a lot of young women that play on both teams, Sacred Heart and SI. And I've had the opportunity to coach them or coach against them. And to see all of these girls just play their butts off in that first game and how much it meant. And I know to my niece Megan, it meant everything. I had a tear in my eye at the end of that game because I know how hard she's worked in an empty parking lot at St. Cecilia's, shooting buckets against all the older boys. And I know how many empty gyms that she's worked on with whatever coach just to get to that point, to play that kind of game against that school, her rival, and give it all.
At Chase Center.
It was.
At Chase Center.
Now, I wonder, it was special. It was a special night.
I wonder what locker rooms they use. I wonder if they used the NBA locker rooms and the Warriors locker rooms. They probably had to. I wonder where they if they got to use the NBA locker rooms. If anybody knows, let us know on the text line, 888-957-9570. But Thrive City, you bring it up.
It was so cool.
And down the street, what did they call it? It's Thrive City. They have all the food trucks down the street. I always go Social, SF Social. SF Social, I believe that's the name, where I met Izzy's Cheesesteaks, and you get all the food trucks, different foods, whether it's Mexican, Thai, or whatnot. And that entire area where Thrive City, and you got Dumpling Time, Gods,
so cool.
K Fico, as you mentioned, Harmonica Brewery. Then you got Senor Sisig is just going to do their ribbon cutting Friday. They're going to do their right next to Burma. So everything is just popping. Like before the game, you like, where do we eat? Yeah. Where do we go? Oh my gosh, do we just walk around? And then down the street, they're going to have Splash City, this big old bar, which is going to be 2 levels with all kind of TV screens and everything. So that area is going to be, it's like a mini city now.
It really is.
Think about how far that area of the city has come, Shasky, in just 24 years. Once Oracle Park got built, before Oracle, there was nothing, empty warehouses, whatnot. We drive down, there was no man's land. Now you look at it, you're like, am I downtown?
Bonte.
Am I getting close to downtown?
It's so unbelievable. And like Mission Rock across the street, everybody was hanging out and partying prior. Shout out the Osborne family. It feels like a slice of something that's suburbia, not San Francisco, in how safe and clean and new everything is over there. And just, I would say everything's elite. The food, the atmosphere, the weather, the views, everything about it. And then going into the stadium, the amount of people who got to sit in seats they would never be able to afford to sit in for a Warrior game. I must have heard from 50 people, I've never sat this close to a basketball game at Chase Center in my life. It was unbelievable. And look, rooting for I got family that have gone to both schools. You know what I mean? I got my niece who's playing for SI, and they ended up winning the girls' game. They ended up winning the boys' game as well. But I thought it was a beautiful night of everything that's right about sports, just in general.
High school sports.
And community coming together. You know what I mean?
Right.
Daniel Lurie was there, the mayor.
I saw that. Saw him sitting on the bench with was it the girls or the boys team from SI?
Yeah, he was with the boys
Lurie's
team.
making the rounds.
Yeah, he was definitely making the
rounds.
Yeah, definitely making the rounds. But it was a great night. I told John Mulkerins, who's the athletic director at St. Ignatius, I said, tonight was a special night. And having watched a lot, like I said, a lot of these girls spend, and I know some of the boys as well, spend over a decade of their lives to try to get ready for this game as juniors and seniors and to put themselves at the forefront because it really matters to them. God, it was such a special night. And I know there's other matchups like that in the Bay Area. Man, I tell you, the Chase Center, they didn't just hit a single. They didn't just hit a double. They hit a freaking grand slam.
They hit a grand slam over there. Spark Social is what it's called. Spark Social down the street. Spark Social, sometimes after the show, I'll drive down there and grab me a bite to eat before I go home. Spark Social, where a lot of, I know employees that go to St. Warriors will go over to eat. I see them a lot of times over there at lunchtime. So you got Spark Social, you have Thrive City, you have all the food spots at Chase Center. Chase Center doing a good job. They also host Liquid and University when they play against each other. Yes. They use Chase Center because for many years, Liquid and University would go over to Oracle Arena and play a basketball game, and they would split the arena in half where you got the student sections right next to each other. So Chase Center opening up their doors to not only high school basketball, college basketball. You're getting women's college basketball up here. You got tournament games coming up here. You know, it's just a matter of time before the women's Final Four comes up to the Bay Area. That area, they've done such a great job. Credit to the Go to St. Warriors, Joe Lacob and company. But now you get the Bruce Mahoney down there, and it get bigger. The teams will get better. It'll be a who's who because a lot of teams, what happens is with the Bruce Mahoney is all the other high schools want to go.
Yes.
The public school kids, the Washingtons, the Galileos, the Thurgood Marshalls, the Lowells, they want a piece of the action. It's like I just remember growing up going to the Bruce Mahoney game. We were like, you know what? We just want to be in the mix.
Exactly.
You wear your team's jersey, your school colors, you meet other people from other schools, you'll watch a game. It's a city spotlight with all these high schools coming together and all these kids coming together. It's always a good time, man. Always a good time. So I'm glad you had a great time yesterday.
I was looking into the crowd, and, Rocco brought his daughter. And so you got Vale out there, and she's in kindergarten. And she's playing a lot of sports right now, Junior Warrior basketball. Right. She's a really good soccer player. And she's seen these girls that are, 15 times her size. And this is where the spark and the love of sports comes from, watching others that you can relate to. And I saw all the different boys that I coach that are in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Some of them have no affiliation to any of the high schools, right? They don't care. They're just there because they want to play on a stage like that. Right. I know we lose our minds, and we're going to talk Warriors at some point. And, how much does Brock Purdy make or whatever? At the essence of sports, what you see, like in these high school matchups, there's a purity to it when I watch these games. And, we talk about the Turkey Bowl game at Kezar.
Thanksgiving Day. Thanksgiving Day for the Academic Athletic Association.
How do you even begin to describe that to someone who's not from this area?
Well, you know what's crazy? Turkey Day, and I haven't been in the last few years, and I feel bad about it. But even Coach Adam, who we know from City College San Francisco, he's an SI guy. Now, his brother Mark taught at Mission for many, many years. So he was in the public school sector. And you'll get a text from a guy who went to SI. Are you at Turkey Day this year? So it's still a thing in the city. It's city pride in terms of all the turnover and what's happening with our city and small businesses. I was walking through Bloomingdale's last week. Yeah. Walking through Bloomingdale's. I was waiting on a haircut. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to take a walk, get some exercise. Had to fix a cell phone. And there were so many empty shops.
Sad.
Inside of Bloomingdale's. It was sad. The Bloomingdale's that we come to.
Legitimately sad.
What is going on around here? Yeah. What's happening? So that Bruce Mahoney game, that Turkey Bowl, that Lick and University game down at Chase, that's what we have to hold on to. It's a piece of the city, a piece of the city. And even in, I remember when Arkansas came out here, they were like, we get a slice of the Chase Center. We get a slice of Chase. It meant something to be out on the West Coast and in San Francisco. Remember Coach K? Jason Dumas asked him the question about San Francisco hoops. And Coach K goes on this 5-minute monologue about the rich tradition of hoops in the city. I was like, okay, all right, we got something here. So it was good to see the city spotlighted yesterday at Chase Center, man. It looked like a great night.
It was just a beautiful night. And, you know, I know you're somebody that, not that you're numb to it, but you're there all the time. I don't get to go that often. And so when I go, it's still special to me.
Oh, yeah,
it's really special to me. And I realized, like, Oracle was awesome, and it's going to be very difficult to ever replicate that atmosphere and just that vibe and everything about it. This is something unique, and it's something different. And I know I'm jaded, and I'm a city guy, so my perspective is going to be different than others that maybe hold Oracle in even a higher regard than I'm giving it. But to see all these high schoolers play on that court where Steph Curry's going, and I watched my niece Erin put out a video of her sister hitting a three. It's not Steph Curry, it's Megan Manning. Like,
That's
I thought that was really cool, man. I get emotional. Like, I'm almost crying because I see how much hard work these kids. Some of these kids are going to go on to play. Most of them aren't, right?
Yeah,
and this is like
their
the
last
pinnacle.
hurrah. Yeah,
and you know what? If that's the pinnacle, that's freaking awesome. Because, you know, I heard from my buddy, whether it's Jim, my buddy Rocco, my buddy Danny V, these games that you play in, you're going to talk with your friends forever about them. And I don't want to be like Bruce Springsteen glory days, but it's true. These are the funnest times because you're playing with your boys.
And it's the roots.
Yes.
Like, it's the roots of what we know, which is why, you know, some people say, man, why do you go to all these high school games? That's where it all began for me. High school sports. That's what gave me my greatest joy growing up in the city. You know, I still remember on a random, what was it, a Wednesday or Thursday night when Galileo's going over to SI for a state playoff game. And I get on the K Ingleside to go to SI by myself to go watch this game. And then, so, you know, you see some friends there and you're watching a classic game between a public and private school that had the city. Everybody was out in the city. It was a great game. Shout out to the Walls brothers. Shout out to Luke Whitehead and Hector
the Walls
Devora.
were amazing.
But that's home.
Yes.
That's roots. When I go to these high school games and you get the same feeling because you coach these kids in SUIO, you see them at a younger age and you see them mature.
I see the work
high school players, no doubt. You see the maturity or whatnot. You see the growth. That's home. It feels like you're at home when you're watching these high school games. It's like, I belong here.
Yeah.
This is I feel comfortable here. This is where it's at. Because we get lost in pro sports. You get jaded with the championships. You get jaded with the parades down Market Street and everything that goes into the pro sports game. And when people realize that, oh, this is more of a business than I thought it was, you know, it can change you at times. But look, man, you talk about Chase Center or what's happening there. The Warriors will be back there on Saturday. And I wonder what type of reception, pardon me, they'll get from the fan base. Because tonight's a big night for them. Oh, they're a game under 500. They're entering the game under 500 for the first time all season. And they're taking on the Minnesota Timberwolves, who they beat 2 out of 3. And they're a team that's ascending, and we know they have Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle and Rudy Gobert. And, you know, the hope is that Draymond can play. The hope is that you get a full squad at some point here. Gary Payton II is supposed to come back. Pods is out. We thought he'd come back on a road trip. He's not. But with the quotes of Steve Kerr, Draymond, and Steph over the last 24 to 48 hours, and we're going to get into the sound on the other side, the Warriors are in a weird spot. And I just wonder if they lose this game tonight, and say hypothetically they have a slow start against Jordan Poole's Washington Wizards on Saturday, where is the psyche of the Warrior fan at? Because I might as well just play it now.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr joined Willard and Dibs yesterday. He joined Willard and Dibs yesterday.
They did a great job.
And Steve Kerr talked about the unique position this franchise was in.
You know, we're just in a really unique spot through no one's fault, by the way. This is just the reality of sports and life and, you know, whatever. It's just had this amazing run, and we're at the tail end of it, and we're trying to hang on to it. It's a young man's game. We know that. You know, and we were that team 10 years ago. We were Oklahoma City. You know, we were Houston. We were just on the rise, and so now, you know, here we are, and we're on the decline. We know that. Steph and Draymond and I have talked about it. You know, together, it would be so irresponsible for this franchise to trade everything away for one final swing at a title.
There's so much to pick apart there, and then I want to play this before we break, Shasky. Again, he says it's not time to push all the chips in. And I wonder how the fans react to this soundbite right here.
This does not feel like a time, in my estimation, I think in Mike's and Steph's and Draymond's, where you just you push all the chips in the middle and take a wild swing. That would be so irresponsible. So we're aware of that, but what does that mean? It means we are where we are. We're in the middle of the pack with a bunch of teams that are either good enough or not good enough, and we have to find out if we are. And by good enough, that means, can you climb your way into the playoffs and give yourself a chance? And that's what we're trying to do.
That's Steve Kerr yesterday with Willard or Dibs, which you can find 957thegame.com. Of course, he joins Willard or Dibs every single week on 95.7 The Game. It's a young man's league. All right. I just listening to that, Shasky, when he said it's a young man's league, automatically I thought, boy, the youngsters on this team did not get an opportunity to really help extend this run. Because if you say it's a young man's league, and I believe, trust me, I'm with that. It is a young man's league. But we've had young players who have failed, but whether they're not good enough, maybe they're just not good enough, but it felt like over the last 3 years we've been waiting for the youngsters to get a crack to prove that they can help the old core, the old veterans, knowing that it's a young man's league, Shasky. And that's where I have a little bit of issue where I'm thinking to myself, all the different lineup combinations, all the different youngsters that have come through here. Yeah, it is a young man's league. So why didn't we empower the youngsters over the last 3 years?
It's the greatest question that I'll never have an answer to. I think about different skill sets for different coaches. Some are phenomenal tacticians on a whiteboard. Some are unbelievable motivators, right? Not everyone is blessed with every skill. Some people are brilliant at offensive schemes, defensive schemes, in-game adjustments, whether it be lineups, combinations, timeouts, whatever. I just wonder when Kerr lays his head down at night, what his biggest regret is over the last couple of seasons. And I bet a part of it is the handling of some of the youngsters. Mm-hmm. And maybe if he doesn't look at himself, and we all have regrets in life, that doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't mean he's the worst coach in the world. It's just little things that you want like a do-over on. And I just think about maybe the tolerance level and understanding that you have to play out the tough times to be able to take in that pot of gold at the end. You don't get to reap the rewards without some of the dirt on your knees. Mm-hmm. And you got to sow the seeds early to be able to allow that plant to really grow. And I think that they kind of didn't have enough tolerance for quite some time. And now it's coming home to roost.
Yep.
And this feels like the first acknowledgement of, darn it, I think we kind of screwed up here.
Yeah. Yep. Let's get into it. 888-957-9570. How do those comments hit you, Dub Nation? Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, Stephen Curry. To paraphrase them, it would be foolish to go all in on a championship this season and mortgage the future. Do you agree with that? Are you okay with this organization? If they do decide to stand pat, are you okay with them standing pat? I'm not sure a lot of people are. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get into it. We'll replay the sound. Steve Kerr, because we're at a critical juncture in the Warriors basketball. We really are. What do you do? Do you build around Steph? Do you start to trade pieces? What the hell do you do as the Warriors are 19-20, getting ready for the Timberwolves? That's all coming up in the game, brought to you by AC Transit.
Calling all journey-level mechanics. AC Transit is hiring.
All right, Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy, and then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
All right, Day-Day, we'll see if he plays today. I'll pull up the injury report in just a second here on the Warriors Wednesday. Oof. Brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Truly a great story. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. We have Anthony Slater coming up at 8:30. Steve Weish, NFL Network, 9:20. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? We're just talking about Chase Center, the Bruce Mahoney game. Well, our roasters, our fans are going to be able to experience Chase Center.
Yeah.
Because the second annual 95.7 The Game knockout tournament is back. Win a chance to shoot hoops on the floor at Chase Center.
I'm out.
The throne reigning champion, Mark Grandy. I got to get in shape for this because by the end of the Final Four, Sask, I was huffing and puffing. The endurance was a problem.
Okay.
It's a young man's game.
It's a young man's game.
The contest to qualify.
Let me tell you something about knockout.
You're doing great.
I play knockout all the time at practice. Anyone can beat anyone.
Anybody can beat anybody.
And depending on the rules, like, are you allowed to, on a missed rebound or on a missed layup or whatever, are you allowed to throw the ball at the other ball? Are you allowed to hit the opponent's other ball? I want to know all the questions.
No doubt. Of
the rules.
We'll get all the rules in place there. You can't knock out balls, I don't think. Not sure about that. So, all right, Kyle Anderson, questionable. Left hamstring soreness.
Just like he was questionable on that late foul that he took in the third quarter, which made no sense.
Yeah, they gave him 4 points there at the end of the third quarter when they were upset.
That was questionable.
Draymond Green, questionable. He's got the lower back issue, injury, illness. Trace Jackson-Davis, probable, which makes it likely that he's going to play. Kuminga's out. Gary Payton II will make his return with the left calf strain. And Brandon Podziemski is out as well with the right abdominal injury. For the Timberwolves, Rob Dillingham out, the rookie out of Kentucky. He's in the G League right now, getting his game right. Injury. Yeah, Terrence Shannon Jr., the young man from Illinois, is out as well. But basically the core of the T-Wolves, their rotation, they're intact there. They're ready to roll tonight against the Golden State Warriors. But the knockout, don't forget, 2 weeks from Monday, each show will have a slot to give away for 3 weeks, and you have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. Again, we're going to qualify people every single day in the 8 o'clock hour, 12 p.m. hour, and 4 p.m. hour, and it should be a lot of fun. 888-957-9570. Sask, I'm going to play it one more time. The Warriors positioning as a franchise. Steve Kerr joined Willard Dibs yesterday, as he does every single week, as we've seen quotes from Draymond Green with Vincent Goodwill of Yahoo Sports, Stephen Curry after their loss to Toronto, discussing the state of the franchise. Here's Steve Kerr yesterday on the position this franchise is in right now.
You know, we're just in a really unique spot, through no one's fault, by the way. This is just the reality of sports and life and, you know, whatever. It's just had this amazing run, and we're at the tail end of it, and we're trying to hang on to it. It's a young man's game. We know that, you know, and we were that team 10 years ago. We were Oklahoma City, you know, we were Houston. We were just on the rise. And so now, you know, here we are, and we're on the decline. We know that. Steph and Draymond and I have talked about it, you know, together. It would be so irresponsible for this franchise to trade everything away for one final swing at a title.
So, Shasky, you're the consumer, you're the fan, you're the voice of the fan, and you live and die with these teams, and you go crazy about the losses and the wins, and I love it. How does that message hit you?
I interpret it as him acknowledging that it's about over for him here. And I don't mean like, you know, everything has a shelf life, all right? Not everyone stays in a company for 55 years and retires happily at the very end, you know, and it's kumbaya. Mm-hmm. Bill Walsh spent about 10 years with the Niners. Okay. Steve Kerr's been here about 10 years. And I would say his 10 years during this era of the NBA is like being a 20-year coach in the NFL.
Right.
Because coaches are gone left and right in the NBA. Would you agree?
Yep. Yeah, the turnover's out of control.
It's
Guys
crazy.
Getting fired after a year. Mike Brown just got an extension in the summertime. 5 months later, he's gone.
Yeah. So
the 1 year anniversary of Mike Brown bringing his laptop, by the way, to the podium was yesterday. Remember that?
That is wow.
Somebody
That's
said
crazy.
that to me. The 1 year anniversary, he's gone now.
So, I mean, like, look, he's been here since 2014, 2015. All right. And you're looking at 11 seasons. This is his 11th season. And to me, it just feels like he needs a fresh start. I think the organization needs a fresh start. And as a Warrior fan, I don't think, like, in his point about it's nobody's fault, I agree with that. Like, are there draft picks they've missed on? Of course there are.
Yep.
Is there discipline that should have been doled out for certain issues and situations? Absolutely. You know where I stand on that, and I don't need to get into it. Were there trades that should have been made that I disagree with, or trades that were made that I disagree with? Absolutely. But I do believe that organizations have, life cycles, and you cycle up and you cycle down.
Yep.
Bill Belichick's one of the greatest coaches of all time.
Yep.
It was time. It was time for New England and Belichick to move on from each other.
Think about Andy Reid in Philly.
Exactly. And I'm sure, Greg Popovich and Spurs fans are ready at some point, or have been ready over the last 6 or 7 years for some sort of change. And it'll come. Believe me, it'll come. I don't think anything is forever in sports. And so, to me, this is an indication, as a Warrior fan, there's just no way we can really, truly move forward and find what the next great thing is if you got Steph, right, Steve, and Draymond together.
So with their messaging.
Like that collaboration, and I don't think it's their fault.
Yeah.
They got to break that up. I don't know what. I don't know if it's Dre. I don't know if it's Steph. I don't know if it's Steve. Like, what? I don't want to trade Steph. But the point is like, I don't think this organization can move on holistically without one or two of these guys moving on.
Well, Steve Kerr has another year left on the deal. He has another year left on the deal, and I'm looking at the San Antonio situation. I'm looking at Greg Popovich, who's right now going through some health issues, and he's not coaching right now. That's an attractive job for anybody out there. What if Steve is thinking like, boy, I could go back down to San Antonio, go coach Victor Wembanyama. Now, I don't want to assume and start rumors. I'm not doing that whatsoever, but he does have a year left on the deal. And remember how long it took him to agree on this extension this past season. I didn't know if it was going to happen. Now, the previous year, you had Bob Myers. You had Klay Thompson, right? Those two luminaries have moved on.
Yep.
Bob's in ESPN, Klay's in Dallas. And then you hear the positioning of Dre, Steph, and Steve. Now, does Joe Lacob agree with that sentiment? Does he agree that, hey, maybe we shouldn't flip everything to try to make a winner, but standing pat? How would standing pat sit with this fan base that is 19 and 20 right now?
I don't think it's going to sit well.
It's January. The messaging almost feels like a white flag for this season saying, yeah, we don't have enough to compete, so let's just chill for a second and figure it out the rest later. I'm not sure if everybody's on board with that messaging. I'm very curious to see who's on board with this type of messaging.
I don't want them to stand pat. See, to me, there's only one of two paths that you take. You double down, and you do the reckless. Right. And I know he's saying, oh, you don't do it. You know what, Steve? Like, I know that you're a part of this decision-making, but, like, again, you only have 1 year left on your deal. Right. I don't know where you're going to be. Like, it's one of the two things. Either we are going to go deeper into the abyss and just try something, or we go into tank mode. Yeah. And I know people don't want to hear that, but, like, pick a direction. I don't think standing pat is acceptable.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens over the next couple of weeks here before the February 6th deadline. Let's go to Jeff all the way down to Dallas, Texas.
Hey, Jeff.
What's happening, man? Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Anytime.
Yeah, so, I think my biggest thing with the Golden State Warriors is the fact that it does really, truly sound like Steve Kerr has thrown in the towel, and he's kind of just waiting for his end to come. And I don't know if it's his attitude towards the team or his wacky lineups. I don't know. It almost seems like self-sabotage, especially when you have a player like Buddy Hield playing the kind of minutes that he does. The way that I see it, Buddy Hield is literally a net negative when he's on the court.
Who was you playing?
Andrew Wiggins.
I agree with you, but who are you playing with all these injuries right now? That's not Buddy. I agree. He's not great, but they don't have better options. Would you at least acknowledge that?
Right. Honestly, I would. That's probably true, but I would lean more into Kyle Anderson and Guy Santos minutes. I mean, it looked good when they were out there together. So I don't know what the strategy is on there. I would rather see Pat Spencer, honestly, than Buddy Hield.
I hear you. Buddy Hield is struggling. There's no doubt about it, but they need his shooting. And right now he's not shooting the ball well. I think what a lot of people, if we're going to go into the deadline, and we got a few weeks left in the deadline, I hear so much about Moses Moody. I don't even know how good Moses Moody is. I love the young man. I love the person, but I don't know how good he is. I would like to see it, though. I think everybody would like to see it. Just start Moody for the next 3 weeks and see what happens. If this is where we're at as an organization where you don't want to mortgage the future because you think it's reckless, and this is Steve Kerr's words, not mine, why not just flip? If it's a young man's game, well, let's see what one of our young men can do. Well, and that's Moses Moody. Let's see what he can do for 3 weeks.
I agree with you. But if they're like literally waving the white flag, well then why is 34-year-old Kyle Anderson on this team? Why is 33-year-old Dennis Schroeder on this team? Why is, journeyman Buddy Hield on this team?
Yep, no doubt.
To his point, and I will agree with him, if that's what you're going to do and you're going to acknowledge your fate, which it's a rational thing to say. I get it. It's logical.
It's professional as hell.
It is. And I know people don't want to hear that. Sometimes the most obvious answer is the one that's the most difficult to come to grips with. Mm-hmm. But to me, then get rid of all the junk and don't waste the last 3 months of this year. And let's see what you got in Agui Santos.
No doubt. If it's a young man's game, well, let's see what these young men have to offer on this team.
Yes.
Let's see if they can play at a high level in the NBA. I think that's the case. So we're going to get into this. Antoine in Nashville. We're going to get your thoughts on Steve Kerr, the other side. 888-957-9570. How do you feel, Dub Nation, about the mood of the team? The big three, that is. Steve, Steph, and Draymond. I'll read the Draymond quotes from the other day. I'll play the Steph sound. But they're all in lockstep here. Those three. They're all in lockstep saying that it is reckless to do anything that maybe standing pat is the best for this organization. They want to see this organization be in a good spot. But what is this a good spot to be just 500 in the NBA? Is it a good spot to be 11th place in the Western Conference right now when you do have Stephen Curry still playing at a high level?
You're power ranked 21st in Lawn Murray's power rankings. And you're slip sliding away, Paul Simon.
From number 4 to 21.
I got a Kuminga thought regarding the rest of the year, and I want to get into it.
Oh, yeah, Kuminga will be back. Yeah, let's get into Kuminga. But I also want to play this stuff as well. A lot of Dub Nation as they take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Antoine, stay on hold. We'll get you on the other side. And don't forget to tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Remember, tip-off today is at 6:30 p.m. It was moved from 5 to 6:30. 6:30 p.m. West Coast time. Tip-off between the Warriors and Minnesota, out in chilly Minnesota. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. More coming up about the Dubs on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Metallica. Dub Nation, it's Guy Santos here. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 957 The Game.
My boy Guy Santos, brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I'm just going to play it again. I'm going to play Steph, and I'm going to play Steve. Here's Steph Curry. Steph Curry, after Monday night's loss to the Toronto Raptors, on what he wants to see happen before the trade deadline.
Mike understands, like, we want to win. We want to be in that position where we've always said that you want to be relevant in the championship type of chase, while, you know, we understand we're getting older and deeper into our careers and allowing some of the young guys to kind of blossom. But it doesn't mean you're getting desperate. It's better to kind of be patient, understand what that looks like. And I know, you know, Mike is always on the phone trying to figure it out. That's what a big GM does. Doesn't mean there's a deal on the table. Doesn't mean that you're desperate. Doesn't mean that you're just flinging, like I said, assets all the way around and being reckless with it.
All right, here's Steph Curry more on the responsibility to keep this franchise in a good place.
Desperate trades or desperate, you know, moves that deplete the future, like, there is a responsibility allowing or keeping the franchise in a good space and good spot when it comes to where we leave this thing when we're done. Doesn't mean that you're not trying to get better. Doesn't mean that you're not active in any type of search to you know, if you have an opportunity where a trade makes sense, or even in the summer free agency makes sense, like, you want to continue to get better. Nobody wants to be stale or be in a situation where you're passing up opportunities, but it doesn't mean that you're desperate, you know, just flinging assets all around the place just because you want to do something.
And then here's Steve Kerr yesterday, Shasky, because I want you to react to all this. This is Steve Kerr yesterday with Willard or Dibs right here on 95.7 The Game.
This does not feel like a time, in my estimation, I think in Mike's and Steph's and Draymond's, where you just you push all the chips in the middle and take a wild swing. That would be so irresponsible. So we're aware of that, but what does that mean? It means we are where we are. We're in the middle of the pack with a bunch of teams that are either good enough or not good enough, and we have to find out if we are. And by good enough, that means, you know, can you climb your way into the playoffs and give yourself a chance? And that's what we're trying to do.
Well, I guess there's a couple questions off of that. Can they give themselves a chance to make the playoffs if Kuminga comes back healthy? But 2, what does that messaging say to you, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. Roasters as well. I asked Shasky last segment what that message means to him. He wants him to pick a direction. But when you hear that over from Steph and Steve, what else kind of boggles your mind off of those sentiments there from Steph and Steve?
I'm just confused. I'm confused of, like, why this pivot. There was a show back in the day called Change of Heart.
Yeah, I love Change of Heart. Oh, I loved it.
Yeah, there was this show that used to be out there for Change of Heart, and they would have different couples on. Right. And do you want to stay with your couple, or do you want a change of heart and go in a different direction?
I love that show.
You did, right?
Oh, I want to be. I told you I want to be a dating show host.
Did you?
It's my call. I
Little
still
Love
do.
Connection?
What, Blind Date, Chuck Woolery, whatever it is. Yeah. Roger Lodge.
Yeah, Roger Lodge, exactly. And so, you know, Change of Heart. What the hell happened? So just think about where we were just a couple years ago. Okay, this is not that long ago. They had to trade James Wiseman for GP2 because they had to get incrementally better. Right? Am I wrong? Mm-hmm. I'm just asking. Mm-hmm. Like, they had to. All right, and I'm not even here saying that James Wiseman is great. I just think it's a microcosm of the thought process.
Right.
We are getting rid of a young player to get us a very specific role player who is here to help us win because we're chasing wins.
Right.
Think about how they treated Klay Thompson. And look, I was at the forefront of saying his role should be adjusted.
Right.
So I want to raise my hand because I was in alignment with the thought process of Klay's got to adjust his style of play because we are chasing wins. Again, this goes back to chasing wins. We are trying to grab at the big trophy. We are going to not retain Klay Thompson because we are not here chasing emotions. We're chasing wins. Right. We're not giving him a swan song contract, which I agreed with because we're chasing wins. Why is Jordan Poole not here? Because we didn't think he was good enough to help us chase wins, and he didn't help us close out games down the stretch, and we were mad because the young player didn't have the IQ to help us chase wins when we got to the playoffs against the Lakers and the Kings. He was almost unplayable. So we went and got Chris Paul. And now, after all of these moves, and you acquire Buddy Hield, and you acquire Kyle Anderson, older players, veteran-type players.
Anthony Melton, don't forget about that.
Anthony Melton, to chase wins. Now, January 15th, just like 18 months later, of all these moves that I'm describing, you don't close with Kuminga for years.
Yeah.
Years.
Yep.
The second Wiggins comes back when he's been on a milk carton for months. Kuminga, I know you carried us for a couple months. Go back to the bench.
Yep.
Now all of a sudden you have a change of heart? What? Like,
how do you think?
Am I the only one that's just kind of like?
No, I believe we're all stunned. No, we're all stunned.
Like,
I'm all stunned. I'm stunned at the timing of the comments.
Which I'm fine with you having a change of heart, but explain why.
But yeah, I'm the timing of the comments is very interesting. I think they're being very logical and realistic about the current situation. They're not a championship team. I get that. I understand that. They're 11th place right now. They're 19-20. You are what your record says you are. After a 12-3 start, you're 7-17 in the last 24 games. It's not good enough. And when you look at the numbers here, I'm gonna cite some numbers for you, Shasky. And it's been an all-time disaster over the last 24 games. In the last 24 games, the Warriors, Shasky, 7-17. That's tied for 23rd in the NBA. They're averaging 106 points per game. That is 27th in the NBA. Their field goal percentage in the last 24 games, 43%. That's 29th in the NBA. Three-point percentage, 35%. That's 22nd in the NBA. 105.1 offensive rating. That is 27th in the NBA. And their net rating is negative 5.9, which is 24th. And remember, they started the season at 12-3. They're 7-17. Those are their numbers in the last 24 games. So realistically, I understand where Steve, Steph, and Draymond are coming from. But it's just a weird pivot how it's happened on 3 days in a row on this road trip. And we haven't even come back home yet, where you have a game against the Wizards and Jordan Poole Saturday, the Boston Celtics on Monday, MLK Day. And you're thinking to yourself, why now ahead of the deadline? Are they prepping Dub Nation for a quiet deadline, which will, look, it's going to infuriate a lot of fans. The online fan base is one thing, but everybody walking the street saying, "Are we just giving up?" Because if you do that, and the fans know that, hey, we know we don't have a shot at the championship, we're kind of just cool with staying status quo. Well, then we're going to get into conversations about ticket prices and food prices and the cost of going to a game, and people are not going to be happy. And even against the Miami Heat, I started to see some empty seats at the end of the third quarter. And you best believe that Joe Lacob, after watching that against Miami, those empty seats in the second half, after hearing Sacramento fans chant "Light the Beam" at Chase Center, he probably wanted to get some Jim Beam after that. Seriously, like, light the beam? What? Let me get some beam. The yak, the brown stuff, because I need it right now because Sacramento's rolling. This is a critical junction. I just wonder if Joe Lacob is on board with Steve, Steph, and, of course, Draymond Green on this messaging. So, where's Mike at with this messaging? It's just the timing of it, Shasky, just confuses me.
Back to the change of heart thing. If they make no move at the deadline, I'll give you the biggest transaction that they can make. It's that your actions actually speak louder than your words. Play the change of heart song while I say this, because I want people to.
But what's wrong with Steve?
Wow. You just made that?
There was a contestant named Steve, and it worked perfectly, so I kept it.
Wow, that's next level. The game was on Change Your Heart.
What's wrong with Steve?
So good.
This is a great show.
All right. How many minutes per game does Victor Wembanyama play? And we're talking about a phenom.
If I had to guess, about 35, 40.
He's at 34 minutes a game.
34, okay.
What about Brandon Miller, who's not a phenom? But he's
Charlotte Hornet, rookie? He's got to play at least 30 to 34 minutes.
33 and a half minutes a game. Jonathan Kuminga plays 26 minutes a game. Currently, Draymond Green plays 28 and a half minutes a game. If you truly want to put your actions ahead of your words and do what you say you're going to do, Jonathan Kuminga cannot play less minutes than Draymond Green moving forward. You need to be committed to Jonathan Kuminga. If you are going to sit here and tell us, you just can't do anything, okay, fine, I'll accept it. Again, you guys have earned a lot of equity. You won 4 championships. I didn't think I'd get one. But if you truly want to be a man about actions and be about your word, there's not a chance in hell the rest of the season, if I look up at game logs and Jonathan Kuminga is not closing every single game and his minute log isn't well over 30 minutes when the season comes to end, you're full of it.
Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal when it comes to Kuminga. I don't even care if he plays more than Draymond, Wiggins. The fact is he needs to play 30 minutes a game because the numbers when he plays 30 minutes a game, he's a more efficient player than Franz Wagner down in Orlando who's balling. It just signed a $222 million or $224 million extension, if I may say. Jonathan Kuminga has proven when he plays at least 30 minutes a game, he's a productive NBA player.
Yeah.
He just is. Now, can he help you win? We just haven't seen it yet. He's 22 years old. He hasn't really been given that opportunity. But here's the deal with JK. Here's the deal with JK.
But now, okay, now's your opportunity.
Yeah, no, well, I think they were trending that way before he injured his ankle.
Yeah, okay.
But here's the problem with JK. This is crazy. So he had the back-to-back game where he scored 34 points. Remember that he scored 34 against the Clippers, and I think he scored 34 against Houston. Career highs or what, 30, whatever. But Steve Kerr and Draymond went up. Draymond came off the bench in his first game back a couple weeks ago. I forget the exact game, but basically they all said, this is Kuminga's time. We need to maximize Jonathan Kuminga. And he was in the starting lineup. And literally a couple days later, he was back to being a reserve. It was like, wait a minute. I thought you guys were just talking about maximizing Kuminga. Now he's not in the first five. He's not starting, and now his minutes are fluctuating again. What's going on here? So the inconsistencies with the youngsters, not just Kuminga, but Jordan Poole at times, Moses Moody. Like, I look at Moses Moody, at least Kuminga's at least playing. Moses Moody has no idea if he's going to rack up a DNP or play 15 minutes. And I still don't know in year 4, when you give Moses Moody a 3-year, $39 million extension. Now, I get that because it's a team-friendly deal in case you want to flip him. But I don't even know what I'm flipping. You know, I'm seeing Lindy Waters III, God bless his soul. He's starting at the 2 sometimes. Brandon Podziemski's starting at the 2. Dennis Schroeder is starting at the 2, and this looked ugly for Dennis Schroeder. GP2 is starting. I just, for a week, let me see Moses Moody next to Steph and play 30 minutes. Just so I can, they know a lot more than us. I get it. Shoot around, whatever scrimmages, if they do it. And I know at times Moses Moody doesn't look the most athletic when it comes to lateral movement, but I still want to see it, right? If we're going to commit to the youngsters and say, hey, this is a young man's game, why not play one of your young men when you're looking for a 2-guard right now, Shasky?
You're hitting the nail on the head. And I hate to be this guy, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
And I've just come to the conclusion, if you have Steph, Steve, and Draymond as your trio, it's almost impossible for them to do any of the things we're suggesting.
Yep.
It's just, they're stuck in their ways, dude. And I've come to accept that.
So I got a question before we get to
But here's the part that I've had a difficulty accepting, and I want to make this clear. You got rid of all these other guys, Clay being one of them, because you were trying to chase wins, and now it's about the swan song?
Yeah.
To me, it's illogical. These things are not congruent.
You know,
I keep coming back to Clay.
I got to ask this question.
Part of why they, again, there's many reasons, but part of why they moved off him is they thought they could do better. And they're hanging on to Draymond. Why? I know we can do better.
So here's my question. If you still believe Steph is a top 10 player, and I still believe he's a top 10, top 15 player, should they be going all in for Steph? Should they be doing everything in their power to try to build a rhythm around Steph right now and going all in? And what does that look like? Because you're not going to get another Steph Curry anytime soon. Who knows? When Steph Curry walks away and retires and walks into the sunset, who the hell knows what it's going to look like? Who knows? It could be the Bulls. It could be the Lakers post Kobe. Who the hell knows what's going on? But should you do that? Let's go to Antoine in Nashville. He's been on hold for a while. Antoine, thanks for the patience, brother. Thanks for joining us here on the Morning Roast.
No problem, guys. It's good to hear from you guys again this morning. Yeah. And I'll be honest, you guys kind of that's a thought I've had for a while now. The one you just mentioned about what it looks like when Steph leaves. You know, Steph is a generational player, so you just don't know. But the one kind of point I wanted to get into this morning was, you know, given how they sounded, it wasn't like they were just giving up complete hope. And when you listen to the sound bites multiple times and kind of break down what Steph was saying, He's basically saying, those trades where you're going to trade in all the first-round draft picks, a couple second rounds, and like 3 of the players for one person, that's just illogical to do at this point. Most of the time, that's detrimental to a team, no matter where you're at, unless you just have so many assets that you can do that. But the Warriors are not in that situation. So, if the front office sees a situation that's going to be beneficial, then sure. I think a lot of lateral moves. You definitely need a big man for sure. Whether that's Vucevic or something of that sort, the ideal is Miles Turner, but he may not be available. So you may have to go with a Vucevic or whatnot. And as long as we get Jonathan Kuminga back healthy, I think you have some hope there. But like the Jimmy Butler trades and stuff like that, it's just illogical to do. You probably give up so much just to bring him in, and there's no telling if he's going to work out. We see how Paul George kind of situation kind of worked out. It wasn't going to be good either. And then the only one I kind of look at is like, last year they were saying Laurie marketing for what was it, for Podziemski. And I was like, Podziemski's like not an option. But why? Because, if you look at it from the start of this season.
Real quick, Antoine.
A lot of words.
Real quick, Antoine. I don't believe that was the case at all.
Podziemski was the deal breaker.
Yeah, no. As a matter of fact, I can almost guarantee that wasn't the deal. I know a lot of people like to run with it, like, oh, Podziemski was untouchable. Danny Ainge, Antoine, wanted every pick in the world for the next 5 years. Like he wanted to rob the Warriors of all their picks plus those players, and the Warriors couldn't do that. Not for Larry Marketing.
Yeah, not for him. Not for him. No. I agree. If that was the case, then absolutely not. Like you can't give all the picks up, everything we got just for him. He's not even like a dominant big in that instance there. And if we would have got him, he wouldn't have made this team just astronomically better either. So it's just kind of like, we looked at the beginning of the season this year, and we knew that the Warriors, we all went into the season wondering, like, what is this roster they have? Like, we were questioning it, and they just surprised us with the 12-3 run, and then now this coming home to roost. Like, the teams are now more serious. The guys are actually really competing for their seed and their teams or whatnot. And every night is a full on battle, and we don't have the guys that can just battle like that every night. Yeah. So we get Kuminga back healthy. Maybe we make a move. Maybe I'm hoping they get Vucevic. I'm really hoping they do at least something. If you do nothing, then you're gonna lose a lot of hope in a lot of Warrior fans, because just sitting here with this team and you're getting smoked by the Toronto Raptors. Yeah. It's just. Come on, man. So hopefully they make a marginal move to get somebody in here. And then maybe in the off season, we can start exploring some other options. I'm going to throw this out there. I like Zion for what the risk and reward aspect. I hate the weight on him. Right. But if you can get somebody like him maybe in the off season, not give up Kuminga. If we don't give up Kuminga, I wouldn't mind seeing him to, 1-2 punch.
No doubt. Good call, Antoine. Good call. A couple of weeks ago, Spinoni threw it at me. Would you trade Draymond for Zion? I'm like, dude, relax for a second. Zion's not even on the floor. But I don't care who it is. If I could keep Kuminga, I'm open-minded to the Zion thing, because I go back to what Lacob and Goober have said the whole time about this organization. We're not just a sports team. We're in the entertainment business as well. And if you're gonna be mediocre and you're gonna be around 500, well, you best be entertaining, right? And Steph Curry used the word stale the other day. And at times their offense looks stale. The style of play looks stale. You want to entertain some people, the illusion of Zion Williamson bending rims, a lot of people would be entertained by that. So I've become open-minded to it.
B, I keep coming back to, like, how did we get here? And I know Steve Kerr's like, it's nobody's fault.
I want to break that down on the other side, how we got here. I want to break that down. How we got here.
What if I told you this? Forget the punch and all that crap.
It goes back deeper than that.
No, but what if I told you the single one that just eats at me? You traded, even if you didn't like him, the Jordan Poole contract, $30 million, which was an asset, a young player. Okay, who was, if we just said Jordan Poole, 888-957, people would be calling all day. Right. They hate him. They love him. They think he stinks. They think he's great. Yep. Like, he was very polarizing, very popular, too, at Chase Center.
Very popular.
They attached a first-round pick, a bunch of other players, a second-round pick, got back 40-year-old Chris Paul, and just let that money vanish into the abyss. It's one of the worst trades, and this organization has some horrible trades on its track.
It was a bad trade, but I will say it kept them out of the CBA in that first and second apron. So now you're not paying tax. We got to admit that. They needed to get under the money. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but your point about trading Jordan Poole, I didn't want to trade Jordan Poole.
For asset allocation.
Everybody ripped Jordan Poole, right? His last year with the Warriors, he gave you 20 points a game. He shot 87% from the free throw line. Okay, to 33.5% from three, not good. He was out of sorts, 43% from the floor. I get his defense was bad. But on a team where you need bucket getters, again, I just trade you these offensive numbers. I know Jordan Poole's a damn good offensive player. He is. But we're going to get to the calls on the other side. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I want to get into how the Warriors got here. Then we're going to get the Roger Santa Rosa. We'll get the Richie Rich. We got Robinson Bruno. We got Ryan. I want to get to everybody here. But how did we get here, Dub Nation? How did we get here to the point where Steve, Steph, and Draymond are saying, you know what? Let's not make an irrational deal. It is what it is here. Let's just ride this out. Because I know a lot of people are feeling some type of way about these quotes. But how did we get here? How did we get to this point? I want to assess that on the other side, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine.
He was not a great president.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Monte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Monte.
3 for 3 today, Steve. 3 for 3 today. I'm shooting 1,000%. And hopefully I can shoot
hitter of all time.
Hopefully I can shoot 1,000 at the 95.7 The Game knockout tournament. I'm trying to advance past the Final Four. I'm trying to make the Final Two. I'm trying to win the trophy, folks. Win a chance to shoot some hoops on the floor at Chase Center. That's going to come up January 27th. It will qualify people for 3 weeks, so you'll have plenty of chances to win. All right? 8 o'clock hour, 12 p.m. hour, 4 p.m. hour, starting Monday, January 27th, for your chance to win a spot in the 95.7 The Game knockout tournament, the second annual 95.7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Again, each show will have a slot to give away each day for 3 weeks. So you'll have plenty of opportunities. You try to get your game on at Chase Center, and you have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. So 18, California resident, January 27th, you have 3 chances each day for 3 weeks to qualify for a spot in the 95.7 The Game knockout tournament. Now, how did we get here, Dub Nation? How did we get here? Are you okay with the comments? I'll replay the comments once again for our new audience here at the 7 o'clock hour. We're going to get the Richie Rich, Rob, Raj. Everybody's going to get out here in just a second. But here's Steve Kerr yesterday with Willard and Dibbs on this unique position for the franchise.
You know, we're just in a really unique spot through no one's fault, by the way. This is just the reality of sports and life and, you know, whatever. It's just had this amazing run, and we're at the tail end of it, and we're trying to hang on to it. It's a young man's game. We know that. You know, and we were that team 10 years ago. We were Oklahoma City. You know, we were Houston. We were just on the rise, and so now, you know, here we are, and we're on the decline. We know that. Steph and Draymond and I have talked about it. You know, together, it would be so irresponsible for this franchise to trade everything away for one final swing at a title.
So, Dub Nation, what do you make of those comments? Plus this one right here from Kerr about not pushing all your chips in.
This does not feel like a time, in my estimation, I think in Mike's and Steph's and Draymond's, where you just you push all the chips in the middle and take a wild swing. That would be so irresponsible. So we're aware of that, but what does that mean? It means we are where we are. We're in the middle of the pack with a bunch of teams that are either good enough or not good enough, and we have to find out if we are. And by good enough, that means, you know, can you climb your way into the playoffs and give yourself a chance? And that's what we're trying to do.
So do you believe this team can work themselves out of a hole with Kuminga coming back in a week or two? GP2's back today. Do you believe this team can work themselves back? And is it the right tactic to maybe stand pat and recognize that, hey, you're not championship contenders, and maybe it would be reckless to make a move? Where do you stand with this, Dub Nation, after listening to those quotes from Steve Kerr, who, of course, joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday right here at 95.7 The Game?
I just don't understand, like, what changed?
Yeah.
Well, like
sudden change?
Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't understand. I don't get it. Like,
they all said something in back-to-back days.
Like, think about
Draymond, Steph, and then Kerr. It all happened. Boom, boom, boom.
Think about what he was saying about Kuminga at a podium 2 months ago. And him yelling at Pajemski just a couple months ago. I mean, he showed more fight toward them than at any point I've ever seen pushback on Draymond. And quite frankly, it's ridiculous. I mean, like, this is like ridiculous. This is what ends up happening though when you feel a sense of indebtedness you feel indebted to an individual. You almost can't critique them, and you instead of being the coach and having some authority over someone, you're collaborating with them and you're afraid to critique. And you see this in lots of industries. You do. This is not unique to the NBA. And I understand, but at the same time, Tom Brady, even though him and Belichick had a falling out, part of what made that work for as long as it did was that Belichick could push and critique and coach and yell at Tom Brady. And when you allow someone, I really truly believe the handling of Draymond needs to be studied. And I think it's the number one thing. Just the handling of Draymond throughout the last 6 or 7 years is the number one thing that got us to where we are. That's how I feel. Not that Draymond wasn't important. Not that Draymond didn't help them win. Not that they win without Draymond.
Why do you think that? The number one thing, Draymond. I want you to explain.
I think that this organization has enabled him and has bent over backwards to make him feel empowered while never punishing him. And I think it has created a culture of toxicity. I think it's created a culture of we can do whatever we want at the top and all you at the bottom don't matter as much as us. And the greatest teams, there's a togetherness.
Yep.
There's a unity. There is a chemistry. Now, I'm not saying everything's going to be kumbaya. That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
I believe in creative tension. I believe in guys getting in guys' faces every now and then. But I do believe at times when one player is allowed to do just about anything he wants and anyone who steps in this guy's way at any moment could be cast away and literally will staple draft picks to get rid of you, even if you're important, man, that sends a message.
Well, I would say this. A couple years ago, when the incident happened between Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, and we went into that year, and all season long, it just felt like it was the veterans and it was the youngsters. There's two different teams on one team. So to your point about having togetherness and chemistry, it felt like, hey, Kuminga, Wiggins, Poole, and Moody, you're over here to the side. You guys figure it out. I got Draymond. I have, Steph and Clay and Wiggins. Now, Poole was oscillating because Poole will be in a lot of finishing lineups. But the youngsters was like, boy, our guy just got, what's going on around here? What's going on? Do we have leeway to maybe make a mistake or two? Because it's ironic this year when you talk to a couple coaches, and I try to make my pregame rounds, and they're like, the veterans got to do a better job at crunch time. It's the veterans. And I think back to 2 years ago, you and I were discussing this. Wait a minute, the youngsters didn't score 2 points in the final 5 minutes in South Beach, Miami. They didn't blow the 18-point lead in Orlando. Now, they may have given up some momentum, but come on, the veterans are playing down the stretch. You look at all those games where the youngsters had nothing to do with the final 5 minutes because they weren't playing.
Mm-hmm.
And we still blame the youngsters as collectively.
Mm-hmm.
Collectively, we blame them. Not us, but a lot of people are like, yeah, the youngsters are not ready to hold things back. Trade these guys. When everybody said these guys can extend their careers, and now a lot of people say, well, 2 timelines don't work. I beg to differ. Forget the Celtics in the 80s when they tried it with Lynn Bias and Reggie Lewis. Just look at last decade with Coach Popovich and the San Antonio Spurs. They went to back-to-back NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
Kawhi Leonard, Danny Gray, Patty Mills, Thiago Splitter, they're all babies. They were babies, but they had their roles, right? They were able to play in big games. And Popovich was like, you know what? I'm going to roll with these guys. And by that next season, they ended LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh and that Miami Heat team by smoking them in the NBA Finals. And think about Danny Green knocking down all those threes. I think he had a finals record for most made threes at one point in the 7-game final series. Kawhi Leonard became a superstar. They empowered him. They worked on his shot. They let him pray through his struggles offensively, and they empowered his strengths. You're going to be a lockdown defender. When LeBron James is in the game, you're going to be in the game, and you're going to guard LBJ. And you're going to annoy the living crap out of him for 48 minutes. So don't tell me that the 2 timeline thing can't work, because we saw it with San Antonio a decade ago. But it's the way you empower the youngsters. And I think coaching-wise, for whatever, and I get it with Steve, you got to win games. You're going to go down with your trusted vets, the guys who've won you championships, who've won you some of the biggest games of your career. I understand that wholeheartedly. But at the same time, we shouldn't be in year 4 discussing whether or not Moses Moody is a good player and whether or not Jonathan Kuminga can help you in the future. We're in year 4 in his tenure. And Wiseman's already been cast off. Poole's already been cast off. You cast off plenty of others. This is where we're at now. And so I think the mishandling, like this 2 timeline thing, could have worked. But we didn't have the patience to see it work. And now we're here.
It's really well said. It's so funny whenever you bring up Draymond, right? And I talk about Draymond, I'll always get the text, they don't win anything without him. Well, yeah. But was Dennis Rodman as a Laker the same Dennis Rodman as Dennis Rodman year 1 and year 2 with the Bulls?
No.
Okay?
No.
Lincecum is one of my favorite players of all time. 2010 Lincecum is unreal. By 2016, 2017, is he the same Lincecum?
Nope.
No. And so sports, you have to pivot off of players. I had a tolerance for Charles Haley when he was one of the greatest sack masters in the game. when he was long in the tooth and it was 1999, I didn't have a lot of tolerance for his shenanigans if I'm running a team.
Right.
And that's the way I view Draymond. Yeah, I know. In 2015, he was awesome. I would say he was awesome at times, even in 2021 and 2022. But everything comes to an end. And your tolerance level for an individual has to be adjusted based off what they're contributing to the floor.
Right.
And I feel like the juice wasn't worth the squeeze the last couple of years, and they held on too long.
Well,
it's pretty obvious to see to me.
Well, you know what?
Think about Antonio Brown before I go. Think about Antonio Brown. The Steelers had a lot of tolerance when Antonio Brown was an all-pro wide receiver.
Right.
Once he stopped going to all-pros, boy, the Tampa Bay Bucks couldn't wait to get rid of him. Right?
He walked off the field.
This is sports. I don't know.
Well, this is from a basketball sense, because it started the Sacramento series. When we win that series, and we talked about the two big lineup, and everybody's like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And I say, "Look, in this series against Sacramento, that gets up and down. Looney and Draymond, you got to pick a lane.
Yeah,
you got to go one big, and you got to match their speed and athleticism. You got to get up and down." And they went two big lineup, and they lost the first two games of that series, and Draymond got popped for game three. Now, game three, they go into that one with the one big lineup, Kevon Looney, and they went Poole, Wiggins, Clay, and Steph. And boy, they were rolling. And Draymond came back for game four. Even though he dropped a triple-double, he was coming off the bench with that. And then you play the LA Lakers and the non-big lineups, or the two big lineups, when you have non-shooting. Look where Anthony Davis was kept out at. So my position is, as just pure basketball, I understand what Draymond Green does defensively. I understand what he does in the half court. But Anthony Davis is camping out under the rim, daring you to shoot. And you're not in a triple threat position. If you notice in today's game, you go look at the Houston Rockets. You go look at Oklahoma City. You go look at Denver. You go look at Dallas. You go look at Cleveland. They have balance, and they have triple threat players on any given. Anybody on that team, in that lineup, they're running with combinations where at least you have four threats offensively. We watched the Warriors, led by Draymond Green, and then you get GP2. You got a lot of specialists here. That's not going to win you a lot of basketball games today. So just from the basketball sense, I thought you had a chance to move off stylistically and adjust your style and move on to the future. And maybe that future was with Kuminga, Poole, Curry, Wiggins, Clay. I have no idea. But that style of play, where you are running your two-man game with Steph and Curry, but you have to be a threat offensively. And too many times, night in and night out, Draymond Green's not a threat offensively. And that hurts your half-court offense, and it kills your spacing.
What was the game the other night where I lost my mind? Draymond's in the corner.
Last minute of the game. Last minute of the game. He was wide open.
He's wide open. And, of course, the ball's going to go to you because you're wide open. He doesn't even look at the hoop.
That's what I'm talking about.
And he goes to fire it back to somebody else, and it gets picked off because the other team knows he's so afraid to shoot late in games. I would love to just see the raw attempts from beyond the key in the fourth quarter.
Oh, it's down.
In terms of like the breakdown between first, second, third, and fourth quarter.
I've tracked this last year.
Have you tracked it?
Yeah, last year he was like, it's night and day. It's night and day.
It's just, and no one is saying that he doesn't have usefulness. There is a usefulness to him, but to say that he's allowed the same equity and the same minutes and all this, like you wouldn't do this in any other type of sport where this guy's getting long in the tooth. Well, let's use him the exact same way we've used him for the last decade. Like, nah, it needs to be adjusted.
It does.
Especially when you have other younger players who you can adjust to, who bring a little more to the table on both ends of the floor.
Well, if the youngsters were empowered, maybe Draymond Green is playing the Iguodala role. Maybe he is playing the Livingston role at this point. And maybe he's not getting $100 million. But here's the problem I think a lot of fans have is that, look, Jordan Poole is a very popular player right here. Many people don't believe that. I was at Chase Center every day. The second biggest pop in that stadium was with Jordan Poole whenever he did something. There was a pool party. Literally wearing sunscreen at the demo at NBC Sports Bay Area, wearing floaties with Grant Liffman. Talk about it's a pool party. We couldn't get enough of Jordan Poole. We couldn't get enough of him. And that situation happened in training camp, and it doesn't look right. Obviously, those guys couldn't share a locker room anymore. It was obvious. They're not going to get along. And how could you blame them? That's Draymond still talking about like, damn, I screwed that up. Yeah, it got screwed up. but you empowered him by extending him and knowing where the league was going. It doesn't feel like the brightest move. Now, you could pivot off of that at some point here, and we'll see if that happens. But it just leaves a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths.
Well, I think one of the most underreported, under-discussed, under-speculated dynamics isn't even Draymond and the youngsters. I think it's Draymond and Clay. And what I mean with that is like what Draymond and how he's viewed in the organization and how that's evolved over time, or how little it's evolved over time, versus how Clay's relationship on his own team, his role, his worth to the organization, how that evolved over time, and then their dynamic amongst each other, and then just your normal, not jealousy, but like, hey, we did this together. Why is he being viewed this way and I'm being viewed this way? Why is he allowed to do this? Why am I not allowed to do that? Why are you giving him these things financially, organizationally, and why am I being shortchanged? Why am I being treated different from someone that I believe is my equal?
So now...
Or then maybe I'm better. I don't know. But like, I just think that dynamic, the Clay dynamic, is very under-speculated.
Well, this is I tried to spit this last season, all it wasn't about the money. I banged the table every single day on the show saying, everybody saying, well, he's getting 2 for 48, 24 million. It wasn't about the money. It was the years. It was like, wait a minute, okay, took care of Wiggins, took care of Poole. And it kind of comes to a form of popping watching, but Klay Thompson's coming in and saying, man, I just led the league in threes. And now if you want to pit both of them together, Draymond and Klay Thompson. Draymond was coming off the season in which we know what happened with Jordan Poole. Klay's coming off a season where, despite guys being hurt, we forget Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson helped stabilize that season in early January when guys are out. Klay had the 54-point game, and Poole was fighting his game, and they were working well together. And the rumors started that Klay Thompson can't stand Jordan Poole. Klay Thompson loved Jordan Poole to the point where Klay Thompson's older brother, Michael Thompson, worked out Jordan Poole before every game. Yeah. You think if Klay Thompson hated Jordan Poole, that Michael Thompson would be warming up Jordan Poole before games?
Probably not.
Probably not. And people didn't want to listen to that. It was about the years. It was like, wait a minute, if you say you're loyal to the core and keeping everybody here, then why am I only getting a 2-year extension? And I'm getting less money than Draymond Green when I'm getting buckets. This league is about getting buckets. So that whole dynamic there with Klay and everything, that was the most underreported thing where it's like, it's about the years, dude. He wanted the respect of the years.
What I always found fascinating is like, we spent, and I'm not you and me, but even though I would bring up some of it, but like, I think the bulk of the fan base we heard from wanted to discuss the psyche of Klay Thompson. Yeah, but that's just Dre being Dre. It's like, wait a minute. If we're going to start doing the psyche thing, let's do the psyche thing across the board. Because there's a lot of psychosis going on.
No, let's go to the call.
And I'm just going to put it out there.
No doubt.
You get where I'm going?
Yeah, no, trust me. I understand 100%. 100%. Let's go to Raj in Santa Rosa. Then we're going to get everybody. Raj, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, morning, guys.
What's up, Raj?
Thanks for taking my call. I wanted to say what I feel about those comments from the Warriors, Steve and the guys, is it's very disheartening, and I don't like it. My take kind of relates to last month being reported NBA ratings are down, and this makes me not want to watch the Warriors. Like, I can't watch a game if the players don't care and the coaching staff don't care. And to sound like they're giving up, it makes me not interested. Long story short, I've always been a diehard NBA fan, not just Warriors fan, NBA fan. Like every week I watch all the games on TV, even if it's not the Warriors. My first NBA game I went and saw was the Kings versus the Nuggets at Arco Arena with Mutombo versus Mitch Richmond and Spud Webb and Bobby Hurley. I love basketball. I wanted to be a basketball player growing up, but I'm only 5'6". So to hear stuff like that, it just makes me not care about watching basketball anymore, because the truth is, besides the Warriors, the NBA product is, even for me, I love basketball. But even for me, it's been starting to push my limits on if I can enjoy it anymore.
Wow.
And so to hear that last night or over the past couple days, hear these comments, I don't know if I'm going to tune in anymore. And I actually haven't been watching other games besides Warrior games since like a week or two before Thanksgiving.
Damn. Is that how you feel, Dub Nation? Are you tuning out now after hearing those comments? Are you checked out? Let's go to Richie Rich in Livermore.
We're definitely going to separate the
real from the fake
adults
ones.
from the children when it comes to your tolerance level for not great basketball.
Like I've said, we're going to find out who the real fans are.
I remember
we're going to find out.
One of my early calls when Damon first got into the market, Damon Bruce, was a post-game show with me destroying Mike Dunleavy, the one who's the GM now, about him just not shooting. And he just was so gun-shy. And it would be the same three callers on that post-game show every single night. That's where we were. We might be going back.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Going back to the Stone Age.
We're boy, like Yogi Berra said.
Now suiting up. Fred Flintstone.
Yogi Berra said it. Hey, it gets late early out there. Let's go to Richie Rich.
Richie Rich?
What's up, baby?
What's up, my guys this morning, man? Top of the morning, fellas. Man, I got a few things on this, man. Just let me speak for a minute, man. Like, first of all, the comments I take it's reality of life, man. We're seeing what happens in life and sports in general. You start to age. It's like the NFL. Nothing lasts forever, right? And I think this is what we're seeing now is what the organization has failed for the last 3 years. You know what I mean? Like, I think we should have made changes way earlier and now it's too late. There ain't a move we could make that's going to take them over the top. I mean, why get rid of everything when, to be an 8 seed? It ain't worth it, right? Like, you should have got rid of Draymond when the pool thing happened, when you knew that the Anthony Edwards were coming in balling, when you knew that the SGAs were coming in balling. You already knew this, and you chose to ride with Draymond and old. Ain't nothing we could do really to make this better, right? And the way I look at these comments, and this is what's going to separate these real fans from these fake ass fans, right? I'm 41 years old, right? We're probably about the same age, guys. I've been watching the Warriors since we were bums. All right, be grateful. We had a run that was amazing. I got I got to take my kids to NBA Finals, championship games. The reality of it is that it's over. It ain't at the back end curve. It's over, right? And this is what I'm gonna leave on this note, fellas, right? And this is what is a concern and a big thought is that the way Curry talks and the attitude that I've seen. You recall he did say a few months back, hey, I don't want to be a bottom feeder, right? And we gave him his money, and he's proved more than enough to the Bay Area, to basketball. He's changed basketball. He's got every kid thinking you can shoot a three-pointer from freaking 100 yards behind the arc and you're going to make it. He's changed the game. He has changed the game. He's done everything he has to give to the Bay, outside the court, on the court, and my only concern is that we're seeing the end of the Warriors. I almost feel like this is going to be the year where the offseason, you're not going to know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Curry may say, hey, you know what? He's still balling. So he can add so much value to a contender and take him over the top where he can get that ring. But I don't see it happening here. He's working so hard right now. They're doubling him. They're hitting him. I mean, dude's grinding to get the points he's grinding, and you look at the rest of the roster, ain't no one doing it.
No.
You ain't getting the production from nobody else, man. And it's hard for him. You know what I'm saying? So I won't be mad if it happens. And I'll end on this note. We've been spoiled so much in the Bay Area in general with the Giants era of winning, with the Niners of winning, and the Warriors that, you know what, guys? All good things come to an end, fellas. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't be mad.
When the Giants, when they lost to the Cubs in 2016, I was working with Marty Leary a lot and doing a lot of those post-game shows and running those games. And I remember thinking, like, okay, they're a closer away. They're a closer away. They're going to be fine. They signed Mark Millett. And right away, they're like, oh, he doesn't like stretching with the team. He goes up, he blows the game in Arizona, and the rest is history. And it came crashing down. And I was like, oh, this is over. This is over. We're watching that game against Toronto, and I'm looking at these lineups, and I'm looking at everything, and I'm like, oh, gosh. is reality setting in? Is this over? Is the swan song our All-Star game? The All-Star game happened in the Bay Area? Because this is what I was afraid of, Shasky. You know this. We're going to get to the All-Star break, and every national writer, guess what they're going to pepper Steph Curry with? Do you still want to end your career with the Warriors? Can you guys make a move? Are you disappointed? Like every imaginable question about the future of the Warriors, he's going to get pepper sprayed with.
This is going to sound unpopular or like I'm like non-empathetic.
No, I'm not saying
but I'm going to say this. Yeah. Like, you can't control that as a Warrior fan.
No, you can't.
Honestly, that should not, how do I put this?
What I was going to say.
Desperation should not inspire you to do something wild.
No.
It should be sound business decisions.
But what I was afraid of going into the season was that we would get to this point.
Oh, we're here.
And the team will be, back
we're
and
here.
forth out of the box here. We're here now. And I was afraid that we're going to get to this point that now Steph's not going to be able to enjoy the All-Star game. He'll be fine, and we'll have all the festivities or whatnot. But it's going to be a microcosm of everybody outside of this bubble is going to say, well, what do you guys do now? Who's to blame for this? Who are we pointing the finger at?
But I don't think this is the part where I think Richie Rich nailed it. And you're right. Those will be the talking points. And here's my rebuttal. Outside of LeBron, name another contemporary who played during the Curry era who went to 6 finals.
Yeah.
Name another contemporary
no doubt.
Who won 4 championships.
No doubt.
James Harden would die to have half the accomplishments that Curry had as a team. Russell Westbrook, Chris Paul, Kevin Durant. Go right down the list. Right now, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, they're a great combination. If they get to 6 finals, wouldn't that be just shocking? Why does everything have to be seen as this utter failure at the end when the reality is, to me, it's one of the most remarkable things that's ever been accomplished?
But the fact that we're going into a second half of the season to where we may see people start flexing the Warriors off their primetime slots.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
It's not great.
But, that's a thing.
But it's part of where they're at.
It's where they're at. But we could be looking at the last 2 months saying, are they really playing meaningful basketball or are they playing meaningless basketball? And then you got the whole conundrum with Danja Kuminga. What do you do with him? Where's his price point at when it comes to the contract?
This is going to sound like, again, unpopular. I'd be really disappointed if Curry hit the parachute button. I would.
I don't think he is.
I know, but I'm going to be real with you. Like, I love Curry. It's not like I'm going to hate him. I mean, he's one of my favorite athletes of all time. But I would be disappointed. I would. For a variety of reasons. It's not like he hasn't been in on a lot of these decisions.
Right.
It's not like, and I'm not saying he's the LeBron architect, because I was listening to Willard, like, I don't want him to be a narcissist, and I got what he was going at.
Yeah.
But I do think he has influence.
Yeah.
Can we agree?
No doubt.
There's influence, right, with Steph Curry. But, like, I'd be really disappointed if he hit the parachute button. Right. This region, this team, this ownership group, they've done a lot for him. There are a lot of other, and again, I would put out a spreadsheet to him like, hey, dog, look at some of these other guys that have been bouncing around the league, and you tell me if you haven't had it better than them over the last decade.
Raj in Santa Rosa, he mentioned as a text line mentioned, snitch on us. I'm an NBA fan who watches all the games, but I'm not going to keep watching because the Dubs are falling off. You're going to get a lot of fans like that. You're going to get a lot of fans who are like, yeah, I'm checked out on the Warriors. Monte, sorry, I don't watch. I'm already hearing it. Yeah, I had to tune out of the postgame show. I couldn't stomach it. I get it. I understand it. Trust me. We have to sit there for an hour and dissect the game. And dissect it and break down how they lost over and over.
Plus it makes you angry.
You're doing great.
When I watch and they lose the way they do, it makes me angry.
Right.
Like I'm like, it's
Well, I sit there before the show, like before we go on the postgame, I'm like, oh my God, they're about to lose this game. Oh my God, they're about to lose to the Raptors. Oh my God, it's actually happening. They're losing to the Raptors, and you knew it was a possibility. So then expect the unexpected. They may go out and beat Minnesota tonight. Who the hell knows? Because Minnesota's been inconsistent. Who the hell knows?
Is Julius Randle healthy?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I want him to hit his first 3 or 4 shots.
Yeah,
that's what I want to have happen.
Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's up? And then we'll get to Ryan and San Lorenzo on right after Rob.
Hey, Rob.
What's going on? Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Yo, look, man, I blame 2 people, and it's really one person in the fan base. I blame the Golden State fan base, not the real OGs, but the old Laker fans, and I blame Draymond Green. I'm gonna tell you why. You essentially traded 20 points from a pool. Let Clay go for that's another 20. You let Wiseman go for another 10 to 15 points a game. He can give you with just dunks. And then the big one, you chose Kevin Durant, a 30-point scorer, over you chose Draymond over Kevin Durant. I don't know, my math ain't right, but what's that, about 100 points? You didn't give up for a guy who averaged about 8 points a game. You know what I'm saying? And then another thing. When Mark Jackson said I got the best shooting backcourt in history, you know why he said that, right? It was two players. It wasn't just one. If Klay Thompson never got here and Steph was still shooting threes, teams not worried about that. It was having two guys that both can work off the ball. Then you had Iggy who can pass. You had Livingston who can pass. You had Bogut who can pass. You don't have that. You don't have that skill set no more. So you try and play a style that don't even work. It's not. It may work for Steph. Steph putting up hollow numbers. Same thing with Bron. Yeah, he putting up numbers, but are they winning? Or Kevin Durant, are they winning? It's time for the OGs to go and let the young fellas do what they need to do. That's why the league is so boring right now, because we still promoting LeBron James. I mean, I've been 14. I'm done with that. We still promoting Kevin Durant. We still going all these old men. Let the youngsters have their shine. Let Zion get right.
Hey, Rob.
That's the future.
By the way, it is the future, because Phoenix lost to Atlanta yesterday. The Lakers continue to lose. They lost to the Spurs the other night by 24. The torch has been passed. This is a young man's game. We see this coming, Rob. We see this coming a few years ago when OKC was on the rise. Remember, I was like, league pass Bonte was birthed, because I was like, dude, we got to figure this out, because these young teams are going to be around in 3 years.
Rob, are you still on the hold?
He's still on the line.
Okay. Did you ever watch any of these like multiverses or anything like that when it comes to like Marvel and just sci-fi in general?
I'm not a sci-fi type brother, man.
Oh, well, I am. But like, I'll never forget doing the show with Covey or whoever it was. I think Spadoni was on me. Yeah. And I was like, I was the only one. We took call after call. I said, guys, it was immediately after the Draymond KD spat. I was like, I'm trading Draymond yesterday. Like, what are we doing? Like, you have to do everything you can to tell Kevin Durant that this is the place where we are going to protect you at all costs. And everyone's like, Draymond did what he had to do. If we could go back in time, and I asked people today what I was asking them then, that night I was taking all those calls, boy, I'd love to see how everyone changes up.
And then one more thing. Look, I'm just going to put it out there. You have never seen no evidence to say Steph Curry and the Warriors can win a playoff game, even get to the playoff game without Klay Thompson on the floor. When have they done that?
They haven't.
They haven't. So you took away the biggest piece outside of Curry to the puzzle. He's the whole Klay and Steph is the offense. They're not worried about Draymond. Draymond was getting an assist because you had Klay out there. You had to double them. Then you brought Kevin Durant in, which made it so easy. So and then the fans. The fans was hating on Kevin Durant because he was getting too many isolations.
Don't even start with me with that. Hey, Rob,
you're so right.
What people underrated about Klay was just the spacing that he would provide for being a lethal shooter that he is.
And Klay will pull up in the town like it's nothing. He was a real Bay Area type of dude, and we let that dude go. He loved the Bay Area, didn't cause no problems, but you kept the dude who gave you bad headlines. I don't understand it. Well, but to me, it is what it is. The Golden State reaping what they sow. Like I said, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Iggy and the rest of them boys, you know, we went to a lot of parties. We celebrated a lot. Yep. We had a good time. So I'm appreciative.
Me too.
Like one more thing. Hey, look, it's back to the early 2000s. Kings coming up. Warriors back to being below mid. And I like that my fans was in there. Like the beam. That's how I used to be in the early 2000s.
Oh,
Lakers fans came on.
That drove me crazy. Trust me, Rob. That drove me crazy. Watch the Sacramento. At least they got their butts kicked last night in Milwaukee, but they're playing better.
We should do our own. Instead of the beam, Warrior fans, we should just get Tyler Miller to go out to Thrive City and just light the blunt.
Well, that's what he does.
You know what I mean? Just
he
light
does
the
that
blunt.
anyway.
Forget light the beam. Light the blunt.
You don't need to tell him to do that. He does that anyway.
Torch the Garcia Vega or whatever the hell he's smoking these days.
The Kevin Durant situation. That old situation. Okay, you let KD walks. He goes to Brooklyn. Here's where I thought things got a little complicated. And I was a little confused by this. It was a random Saturday in August. The big wave of free agency had kind of come and gone, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody signed it, all the signed trades. It's Tiny and JD are on doing their NBA This Week show on this Saturday. Oh. And I'm dropping off
That
flowers.
must have been a happy show.
No, it was. They were happy. They were rolling. I was actually tapped in. I liked their basketball show together. I did. I really did.
Give me a break.
I did.
I
did.
Going.
No, I did
Just
like their I did like their basketball show together. It was very insightful. They were good on that show. So I'm dropping flowers off, working from McAvoy O'Hara Mortuary. Dropping some flowers off to a cemetery. Cypress, and I'll never forget where I was.
Okay.
I'm driving a big white van, and Steiny or Jay, I forget which one broke home. Breaking news. Draymond Green has signed an extension with the Golden State Warriors. And I thought, wow, that's interesting, because you know how I am in contract years. I like to have a player in the contract year. You're either going to get the best of them, or they're going to blow some money.
I know, you're a big Blake Snell guy.
Big Blake Snell. I love contract years. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell? And I thought to myself, okay, there's going to be no KD. There's going to be no Clay. You re-sign Draymond. How about just wait on the Draymond contract? Okay, you love Draymond. You'll probably re-sign him anyway. But could you wait? Because what happened during that year doesn't sit well with a lot of fans. I covered a lot of those games. Draymond admitted after the season, I knew we were going to do a lot of losing. It was tough to get up for games, and I didn't play my best. And I don't know if I played my heart. Like, the quotes are there. Maybe we can find the quotes when Draymond agrees. And I thought to myself, as one of the core guys, who's a 3-time champ, the leadership not displayed there, it did kind of bother me. It bothered me a little bit, thinking to myself, boy, I get it. No Steph, no Clay, KD's gone. But at least get your game right. Shoot 10 threes a game, because you know Steph and Clay. And now you got Andrew Wiggins. They're all on the roster. Guess who they're going to leave open? They're going to leave you open. You can just get your game right, shoot 10 threes a game, forget the percentages, just get your shot rolling. So when the guys get back, you could be a threat for the three-point shot. And instead, that season was mailed in. And that point, I'm thinking to myself, damn, like, really? Really? That's where we're going? So I think that was a mistake. Let alone the whole KD situation, where we could get to that if we want to real quick.
Let's go. I mean, there's like, the David West was alluding to it the year prior.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so
the Warriors 30 for 30.
It's always funny to me. And, you know, here's another like underreported. Anytime somebody on the team was up for a contract extension, Dre knew, hey, there's only so much money to go around here, and you and me are both coming up on a contract extension. Let me make you the enemy.
Boy. I don't know.
Just go through the list.
I don't know if it's that diabolical, but there's some breadcrumbs there.
There's some coincidence.
There's some breadcrumbs there. Ryan, real quick,
I miss the old Clay, too. That was one thing Rob said. The old Clay was so great.
Ryan, what's up?
What's up?
Hey, morning, guys. Just, a lot of topics you guys have been touching this morning. Reading between the lines of what Kerr and the team has been saying the last couple of days, I agree. I don't think they should be trying to flip everybody or lose all their assets for the future. But I do think they need to do something. I think it was Shasky that's been saying the last couple of days, right now, if they don't do anything, they have no plan. They don't have a goal. There's nothing. You can't just stay stagnant as we are right now. We're not going to go anywhere. We have to do a move. So trying to read between the lines, I'm hoping that they do something. And I think that, we got to find a guy that is tall, athletic, long, on a team that, is in a losing situation and willing to trade. And there's been a lot of talks about Zion, and I don't think Zion would be a good fit. He's unhealthy. He doesn't take care of himself. He doesn't have a killer instinct or a drive that he's shown, at least, that's consistent. But I think his teammate, Brandon Ingram, would be a perfect fit, and he'd be like, a mini KD with us. I personally think he can pull up. He can get you a bucket. We haven't had a guy that could just pull up and get you a bucket when you really, really need one since KD, even if you want to go back and half joking, but Mo Spates, Livingston.
No, I love that. I love that.
888-957-9570. What do you want to see the Warriors do? We can play the Steve Kerr sound. Steph Curry, the Warriors, they don't want to mortgage your future. They don't want to leave this franchise in a bad spot. But do you like the messaging? Do you feel like it's a white flag moment? Do you have more faith that the Warriors can turn this around? 888-957-9570. We'll continue to talk about the Dubs, plus Anthony Slater at 8:30 here on the Morning Roast. But first, let's get to the injury report. Who's going to be on the court for the Warriors tonight as they try to end their latest losing streak? Gary Payton II could be back tonight after missing the last 10 games with the calf strain. He is listed as probable for tonight's contest. Draymond Green and Kyle Anderson are questionable, while Brandon Podziemski remains out with an abdominal injury. We'll get to the specifics about these injuries coming up here on the Morning Roast, as the injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Curzon, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll continue to roll on Dubs, 888-957-9570. Where do you stand with this organization? Do you want them to make a move? Are you on board with Steve Kerr's comments and Draymond's comments? This is Seth Curry's comments. I want to hear from Dub Nation and all the roasters. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll do that coming up on the other side. Again, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I like my Warriors.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always,
Oh, baby. It is separation time. And what I mean by that is we're going to separate the real from the fake from the real. The hardcore Warrior fans, how are you feeling right now? Because it's going to test the will of the casuals, of the folks who just jumped on board during the championship years. The Warriors are now 19-20, first time all season. They've been under 500. They take on the Minnesota Timberwolves today, 6:30 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. You can listen to it or watch on NBC Sports Bay Area. And we're talking Dubs here on the Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And we're talking about how did we get here? How did the Warriors get here? Not empowering the youngsters? Is it the Draymond Green dilemma? Is it letting go of Klay Thompson? Is it letting go of Jordan Poole? Is it letting go of Kevin Durant? Now, they didn't win a championship. So I'm gonna pause off that. I'm gonna look at everything from the 2022 championship on. What has happened since then? How did we get into this position, watching our favorite team hit the floor and lose to a team like the Toronto Raptors, who have lost 16 of their previous 17 games? How did we get here, folks?
There was a naivety, or whatever the hell the word is.
You were naive.
Thank you. When it comes to thinking that these guys would all age like fine wine and just play 70 games and 30 minutes a night, and dude, we're gonna thread the needle. Like, think of how few players have done that in the course of the history of the NBA. And we thought that 3 of them were gonna do it on one team altogether. It was a little absurd. I mean, we were naive, right? But the other part of this is that we watched the Giants stick together too long and not make the tough decisions. We watched the San Francisco Giants do this, and we know exactly how that ended. Horrifically. And we thought it would be different with the Warriors in what I would deem to be a even younger man's game in basketball, where there's actually even more wear and tear on the bodies.
Yep.
And it's almost impossible to play well deep into your 30s in this sport, unless you're a 7-foot, individual.
Right. It's hard.
And I think about Steiny's been talking about this a lot, and he's so right. For a 7-footer to go from being the premier player to a role player, it's a transition.
Yep.
But it's not as difficult as being the best player on the floor as a guard and undersized and continuing to be that guy on a nightly basis and carrying your team as a wing player as you age. I just think that it's a different demand. And then I think about being a 6'6", power forward / center going up against way more bigs and athletic guys than at any point in the history of the game. And you have back issues, and athleticism never was your quote unquote calling card, right? So I think we were all a little naive to think that this would continue to go on for as long as it has.
And you started to see the breadcrumbs of it maybe taking a step. We didn't know what to expect for this basketball team. Because Rob brought up Klay Thompson. You know me. I love Klay Thompson. I love Klay Thompson. And I just remember the promo as we were getting ready for the season opener. And there was no Klay Thompson on that promo. And I just thought, damn, it's weird. Man, it's weird. Now, I get it. And trust me, I don't want to go back to saying, hey, they should have signed Klay. It was time for both to move on, obviously.
Yes.
It was time.
But can I take it a step further? I thought it was time, if you're going to say goodbye to Klay, I would have simultaneously said goodbye to Draymond.
It just moved on.
Well, I just think you cannot have Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and when you had Klay, like, it was just nothing new was going to become of that. You needed to separate some of these individuals from each other.
We don't think for Joe. We don't speak for Joe Lacob. We don't do all those things. So I have no idea what he's thinking about. But knowing Joe and we've done interviews with Joe Lacob, but we've been lucky enough to sit in a room with Joe Lacob and talk to him about basketball and his passion, and he does have a passion to win. There's no doubt about that. Now, you can make the road like Kelly Oubre Jr. You think about, and I think that's, Steve Kerr say, hey, make a rational move. They made the Kelly Oubre Jr. move because Klay got hurt. And I understood it, You're trying to get to the playoffs. You got to pay for this building, and it didn't work out. And Latham admitted it didn't work out. Not every move is going to work out. Not every move has worked out for the Giants. Not every move has worked out for the Niners. Not every move. Hell, we don't even know if the Niners committed to their quarterback yet. And we're 8 years into this tenure with Shanahan and Lynch. It is what it is. But I wonder what Joe Latham thinks about those comments from Steph, Dre, and Kerr. If you're an owner of a billion-dollar organization, would you want to hear those comments? Would you want to hear that midway through? We're 39 games in. 39 games in of an 82-game schedule. There's over 40-plus games left. And the comments can be interpreted. Now, I don't do it. I've said all week long, Shasky, that I'm okay with the Warriors standing pat if there's a plan in the summertime, because I do think you'll have more options to trade guys, and more teams may be privy to trade for those guys with the year left on the deal. And I get all that. The semantics, we can get into it. But I actually subscribe to that. But when you hear it, doesn't it hit different? Like, damn, is this season over? You were just in the box. Kuminga's coming back.
It feels like it's over.
Kuminga's coming back.
It feels like it's over today, but then I also saw the Kings win 8 in a row.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't see how. See, this is where okay, the Kings are all in their prime. They don't rest guys on back-to-backs. At least they don't, look at the schedule and say, this guy's sitting, this guy's sitting.
Right.
I know if the Warriors played 8 consecutive games, there would be a back-to-back in there somewhere, and I know Steph wouldn't play.
Yeah.
See,
it's already baked in.
These machinations of combinations of old man lineups, you have to bake in automatic losses because guys can't play. And that's the part people like when we look at like the team as a whole, we fail to realize.
So, with that said, what do you want to see this organization do? What do you want to see them do? We're going to talk to Anthony Slater at 8:30. He's in Minnesota. He wrote a great story. He got the quotes from Steve Kerr. Obviously, Steve Kerr, Joey Willard Dibs yesterday said what he said about the state of the organization. And I'll play it for it right here before we go to the lines for the 8 o'clock audience. Here's what Steve Kerr said about this position for the franchise.
We're just in a really unique spot through no one's fault, by the way. This is just the reality of sports and life and, whatever. It's just had this amazing run, and we're at the tail end of it, and we're trying to hang on to it. It's a young man's game. We know that, and we were that team 10 years ago. We were Oklahoma City, we were Houston. We were just on the rise. And so now, here we are, and we're on the decline. We know that. Steph and Draymond and I have talked about it, together. It would be so irresponsible for this franchise to trade everything away for one final swing at a title.
It is wild to hear it. It is wild to hear it. I understand, Steve. He's spot on. I don't disagree with the comment. I'm a little shocked that the comment was made for public consumption. A little stunned by it.
Okay. If I just took Draymond off the board, just off to the side.
Yeah, because it's not all of Draymond. No. I want to make sure that, it's not just Draymond's. You can't blame everything on Draymond.
No.
That's reckless. Like, there's a lot of moves here. Okay. There's a plethora of things that have gone wrong with this team. It's not Draymond. Draymond actually played well for a while now. Shot his win at Ryan. He's got the back issue, which we knew could be a thing. With the way Mary Babers Green explained it during the NBA Finals when she joined us, y'all have no idea how bad this back was.
Okay.
Well, that's where you resign the guy.
That's a whole nother. I said to everybody, and everyone thought I was crazy. Like, you don't pay $25 million a year for a guy who's basically just a defensive specialist.
Right.
That's not how the league allocates money. They allocate money offensively. Their number one asset heading into this particular trade deadline, it's not Jonathan Kuminga. It's Andrew Wiggins. He's their number one asset.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is he fits in a lot of places and is a winning player and doesn't need to have the ball in his hands. So he works with a variety of combinations of lineups. He plays both ends of the floor. Everyone is looking for a 3-and-D type of a guy who can, jam a couple in the lane. And they don't want someone who's going to upset the chemistry, per se, of the team with an attitude. I'm telling you, B, like, we could talk about trading Schroeder and trading GP2 and Kyle Anderson.
Well, you're probably going to staple these guys.
To me, they owe it to themselves to move Andrew Wiggins at this deadline and get whatever they possibly can and whether that's financial relief, whether that's draft capital, etc., that would be one of the first things that I would be doing. In the same way that Blake Snell was the premium player to be dealt at the deadline that everyone wanted. To me, Andrew Wiggins is the guy, and it's not a fault of his own. You're not going anywhere with him. I don't think he makes or breaks your season. I still think you could still compete for the quote-unquote box. I don't think he's a big draw in terms of tickets and things like that. I would be trading. He would be one of my number one pieces that I would be looking to trade either to a contender or to get you something that can maybe help you. Whatever. Like, make the decision.
In the future.
He'd be the guy, and I'm not, I like him. I appreciate everything he's done. Like, he's the most desirable guy that a lot of teams would want. And I would start right there.
Well, basically what it is, and whether you start with him or anybody else, Schroeder, Anderson, we'll see what Dunleavy does and what he feels calls. But I think we're getting to the point where, is it just everybody? Is it just everybody but Steph? Is it everybody but Steph?
Well, I kind of want to see Kuminga stay. And the reason why I'm like, you gotta keep somebody, you know what I mean? You gotta have one guy to build around. And like, look, even if you sign Kuminga to a multi-year extension in the offseason, doesn't mean he's here forever.
Right.
Like, you could still explore things down the line. To me, Kuminga stays, Curry stays, everything else can go.
I also think you have to evolve with the way you play.
Well, that too.
You can no longer play the way where Draymond's handling the ball in the half court and he's not being an offensive threat. You need offensive threats on the floor. So that style of play, and if Draymond's only going to play the 5 as a small, well, he's really small right now with a bad back. And that's not good. Like, we saw Jaime Jaquez, and I thought going into the Miami game, for example, we're doing our pre-show call, and we're talking about matchups. Yeah, but we're talking about pre-game matchups, and Steve Kerr's been on the podium. He said, look, I got the greatest defensive player ever, Draymond Green. Now that's, whatever. So Draymond Green is a great defensive player, right? Well, I'm looking at their team. Okay, there's Bam Adebayo that you're probably going to have TJD guard, and then there's Jaime Jaquez diving in. I'm thinking to myself, well, just put Draymond on him. And Jaime Jaquez forced Draymond into foul trouble. And I was thinking to myself, damn, Jaime Jaquez is cooking. So if you're not an elite defender at this point, and if you're not going to be an offensive threat, then you have to evolve the way you play. And then you got to ask yourself, does Draymond Green fit the way I want to play in the future? If you're going to talk about fours in today's game, and a lot of teams are going with one big lineups with athletic fours, well, Kuminga's a better option at the 4. Kuminga's going to go to the lane. He's going to finish around the basket. He's going to get to the free throw line, and he's going to hit the 10-foot mid-range jumper. Draymond Green, we know is not going to do that. We just saw Draymond Green pass out a layup, not even looking at the basket. So when it comes to that, so now you got to think about yourself. That's why the whole Clay thing to me, in today's NBA, we're all talking about, I'll read the numbers again for the 8 o'clock audience before we go to the lines. But when I look at the offense, and this is an offensive-driven league, since the Warriors started 12-3, they're 7-17. They're tied for 23rd in wins losses. They're tied for 27th in points scored per game, 106. They need bucket getters. They're 29th in field goal percentage. They're 22nd in three-point percentage, and they're 27th in offensive rating. There's one thing I know Clay can do is get buckets. Get buckets. Get buckets. But right now, they're not getting buckets. You got a lot of guys who can't score. You're last in free throw shooting, for crying out loud, with a team with Stephen Curry. He's shooting 94% from the free throw line, and you're dead last in the league.
By design, if I were to ask Steve Kerr, who's your second best player heading into this year, who do you think he says?
Coming into the year or right now?
Both.
If he said right now, he'd probably lean Kuminga or Wiggins.
I don't think he'd say that publicly, and I think that's a problem. I think he would say Draymond and Wiggins before he says Kuminga.
Wow.
And now if you just do the exercise, is Wiggins or Draymond the second best player on the Cavs? No.
No.
Is Wiggins or Draymond the second best player on the Celtics?
No.
The Knicks? No. The Magic? No. The Bucks? No. Like, go right down the list of the league. So if I'm telling you that the coach is going to continue to pivot to the second and third best players as Wiggins and Draymond, and then you do the exercise and you go through the league and you ask, where are those guys the second or third best player on this? None of those teams.
No.
That's not good enough.
I'm seeing 5-1-0. Buddy is a big
white flag.
Right. Buddy is a big reason for the big drop-off, too. But here's the problem.
Buddy's a role
You're
player.
counting on Buddy Hield to be one of your top 4 players in the league.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Like, come on, let's go to the lines, man. We got full phone lines
They're
here.
not good enough. It's okay to say it. We had a great run.
But now what do you do?
We had a great run.
What's the pivot now? What's the pivot into the future? What is the right move? Let's start with Will and Marin. Will, what's up, Will?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I kind of have a what-if scenario, and I know that I'm not trying to blame everything on Draymond Green. However, when you're a leader, sometimes your decisions and the actions that you take have a larger impact.
Yep.
I understand why they didn't draft, they didn't have a vision to draft LaMelo at first, but it kind of blows my mind because he's a pass-first guard. I don't understand why they did that over Wiseman, but then I kind of thought about it. They did that because they have Poole. But hear me out real quick. If you draft LaMelo Ball and Poole doesn't get slept, our future literally could be Kuminga, would have been Ball, Kuminga, and Poole. You mean to tell me you wouldn't want a guy who has 29 points right now in LaMelo and is a stat stuffer? Then you have a guy who can score and get buckets and Poole is averaging 21.
Real quick, Will. See, the reason why I don't think that comes to fruition is because if LaMelo Ball's cooking and he needs the ball in his hands, I think they would have flipped Poole way before we saw Poole become the player that he's become.
I couldn't foresee the coach drafting LaMelo.
I doubt that. Why? Because I don't like LaMelo's a pass-first guy and he's a great shooter. I don't understand why it doesn't come to fruition. Why wouldn't a great shooter and a good passer want to play with the best shooter and passer in the world and Steph Curry?
But also you have the LeVar Ball, Steve Kerr dynamic. You have LaMelo Ball, who's a little, come on, it's LaMelo Ball. And then I just don't think Jordan Poole at that point, you got to remember, he was a G League player. We didn't even know if he was an NBA player.
When he had long hair.
That patience for Jordan Poole, if you had a LaMelo Ball, probably would have wore thin. So I don't know if that's even come to fruition. I hear what he said about LaMelo Ball. Trust me, I do. But I don't think it would have worked. That's just my opinion on that. Well, let's go to Rich in Daly City. Rich, what's up?
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Rich?
Yeah. If we're dealing with, we're not going to do anything over the summer, I say play consistent minutes with what we have. I want to see Pods, Moody, JK, TJD at the 4, put Post in, who's killing it in the G League, get Knox up here, get all our young guys, give them consistent minutes. Don't yank their chains. Let them build some chemistry, sprinkle in Curry and Draymond, and if Draymond wants out, trade him to Detroit for Duran, who they apparently want out. So you get a young big, potentially, and then to a young team that needs some senior leadership, and let's build our assets. Let's get rid of all the expiring contracts and Wiggins, stock up on draft picks or young vets, and see what we got, and then restock and use that in the off season. I mean, there's nothing else to look forward to, and we're not going to trade anyone substantive. So why not play the hand we're dealt?
I hear you. Let's go to Matt Novato. Matt Novato, all valid points there. We're in a sticky situation here with the Golden State Warriors.
They have 7 guys who play. 7 guys of this 12-man lineup that they play who have 8 or more years experience in the NBA.
It's not good.
Who cares?
No, but I guess where I'm going at with this is that they got to carve this thing out a little, because you have the old guys to win, but you're not winning, so you got to move the old guys.
No doubt. Matt Novato, what's up?
Hey, guys. First of all, love you guys and your passion for sports.
Thank you.
You're the first thing I listen to in the morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here's my point. I don't know why the term bandstand fan is a pejorative. Why would I want to watch bad basketball? I'm 71 years old, and I enjoyed watching Rick Barry back in the day and Steph and the Warriors when they were rolling. But why would I want to watch the steep decline when the best players can't even play 2 games in a row? I've got better things to do with my time. Take a walk, read a good book, work out in the gym, enjoy coffee with my friends. Keep bringing the passion, guys.
Great call.
Thank you. Why would you watch?
I wanted to ask him, is he still there?
Right. No, he left.
Because I wonder, let's say I carved out all the old guys who stink, but I gave you some exciting young players who may or may not be good one day. Is that a better watch than what we're seeing now?
I think people want to see different. They just want to see different.
It's been a decline for 3 years in a row.
Like the Giants have gotten stale, and they got staler under Farhan Zaidi to the point where I was like, I don't want to go to a game. But I'll watch because it's my job. But if I wasn't working at Sports Talk Radio, God knows how many Giants games I wouldn't have watched over the last 2 years.
So here's an example. Matt, the boss, and I, Mahoney, we watch every Giants game. I know you do too. And I would say to you, Yaz he's a good guy. He's a good player, right? Like a solid player.
Right.
He's a major leaguer. but it's what he represents. I can't watch the same thing over and over and over. And then here comes Austin Slater, and here comes Wilmer Flores.
Right.
And now the Warriors are serving me up the GP2s of the world. And I like GP2
It's not
a
even
lot.
GP2. He's not even.
No, but you know what I'm saying. It's what he represents.
Here's the deal. And I get where the Warriors were financially. And this is where they. But no, this is where they were. This is where they were financially, to where you had to bring in guys like Buddy Hield and Kyle Anderson because of your finances. And now, at least the one positive with this team is you have flexibility with your finances. You have financial flexibility, and you have some assets. But you brought in slow-mo Kyle Anderson. Well, a lot of people liked it. I'm thinking to myself, boy, you want to play .5 basketball, get up and down, and you bring in Kyle Anderson. Who's the opposite of that? He's the antithesis of that. He wants to play slow.
And I don't know what position the coach wants him to play.
Don't know what it is. So real quick, let's get to Jan in Mountain View. We'll get to Ryan and Daryl on the other side. Jan in Mountain View. Good morning, sweetie.
Good morning. I just wanted to point out a couple of things, and that is that Steve Kerr needs to maybe redevelop the style of play for the players that are left on this team to keep, or to have one of those other coaches help with, keep motivating the youngsters to help them play, to keep the fan base excited, because apparently small ball is out, and I think that Curry and Green, they can adapt to whatever could be redeveloped, but you need to change things up and stop playing the same outdated ball that you're playing, because it's really losing the fan base, I think, and chucking up threes, all the time is not, very exciting either,
Absolutely,
50
Chad.
threes a game.
Well,
it is a bad watch.
The other night,
bad threes.
The other night, half their shots came from the three-point line, and the problem is not only are they bad threes, but the reason why you are settling for threes is because you have nobody who can blow by their defender and break down the defense and penetrate and kick and set up wide open threes. That's part of the problem. You don't have a lot of speed out there in a young man's game. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Speed. I love that movie. It still comes on television all the time. That movie's a classic. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Daryl and Ryan, Lubman, I want you to stagger Slater. We're going to get Daryl and Ryan before we get to Slater on the other side. I want to hear their thoughts. They have some trade ideas for the Golden State Warriors. That's coming up, presented by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing deals for members. Mix and match 1 pound strawberries or 6 ounce blueberries.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steph, we'll see you tonight in Minnesota. The T-Wolves. They're 6-4 in their last 10. They're trying to figure it out as they're trying to move up the Western Conference standings.
You know, they got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
That's right. He'll be all over Stephen Curry tonight. They're in 8th place in the Western Conference, 21-18. The Warriors at 19-20 right now, out of the box. They're tight with Phoenix. 7 through 10. Lakers, T-Wolves, Kings, Spurs. Now, if you want some positivity like I breathe to the Niners, the Clippers are in 5th place in the Western Conference. The Warriors are 3 games behind the Clippers in the loss column.
Niners at the end of the year.
Yeah,
they're 1.5 games out of the 3rd spot in the NFC West.
Hey, listen.
But they're also 1.5 games out of the number 2 pick.
Right,
I can't even believe you said that.
The Warriors are 6 games up on the Blazers in the loss column. And Portland's 13-26, which is better than we all thought they would be. All those Portland Blazers, can't overlook them. I know you guys won't overlook them the next time they play.
They're winning for Chauncey.
They're winning for Scoot to bring him into the starting lineup. Fighting for Chauncey.
I'd rather be the Blazers.
No, you won't. No, you wouldn't.
I'm actually excited about the Blazers.
No,
I would rather be the White Sox.
Hey, listen. I would rather be
Scoot Henderson at every accessory.
I'm actually excited about the Giants.
Would you rather be the Sacramento Kings right now? Oh, they're feeling themselves. They got humbled last night by the Milwaukee Bucks. They did.
The NBA has a problem right now, ladies and gentlemen.
And that guy right there is feeling himself, Kyle Draper. Before we get to Anthony Slater, let's get to Daryl in Oakland today, Ryan in San Bernardino. Let's start with Daryl. What up, Daryl?
Hey, what's up? Good morning, guys. You know, as a Warriors fan, my biggest fear is the netherworld called the 14th pick, where you barely miss the playoffs, and then you're stuck there year after year. And I feel like we're headed in that direction with the 1990s. We're like, hey, we have one good player, Steph. So in a way, I just want it to just explode. And let me tell you about vector calculus. Vector is what we have in the universe. It's a direction and a velocity, okay? There's no such thing as a point in the universe, okay? We're going in there's vectors. And the vector of the Warriors, the velocity and the direction is pointed in the wrong way. And the only way to do that is to have a good draft. And as you guys mentioned in the previously talks is, what was the worst draft in sports era history? It is James Wiseman. We always point back to that. That has exploded the Warriors in a vector that is the velocity and direction in the wrong way. And so we need to get it back with this draft. I don't even care if we tank. I just don't want the 14th pick anymore, because that's how you get stuck in that neither world where you're sitting next to J.J. Stokes because you can sneak down to the bottom row, which I used to do with the Vancouver Grizzlies.
Damn.
What a call.
Ryan to San Bernardino, home of the San Bernardino Valley Wolverines. What's up, Ryan?
My guys, you know I love your show. You guys have a really good morning show, man. I know I'm in Southern California, but, you guys really hold it down.
Thank you.
I know way better than John Ireland.
Hey, you guys are way better than most people. You guys are relatable. You guys give me my Niners in a way that's not so, I don't have to say it. Anyway, guys, quick rapid fire. I'm actually a Bulls fan. I'm a diehard Niner fan, which is why I listen. I sympathize with the Warriors now. I sympathize with the Giants, even though I'm in Laker, Dodger land. But I just want to say, as a Bulls fan, Vooch and Zach for Draymond and Wiggins, you guys give us 2 first protected first. You know, 2 protected first-round picks. I think that's a fair trade.
Vooch and Zach LaVine.
Yeah. People normally say Vooch or Zach, but I think what is needed for this trade is Vooch and Zach. You guys need a bucket getter. Vooch actually can shoot the 3. He sets good screens. He doesn't play great defense, but you guys...
Hey, he's shooting 44% from 3 this year, and there's no doubt about that.
Same old Vooch to me.
Same old Vooch to me. So who would the Warriors be trading in this hypothetical?
Draymond and Wiggins and 2 protected first-round picks.
I wonder if fans would do that.
That's actually a pretty good trade. And you guys, because I appreciate your sports acumen so much, can I just ask you another question? But it's an NFL draft question. It's an idea. I feel like, for example, the Ohio State receiver, the freshman that's amazing. I feel like the number 1 draft pick should be able to draft him, but they have to wait on him until he's a junior to be able to take him like the normal rules. And with the NIL, I feel like you can actually pay him just to invest in the pick. You know what I mean? But you only do it twice per draft.
We will be having a conversation about drafting Gestashy because somebody brought this up to me off the record. They were like, yo, what if they started drafting and stashing? And I'm like, I would stash Caleb Downs right now.
Or the receiver
Right
out
now.
of Ohio State.
Jeremiah Smith would be the number one
But if
overall
I
pick.
drafted and stashed, I would also call Ryan Day and tell him, do not get my guy.
Well, also that would also create something like if the Chiefs win the Super Bowl this year and like draft and stash like the best wide receiver coming out, right? Like that would be kind of like, okay, like what are we doing here?
Teams will.
You have to have some like parameters, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah, but you have to make a decision as an organization. Do you want a player that's going to help me right away, or do I want to look 2 years down the line? What if I'm the Jacksonville? What if I'm like a terrible team like the Carolina Panthers? I draft and stash Jeremiah Smith, knowing that Bryce Young will be 4 years in. Hey, let's go, Bryce. You got Jeremiah Smith. Wow, that's a crazy idea. I love
it,
like
actually.
it. Let's
The
go
Niners would do that with Arch Manning this year.
I don't know about Arch. I want to see him play.
Yeah, I've never seen him play.
Yeah, I want to see him
a run
play.
quarterback sneaks and almost get his head taken off by Ohio State. Almost fumbled that football. By the way, the second annual 95-70 game knockout tournament is back. Win a chance to shoot hoops on the floor at Chase Center. Maybe we'll get Anthony Slater involved in this tournament. He could help dethrone Mark Grandy, the Grandy man, who's our afternoon show producer.
Might be suggestible.
Hey, contest to qualify will start Monday, January 27th and go for 3 weeks. So you have plenty of chances to win. The 8 o'clock hour, 12 p.m. hour, 4 p.m. hour, Monday, January 27th, for your chance to win. And each show will have a slot to give away each day for 3 weeks, and you have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. All right, with all that said, let's bring in Anthony Slater, who's live in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And he joins us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And there's a lot of chatter, Anthony, as you say. Good morning to you. Thank you, as always, for joining us here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. We've heard from Draymond. We've heard from Steve. You talked to Steve. We heard from Steve yesterday with Willard or Dibs. You talked to Steph Curry about it, where the Warriors are saying, hey, maybe it's not worth mortgaging the future, making a radical deal. Now, I wouldn't mind seeing them wait until the summer where you may have more options to make a move, but what was your big takeaway from hearing all the rhetoric from Steve, Steph, and Draymond about this situation? And do you believe maybe it's a white flag moment for this year for the Golden State Warriors?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think it's stuff we've been talking about. They just kind of voiced it, and I think it's been taken as like it was some targeted plan to all come out at the same time. The reality is Draymond just talked to Vinny Goodwill, in the Detroit locker room post game. I talked to Steve before those comments even came out about the same thing in Toronto at shoot around. And then because Draymond surfaced, Steph was asked about him.
Yeah.
So that's how they all come out at the same time. And part of that is because it's like, that's the topic we all care about right now, right? With 3 weeks to the deadline, like what are they going to do? What are they willing to trade and what aren't they willing to trade? So it wasn't some, clandestine meeting behind the scenes where they all decided, hey, let's break and find the nearest reporter and all say something at the same time. But that's just the topic around the team. And again, I do think Steph's was taken too much as like a don't make a trade at all. And same with you talk to Steve, you talk to other people behind the scenes, like they're still going to be active going up until the deadline. They're still going to try to get rotation players, particularly guys who help the offense, which is 21st ranked.
Yeah.
But they're not going to panic. And we've talked about it last week, right? They're not going to suddenly panic today and go, we need Nikola Vucevic so bad. Here's a first rounder, Chicago.
Real quick, Shasky, let me get in here because with Steve and everybody's saying, well, we don't know what the plan is. And I do believe Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob are working the phones. They're going to be as active going up until February 6th. But the fact is, what is out there with the new CBA, with a lot of teams in its parity and the play-in tournament or whatnot, what is really out there that's worth trading for right now? Is it really Jimmy Butler? Is it Zion Williamson? Would Zion Williamson be a fit with the Golden State Warriors?
By the way, would the Pelicans even trade him?
Do
we know that? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Brandon Ingram is an expiring deal. Like he's gonna very likely be very available, and but that comes with do you want to pay him long term? You got to decide on that. As far as Zion goes, do the Pelicans really want to trade him at his lowest value and just give him up for some salary filler and a pick or two? I'm not sure that he's that's even going to happen. So I think sometimes people throw out names. It's there's other teams with other motives on the other side of these deals. I mean, you're dealing with it with Chicago, where it's sure, the urgency of the moment might be there for the Warriors to try to make a trade on, mid-January, but Chicago, we all know, they're not only are they going to probably wait up until February 5th, 6th to decide on a direction this season. We've seen the last few years, they haven't made a deadline deal in 3 seasons. They're the longest standing, stay pat team. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it. No, you answered my question because I wanted to put that out there because I think a lot of fans, they look at it from their side of point of view, saying, let's trade this guy for that guy. And it's like, well, those other GMs and other coaches and other players, they all get paid. They have a scouting department. And if you think this way about a player, what do you think those guys think about a player? So you kind of answer my question there, Slates.
Yeah. I mean, and the other thing is like what's out there, like rotation players that could maybe nudge this team to a better level. Maybe, to me, like the 6th seed is still, like the Warriors are tumbling right now. We understand 7-17, they're heading in the wrong direction, but there's still a lot of teams in their vicinity who are also like, crumbling as well. Like Phoenix just lost again last night, so they now have the same record as the Warriors. The Kings have leaped ahead of them at 20-20, but I'm not ready to declare them, solved with this Doug Christie thing. The Spurs are like a game ahead. You could probably leap them theoretically. The Lakers have lost 3 in a row. They're 20-17, falling back to earth. I'm not sure about the Clippers long term. Like there is a path to, really kind of maybe overpower yourself into the 7 and 8 side of the play-in or maybe the 6. And part of that path is maybe use some second-round draft capital, maybe a protected first, go get you a Vucevic, maybe a Cam Johnson, and maybe his price tag goes down. Or maybe there's a surprising name out there. But to answer your question, what's out there, it's helpful rotation guys that are not going to take this team into the contending stratosphere. They're not heading towards Boston and Oklahoma City and some of those teams. Like that isn't out there. And it's fine to go after the other stuff, and they're probably going to. But the 2 steps back is they're not just going to overpay for it. And that's kind of what their veterans and coach are saying.
Can you conceive any type of a scenario where someone usurps Draymond Green's influence in this organization? So where I'm going at with this, Steph, Kerr, and Draymond feel like the most important players and people on this roster, in this front office. Could you see like someone like a Kuminga, I'm using him as an avatar, usurping Draymond in this hierarchy?
Like to where Jonathan Kuminga walks into the front office and is like, I want this guy and this guy.
In the sense that Draymond takes a backseat to someone who takes a higher role in the organization. Because I keep hypothesizing and coming back to this conclusion. Dre, Steve, and Steph, something has to be broken up for them to take a step forward.
Yeah, to answer your question as a voice, no. I mean, like they care about what Draymond has meant to this franchise long term and the 4 titles that he helped deliver to the doorstep and the personality he is, and he's, like he has Joe Lacob's ear, of course, and he means a lot to them. And the way he talks about it, he plans to mean a lot to them, like long after his career. And let me tell you, Draymond Green is not going away as a personality when his NBA career is over, and I don't think he's going to be going away as like an influential member of the Warriors, long term. I just don't. As far as Kuminga, like how does he get more equity? He's got to sign a contract. Like, that his future needs to get solved. We don't know what his future is over the next 3 weeks, over the next several months. As far as, could Draymond theoretically be moved, traded? That would never, like, if something like that happens, it's going to be a stunning in the moment, oh my God, they just did that, because that's nothing that they would hint to me or any other reporter behind the scenes, because there's just a lot involved in making a decision like that. So I have been given any indication at all that they'd be open to that. But, shocking things have happened in sports where the outside world didn't necessarily see it coming.
Everybody seems to be reflecting right now, whether it is Steph, whether it is Draymond, Steve Kerr. If Steve in particular could go back and just say, hey, I'd like a do-over, what would that do-over be? Would it be a particular draft selection? Would it be playing people in a certain season? Would it be a decision offensively, philosophically? What would be his do-over?
I mean, you'd have to ask him that. I mean, that's certainly a question he'd probably answer. Yeah. I think franchise-wise, and he's obviously a very, influential part of just like the franchise process, the decision-making process. I mean, we can all look at Wiseman as you had the second overall pick in a draft that, are we really talking with like complete retrospect now?
Yeah.
Okay, you could have jumped up to the first pick and got Anthony Edwards at the time. I mean, like, again, I think if they jumped up to the first pick, they probably would have taken Wiseman because they were that was a very consensus choice from stars to coaches to front office. Like they thought they had found that they were bringing in their center of the future, a guy who right now would be this stretch five rim protecting force. Yeah. Obviously, we know that didn't happen. So when you ask about ways that this could go differently, Anthony Edwards was gettable in that draft. That was considered a top three where, Edwards, LaMelo, and Wiseman, they were going to go 1, 2, 3, but you didn't know what teams and you didn't know how valued they'd be. So to answer your question, if they really had 2020 vision on the pass, just go get Anthony Edwards. Imagine him on this team.
Oh. Yeah, that would be amazing. We're talking to Anthony Slater on the Revised Guest Line, our 95-70 Game Insider, Warriors Insider for The Athletic. Does a hell of a job covering this team, covering this league. All right, Kuminga. We brought up his contract situation, but where's Kuminga at with the ankle injury? I've heard nothing. I know they were going to reevaluate him 3 weeks from when the injury took place. Where are we at? About a week and a half into it, almost 2 weeks. What are you hearing about Jonathan Kuminga, Anthony?
Yeah, he's feeling better. He's around. He's on the road trip, which he didn't at first know he was going to make the road trip, but he decided to. He said, I was talking to him the other day in Toronto. He just said he kind of wanted to be around the team right now, support. Celebrini's on the trip. So, it's always good to be around him. As far as he's still in a walking boot. Now he's moving better. It went from crutches to, by the start of the road trip, walking boot, but with a real limp, to the other day you still walk weird with a walking boot. Right. But it was a much it seems like he's not limping at all really. And he, I've seen him have it off at times in the locker room. So he's getting better, but it was a bad ankle sprain. He came down, really hard on it. So he's still a bit away for sure.
So about 2 weeks. Damn, that stinks. And Gary Payton II is back. Andrew Wiggins is back as well. He came back the other night against Toronto. Offensively, when you look at these numbers, because they're 7-17 in their last 24 games, and the numbers are just atrocious, Anthony. I mean, first of all, their record is bad. But you look at their offensive numbers here, points per game, they're 27th. Field goal percentage, are 29th. Three-point percentage, are 22nd. Offensive rating, they're 27th. What do you attribute their offensive struggles to?
A lot of things, but let's start with the veterans who just like can't make shots, right? But Buddy Hield 29% from three, I think, since like December 12th, so basically over a month. Dennis Schroeder, his stats since coming in offensively, they made that trade and said it as much afterwards, like this is about boosting the offense, and that has not helped. The 3-point percentage team wide, I also would say Steph isn't as explosive as he was early in the season. When you go back to that 12-3 start and he was having those flurries at the end of games, you can remember it in the Clay game, Boston, Oklahoma City, all those big wins they had. That was him down the stretch. He hasn't had as many of those. Clearly, right? You could have won in Toronto the other night if maybe he hit a 3 or 2 down the stretch, or Buddy Hield had hit the wide open corner 3. So there's a lot of that. And also, roster construction. They were built to be a defensive team that was going to get by offensively. And they're a little bit worse than they wanted to be defensively, but still solid. And they're worse than they want to be offensively, partly because of roster construction, partly because of the guys that they're trusting to shoot it better, just haven't shot it well. And the young guys too, right? Kuminga gets hurt at the wrong time, and he kind of had a back and forth early part of the season. Podziemski was supposed to be a big part of the offense. He's at this point nowhere to be seen. And it just hasn't necessarily worked in many ways.
God, the Podziemski thing has it's been crazy. He's just fallen off the cliff right now. And then obviously he's been injured for a long time. Hypothetically, Mike Dunleavy comes to you, Anthony Slater, and he says, "Hey, Anthony, what do you suggest we do over the next couple of weeks heading into the trade deadline?" And Bonte and I have kind of kicked this around. I do think there's an argument for sell a lot of things, and just tank it out a little. This is the year to do it. There's another side of me that's make a reckless trade. But if you were to give a suggestion and Mike Dunleavy came to you, hypothetically, what would your suggestion be?
Well, first I'd ask, how much does a good front office job pay? That's my first question.
Very well.
Okay. So now I'm more interested in giving the answer. I think that they should use some of their draft capital to try to help this team in the next few weeks with a smart rotate, try to get a smart well-fitting rotation player that helps the offense. Again, Vucevic is a name we can talk about, but there's others out there certainly, and there's probably others we're not even talking about, depending on what some of these rival teams want to do. And be willing certainly to trade second round, but even maybe a future first, a protected first. I would try to protect it in the lottery because you just don't want the doomsday scenario of giving up the third overall pick or something in 2027. And go help Steph Curry offensively right now, make this team better, give it some freshness, while also understanding that the 3 days after they traded for Dennis Schroeder, I mean, everybody was talking about, this is going to be great for them, and what a find and all that. And now 2 weeks later, it's like nobody even cares about that fit. So there's also a chance that you use some of that draft capital and it doesn't really change the past. But there's guys out there. Again, we've talked about it. They've talked about a stretch five would really help. You'd probably rather have a Miles Turner type stretch five because he could protect the rim while also hitting the three. But
could Quentin Post? I don't mean to interrupt you. We get a lot of these people tagging us in tweets and DMing us. Could Quentin Post get a look?
I mean, they're basically saying he's 2 years away. He needs a lot of developmental time. Now, he went in Indy, he hit a three, and there were certainly some people behind the scenes, including the head coach, who's like, yeah, that was kind of an interesting look, right? To see the stretch five out there, but there's also an understanding that, he's not ready, and he shouldn't be ready. He was a late second round pick who's on a two-way contract. That's not going to change your season. An idealized version of him, even to me, what he can become in this league a few years from now is like Nemanja Bjelica, right? Like the career Bjelica had. A 2022 version of Bjelica would help this team. We saw it. But also, I don't know. I mean, to answer your question, Quentin Post is not going to, change the power structure in the NBA.
I hope my father's listening because last month he goes, hey, you think Quentin Post, man? I think Quentin Post.
I get it every day.
I was like, Pops,
somebody asked me every day.
Stop with the Quentin Post stuff. Do you think they'll flip Schroeder before the deadline, knowing how it's looked? Would they be inclined to do something like that? I know he's just got over here from Brooklyn. His family's out here. It's been a difficult transition for him. But would they? Because the fit, it just doesn't look like it's going to fit, Anthony. He's a guy where the ball sticks in his hands. He wants the ball in his hands. He wants to run that pick and roll, really react or whatever. He just doesn't look comfortable right now playing alongside Stephen Curry. Do you think they consider flipping him before the deadline?
Sure. I mean, it has to be in consideration. Now, he can't be aggregated in a deal until the day before the deadline.
Right.
But, if that's what has to make the salary work for something that makes sense, he's an expiring $13 million. They're not tied to him long-term at all. But I will say, I don't think he's necessarily first on the list as you try to build up salaries. He's still he's a defensive guard that they feel like they need. He should get better offensively, especially if, theoretically, if you brought in a stretch five like a Vucevic, it doesn't only help Steph, it helps a guy like Schroeder, it helps Kuminga, it helps Draymond, right? Just more floor spacing helps everybody. But right now, I mean, despite of how much he struggled, to me, he's probably still their fifth, sixth most important rotation player, whereas you could build up salaries with guys much further down that list.
You may not have remembered this player, but Brian Cardinal was a very beloved Warrior during a bad time.
I remember Brian Cardinal.
Yeah, the janitor, the custodian.
I started watching NBA, 5 years ago. Yes, I remember Brian Cardinal, but go ahead. You want Brian Cardinal on this team?
No, I think that
Brian
Guy Santos is
I'm giving you the Guy Santos. I think we start calling him the Zelador. That's Portuguese for the janitor. I think that he does all the little stuff.
Can you say that again?
The Zelador.
You just looked that up, the Zelador?
I did. And honestly, I like Guy Santos. I know he's not making or breaking this season, but they got a little spark here with the guy. I mean, he's giving me, shades of Juan Toscano Anderson, just a little bit of everything. You think maybe he gets a little more playing time, or I don't know, or is this just everybody's hurt and he's getting chances?
Well, everybody's hurt and he's getting chances. I mean, he played the other night because no Draymond, no Kuminga. Draymond, if he plays tonight, he's questionable right now. That'll probably bump him down the ladder where he's very much at the end of the rotation. But, again, are you comfortable with him playing over Kuminga when Kuminga's back? I mean, he's kind of blocked at this point. He's a 4 on a team that has Draymond and Kuminga and obviously other, Kyle Anderson, for example. Would you prefer to play him over Anderson? I thought Kyle Anderson was good in Toronto the other night.
Well, except for the foul at the end of the third quarter.
Okay, well, let's, there's mistake. How about Guy Santos throwing the Zaza Pachulia between his legs?
That was actually hilarious. I mean, that was hilarious.
I looked at Steve Kerr, and he had to blink his stare like, dear God, get me out of here. Before we let you go, Anthony.
I mean, this is how damn bad we are, Anthony. I'm asking you about how to say janitor in Portuguese.
Hey, Anthony, we're going to find out who the real Warrior fans are over the next year or two. That's for sure. Listen, I got to end it with this one. Shasky and I made a bet, and they've kind of handcuffed me, and I basically had no stipulations within this bet. I thought I had an injury clause, but I don't. I bet that Draymond Green would play at least 65 games this season for the Golden State Warriors. Shasky bet that he wouldn't play 65 games, and the dinner at House of Prime Rib is on the line. Who do you think wins this bet? Shasky or me?
I think it's going to be close. I think
get off the fence.
Y'all are going to be tussling in late March about where this thing's going. Now, I will say, 65 is the award qualification.
Yes.
And they have a good defense, and he's certainly a candidate for at least all defensive team. He's got an outside shot if they, turn their season around, to get in the defensive player of the year conversation.
No way.
So,
not going to.
I mean, like I said, if they turn their season around, when
that's
they
what I
were
worry
12-3,
about.
they
If
were
I
the
hit the
second
lottery.
Yeah, that's what I worry about, Slater. Not to cut you off, but I need the Warriors to remain in this play-in tournament. Yeah. They're 3 games behind the Clippers in the loss column for the 5th spot. I'm subscribing to that. What you just said, 3 games behind the Clippers in the loss column in the Western Conference. The Clippers are 5 right now. I need the Warriors to stay in this race in order for Draymond to play 65.
Yeah, because if this thing careens towards the lottery, there's not going to be a desire to play many of these guys in March and April. But if they're in it, if they're playing well, if their defense is why they're playing well, which is we would all agree that's how they almost have to win games, it would mean he's playing well, and it would mean he would probably get up over 65 games. But y'all have got a real competition. It was whoever set that Vegas line. It was a good line.
That was a hell of a line. I think I just said it out of nowhere. Yeah. I am the gambler of the show. And
I set an Outlook reminder.
By the way, the Warriors have 8 back-to-backs remaining, right?
Oh, great. Yeah.
He's been playing back-to-backs.
He has been playing back-to-backs.
He didn't play the other night, but he's sick right now. The weather's been horrible on this trip, by the way. Y'all, it's not only is it a downer trip for them as far as that, but it's I'm trying to figure out how to get to Target Center for shoot around in about 30 minutes without stepping outside because it's 2 degrees.
Oh my God.
So it's just, great times.
Well, I mean, I set my Outlook reminder, for 2 years from now, because Quentin Post, who's 24, who turns 25 in March, will be ready to go in 2 years. I can't wait. Dude, the amount of people who hit us up about Quentin Post, you'd be shocked.
Slater, I'm sure Slater gets the same thing.
Yeah,
I see your traction. Whenever you send out a tweet, there's thousands and thousands of comments.
I've become good at ignoring it. I mean, I'm not, and maybe I shouldn't say this to the fans who, I love my followers, readers, all that, but, I don't necessarily lock into every comment heading my way.
Slates are good, man.
So you're not like Joe Lacob.
Stay warm in Minnesota.
All right, fellas.
See you, buddy.
We'll see you Saturday when you come back to the Bay when the Warriors take on. It's always fun chatting with Anthony Slater.
Game.
Always fun game. Always fun game.
Quentin Post is 24 right now.
I know.
He turns 25 on March. What is this? March 21st.
It's so
2 years from now. He'll be 27.
I got to ask a question because
He'll be the age of Wiggins, or was Wiggins 29?
First of all, thanks to Anthony Slater joining us on the River Islands guest line. But maybe you would know this more than I would. Every year, no matter the team.
Yes.
For this exercise, a basketball team, the 13th man on the roster. Why are there so many questions circling around the 13 man on the roster saying, "Oh, what if you get this guy a shot?
Alan
this guy turn your?" You're right. You know what I'm saying? The Smiley Geek season.
Remember that?
Oh my God,
Let's
Smiley
throw Geek Sanchez in there.
Yeah, it's Smiley Geach. You had people asking for Dwight Howard.
Well, they could be the next Anthony Morrow.
I mean, Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome, remember that stuff?
No,
JTA.
Who was it? Horace in Texas was the one who asked Joe Lacob about Dwight Howard.
Oh, yeah. No, we opened up the lines for Joe Lacob. We opened up the lines.
No, he also said earlier that if Kevon Looney had the playing time of Jokic, he would basically be better than him. If he got the playing time.
If he had to know if he could develop a jumper.
A jumper, that's what it was.
Horace said that, right?
Horace said that.
Horace in Texas. Can you call back in? I miss you.
Damn, he did. We opened up the line for Joe Lacob, and we took 2 calls.
I love
one of the calls was about DeMarcus Cousins, and the other one was about Dwight Howard. And Lacob looked at me and was like, really? This is what you guys are doing? I'm like, dude, I'm sorry.
These are the roasters, baby.
Welcome to the morning roast. Straight up asked the owner of the team about Dwight Howard.
Well, I kind of respect it, actually.
His son did draft Alex Smiley. If we're being real. I mean,
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
We all had
sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
I think Smiley gets his last basket. Now, don't quote me on this. I could be wrong.
Give it to
me. They were playing a baseball doubleheader against Memphis during that pandemic season. I'll never forget my first season over there at NBC. And Smiley keeps playing the back end of the back-to-back against Memphis.
He would walk on the court like this. His back was all messed up.
He started, right? He hit the first basket of the game. It was a 3. Draymond's there like, yeah, boy. And Smiley is doing the Carmelo Anthony 3 to the head.
No, he's not.
And, dude, I swear to God.
No, he's not.
Me and Willie never forget. He's doing the 3 to the head, and he gave himself a concussion. He didn't score the rest of the game.
They drafted him. He was 18. He looked 33.
He looked 30. Guru and I did his first ever interview.
Oh, you did?
Dude, it was Jordan Poole, Eric Pascal, and Alice Smiley Gates.
Eric Pascal.
And I remember Smiley Gates, I asked him, I said, what does it mean to be in this facility? You see all these numbers of great players.
What did he say?
He's like, however he said it, it was like basically, yeah, I'm here to help them win more championships, and I want to be part of this legacy or what.
Be just like Jason Caffey.
Dude, I hit him with the, what do you see when you step into this practice facility?
Can we close a loop here? Horace in Texas. I want to let you know, Nikola Jokic this year is averaging 31 a game, 9.9 assists a game, and 13.2 rebounds a game.
Oh, my gosh.
By the way, he's shooting 80% from the free throw line.
Oh, gosh. By the way, Philip Estrada.
37 minutes a game. Jokic has been created and allowed. He's averaging 31, 10, 13, playing 37 minutes a game. He's going to win the MVP again, isn't he?
In the altitude.
In the altitude while drinking 2 liters of soda, it looks like.
My guy, Philip Estrada. Just reminded me. What about Brad Wanamaker? Remember the Brad Wanamaker fans? What about Willie Kelly Stein?
Brad, that was Kate's account.
I knew 2019 the Warriors were doomed. Steiny Guru and I were talking to Mike Brown. I asked Mike Brown, so what's the expectations this year in terms of wins, losses? And he goes, early on, we're not going to look at the wins and the losses. It's a process like, they're screwed. They're screwed. They're screwed.
They drafted a guy who's 2 years away, and he played 4 years at Boston College and was 24. Wow, man. I mean, this is... Who needs to go to the CFL more, Trey Lance or Quentin Post?
Oh, my God. I'm not there yet.
You got to get reps.
This is the ghost of Trey Lance.
We were in the dog days of August for crying out loud. I needed something outlandish. And it worked for that show because some people bought it. Some people bought it. They were persuaded. Dwight Howard's dad, I think, wanted to come on the show to pitch Dwight Howard to the Golden State Warriors. Oh, man. So it's always that guy on the roster.
So is Dwight Howard going to be like T.O., like 20 years from now, he's going to still think he can play?
Well, did you hear what the latest with him? He thinks Shaq is blocking his opportunities in the NBA.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah, he has a beef with him now. And Shaq, said they're not cool anymore. If he sees him, he's going to punch him in the face.
Oh, my God. They've always had a beef. Shaq has got to stop being petty,
I kind of like it, though.
He's got to stop being petty. Dave Lillard came at him. Shaq had the most overproduced hit him up on Dave Lillard in the world.
Biological didn't bother. Still knocks, though.
It does still.
My favorite is when he signed with the Lakers.
Time for the legal.
I did it to do movies. It's like, hey, shut up.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We got 60 seconds of celebrity in just a second.
You know, you bring up Shaq.
And also, Steve Weiss joining us from the NFL Network at 9:20. It's going to be a lot of fun to talk to Steve Weiss.
So Notre Dame, and this is a brief aside, Notre Dame is in the championship game or whatever, and we had this group thread, and we were talking about jerseys we owned growing up, right? And my brother was talking about how I would always wear my Notre Dame jersey, and then I had the Rick Meyer #3 with no nameplate on the back or whatever. The jersey my little brother wore, I swear to God, every day. This thing was disgusting. Kids don't take showers. You know what I mean? They just hey, dirty little kids running around. That was my brother. We would always be playing in the backyard. Damn. He wore the baby blue pinstriped Shaq jersey every day for, I swear to God, 10 straight years. And I know it's a classic jersey now. It was an iconic jersey back then. That's his favorite player. It was always his favorite player. He loved Shaq. Loved him. And every time in my eye, Close my eyes. I think of Shaq. I think of the Orlando Shaq sliding on the ground against the Warriors.
NBA on NBC promo.
And he's like,
and Tom Tolbert in the background.
And yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And
it was the intro.
Ball.
It was the intro to NBA and NBC. And it's Shaq coming through your television screen doing it. Yeah, you know the promos.
I love Shaq.
NBA and NBC.
I don't know. I just got a soft spot.
By the way, that NBA and NBC promo with Giannis, Wemby,
it's incredible.
And Tatum. That's how you market the game. That's why I have hope in the NBA getting some better ratings and us at least being a better television product because you don't got all the shenanigans. Think of a broadcast led by Mike Tirico. They also just hired Jamal Crawford. They're about the game.
Really good.
They're about the game, not the shenanigans that we see on the other networks. All right, let's get the second.
Well, or like Gilbert Arenas, who just hates on everyone.
Oh, God, he is.
I think Gilbert's got
Martin,
issues.
Nick Young. They're out of control. Like Rashad McCants.
Wait a minute. Nick Young is weird?
Dude,
no way.
But you know what, though?
The guy who showed up as the 12th man in like a nightgown, like he was like Hugh Hefner to a playoff game.
Whenever I pop that camera up on Nick Young, man, thousands of views on Instagram. We're doing numbers for the station.
So he's the Kyle Kuzma of his era.
Dude, he was getting hits. He was getting numbers. Nick
Both
Young.
champions.
And then you got Rashad McCants, who has this false sense that he was some great two guard.
Rashad
McCants is out of his mind.
Peaked
anyway,
in college.
Anyway, 60 seconds of celebrating.
Sure.
Yeah, the Sharks were in Detroit last night, snapped the Red Wings 7-game winning streak. Always good to beat the Red Wings. That used to be a really big rivalry between these two teams. But closing has been a problem with the Sharks this year, but not last night. Sporting a 2-1 lead going into the final period, Macklin Celebrini skated behind the net and found William Eklund to the right of the crease for this goal.
Victories over the Lightning and New Jersey. Celebrini, they score! William Eklund!
And that was Randy Hahn on the call there. Vladimir Tarasenko added his second goal of the night to make it 3-2, and the Sharks responded at the 12-minute mark when Celebrini set up Mikael Granlund for his 12th goal of the year.
31st ranked penalty kill for Detroit. Here's a look for Granlund. In! Scores! Mikael Granlund! A power play goal!
That is right, a power play goal there. Lucas Raymond, not Alexander, brought the Wings to within one a few minutes later, but the Sharks pulled away late, getting a goal from Tyler Toffoli and an empty netter from Mario Ferrero to seal the deal for the Sharks. Sharks win 6-4, and that is your 60-second Celebrini.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Always good to beat the Red Wings, by the way.
They used to be such a big rivalry. Those playoff series they had back, it was like 08, 09. Oh, those
Even before that, the Sharks' first ever playoff series win happened against the Detroit Red Wings. Artis Urbe was in goal. Artis Urbe.
That's a name.
Yeah.
I remember the one year the Sharks they won the first three. Red Wings stormed back to win the next three. I remember going to school that day of Game 7. That was a really tense day at school. That felt like 2 series in one. That one.
Detroit sports sneakily coming back around. Tigers made a little bit of a run.
Pistons.
Lions. No, seriously though, the Pistons are playing better.
Pistons. AJ Hinch and the Tigers. I'd rather beat Detroit.
Okay, the Sharks have 26 losses. Okay, now we know that
I'd rather beat the White Sox.
There's ties. Okay, but they're also like we know this is
they're overtime and shootout losses.
Yes,
but continue. Sorry.
Who has more losses at the end of the year, Sharks or Warriors?
Sharks.
It's probably gonna be the Sharks, but
if
the fact you're even asking the question though,
right? I'd rather be the Sharks.
Sharks are 14-26-6, so that's 32 losses overall.
This may be a long 7 months in the Bay
I just
Area.
go to straight L's. 26.
This might be a long 7 months. And by the way, Dan Ruzanowski, the voice of the Sharks, is going to join us on Friday. Well, we're going to talk some Sharks for everybody out there. We're talking Sharks hockey on the Morning Roast. Listen, it might be a long 7 months. Because I asked you guys before the show, how do you sell the 2025 San Francisco Giants right now?
Wow.
I have no idea. We don't know what's going to happen with the Warriors. We know the Sharks are a year away from being a year away. We're going to be dying for 49er football.
How many years away are the Warriors then if the Sharks are a year away from being a year away?
I don't know.
Who wins a playoff series next?
Wow. Who gets into the playoffs first?
Who wins a playoff series next? That's a great question.
Who's the next playoff winning team or who's going to win a game or a series in the playoffs next?
It's a fun question for the other side after we talk to Steve Weish.
The Giants haven't won a playoff series since 2014.
Yeah. Decade? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Some dark days, man. That's why I appreciate the last 13 years in the Bay Area from 22 to 2023. We've had some good times. Boy, we fell on hard times right now. Let's talk to Steve Weiss on the other side. He is a big-timer at NFL Network, chief national reporter for NFL Network and NFL.com. We'll get to Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy, the 49ers, the Rooney Rule, and what's going on in the NFL. That's coming up, brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB.
and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Oh, man. Warriors at T-Wolves later on tonight. 6:30 tip-off. You can listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game as it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We got a lot of football talk. Robert Saleh interviewing with the Dallas Cowboys. Robert Saleh interviewing with the Cowboys. Is Coach Prime going there? What's going on with the coaching cycle right now? Vince Wilfork, not a fan of Brady's broadcasting. There's a lot going on in the NFL right now, Shasky, as we get ready for the divisional round playoffs. Oh, this is going to be a great weekend. Rams, Eagles Sunday. Well, let's start off with Saturday's games, right? You got Chiefs and Texans. And then you get Lions Commanders in the 3-1-3. Jay Daniels going into the Lions den. Lions coming off a bye week. They do welcome back David Montgomery, who was out for the last month of the season. And, of course, Sunday's doubleheader is going to be a doozy with the Eagles and the Rams out in Philadelphia. And, of course, Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens against the Buffalo Bills. So let's talk to a good friend of the program, man, Steve Weiss. She does it all for NFL Network, the chief national reporter for NFL Network at NFL.com. Steve, good morning to you. Welcome to the Morning Roast here at 95.7 The Game. And Steve Weiss, of course, joins us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. We'll get back to the wild card weekend. There was a lot to pick from there. But overall, the playoffs, when you look at this divisional round playoffs, what's the game you're looking forward to the most, Steve?
Oh, I mean, it's got to be the Ravens at the Bills. I mean, these are the two big dogs, the two MVP candidates. You know, you've got the obvious storylines, but you see both of these teams are playing really well, right? They're playing top-notch football. Will the home field, really help Buffalo? Will it be a hindrance? It's just such a good game because you look at the strength positions, and they're both so good. I mean, Derrick Henry's great, but James Cook is great. So I just want to see which one of these guys who's, going to probably have the pleasure of facing Patrick Mahomes the next week gets over this hump, because we know the storylines with both of them when it comes to not getting to the Super Bowl.
I guess we'll find out today about Zay Flowers, right? His availability, or whether or not he'll practice on a limited basis with the sprained knee.
We'll see. I mean, usually Wednesdays what happens, but, depending on just where he is in his rehab, we might not know until Thursday or even early Friday. But they do like to get in 2 days of work, that Thursday and Friday, even if it's kind of enhanced walkthrough to see you guys help.
Going back to last week, Niner fans, we had Sam Darnold here. We saw him play in a kind of meaningless Week 18 game for the team, but I guess it was meaningful for him. And, just seeing the season he had this year, a lot of Niner fans are like, whoa, Darnold's having a monster year. Our guy, Brock Purdy, not so much so. And so there was a lot of, talk about maybe replacing Darnold and Purdy and whatever. How does the league view Sam Darnold after those last two performances on Monday Night Football?
Well, I mean, that's a great question, because up until the last 2 weeks, I think people are like, okay, maybe he's gone over the hump. Him and Kevin O'Connell have that special thing going, like how Jared Goff and Ben Johnson had. But then the last 2 weeks, to see him fall off that cliff, they're like, okay, this is the Sam Darnold we were expecting to see earlier in the season, with him, struggling under pressure, making mistakes, just not being able to see the field. So I think the league, people I've talked to, he's hurt himself, but how much? Because, look, people are going to say, well, the Vikings are definitely aren't bringing him back. We didn't know if they were bringing him back anyway because he played so well. There might have been a team out there that offered him more money than the Vikings are willing to pay, especially knowing they've got J.J. McCarthy on deck. So it'll just be intriguing to see, because it is going to be a starved quarterback market, to see what type of deal that Darnold is going to get from the Vikings or whomever.
Who do you think has more interest around the league? If they both were available, is it Brock or would it be Darnold?
I would think Brock. One, because he's younger. And two, Brock hasn't really had those moments. I know people say, oh, he's a system quarterback, this and that. Well, there's like 10 guys running that system. So, one of those teams needs a quarterback. I would think him, just because his track record is far more successful, far fewer dips and lows than Darnold's.
Steve Weiss here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, joining us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Steve, how far away do you think the Niners have that are away from being relevant once again in the NFC, because our takeaways over the wild card weekend is like, but I don't think it's all doom and gloom with the 49ers. Shanahan to be back, obviously, McCaffrey, Brock's coming back, and you're going to get some other assets here. How far away do you believe the Niners are from contending in the NFC?
Not far at all. I mean, look, they've got some tough decisions to make. You know, you don't want to get in a situation like you've seen some teams get in this year where they all got old at once, and you're like, ooh, right. And I think the Niners are flirting, you know, kind of with that situation. So they're going to have to turn over the roster some, freshen it up some, and it's always good to kind of have some turnover too, just to get some new points of view, so to speak, get some new talent in there to push people. But they're not far away. I mean, look, this year you hate using it because every team has injuries, but they were just decimated. They were decimated. If they come back healthy, get a fresh infusion of stuff, tighten up some things on defense. I know they're going through all the coordinator interviews. I think they'll be right back in the mix.
Have you heard, because it's been kind of quiet, have you heard any, you know, defensive coordinators linked to the Niners or anybody that's maybe ahead of some of the other candidates?
No, I know. I mean, it's very quiet on that front, just because probably some of the people you'd think would be in the mix, Robert Saleh and whatnot, are still getting head coaching interviews. So, but no, I have not heard anybody like, okay, he's probably going to end up with the Niners. I've not heard that.
When you look at the Niners scheme defensively, pardon me, Shasky and I always talk about, man, a wide 9 system, and you have Nick Bosa lined up so wide. He's more of a power rusher, not a speed rusher. And it feels like their defensive scheme has become a bit outdated. What do you hear around the league when it comes to the Niners defensive scheme? Obviously, they fired Nick Sorensen, and we're wondering, what about Wink Martindale? What about Sweet Lou Anamuruwa, who got fired from Cincinnati? And maybe you will welcome in a scheme change, more exotic blitzing or whatnot, because the Niners didn't do that. But when you hear from league members or people who are scheming for the Niners, what do they say about their defensive scheme right now, Steve?
Scheme-wise, nothing. I mean, scheme-wise, it's worked. I mean, you talk about Nick Bosa, wide 9. Sometimes they roll him inside. I mean, they move things up. It just really all depends on your talent. I mean, when you have linebackers who can run and then deliver the impact blows like a Dre Greenlaw and a Fred Warner, I mean, how much you want to blitz them? I mean, they cover. They don't miss a lot in the open field. Even though this year I think their open field, their geometry, so to speak, was bad. I mean, they missed more open field tackles than I've seen a Niners defense make. So is that a scheme issue? Is that players blowing integrity? Is it a communication issue? Because one thing, you know, I've seen from a lot of the good teams that struggled, especially down the stretch, is like their communication was off. Guys were trying to do too much. So, you know, you look at the teams now that are still left, like the Ravens, how well they've improved. That's where they've held up. The scheme is fine. It was just players busting integrity and things like that early on in the season. So you don't really know exactly what happened there, but I don't hear anyone saying, man, that Niners scheme is outdated.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. We're not hearing anything, so everybody's like up in the air. Now, I got my eye on the Cowboys because it's the Cowboys. We hate them, and the Deion Sanders thing, like, is that real? And then B, what's that going to look like with him on the sidelines if it was real? Because I remember when they went Parcells, and it always was an odd look to me.
The Jerry Jones factor.
Yeah, it was always an odd look, but for some reason, I can actually envision Deion on the sidelines. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Look, Deion is going to play this very interestingly. One thing about Deion Sanders, he's so smart, he does not make a move without having, you know, he's like Kyle Shanahan. He has answers for every possible potential counter. I personally don't see it happen. People I spoke to don't see it happen. But then a lot of people didn't see Deion succeeding at Jackson State. They didn't see him succeeding at Colorado, and look what he's done. So you never know. I think the dynamic, though, with Jerry being so front and center and Deion being in front of everybody and in the center of everybody is an oddly peculiar dynamic. I just don't see the way that building is structured, it fitting what Deion is about. But again, I will never be surprised with anything with Deion.
You know, Steve, one of the reasons we wanted to talk to you today is because of all the coaching hirings and some of the practices of coaching hirings and interviews or whatnot. And I was watching you on NFL Network last week, shortly after Jerome Mayo got fired from the New England Patriots. Now, maybe he wasn't the man to lead that team into the future, but we all didn't have high expectations for the New England Patriots with the rookie quarterback in Drake May. We all envisioned them struggling, which they did. But then they hire Mike Vrabel, who could have been their guy all along. Now, I'm not going to knock a team for pinpointing the guy. Mike Vrabel's a hell of a coach. He's a good coach, and he was on everybody's top of the list. But then they interview Pep Hamilton and Brian Leftwich, who hasn't coached really since 2022, and aren't even getting interviews for coordinator jobs, let alone head coaching jobs. Has their Rooney Rule become some sort of a sham here where teams are like, yeah, we'll just interview this guy just to check the box off, but we already know who our guy is. What do we do about this situation moving forward?
Nothing. Look, this has always been, since they've instituted it, especially minority coaches are like, it sucks that we even have to have a rule, but, everyone knows change in this country has never come voluntarily. Rules, whether they be judicial or whatever, have always, had to be forced upon people. But sure, I'm not going to say it's a sham rule. Certain teams use it as a sham, like we saw the Patriots just do. And, when it comes to minority coaches, they're like, well, why are they taking the interview, right? We saw Aaron Glenn like, no, I'm not wasting my time. Right? I'm not going there. I know you guys are high and variable. But other people are like, well, look, at the very least, it's going to put me on the map to maybe become a coordinator there or to have somebody, put a bug in someone's ear about me. So again, I'm not going to say it's the rule that's a farce. I do think some teams use it wisely and use it well. And I think other teams, depending on their circumstance, make a mockery of it.
Really well said. Really well said. I'm watching these playoffs right now, and I just see so many great stories, whether it be the players or the coaches. And I'm sitting here watching the Rams, and we've got a front row seat to McVay for multiple years. And he's gone through many different defensive coordinators, and obviously losing Aaron Donald, they've really rebuilt that defense. I was so impressed with Chris Shula, and what he's done. And then Stafford, I feel like people are sleeping on the Rams right now. That, to me, is one of the more underreported stories of these playoffs. If you had to pinpoint one, what would your underreported story be heading into this weekend?
Ooh, wow. That's a really good one. I think the Rams would probably be. They're fresh in our minds because we just saw them just dominate Monday night. But for some of the reasons, like people are going to go, well, Saquon ran for 225 on him a couple weeks ago. Yeah, that's not happening again. Right? They've tightened it up. But here's one thing that's not been talked about enough about what the Rams did. Besides, the storyline of all the fires all throughout Los Angeles, where I live, and things like that. Sean McVay said, I don't care where we're seated. Remember, they were the number 3 seed going into Week 18. He's like, I'm going to rest my guys. If we fall to number 4, so be it. So right now, he's like Pat Riley, right? When Pat Riley was playing for championships and whatnot, he's like, I don't care who we play, where we play, when we play, where we're seated. We're going to worry about us, and we're going to handle it. So having a leader like that, so last week they did have the fires and everything, as something they had to go through as a rallying point. Sean McVay will find something else. This game in Philly, regardless if it's cold or not, is going to be a really, really good game, especially like you said, because that defense, all those guys are first through third year players on that defense. So they're kind of in a situation like Detroit where they're not paying big money to anybody on that side of the ball. They're developing them, which is Sean McVay might be the best at developing his staff, the best at developing players in the NFL. And they're playing with their heads on fire. House money, let's go get it. So I'm with you on the Rams being kind of the sleeper team of the weekend.
Eagles are my Super Bowl pick, Steve. I was just saying, I can't stand Philadelphia. We have miserable experience a couple years ago. We have personal beef. They're still writing articles about us for us talking smack in Philadelphia. But it's hard for me to look past that offensive line, that defensive line, and what Saquon Barkley has done. However, Jalen Hurts, and I'm going to give him a pass. He missed a few weeks with the concussion. Should that be a concern moving forward? Their passing game, which looked a bit stale last week against Green Bay.
Yeah, I want to give credit to Green Bay's defense on that. It looked stale. Maybe he wasn't fresh, but Green Bay's defense played really well. That was they can scheme teams up. I'd rather give them credit than say, Philadelphia's passing game is this and that. As long as you've got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert and guys like that, it is always a danger because, like the Niners, when they're healthy, all you got to do is get the ball in somebody's hands. The quarterback doesn't have to be great because the receivers are great.
Yeah. Steve, I'm sitting here, I'm watching that Commander game the other night, and I was blown away with Jaden Daniels. I've watched him many times this year, but to do that in a playoff game, on the road, in the fourth quarter, and be as poised as he was time and time again, and just the way that they go to the line, and he's kind of calling everything out, and he's like an orchestra conductor. I was so impressed with him. Gosh, is there any team whose future feels brighter I can't believe I'm saying this. Then the Washington Commanders, they've got cap room. No, they've got cap room. They've got draft picks. Like, I'm sitting here going, this might be the worst version of this team that we see over the next 5 or 6 years.
Better check in on Bears fans
I
right
sound
now.
crazy. I know.
Check in on Chicago Bears fans.
Well, the Bears are still a year away from being a year away. So Washington, and that's a great point because you looked at the roster this year and you thought they were going to be like the Raiders back in the day, right? Remember when they signed all these veterans to 1-year contracts and they were like, we got to clear our cap and X, Y, and Z. So you thought that was going to be the case of them signing Bobby Wagner and guys like that. But Dan Quinn is one of the greatest leaders of men in the NFL. And you hear this from people who play for him, who coach with him. And he got those guys to rally, okay? And then he has Cliff Kingsbury and then Anthony Lynn. Let's not forget Anthony Lynn, the old running backs coach of the Niners, is on that staff. So he helped Cliff, who's got that itchy finger to throw the ball all the time. Let's stay balanced. We got a young quarterback, right? So the way that they put that together and they handled things is fantastic. But what was so great about that game last week is Washington couldn't run the ball. Right? They could not run. So they were having to throw it a lot, and Jaden Daniels was their run game. And he didn't break a sweat. Right, when you've got that, when you have a team that is still flawed, right, but has a quarterback like that with that ability to make plays, with the confidence of his teammates in him and the trust he has in what they're doing, that is a dangerous, dangerous type of team. Now, can they go up and they beat Detroit? I don't know. Their defense has done some really good things, but that offense schematically is so hard to pinpoint play to play.
Yeah,
I don't know, but Washington's going to make a game of it. I don't think we're going to see a bunch of walkovers like we saw this weekend.
Well, me and B grew up in the 80s, right? Watching the old Washington team that was headed by Joe Gibbs. And there's just something special about, to us, and I know it's been 20 years of misery for them, but like having that fan base be relevant again in those colors, like it does matter to me. And I don't think the league is going to thrive no matter what, but it is cool that Washington's a factor now.
Agreed 100%. Look, I grew up in the 80s too. I was going to school at Howard University in Washington, D.C. when Doug Williams became the first black quarterback to win the Super Bowl and became absolute football royalty, right? That fan base, I remember, because I hated them. I grew up in Minneapolis and St. Louis, and those teams used to beat the Vikings and the Cardinals every year. And every player on that team had a freaking TV show. Like they were so relevant. And, I'm with you. If you get that market going, especially with so many feel-good stories in there. I mean, we all thought Bobby Wagner would be washed right now. All he's doing is just stacking stars next to his Hall of Fame resume, as great as he's playing. We're discovering how good of a player Terry McLaurin has been, but we didn't really care about or know about because he was on irrelevant teams. So I'm with you on that. Having that market back and then having a dynamic leader like Jaden Daniels, who's so humble and so good, is really something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, the Hogs, Dexter Manley, Charles Mann, Joe Gibbs, with three different quarterbacks. Yeah, the great ready to shoot wide receivers led by Art Monk as well. They were really good for so many years.
Sanders, you had Don Riggins on those teams. Let's go down memory lane here.
Dude, RFK Stadium rocking up and down. Oh, it was great. But last question for you. I was going to ask you about Brock Purdy in a contract, but our audience is fatigued. He's going to get paid a lot of money. He's going to be a 49er, so we'll see how the structure comes out. That will get done. We haven't asked you about the Kansas City Chiefs. Everybody's talking about Baltimore and Buffalo, and we're talking about the Eagles. And what about Kansas City, who may be the most slept-on defending Super Bowl champion in this league history, and they're going for a three-peat with home field advantage? And oh, by the way, they're healthy again. Is this Kansas City Super Bowl to lose, Steve?
Yes, it is. Look, the reason why people aren't talking about it is because of the fatigue, right? They're so good. They psych us out every year by rope and dope and everybody. Like, they're good, they're flawed. Then all of a sudden they peak at the right time. We see Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid on every commercial on TV. So the fatigue is real. So people are like, okay, let's step back and talk about someone else. Because, look, it's like back in the day when I used to cover the NBA, we're talking about Karl Malone and Charles Barkley, these guys, because we know Michael Jordan is the best player in the league. Right? That's how the Chiefs are being treated. But yeah, I mean, look, Patrick Mahomes is going to be healthier. He's playing well. Andy Reid coming off of a bye. I forget the number. It's like this ridiculous, 32-4 record. I mean, the Texans are going to have a lot of things break their way to get by them this weekend. But they're just the Chiefs being a defensive team. That's the scary part about it. Is now they're healthy. Steve Spagnuolo's back there scheming things up. Karlaftis, Stone Cold Jones. I mean, every level. Nick Bolton. You've got Justin Reed and all the Trent McDuffie on the back end. It is their Super Bowl to lose. And the fact that it goes through Kansas City to get through the AFC is just another layer to that.
Yeah, I saw some numbers with Patrick Mahomes in the divisional round. He's thrown 13 touchdown passes and 0 interceptions. But, Steve, we can't stand the Chiefs around here, and we always think back to Super Bowl 54, 3rd and 15. 3rd and 15 with the Niners up 10, and Mahomes takes like a 15-step drop back and hits Tyreek Hill. And NFL history's been changed since then. It really has. Yep. Who knows if the Niners win that Super Bowl, what happens? But, Steve, are you going to any one of the games? Are you attending anywhere this weekend?
I will be in studio this weekend, and then I'll be going to games the rest of the way. So nice. I will be in LA, helping everybody get things back together, and then then it's on the road.
Steve, always good.
Yeah, we love having these conversations with you, man. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate you guys. You guys have a great day.
You too. Steve Weiss, Chief National Reporter for NFL Network and NFL.com, and comes down to Kansas City.
I wonder.
It would shock me if they lost now. Like, I know I say, like, the luck is going to run out at some point.
No, it's not.
But it feels like, can you imagine everybody to be the first team to three-peat? Are they really?
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
They are Thanos. They're inevitable. The way I view them is pretty simple. It's the way, like, you used to do what, Pats or pass?
Yeah, Pats.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with the Chiefs. Yeah. And look, Niner fans, I just want to know from Niner fans. I'm dead serious on this. Are you with me? Like, we're rooting for anyone but the Chiefs, right?
Even the Eagles? What if the Eagles advance to the Super Bowl?
It's the lesser of two evils. I know. But
crossing Broad, could you imagine crossing Broad? I don't want those guys celebrating.
Patrick Mahomes gets his 4th Super Bowl at the age of 29.
I know.
And almost all of them have been comeback Super Bowls. Like, come on, man. You're looking at a guy who's literally like Ricky Henderson in the middle of his career at 30 years old or whatever, broke the stolen base record. Jerry Rice at 30-something years old, 31 years old, broke the touchdown record. You're looking at a guy who is over halfway there to Brady at 29. He might, if they win it all this year, and then they're going to make some sort of move. They're going to go to DK or whatever.
They always do.
They'll do something.
Somebody always wants to go to Kansas City.
If ever there was a combination that could win 4 in a row, it would be them.
It would be them. They're in a position to three-peat with home field advantage.
Super Bowl's at Levi's next year, too.
That would oh my gosh, that would suck.
Him coming to Levi's to get his 5th.
Oh, my God.
4 in a row.
Where it all started. Super Bowl 54. And they own the Niners. Let's just be real. They came to Levi's Stadium. They played their C game. And it was a battle. It was a struggle. And the Niners lost Brandon Ayuk in that game. Debo left the game as well. I think he came up with pneumonia. But they own the Niners. They own real estate in every single member of the 49ers' heads, including ours, and as fans. But Arrowhead Stadium, like, we're going to look at Buffalo and Baltimore are going to beat each other up. Cold, snowy. And next thing you know, they're going to be at Arrowhead Stadium. Because nobody's giving the Texans a chance, right? Did the Texans have a chance to pull an upset?
No.
It feels like no matter what.
I'm dismissing them until seen otherwise. Can I ask you this question? And I mean this with all my heart. Like, it's almost going to be impossible for anyone to replicate the narrative of the Boston Red Sox curse. 86 years, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know that the lovable losers, the Cubs, but like both the Cubs and the Red Sox didn't knock on the door that much. Now, at the
Red Sox may be more than the Cubs.
Well, 86.
86, they had that. But then also Carlton Fisk, the
was
Grand
in the
Machine
70s.
in the
10 years
70s.
separated between
you had the
those
playoff
two.
game with Bucky Dent, obviously, with the home run.
But my point is, like, you did have a long time separating that. But I would go to the early 00s. What was it, 03, before they won the World Series, when they lost in the Game 7, Aaron Boone home run. Like, that was pretty heartbreaking. If I made the argument, like, just the last 30 years, is there a more tortured fan base that's knocked on the door and not won a title more than the Niners?
In all of sports?
All of sports. Like, I'm asking sincerely, who would even be on this list of teams that have been good enough to knock on the door as often as the Niners have and lose in horrific fashion? They've lost 3 Super Bowls, and you can make an argument they could have won all 3.
Yankees, maybe, but I get they won a championship in 09. They won one in 09. I get it.
Last 30 years.
Oh, last 30 years. Okay.
Last 30 years.
I throw the Chargers in the boat. Not to the extent of the Niners, but hear me out with the Chargers.
Okay.
They had some really good teams in the 00s with LaDainian Tomlinson and Phillip Rivers.
They're pretty snake bit.
They were knocking on the door. Colts got their 1 championship.
Is there a basketball team?
Maybe the Rockets.
I was going to say the Thunder.
I go Rockets.
Okay, Rockets are a good one.
Rockets are a good one.
Since they won with the Rudy T.
Yeah, back
and
to
Den
back.
Boys.
Yeah. Blazers.
It's a good one.
Portland.
But have they knocked on the door recently? The Niners have lost.
They made a Western Conference final.
They've lost in the Super Bowl.
I put the Suns in there. Suns have lost a couple of conference finals.
Suns are a good one.
They've lost in the finals.
They're good.
I mean,
That's
we're
a good
talking
one.
about a short list, right?
It's a very short list. It's a very short
You
list.
put the Sharks on. Do we say the Sharks?
Good Sharks.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll see about Buffalo this year.
What?
Some people are saying the San Diego Padres knocking on the door.
Padres are actually a good one. They
That's a
should have
good
beat it. Look, no one wants to hear this argument.
The
They're one
Vikings?
pitcher away from beating the freaking Dodgers this year.
The Vikings?
Vikings are up there.
The Viking, my boy Brandon Velasquez, living in
They've had
Chicago,
a lot of heartbreak.
diehard Vikings fan. He knew right away. He's like, we're not winning this game. I've seen this story for over 35 years of my life. We're not winning this game.
But I think there's a difference. So, like, for me, like, Detroit was just dormant for 30 years, right? Okay, a couple, because like the Niners have knocked on the door. I'm talking about bridesmaids without cashing in. It's a very small group of teams. Like, I see someone going, oh, the Rangers. Rangers won it all just a couple years ago, I think it's really difficult to just keep knocking on the door, and you don't cash one in.
Well, it's one thing we were talking about at the show meeting, because this thought crossed my mind as I was watching Hard Knocks, the in-season Hard Knocks on the AFC North. I believe the Niners are a candidate to be on Hard Knocks on HBO this year. Because they didn't make the playoffs. I think they fit the criteria, correct? What was the criteria?
I'm going to check right now to make sure.
You had to miss the
Can't be a
playoffs.
first-year coach.
Can't be a first-year coach. Check.
You can't make the playoffs.
Check.
And you
Previous 2 seasons, you cannot have made the playoffs.
Okay.
Well,
what's the other box then?
And the other one is like you haven't been on in X amount of years.
So the team has not made the playoffs in the previous 2 seasons. The team does not have a first-year head coach, and the team has not appeared on Hard Knocks in the past 8 years. So the 2-year playoff absence rule would eliminate the 49ers.
Yeah, but I think they're such a big brand. The league, I think they're going to be on the off-season one. You want them to be on like the training camp one. I think it's the off-season one, and I want it.
Yeah, if John Lynch is shut ahead during the offseason, it will be insane. But who would that be? What team would be a candidate?
Well, if you were a non-Niner fan, isn't this a very like a cool offseason to what do they do with Debo? Do they extend George Kittle? What do they do with the Brock Purdy contract? Wouldn't you want to kind of know how that goes down?
Yeah.
What do they do in the draft? Like, to me, I think they're a very fascinating, even if you're not a Niner fan, they're more fascinating than what the New York Giants were last offseason. And I thought the Giants was awesome.
And I'm looking at the teams that have never been on Hard Knocks. They're probably going to.
It's the Niners, dude.
They're going to want the Niners. They're going to want the 49ers. There's no doubt they're going to. I'm looking at the criteria. They're going to want the Niners on this Hard Knocks.
I don't think you're going to get Cincinnati.
They're probably on the short list. Yeah, they've already had Cincinnati on there. Cincinnati's been on there.
I don't think it's Dallas because they're going to have a first-year coach.
And they've been on Hard Knocks
And I don't think it's
before.
going to be the Bears. They just were on.
They were just on. Dallas has been on multiple times. The Giants were on.
Nobody wants to see the Jets. They were just on.
They were just on. They've been on before. Buffalo doesn't fit the criteria.
No.
Miami.
Carolina, we just saw.
Miami Dolphins have been on Hard Knocks before.
We didn't love it. The Tannehill Dolphins were so boring. Joe Philbin looked like he was Sleepy Joe.
The Patriots have a new coach.
Broncos? Sean Payne's been there for a little bit.
We've seen the Cardinals.
But they just made the playoffs.
Oh, you're right. So
We've seen the Cardinals. We saw the offseason with the Cardinals.
In season.
During the season.
Then we knew Cliff Kingsbury was done after that.
Really quick, guys, digging around here. So there are 4 teams that, according to the Hard Knocks criteria, unless, of course, they change things, that do qualify. It's the Falcons, the Panthers, the Seahawks, and the Titans. Those are the 4 teams that meet the criteria that we said.
Titans.
Now, they could change it up, obviously, as we've said, to include the Niners, but going by the letter of the Hard Knocks rules, those are the 4 teams.
Seahawks actually would be interesting. I would like to know more about that coach. I find them to be, and like, what do you do with Geno?
Yeah, McDonald.
I think the Niners would.
Do they have any personalities, though?
Blow people
Yeah, the
away.
Niners would be the one that everybody wants to watch.
If I'm Goodell, I'm like, hey, Jed, you got to do me a favor. I got the Super Bowl coming your way.
Yeah, Shanahan, Purdy, Fred Warner, Kittle.
Yeah.
If Debo's around, John Lynch, if Greenlaw's around,
Free agency, but it's free agency too.
Nick Bosa,
Yeah.
the NC. I would like the all-season one.
Yeah, the
way they go
rehab.
about the draft.
Yeah.
Their box because the in-season with the New York Giants
Who do you
was
hire
really
with DC.
But
I want to see these interviews.
But you know, teams are shying away from the all-season after Joe Shea and Brian Daboll. The way they looked with Mara walking in, John Mara walking in, saying, "Boy, I can't sleep." Saquon's one of our most popular players ever.
You know who it would be? I'll tell you right now. If they did the Niners offseason, You know who would be the most polarizing person on that entire show? Be Prague. You know it.
It'd be Shanahan.
You think it'd be Shanahan?
It'd be Shanahan and Lynch. People would look at Prague and it would be Shanahan and Lynch.
Somewhere Ralph Barbieri's like punching air up in heaven.
It would be Shanahan and Lynch. Shanahan and Lynch. By the way, Kevin O'Connor wrote a story for Yahoo Sports as the stories are coming out left and right about the Warriors and their position right now. And he wrote this paragraph: the state of the franchise is dark. The team's effort is uninspiring. The arena feels lifeless. This isn't the joyful, chaotic Warriors team that revolutionized basketball. That energy is gone, replaced by a snooze of a team playing a style that the league figured out. And for a group so focused on the future, the two-timeline experiment failed spectacularly. James Wiseman over LaMelo Ball. Jonathan Kuminga over Franz Wagner. Moses Moody over Alperon Şengün. 3 lottery picks, no clear successors. Now, Şengün may have been blocked on his team. Who knows how that plays out? We could revisit things.
You know what that is?
What's that?
Low-hanging fruit article to get a bunch of clicks and a bunch of screenshots and recaps. I'm being real.
No, there's some lies in here saying that the Warriors pass on Pascal Siakam and they didn't go all in on Larry Marketed and Paul George. You imagine if this team went all in on Paul George? What? Honestly, Warrior fans, and we could do this maybe tomorrow.
Look, I wanted Paul George. In retrospect, I was wrong.
No, it's not even about being wrong. It's not even being right or wrong.
But I've seen enough data. I was wrong.
But we're talking about older players.
Yeah.
You want to max out Paul George, who's 34, 35 years old? Maxing out Paul George at this stage? We're talking about this being a young man's league?
I watched him in person with Michelle the other day. We were there, and he didn't stick out at all. And he actually had a good game.
Yeah.
But all I kept seeing watching that was, dear God, Joel Embiid is the largest human being I've ever seen in my life.
He's huge.
Laboring.
He's huge.
And by the way, every shot he takes outside of the key is a giant W for the other team.
No doubt.
Like, I could not get over him not going to the paint.
No, he doesn't do that. He needs to play like a yard dog, not like a little poodle, right? Being out there in the 3-point line, you got to be a little yard dog, yard dog.
No. Dogs in the Shasky household live inside. They're soft.
DMX Bonte?
Where my dogs at? Where my dogs at? My final thought is this: as we're talking Warriors and we're talking Niners, we're talking about the state of the Bay Area franchise, and Buster Posey, we'll get to him tomorrow because he had an answer about how to lure free agents to San Francisco. My final thought is this: how do you sell the casual baseball fan on the 2025 San Francisco Giants? How do you sell the fans on the 2025 San Francisco Giants? How would you sell them? Something to think about for tomorrow.
My final thought is pretty straightforward. I watched Skeleton Crew on Disney last night after coming home from the Bruce Mahoney. Not bad. Not the greatest thing ever, but not bad. My biggest takeaway, though, Jude Law is a very underrated actor. I'm a sucker for everything he's in. He's good. I like him. I don't know. Maybe it's the British accent. Maybe it's the fact he's got a little horseshoe baldness thing going on, and he just leans into it. I like him as an actor.
The only Law I rock with is Law Murray down in L.A.
I thought it was AC Law.
Nah, you beat me by 1 second.
Law, Lawyer Malloy.
Keith Law?
Keith Law. Who was the Law? Was it Derek Law?
D-Law, yeah.
D-Law, Derek Law, the former closer.
Yeah.
Waving the rally rag. That was fun.
Derek Law.
Oh, man, that was the last good night of Giants baseball.
Wow. Man, that decade flew by quick. Wow, it's been it's been a long time since 2016. Damn.
I know.
Anyway, continue.
My final thought is, Shasky, you called this a little while ago. The Giants have officially signed the number 2 international prospect on the market. I'm going to butcher this name. Josuar de Jesus Gonzalez.
A for effort.
Considered the most complete position player in the international class. So the Giants have inked him, the 17-year-old shortstop of the future. Shasky, I'm sorry, I'm not great with comps. Who's the comp that you had?
The comp, everyone says switch hitting shortstop, great hands, speed, power, Francisco Lindor.
All right, so Willie Adames, the shortstop for now.
No pressure. Lindor? We got the next Lindor?
That was the comp.
I know. Don't get excited.
As long as he's the next Lindor and not the next Luciano.
Honestly, though, he was the number 1
prospect
by far. Like, he was that good. So this is a big deal.
Big move.
Shout out Buster.
So you selling me on the Giants with that kid?
Hey, man, in 4 years, he's going to look really good in spring training.
Who gets here first? Quentin Post? Or whoever this guy's name is?
Sorry, I stole it. I'm sorry.
I beat you to it.
My final thought is what Anthony Slater had to say in regards to if Steve Kerr had a do-over. He said, Anthony Edwards, maybe go after him instead. He said that, maybe the Timberwolves would have been interested if they had a trade package straight up. I don't believe that. I think they were going to take him no matter what. But I'm just trying to picture a young Anthony Edwards, a young, brash Anthony Edwards.
Trey.
and Draymond Green.
He's gone at it with Draymond, too.
He's not taking Draymond stuff, I'll tell you that
He's
right now.
gone at it with Draymond, too.
Yes,
They've
he
gone
has.
at it, and you may see that tonight when they take on each other in a desperation game.
you
They're going to say Warriors.
Draymond doing exactly what he did to Buddy the other day
Oh, my
to
God.
Anthony Edwards in his rookie year.
Oh,
as
my
he's
God.
telling you he actually likes to be a rapper. Like, that was just the whole thing.
Here's the best part about it. The online Warrior fan said, Anthony Edwards needs to fall in line. He needs to fall in line.
We play Read and React.
We play Read and React. Get with it or get lost.
I almost couldn't say it.
You know, they got KD, but we got Jaden
He
McDaniels.
doesn't know how to screen off ball for Curry.
He doesn't understand Steph's gravity. He doesn't know how to play off his gravity. Oh, my gosh. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At Horrible to go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. That's it for us. Very fun show. Steiny Guru next right here on 95.7 The Game.
Metallica. I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Goo. What's up, baby? What?
Talk to me.
What happened? I don't get it. What happened? What changed with the Warriors? Trying to figure it out. The good news is, once again, they're the talk of the NBA.
For the wrong reasons.
Bad news is it's not because they're winning titles.
Well, we don't know what's going to happen this season, but I got scolded after the show yesterday by one Norman Johnson from Tyler, Texas. Said I'm being too negative. And I'm like, Pop, I'm just calling what I see. But he's like, you're overreacting to verbiage and words. Let it play out. And Jonathan Kuminga he's due back. He's arguably right now your most youngest athletic player. You miss him. So maybe I need to just take a deep breath, Steiny, woosah, and just let this play out and see if they can qualify for the Hawks.
Can I tell you what to tell Norm?
Yeah.
And you know I love Norm.
You can talk to him. He's listening.
Norm, it's bigger than Kuminga. He's just a bit player in this drama.
Now, when you say it, what do you describe as
the Warriors' situation? Again.
Because it's about the season.
But
see, I'm learning.
I got two questions for Warrior fans. One is, why, after months and months of saying that it's about maximizing Steph Curry's window, why have the Warriors retreated seemingly so quickly from that strategy? How did they go from making a serious run at Paul George and a serious run at Lauri Markkanen to now saying we want to lose with dignity?
Oh man.
It felt like, the more I think about it, it feels like an organizational white flag.
Yeah.
In a way. Now that's kind of the way I'm assessing it, Goo. I feel like inside that building, they know there's not a great move out there at this point. And they've kind of rallied the troops and told them there's probably not a deal out there. So what we're going to do is we're going to still try to make a deal, but we got to play better basketball, and we got to try to recreate what we did the first 15 games. And if we don't, then we won't make the playoffs. We'll have a draft pick, and we'll reassess and regroup at the end of the season. And the question that my boss is asking me, Matt Nahigian, is how would you feel if you're a fan and you've heard what Curry, Kerr, and Draymond have been saying over the last 3 or 4 days? It just feels like they've, I don't want to say given in, but there's an acceptance, it feels like, that's overtaken the organization, or at least that's the message that they seem to be telling us.
Yeah, no doubt. And Evan clipped me yesterday. He put the clip on socials with me saying it felt like a verbal white flag. Where is the fight? And if you're right and they can't facilitate any deals, don't tell us that you feel like within the building there's no fight left. Like, it's almost an admission of they know that they can't compete, and I don't believe that. I don't want to believe that. But I tell you what, as a fan, Steiny, because that's what I am through and through, at the end of the day, that sounds like they're giving up. And I listened to Willard and Dibbs like I always do, and Kerr kind of doubled down on what you just said that makes my skin crawl. Pops, bear with me here. Losing with dignity. I'd like, Steiny, no, are we there? And then on top of that, my biggest question is, how the hell are you, how do you not have action with Draymond Green and Steph Curry and Steve Kerr. And I'll just leave it right there. How do you not have action? How are you guys all of a sudden saying, it sounds like, we don't have action? So it's about being a gentleman, playing the game right. Hell no. You still got prime Steph. I thought.
Well, you don't. And that's what's making this so difficult. And I don't know the answers, but what's confounding me is first of all, Warrior fans, do you agree with my premise that it feels like something's changed?
Yes.
How did they go from we're going to be in on everybody to we can't make an irresponsible move? Why were they talking about Paul George, knowing that they were going to have to give up future first, and probably too with Lauri Markkanen, and they made it seem like they really tried and they were in on it, and I believe them, but it didn't get done. But how do they go from there to we cannot make an irresponsible move? And the only thing that I can come up with, Goo, is in the offseason, they thought they were a better team than the reality of how they are right now. And what I think has happened is they're 19-20, and they've watched the last 24 games, and I think they've realized that we're not as good as this team is not as good as we thought we were. And so now I think the Warriors are looking back and saying, man, even if we would have gotten Paul George or Markkanen, we still weren't going to be good enough to get where we wanted to go.
You really think you can do that?
And now we realize we're not good enough to give up our first-round picks down the line. Yes, I think there was optimism before the season, and I think that reality is set in, and they realize that they might not even be good enough to make a move that vaults them from, let's say, 10 or 11 to 6, let's say.
Wow, man. And I didn't tell you this before we left yesterday. You did have me feeling good when I got in the Cadillac. And the reason you had me feeling good just about what's left of this season, because there's a lot left, and you said it could get worse, so be careful, tread lightly. But you said last year they were 19-24.
Right.
So I'm looking at 19-20, but this is not your typical 19-20. You were the talk of the league after 15 games. So now you've played 24 more, Steiny. I don't think the bottom has fallen out to the degree that the coach, Draymond Green, the junkyard dog, and Steph Curry have done this 180 that you talk about that is from a fan perspective, Steiny, and I'm on social media and I'm citing all the Warrior fans. People are angry. They're in disbelief about the verbiage.
Are they?
So that is what's perplexing to me is the chef who, I can recite it like it's the national anthem when he said what he said about things changing the NBA. I thought just the silhouette of his presence would make the Warriors and Joe Lacob feel like we could never concede. I'm going presidential on you. We could never concede, but it sounds like that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I mean,
oh my goodness.
To me, concede is a little strong.
Well, you said white flag.
Well, that's what I feel like, but I don't think they're conceding. I think that Steph Curry, every time he talks, says, of course you still want to get Draymond Green saying we got to play better. Steph Curry saying, we got to play better, but we can't do anything that'll jeopardize the future or we cannot mortgage the future. And it just, if you're a Warrior fan, if you're a season ticket holder, let's put it that way.
Now, go ahead.
I mean, were these discouraging comments from the Warriors? Are you appreciative of the honesty? But I'm thinking of Joe Lacob as I'm listening to Kerr, Curry, and Draymond, and I'm thinking, has he put this thought into their minds?
I want to believe. I'll die on the hill of hell no. I have to believe Joey Lightyears is not doing that. He called Jeannie Buss for LeBron last year. around this time or a little later. He went after George and marketing. So but the bottom line, Stoney, is what's changed. Yeah. But what hurts me before we get out of here is you saying if they really looked at themselves, had they got one of those two guys, that they still thought they wouldn't be good enough. And to me, that's you haven't physically quit, but mentally you've given up. And I don't believe that to be the case. Maybe you get Kuminga, Pods, GP2 back, you get healthy, but don't give me this, we got to win with dignity. Or we got to lose with
dignity. Lose with dignity.
Like, this is a shocker, and it's hurtful.
And you know, yesterday we spent a lot of time talking about Curry and what they're going to do, and Steve Kerr really cleared some things up yesterday.
He did.
But the one thing we didn't talk about yesterday was you, the fans, and how you have read in to what has happened over the last 3 or 4 days and the way the Golden State Warriors are talking about this season. 888-957-9570. Let's get into it because something's going on. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15.
I can't stand to see greatness rot before my eyes.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Steph, what's going on, my man?
Steph, ball out tonight.
What's that?
Ball out tonight. Steph Curry.
I know your mic's on, but for some reason you're not coming through my ears right now.
How about now?
Yeah, now.
Okay,
now that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Something's going on with the Warriors, it feels like. Does it feel like that to you fans? Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and man, did they really pick at the scab, if you will.
Yeah.
And it came up early about the idea of trading Steph Curry. Is it even on the table? Will it ever be on the table? Is it ever something that Steph might want? Listen to what Steve Kerr said about that.
I don't think so. I just think Steph loves the Warriors. He loves He loves the idea of being a Warrior for life. I think that's so meaningful for him. He has no intention of doing. That's what makes him unique and different. It's why he's not asking the organization to trade everything to go get him help. Steph is so special in so many different ways, and his self-awareness is just incredible. It's so meaningful for him to be a Warrior. I don't think our fans have to ever worry about that.
He's not just talking about moving Steph Curry. He's talking about, I don't think Warrior fans ever have to worry about Steph wanting out of here.
Well, don't take his kindness for weakness.
Well, but Steve Kerr's
if this is what it's going to be like, no doubt,
15 years,
and I'm the one that, as a fan, Stanya, I'm the one that said that's how Steph feels. But again, I'm not mad at Steph. How can I be? But I hope he's not giving them the. It's okay if we don't get back to the promised land. It's okay if I'm here and the last of my prime is we're on the outside looking in. That's what I don't want to be, have on the marquee. And I feel like I'm kind of getting that from Coach Kerr when he says he's going to be a lifer. We all want that. But at the end of the day, what is life? Is it going to be mediocrity for the rest? I don't know. I thought it was all about going in for Steph, and Kerr said that months ago to Willard and Dibbs. So again, the question of the day, Steiny, or the week, the month, this season is, what changed in the last week or two?
I don't know. Couple texts here I want to get to. 925. You guys sound naive. Never believe what players, coaches, or execs are saying publicly when negotiating. They're only trying to negotiate from a position of place of strength. Okay, I'll go with you there. And I think that's a possibility. I think there is a chance that the Warriors don't feel confident that they can make a move. But the book is open between now and February 6th, but clearly they're not crazy about what's out there. So I do believe maybe there is some setting of the table to lay the groundwork with fans that a big move may not be coming. They're getting us ready for the fact that a big trade is not out there. Okay. At the same time, they can still make a big move if something happens in the next 3 weeks. So to me, they're setting an expectation bar of don't get too don't get too hung up on we're getting a guy in here with Steph Curry, because what we found out is it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult to do. And they're just telling the fans, just get ready, because this may be our team for the rest of the year.
Okay.
And we're going to try to get better. Yeah. And we're going to try to improve. And we still think we're a good enough team to rise up in the standings, but it's probably not going to be with any outside help.
Okay, let's stop there. Let's just say they don't make a move. Are you resigned to the fact, Steiny, that this team can't be good enough to qualify for the playoffs when healthy, when Kuminga and GP2 and Potts come back? Let's just talk about that little ping pong right now, back and forth on. I guess that's what has me a little chipper this morning, or was 12-3 the biggest mirage since the casino in Vegas? There's got to be something to how good you think this basketball team is, led by Steph and Dre, when healthy.
I think it's obvious that Steve Kerr and Dunleavy and maybe Lacob think this team is better than a 500 team. I think they believe that. And I think that they believe when Kuminga gets back, when they get completely healthy, they can get back to more of like the team they were at the beginning of the year. And I think what they're also saying is that might be all we have. That might be all we have to hang our hat on, that we are going to get better. And we're going to try to get back to the way we were at the beginning of the season. Because that's maybe them knowing that there's not a great move out there.
What happened to the home court advantage, Donnie? 10-10. Last year was a mess. What's happened to basketball at Chase to where the Warriors have just let that home court advantage just go down the drain? We saw the Kings come in here and win by 30. We saw the Pacers come in here and slap them up. Brooklyn. What? I guess that's just a byproduct when you're not playing or you don't have control of playing your best basketball. It doesn't matter where you play.
No, I mean, we've seen that for the last year and a half. They weren't very good at home last year. They were obviously pretty good on the road. But, I mean, they're beatable everywhere right now. 888-957-9570. What changed, do you think, with the Golden State Warriors? Or if you don't believe anything's changed, they're just setting the table for something. That's fine. But also I hate to separate season ticket holders from other fans.
Go ahead.
But we can do it with the guys who watch the game on TV. I mean,
Norm.
Like, how do you feel if you're a Warrior fan? Does it feel like to you the Warriors are saying, just hang in there, give us some time. We don't have a lot going on now, but we will down the line. And I guess I'm wondering how that's going to fly with a fan base that's used to winning and used to Joe Lacob turning over every rock to figure out a way for this team to get better.
No doubt. And to put it right on the table, Stoney, brought to you by, I know we got B.J. Armstrong coming up.
Let me set that up because I screwed that up. Coming up at 11 o'clock, this is a special one, we feel like. B.J. Armstrong, if you don't know, 3-time NBA champion as a player. He also played 2 years for the Warriors. He was an agent. He worked in the front office of the Chicago Bulls. He's a media guy now who he's tremendous.
Yeah.
And he talked a lot about the other day, Jonathan Kuminga. And he's been around forever. He's gonna have great perspective. He was with the Bulls during Jordan's first run. And
doesn't like where the game's at now in regard to the three ball. So that was interesting.
No, he doesn't. But I'm interested to find out what he thinks the Warriors are up to right now, and whether there is any way out of kind of this malaise of a 500 team.
Now, you talked about, I said the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control, Stoney. I got to be careful here because Norm was very upset yesterday, but there was a news release yesterday that if you don't go to the games, and the best thing going for me is NBC Sports Bay Area watching Bonte and Mully and the Warriors. But, Stoney, if you got Comcast, and I wish this kind of would have happened when they had Kevin Durant and they were winning, I don't think it would have been a big deal, but we know, money is tight right now, but all depending on the package you have to get NBC Sports Bay Area and the Warrior games, Stoney, you're going to have a certain package, and it looks like it's going to cost you $19 to $20 more to be able to view the Warriors and their coverage. And just imagine, I feel like and the Warriors had nothing to do with this, but it's horrible timing in regard to if this is the product and this is where they're at and they're bottom feeders, as Steph said, that's what they don't want to be. And you're telling me I got to spend $20 more to watch an inferior product? Stoney, that's a nightmare on Warrior Street to me. And the fans. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Let's go to Rich in Fresno. Rich wants to get us started here. Rich can get us started here. What's up, buddy?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
The Warriors need to trade Steph, Dre, Wiggins, anybody and everybody. Blow this whole thing up. Steph can go win, and the Warriors can be better right now. Or take the risk of being irresponsible and make a major shakeup, because us fans don't want this for 3 more years. I watched the Last Dance last night, and Michael Jordan was saying before the 6th ring, as long as I'm a winner, I'm here to compete, and that's what we need to do. no matter what the office thinks or anything. And now I hear Steph and these guys saying the exact opposite. They're saying they don't want to make a bunch of moves so the future's all right. But look at the Cavs right now. They had LeBron, did all kinds of crazy things, and right now they're the best team in the league, and that wasn't even that long ago. So I don't want to hear none of that. Just got to be creative. And we don't really care about Kuminga right now when we have Steph Curry. And when he's gone, I'm not going to games for Kuminga. And I don't care if he does good elsewhere. It's just not going to work right now. So they need to figure that out. You could trade Kuminga and Dre, maybe even Wiggins and anyone else on the roster if it makes you win now, because this is not going to get better. We don't want this for 3 more years. It's depressing. And Joe Lacob's going to turn into Jerry Krause if he doesn't watch out. So at least switch this team up and get another star like Levine or something. So at least it's fun to watch. If we're not a contender and we're going to stay on this road with Steph, or trade everyone and make the Dubs better now. But I hope Lacob knows we don't want to be on this train for 3 more years.
Appreciate the call, Rich. Appreciate the call.
Steiny, Evan chalked this up as the worst analogy, but I'm letting it go. We both have spouses, Steiny, and people out there, when your spouse says, "Is my butt getting big?" you don't answer the truth if it's really getting big, because you know it's gonna linger. And I guess if the Warriors wouldn't have said and been so honest, it wouldn't be so bothersome. And it's one thing to go out there, Steiny, and fight like they're fighting, but to all of a sudden hear this campaign from the 3 most important Warriors, I think that's what hurts me more than the inferior basketball.
And that's the part.
You know what I mean? I know that's bad, but it's how I'm feeling.
No, I mean, sometimes it takes a day or so for stuff to sink in. And, after the show yesterday, I'm listening to Steve Kerr talk like he's talking, and I'm confounded right now about the change of messaging. And why now? Why here? Is it a fact that they're pivoting right now? Because the other thing is if this is now going to be your strategy, and maybe that's too strong, but if the strategy is, no, we can't make an irresponsible move because we got to think about life after Steph and Draymond, okay, well, they play the Timberwolves tonight. Are we going to see any different focus or any different direction? In other words, are you telling me that we're going to see Moody play 20 to 25 minutes night in and night out? Are you telling me that when Pods gets back, we're going to play him 20 to 25 minutes? Trace Jackson-Davis, he's going to play. We're going to bring Quentin Post in here. Like that to me, and maybe like that has passed my mind, that maybe because you are looking at 2.5 years more with Steph, it isn't smart to put all your eggs in a basket in the next 3 weeks. Maybe what I'm hearing the Warriors say right now is, let's start playing some young guys and essentially let's load manage the hell out of Steph Curry, because we do still have him for 2 more years. And maybe what's going on right now is the summer's catching up with him a little bit. And
he played 35 minutes last game.
Right, but and
Slow-Mo was out there.
How has he been down the stretch of games this year? So maybe what the Warriors are telling us is we're going to start playing young guys more, and Steph and Draymond we're going to start saving because we have to, because they have 2 more years.
And the saving is for next year.
Exactly.
And the year at
yes,
man.
Exactly.
I hope that's not the case.
The other thing I was thinking is, after hearing Steph Curry talk the way he is, maybe what he's saying is, you know what, let's just start rebuilding. Obviously, you're not going to trade me. But
and I'm part of the rebuild?
I'm part of the rebuild. And, for example, we're all talking about a trade for a veteran, Butler and Vucevic and all those guys. I actually think if this is your strategy, why wouldn't you trade for a 24-year-old guy that you think's going to be good in a couple years? Maybe that's the direction they want to go in, is to try to make a smaller move for a piece that could become part of the core in a year or 2. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out everything also, but I don't know what's going on. I don't know why Steph Curry is talking about leaving the organization in a better spot.
I wish we had a chance to talk to him because that's the number one thing, and nobody cares what I do with my own time, Steiny, but I'm in such distress. I watched Game 4 of the 2022 Finals last night just to watch the ultimate Steph Curry and the Warriors and those black uniforms do what they do. But I don't know, and it is eerie that the volume of the messaging that's just done a 180. I just don't get it, and hopefully, we're hearing people, it's poker. Don't focus on the verbiage and relax. And maybe I'll try to do that, Steiny. But what if they get embarrassed tonight? Is it just another loss, or we'll be able to know if and Moses Moody, to his credit, Steiny, he's played 25 minutes in a game before, and there was no messaging that we're calling the dogs off. But I don't understand it, and it's weird, and I don't know where this thing is going. But the one thing all Warrior fans don't want is the Warriors to be mediocre. That happened last year with Steph and Dre on the team. That's all, man.
Let's go to S. Dot in San Jose. What's going on, S. Dot? How you doing? What's going on? S. Dot in San Jose. No S. Dot.
Move on,
Joe. Let's go to Nick in Dublin. What's up, Nick in Dublin? How you doing, man?
Hey.
Nick, what's up, buddy?
Hey. At the beginning of the year, they were playing with joy. They have a lot of secondary players versus, starters. And they're playing starters. Those guys were hitting lights out. Then they hit a rough patch. They're losing confidence. And Draymond says, hey, you got to play better or they're going to trade us all. And that is when they hit a wall. And all those secondary players started breaking and they started playing really bad. And so I think they're trying to build, because now they have no trade value. They have no confidence. They got to build this team. They got to get some wins in. They got to get these guys' hopes back up. Because right now they're all fearing they're going to get traded.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
Well, but the other thing is they went into the season saying we're going to try to make a big move. So even when the season started, they all should have been under the impression that there might be a big move coming, because that's the message from Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, and Steve Kerr.
You had me. I didn't like it then, but you had me lightweight excited about the February 6th, the trade deadline. Like the Warriors can go in, see where they're at, what they have, and they could use that to fill up the tank and get gas. But I will say to his point, Steiny, and I thought it was shaded Clay. I'm just bringing Clay up because we heard that word all through training camp. Joy, the mood's lighter. And now all of a sudden, where did that go?
Well, it's tough to be lighter when you're 7-17 over the last 24.
But isn't that when it's tested, though, if you're connected? Not this concession speech that I feel like I'm hearing?
It might be just as simple as they know.
No.
They know. More
That's
Steve Kerr from yesterday.
I don't think so. I just think Steph loves the Warriors. He loves
That's my bad. This one. This is about getting Curry some help.
It's just a question of, man, this is, can we help him? Like, what can we do? I watch him still out there performing and playing at such a high level, and he's bringing so much joy to so many people, not only at Chase, but in every arena. People are so excited to see this guy play. And there's so much value in that, watching him perform. And I think our fans recognize that, understand that, and they want to see him perform for as long as possible, as they should. This guy is one of the greatest artists of all time. He's just an incredible performer, and we're all lucky to watch him play. And hopefully that's something that goes on for another few years. It sure looks like it, but in the meantime, it's a much tougher spot to be in organizationally than it was, for us even the last couple of years. And I think everyone recognizes that.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Well, let's call Steph Curry a Ferrari right now, an expensive car. And when you talk about an expensive car, you can have one part of the car go wrong and it'll misfire and it won't operate like it should. A spark plug, one bad spark plug. So I say to Steve Kerr, we're not asking for a new engine. We're asking for a new spark plug, a new alternator, because the league loses, the Bay Area loses when the Warriors season is over in May. I mean, in April, like how can you have something so special, Coach, and you guys not enhance it or do everything under the sun to try to enhance it so we can see Steph and the world can see Steph perform in the playoffs? I'm not asking win it all, but damn, Steiny, if that's how you feel, Coach Kerr, I feel like the messaging should be, even if you're not trying, Goose, Steiny, Willard Dibbs, we're trying to do everything under the sun to give this man help. Well, not the other way.
Well, let me ask you this, and Evan might know these numbers. Kobe Bryant make the playoffs his last 3 years?
He did not.
Kobe Bryant.
But Kobe
didn't play in the postseason for his last 3 years.
All right, and then they paid him. But Kobe, after the Achilles injury, wasn't Kobe. He still demanded, everything that came with it.
So Steph's better than Kobe.
I would say yes, especially without that altering injury that Kobe had to endure. So I'm not looking at Steph with an Achilles injury or something, bilateral tendonitis in both knees, but you heard Coach Kerr. I agree with him. He's an entertainer. He's still Michael Jackson.
Well, that's what I'm hearing.
What's up with Tito and Jermaine and the guys in the background?
Well, that's another thing I've heard. I keep hearing performer. He's entertaining.
Yeah.
That is sending a message that it's just it feels like they're okay with, just can Steph put on a show? As long as Steph's doing Steph things, that might be enough. That's like, and I'm not saying that's the way it is, but that's the message I heard. I mean, Steve Kerr said, how can we get the fans more thrills? Thrills is what we're talking about.
Wow. And go ahead, Stotty, because I just got to throw this out of the left field, Evan. Yeah. Steph Curry was the only guy on the Olympic team whose team did make the playoffs. And that's me, the guru computer, but I was mad at that. Well, and I'm like, he's around this greatness, being reminded of my season, the stuff I used to we used to watch Steph dance and bring joy to everybody. All of a sudden now, I'm with these great cast of my peers, and my team in the Bay didn't. So I thought it was just a one-off. So I hope we don't back that up. The Warriors back that season up with another omission of not making it. Then what are we doing? We're wasting what Coach Kerr said, the greatness and joy that he still brings.
The reality of the situation is, if I wanted to look at it from a different way, I would. And I would say, wait, so they put together an Olympic team and every player in the Olympics made the playoffs except Steph? Why wouldn't somebody say, well, doesn't that show you where Steph's at right now? That he's the only guy who didn't get his team to the playoffs. I mean, it's a harsh way to look at it.
I hadn't looked at it like that, but
I get that he's he sees these superstars getting to the postseason, but he's not there. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 11 o'clock in 20 minutes, we got B.J. Armstrong, 3-time NBA championship player for the Chicago Bulls, former NBA agent, worked in the front office of the Chicago Bulls and even knows the Warriors. He played 2 years here back in the day. B.J. Armstrong coming up at 11. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular winemaker dinner series. 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. Reserve your spot today at inatthetides.com.
This winter, team up with Steph.
the whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, our knockout tournament is back. Your chance to shoot hoops on the Chase Center court. Contest starts Monday, January 27th, and it goes for 3 weeks, so you're going to have plenty of chances to win. All you got to do is listen in the 8 o'clock hour, 12 o'clock hour, and 4 o'clock hour starting Monday, January 27th for your chance. Each show is going to have a slot to give away each day for 3 weeks. You have to be 18 and a California resident. More details to come.
Yep, I'm the favorite.
27th. You were the first eliminated last year.
I lost. I'm out.
You won't win this year.
I'm starting Redemption City, baby. I know how to play now.
Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and this is the one that I think we got to listen to. It's about Steve Kerr on where the Warriors are right now. It's about a minute long, but it's fascinating.
We're looking at just the welfare of the Warriors organization and the franchise, and what that means. Again, there's no easy answer to this, and you're faced with some really, really difficult decisions to make. You know, I remember Danny Ainge when he traded Garnett and Pierce, and he said, you know, what I learned from Red Auerbach was, watching that team get old with Bird and McHale. He said, what I learned was I'm not doing that. I'm not letting those guys get out. He said, I would have traded Larry Bird. If I remember correctly, I think Danny Ainge actually said that. I would have traded Larry Bird if I was the GM. And that was a fascinating quote and one that I would probably challenge Danny on. You know, it'd be fun to talk to him about it. He might laugh and say, yeah, I mean, I say that, but that would have been really hard to do, you know, and it's kind of where we are, right? We got guys, Steph and Draymond are still really damn good, and but we're a fading team, and that, you know, in terms of our run, our window being open, all that stuff. So, you know, Mike's got a tough job. Joe Lacob, these guys have really difficult decisions to make. And but like I said, we are all on the same page. Players, management, ownership, we're all on the same page.
We're a fading team.
Wow. That, man, just hearing it again. What is...
They might be, but it's just kind of alarming to hear
him
that
say
they've gone from getting Steph a fifth to we're a fading team. It's almost like over the last 3 or 4 months, they've come to the realization that they've been on a fool's errand.
Or maybe he meant the dynasty was fading, just from a dynasty perspective. Stoney, that was cold right there. And I'll tell you what, I got to be careful because with this new verbiage that we've been hearing that none of us like, or I don't like it, and we're questioning, and you as well, Steiny, it kind of ignores, and I keep going to the rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control, is you're getting us to ignore the immediate. And the immediate is, and the present is, why is this team not answering? Why are they playing poor basketball?
Well, and that's what I think. I think that's what they've realized. I think they think this is probably who they are now. I don't like that, you know, everything they're talking about. I don't think it was an accident that Steve said crisis of confidence.
I hated that.
A week or so ago. I think they're coming to terms with that.
This is just who we are.
We're not as good as we thought we were going to be at the beginning of the year. I think that's what we're finding right now. And it's not that they're okay with it, but maybe they're done kidding everybody.
But when you blow a 9-point fourth quarter lead, it's one thing getting your ass kicked. But when you can taste it and you're like, bring it home, and we've seen them trick off leads.
They're not good enough. Like, what if that's the answer? They're not good enough. They're not good enough to play 48 minutes of a certain style and at a certain level to win most of their games.
But if you got,
they're
again,
just not.
Draymond Green and the pedigree and IQ
when
of
are you going to
Steph.
stop with that? Like, that's
slow-mo. I'm just all the
slow-mo.
No,
he's a 7th or 8th man.
He's a smart guy.
You're right, he is.
And I'm not singling him out.
You
like
can be the smartest team
we're
in
not
basketball.
dum-dums.
No, but they're not talented either. And, like, I think that's the other thing.
So are you telling me, I'm just real quick, not to have any expectations or critique this team when they're in close games? If they throw the ball around tonight and lose a 6-point lead with 3 minutes left, just say, oh, they're old and the dynasty's fading. Like, we still got to call people out for lack of performance.
Okay, are you prepared to call Steph out like you are everybody else?
Yes.
Okay, Steph is turning the ball over this year
had a horrible
more than at any other time in his career.
He had a horrible one the last game.
Why do you think that is? What, do you think he's just not playing well?
I'm real enough to know it's always been a part of his DNA.
Well, right, and it's exacerbated now because he's old. He's old. It's taking its toll to be picked up full court night after night. It's taking its toll to have 24-year-olds running around with him, face guarding him. It's just taking its toll. He's not as good as he used to be. Ditto Draymond Green. Wow. Like, I hate to say it, Goo, but when you're like, we still have Draymond and Steph, that's not enough. It's especially Draymond Green. Jeff's in Albany. Hey, Jeff. How you doing, man? What's going on?
Oh, I'm great. How you guys?
Hey.
Doing well.
So, yeah, I think I got about 4 quick points. And the big picture is it's time to find peace with this being a mid-team until Steph and Dre retire or move on. I'll still go. I'll still shell out some money once a year, go to a game live, see the greatness of Steph and Dre, and see some poster dunks from Kuminga and Trace. And I've still got a life goal to get there 2 hours early and see Steph's warm-up show. But I really think the championships ended with Draymond's punch on Jordan Poole. And the next season was cursed. And ever since we've seen Klay's visible decline last season, the question has always been, do we mortgage the future with the young talent for one more run? Or do we just keep shuffling the chairs like they've been doing? And what we've seen is the front office is either unwilling or unable to do that, to trade off the youngs. And that's not going to change, I don't think. If they're not really, if their heart's not in it, it's not going to happen. So I say, as a fan, maybe I'm dating myself here, but I'm happy to cherish the memories of the dynasty. And if people listening are too young to remember that, then they should go watch it on YouTube, because that was as beautiful basketball as you're ever going to see.
I did it last night.
Jeffrey, I will, thanks for the call, Jeff. Yeah, I'll admit, the Warriors from 1995 to 2007 didn't make the playoffs. 12 straight years. They didn't make the playoffs. Then they made the playoffs, and then they missed them 5 straight years after that. Till Steph showed up on the scene.
408, Steiny. Steiny, you need a new partner. Goo never knows what he's talking about, but I'm never going to run from calling guys out for what we're seeing in the meantime, in the real time. And right now, I'm sorry, whatever adjective the coaches, the players on the Warriors want to use, the bottom line is, as a fan, I'm still going to critique and watch 48 minutes of basketball like I did against the Warriors Raptors, and not come in here pissed off at how and the lack of execution.
Well, that's fine.
And what you said about Steph
them as a championship team. They're not a championship team.
And I don't feel that way now.
Why don't you think they're pretend they're a 46
And that's why I've been an advocate of trying to make a move, and if it costs you Kuminga, it costs you Kuminga. I've been there. It just goes and comes, man.
Yeah, and part of the message I feel like I'm hearing is we're not trading Kuminga because
you would have nothing for the future.
Jimmy Butler ain't it, and we certainly ain't giving up picks. Coming up in 5 minutes, guys, we got B.J. Armstrong going to join us. 3-time NBA champion, was a member of the Bulls front office. He was a player agent. He's an executive vice president and managing executive at Wasserman. He hosts his own podcast, the Pushing Through Pod, and
he's great, man.
He is. He's great. He's absolutely great. Can't wait to talk to him. 888-957-9570. Let's jump to, okay, Dre. Let's go to Dre in Oakland. Hey, Dre, what's up?
What's going on, fellas? I'm here. I know you've been waiting on me. All the fans have been waiting on me to turn this thing around.
All right.
Because I'm completely going opposite the negative take.
All right.
That the Warriors are done. I'm going to call somebody out, and it's going to be an assistant coach, one of the video coordinators, one of those guys. I hearken back to our first championship, and there was a move that was made that determined why Warriors got their first championship. It was taking out Andrew Bogut and putting in Andre Iguodala. And that call, I believe, was by either a video coordinator or one of the assistant coaches, which turned things around. I'm calling out one of the assistant coaches, one of the video coordinators, because I haven't seen this yet. I have not seen Andrew Wiggins move to the 2, Kuminga at the 3. And let me tell you why that's important. And a big in at the same time, being either Looney or Trace Jackson-Davis, because you can preserve Steph Curry and Draymond Green without taking them off the floor by putting a lot more pressure on Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga. That will preserve them, but keep them on the floor. And I haven't seen that yet. And I won't move off this until it's proven not to work, and I haven't seen it. So where's the guy who's going to get in Steve Kerr's? Because Steve Kerr sounds like he's saying, I've tried all the options. You haven't. You haven't tried Wiggs at the 2, Kuminga at the 3, put a big in with Draymond. This is one of the things why Steph was so successful. Klay Thompson was big. Klay Thompson guarded the guards and took the pressure off of Steph Curry. I haven't seen this yet. So everything hasn't been tried yet. So until we get to the point where we say everything has been tried, then we can say.
All right. I got you, Dre. I got you. Wants to play Wiggins at 2, Kuminga at 3. And then you got 2 guys in the perimeter that can't really handle it or pass great. But it's not the craziest idea I've ever heard.
I think they did do that.
I thought they did too, at least once. But then Wiggins, Draymond got hurt or something like that, and then they had to move him to the bench, and it all changed. Let's get to more Steve Kerr, and this is about how much the organization talks to Steph and Draymond about what's going on.
We've talked about this. The three of us have been together for so long. We have these kind of conversations, and I'm so impressed with these guys and how much they care about the Warriors and the future of the Warriors. I think you're right. I mean, a lot of players in their situations would be saying, screw that. Let's trade everything. But that's not who they are. They're Warriors for life. That's part of the meaning of having a player who's only on one team for his entire existence. You see Dirk Nowitzki now watching Dallas games, like he's on the sidelines like a fan, and that's really cool. I love that. And I think that's how Steph and Draymond are going to be once they're retired.
All right. So that was Steve Kerr. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Joining us right now, 3-time NBA champion. He's the EVP and managing executive at Wasserman. He co-hosts the Pushing Through pod. He was a former Warrior. He worked in a front office with the Bulls. He was an agent. What's up, BJ? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, it's always great to hear you. Happy New Year. Happy everything. And I'm doing well. Hey, I'm doing, as I say, only terrific. Only terrific.
Good to hear, BJ. BJ and I go way back to 1995, I believe. But well, let me ask you this, and I'm going to start with the Warriors, BJ, because during the offseason, there was a lot of talk about getting Steph Curry some help. They went after Paul George. They went after Markkanen. And in the course of the last week, we've heard Draymond and Steph Curry and Steve Kerr talking about how they can't mortgage the future. It would be irresponsible. And it sounds to me like they don't feel like a move for a veteran that would involve maybe future first-round picks is something they want to do. Where do you think the Golden State Warriors are right now?
Well, there's always a price to be paid when you have a level of success that the Warriors and the franchise has had. When you look at teams that have a sustained level of success, which they have, right?
Yep.
They've had, 4 championships in a 10-year period. They were playing at an elite level for so many years, and now they've moved into the phase that every championship level organization, regardless of sport, has this challenge, okay? And we all know this who've had an opportunity to win and win at a high level. When it ends, guys, it never ends well. And now they've moved into that phase of this process. These guys, they really pulled off something that was almost impossible. They drafted all the players that were key components, right? They drafted Draymond Green. They drafted Klay Thompson. They drafted Steph Curry. They were able to retain those players. They were able to succeed and have success. They were able to build role players, and they acquired players through free agency, a la Kevin Durant. They were able to get Andre Iguodala, and then you had Sean Livingston, and you had all of these things that came together in basically the perfect storm. And here we are now at the phase where, guys are at they're not at the tail end of their career, but let's say they've passed another another version of where they were just 3 or 4 years ago. So right now, they have to realize, or they have to come to the conclusion is, what's best for us to compete at whatever level they think they have the level to do. If you're saying if you want to do it at a championship level, they have to look at it from that lens. Do they want to be a team that's competitive? Look at it from that lens. However, what we do know, and we've seen this now for many, many years, Matt, you've been around, it never ends well. It never ends well. That's the price that has to be paid. That's the reality. We have to enjoy where Steph is at in his career, where Draymond is at in his career. Steve Kerr went through this as a player. He was there with the Bulls. How did that end? How do they all end? It always ends this way. So here it is. We're witnessing it in real time now. And then you have to come to the reality, what's best for everyone moving forward, because those guys have achieved a level that, many of us never get an opportunity. It's been a story. It's a phenomenal story. However, right now, it's tough. Winning is very hard in this league, as it should be. And right now, as we say in any successful franchise, winning covers a multitude of sins. The same problems they had during the championship, they have it now, except one thing: they're not winning. Yeah. That's how this works. So it's unfortunate, but you ask anyone in any sport, you ask any coach, you ask anyone who's had a level of sustained success, this is part of the process, okay? So when you want to be successful and you want to be a champion, here's the key: choose hard. Right now, they have to choose the hard decision, and that hard decision is hard for anyone to make because you have experienced so many positives with those people in the locker room. But the hard decision is, what are we going to do next? And everyone knows what that decision is. You're going to have to do something to infuse, to get you back on the winning track. If they're looking at it and saying, we're going to do something that's different than the previous people, because everyone kind of goes through this process, and we go through this, and what do we need? We're going to get a veteran player. Oh, we got to get through the regular season before we get to the playoffs so we can do all those things.
Right.
Choose hard is the hardest thing to do. So as it was explained to me in my playing days, the hardest thing to do is the right thing. Everyone knows what the right thing to do. You got to put the best players on the floor. And right now, they're struggling. Your team is struggling right now. You're right around 500 or somewhere around there. I haven't looked recently at the standings, but it's tough. It's tough to see it because we all remember the great days. We all remember the glory years. But this is tough to watch right now.
Wow, BJ, I agree with you, and I was excited to talk to you because you have the player, the front office, the agent perspective. And my question, BJ, is do organizations owe the top players anything in regard to the moves they make? And the reason I ask you that is the Bulls didn't do that with Michael. They said no, but I want your thoughts on that question.
Well, when you are an executive, right, and you sit in that chair, you have to do what's the best thing and the best for the organization. When you are a player, you take on the responsibility, especially when you're the best player. You have to do what's best for the organization, right? And you have to do what's in your best interest because you have an impact on the bottom line, and the bottom line in sports is winning. Performance is the X factor here. Okay. Now, when you have that responsibility and you take on that responsibility as the best player, that means there's an accountability that comes with being the best player. That's what makes you great. You take on the responsibility. Is there any doubt who's going to get the last shot for the Warriors in a close game? There's no doubt. He has carried that torch nearly his entire career, right? If it wasn't day one, it was day two for him, and he has done an incredible job. The one thing that makes great teams great is this one word, professionalism. Steph Curry is the ultimate professional. He's the ultimate professional. And I think this organization is at a place, like we all get there, where you have to have a different conversation. And the different conversation is, what is it that we're ultimately trying to achieve here? That's it. It's just as simple as that. Now, what do they owe you? They owe you the conversation to have and figure out what is best for all parties involved. Steph Curry is a professional. He's a pro's pro. That young man walked into the NBA a professional at the highest level. And when you see him and he provides the level of leadership that you guys have been a joy, it's been a joy to watch because you don't see this often. He's not just the best player. He's an incredible leader. So what is owed here is the conversation that the organization and the best player and the player, people need to sit in the room, you know, Coach Kerr and Mike Dunleavy and all of those guys that are there, they have to sit there and have an honest conversation to say what we need to do next. That's just, everyone reaches that. So the conversation, the tough conversation has to be had. This is nothing new in sports. And then once those people who have all earned the right to have a voice in that conversation, and then they move forward. That's one thing I can say. They have excellent leadership there. Steve Kerr knows this. Coach Kerr knows this. Steph Curry knows this. They know it.
Right.
Now you got to do it. I mean, it's one thing to say it, and then it's one thing to do it. These are hard conversations because you love the person that has been with you for the last, how long have these guys been together now? 10 plus years or something?
12,
so 13. This is a hard conversation because you don't want that to end. You know how hard it is to win. You don't ascend to that level without choosing hard. They chose hard and they did it. Now they're getting older and now they got to figure out how to do it in a different way. If that is their choice.
Right. B.J. Armstrong joined us on 95.7 The Game, 3-time NBA champion. He was a player agent, worked in the front office of the Chicago Bulls. When we're looking at Steph Curry, we all have a tendency to compare him to, other great players who got older. And, we think about guys like Magic, LeBron, Duncan, Dirk, even Kareem. But is there a unique challenge for a guard who's getting older? Like I'm thinking of Stockton and Nash. They played long, but they were more passers at the end. But does Steph have a unique challenge as somebody who's 6'3" versus a bigger guy?
Yeah, man, that's a great question. And yes, there are challenges as you mature. I'm sensitive to saying getting old because we all get old as you play. But as you mature, and there's a different challenge, for instance, that, one of the greatest, as you evolve, as you mature as a player, Tim Duncan, to me, probably did it as gracefully as I've seen because he came in as the number one option. By the end, when they won a championship, that last one, he was probably the fourth option. Big guys have an advantage over the little guys because no matter what, Tim Duncan, when he was later in his career, he was still 7 feet. The little guys, Steph Curry and all of us, we lose our speed and quickness. Your size and your strength stays the same. You're probably stronger as you get older, but he didn't have to rely on speed and quickness as he matured in this league. Where Steph Curry and others, once you lose a step and Ja Morant keeps coming, those guys seem like they're getting faster and faster. I can remember my moment. I was backpedaling and Allen Iverson was dribbling right at me. And for some reason, he was moving way faster than I was backpedaling. And those guys keep coming. They keep getting faster, and they keep moving. So, yes, there are challenges. Steph has matured. It's been he's done it with grace and how he's done it. However, those guys seem every year they keep getting faster and faster as they come into the league. And there is a different challenge, and that's the challenge that we all face as guards.
BJ, I don't want to put you on the hot seat, but if you were Joe Lacob or you were Mike Dunleavy and you were in this Warrior front office and you got the question about Kuminga, who is the most athletic player on your team, and it feels like it's his time, what would you do looking at where the Warriors are at right now at 19-20 and questions to have answers? Because a lot of fans want change.
Well, yeah, it is. And, today's NBA, we have a problem that we just didn't have, let's say, in that era when I played, which is, 25, 30 years ago now. We make a commitment to these young people to develop them. That's a fact. Okay, we make this commitment. So my advice to anyone in this league, every owner, to the NBA, would be we must provide a system for these young people to grow. That's just what it is now, because they're not going to school for 4 years like the previous generation did. They're not coming into this league experienced. They're not coming in here with the fundamentals that the previous generation did. Are they phenomenal athletes? Yes. Are they incredibly with speed and quickness, agility? Yes, we see all those things. However, we must have a system in place to get them to be professionals. And the professional means they are who they are, whether the lights are on or the lights are off. And right now, when that young man was drafted, I believe out of the G League, and I'm saying the entire NBA community, we made a commitment to have a system in place for that young man to grow, not only on the court, but off the court as well. And now we're going through it, because when you see him and some of the things he's able to do on the court, he gives you those wow moments. And that's why we're having this discussion. This is not a talent issue here. We have to go through this process called development. Every team in the league is facing this. But I can assure you this, that young man, Kuminga, is a very talented player. And I don't know how long it will be before he becomes a professional, meaning he will be a 20-point scorer night in and night out. And he has an excellent example in Steph Curry. He doesn't have to look far to see what a professional looks like. He doesn't have to look far to see how that looks on the defensive end with a Draymond Green. He doesn't have far to listen to someone like a Steve Kerr. But in the end, we have to have a system in place where the young person says, I can take the easy path or I can choose the hard path. Because the three people I just named, they all chose hard, and we see the results. And you guys, as fans up there in the Bay Area, you've seen it. You've seen what that does. If Kuminga chooses hard, if he just makes that one choice in life, he'll be the next great Golden State Warrior to come through there in a line of great players and great talents, the Chris Mullins, the Tim Hardaways, and all. He will join those guys if he chooses hard. And right now, he's a young player, and he can go right or he can go left. But this isn't a talent issue from what I can see from afar.
Yeah, no, certainly not. B.J. Armstrong joining us on 95.7 The Game, three-time NBA champion. He worked in the front office of the Bulls, player agent. This is one thing I've always been interested in, B.J., as it relates to Michael Jordan. So when Jordan left the Bulls, the Bulls have, I guess, never really signed a star free agent since Michael Jordan, retired. And I think there's a sentiment out there that the idea of following Michael Jordan as a free agent is, it's a lot to ask. After Steph's gone and the 4 titles are put to bed, do you think the Warriors may have an issue signing, if they want to go the route of signing a big boy free agent? Would you be reluctant to come here as a big boy and have to follow in the footsteps of a Steph Curry, or is that a non-issue?
Well, Matt, when we say a free agent, clearly that's the easiest way to get to success, right? Because you're taking an experienced player from someone else who's going through the growing pains, and then you're coming there and reaping all the benefits. Okay, is that the quickest way? If that player wants to accept that responsibility. However, if you're going to build a team, roster construction is a real thing. And I can assure you that Joe Lacob and Dunleavy and Steve Kerr and all of these guys, they've had these discussions. Okay, if you're going to build a team in today, you have to do it through the draft. because the draft rewards you and being able to retain those players. Because remember, we're talking about taking a player from another team.
Nope.
I don't want to be the guy where I develop the player and then he suddenly leaves because he becomes disgruntled for something I'm not doing. So in the end, they're going to have to make the decision of, I don't know where that next great player is going to come from. He may come from the draft. He may come from free agency. He may come in a trade. But we have to have a system where we can also exercise the fourth option. He may develop from within.
Right.
He may already be in your building right now. It could be Jonathan Kuminga. So we have to be prepared for wherever that player comes from, because now the system that we've relied upon for the last, let's say, 50 years or more has been the college curriculum or the college basketball system. It's no longer available to us. The best players in the NBA right now, the best young players, are all from abroad. Jokic, Giannis, Wembanyama is going to be probably the next young player for the next 10, 15 years. Joel Embiid, Shea Alexander. We understand that this is a global game now, guys. I don't know where that next great player is going to come from, but the Warriors, like every other organization, they have to be prepared and identify that player. The key is don't miss that great player when he becomes available.
BJ, I want to ask you about Draymond Green, because he's a great Warrior and he's been one, but I don't always agree with his antics. But with that said, he's made it clear that he's part of the decision-making with the Golden State Warriors. And I just wanted to run by you. Do you think that's a good or a bad thing?
Well, I think it's a great thing because it's required to be successful in professional sports, right? It's one thing. I'm the coach. He's the GM. Okay. Here are the four people. You have the owner, you have the executive, you have the coach, and you have the player. If the players do not have the ability to communicate and have a voice at that table, you have no chance. Okay? Now, here's the thing that makes this interesting that all the great organizations understand. You must come to that table and sit at that table with respect for everyone else's job. I don't have to agree with the decisions, but you better come to the table with the respect to say the owner's got to do what the owner has to do. That president, that GM has to do what they have to do. The coach has to coach. And guess what that player has to do? That player has to play. It's good to have a voice, but everybody's got to perform and hold each other accountable. So as long as you're communicating, you have a chance to work in a collaborative spirit. And if you get everybody on the same page under one thought, you have a chance to win in this league. It doesn't guarantee it. So I think it's great that they have a culture in which everyone has a voice, because if you give the players responsibility and the players accept that responsibility, 9 times out of 10, you're going to have a winning team. It's when the players say, hey, you're the coach and I'm the player, when I get concerned. So I love the fact that Coach Kerr may go to Draymond and say, how you want to defend screen roll? So that puts the pressure on the player who's playing. So they've exhibited excellence for so long now that we just take it for granted. That's not a normal thing when they allow the players to have a voice. You don't have to agree with the voice, but your voice should be heard. And we can respect one another. So that is the lesson learned, and the Warriors have done that at an elite level, and that comes from the top. So Joe Lacob and company, they deserve credit for that, but those players went out there and they executed that as well. So, it's a win-win for any organization that wants to be at the top.
So, BJ, your message to Warrior fans would be, look, this franchise is in the natural position that any franchise coming off 4 rings would be in.
Yeah, hey, it happens to all of us. The Warrior fans should go contact the Bulls fans, and they can have a conversation. How did it end for you? And then they should contact the San Antonio fans. Hey, you guys won 5. How did it end for you? Everyone should contact each other. And then, hey, Boston fans, how did it end for you guys when you were winning all the championships? And the Laker fans. And then they'll say, I'm not alone here. However, it's one of the greatest problems to have because
That's true.
It's going to happen to you. It is what it is. But the challenge is you only lose a fight when you stay down on the mat. There's another game tomorrow. They got to get back up, and they got to stay in the fight. So the Warrior fans, let's stay in the fight, because the last championship you won, that's what you did. I don't know who believed that you were going to win that last championship other than the Warriors fans, but you won it because you stayed in the fight. So my advice, it may not look good today, but I can assure you this. Steve Kerr, who I know very well, he's going to stay in the fight. Steph Curry, I've been knowing him since he was a little kid. He's going to stay in the fight. Draymond's going to – he may start the fight, Draymond, okay? And all of those other players will follow. So they have excellent leadership. And then let's see how it plays out. And that's all you really can ask. And we'll see. But I love the spirit of this team. But it happens to all of us. And I just wish we all could get the magic potions where we could stay young. And then we could just keep this going forever.
Exactly. Hey, man, thank you so much for joining us. Really generous with your time. Hope you're doing well. Following you from out here in the Bay, and love you, buddy.
Hey, love you too. Love you guys. Thanks again, and I enjoyed it.
All right, man. B.J. Armstrong, ladies and gentlemen, 3-time NBA champion, player agent, front office with the Chicago Bulls.
Sounds happy.
All around.
Living his best life, man.
He's the guy who showed me what a professional basketball player looks like. I've said that, like, he treated being in the NBA like going to work, punching a clock. He had the same routine before every single game. He'd have a cup of coffee at 5:30, and then he'd sip on the coffee till 5:50. And then he'd go out and shoot from 5:50 to 6:20. And then he'd come back in. He had it down to the minute, and he did it every single game, whether it was home or on the road. I remember going out to eat with him once.
Yeah.
Whoop. Go ahead, give me the whoop. And there your boy was, Steiny, eating a big steak and mashed potatoes.
What did my man have?
Cheesecake for dessert, couple beers. BJ had a piece of fish. He had raw vegetables, and he had a little piece of fruit for dessert.
Wow, man.
And sparkling water. I got a big ass. Like, he just did, like, everything he did was basketball related to make himself.
And he still looks like he's 14.
I know.
Yeah, he got the good genes.
I know. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Really good stuff with B.J. Armstrong. Let me know what you thought of it, what maybe perked up your ears, because the Golden State Warriors they're in it right now. Can they get out of it? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check your fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles.
It's always about the show, bro.
Trades are hard.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right. Thanks to BJ Armstrong. If you just joined us, we had BJ Armstrong on at 11. Download that Odyssey app. If you missed it, you can hear it again. And he was terrific, as always. And a couple things. I don't know if it hit me while I was talking to him, but it hit me. They're not. Here's what I'm going to put in the cap. They're not trading Kuminga.
Nope.
They're not trading Kuminga. Nope. You can't develop a guy for 4 years, get him to where he's at now, and move it.
I got you.
You can't. You can't. You got to wait to see what he is.
And I'm putting it right on the table. Right on the table. They're 1-6
Sponsored
without
him.
They're help me out.
Control.
They're 1-6 without him. What's their record without Steph? I'm just saying they're over 500. So Jonathan Kuminga, I think, is earning himself money since he's been away. We'll find that out. But the bottom line, Steiny, is when you look at this league, Jonathan Kuminga, as far as athleticism and pop and eye catch, he has it all. And BJ said it's up to him to go right or left. What did he mean by, obviously it's a decision for the Warriors to pay him, but for Kuminga, and I'm not saying he's not a lab rat, to be a pro, basically, what you said, Steiny. And by all accounts, it looked like Kuminga's doing that to get him to where he's at now.
Yeah, I think what he means with Kuminga is that he's watched him now for 4 years. The kid's got unbelievable talent.
Yeah.
But he's yet to be kind of a mainstay. He just started to get a bigger role maybe a month or two ago, and I think BJ's probably assuming that, what's going to happen in the next 4 years? Does he take another step to be a bona fide star? And I think what he's saying is it's all up to Kuminga. How much does he want it? How badly does he want it?
And hopefully it's here. There should be, I know you say, Steiny, the Warriors covet their own first-round picks, and I get it. But player-wise and youth and dudes that I can look at this team and this roster, Jonathan Kuminga is by far your top commodity.
Wait, so are you trading him for Butler?
No.
I thought you were yesterday.
Hold on now. Hold on. I'm high on him as I've ever been, and his absence has made the Warriors boring. That's the reality, Steiny, and I missed that. But, if you called me tonight and said, "Goo, we got the trade,"
Jimmy Butler,
and it might cost you, I tell you what, things have changed, and you can flip-flop. That verbiage from Steph and Dre and Kerr really has done something to me, and I'm still processing it. But I don't think they would say yes on it. What if I told you that? I know you said you, meaning me, but what if I told you I don't think they would sign off on it?
Well, I actually think they would, but they've been told that it's just crazy.
Been told.
It's I'm sure Lakers, it's crazy to think about trading Jonathan Kuminga. But I've come around that way. I never wanted to trade. I'm not trading Kuminga and picks. I'm reluctant to trade Kuminga without picks, but I'm certainly not going to trade Kuminga and something down the road. I can't do it.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I were a bartender, good for us, and you said, hey, pour me an all-in, and all-in would be trading Kuminga for Jimmy Butler to get Butler with Curry and Dre, and you go out there and you go for it. You might come up short, but that would be the beverage of all in. And I'll tell you now, partner, and I mean it, as much as I love Kuminga in his future, they are a better basketball team with Butler right now. You just put him in the starting five, and I would love to see that. But in 3 years, I'd say you got me, Steiny, because they would be better with Kuminga in his future.
Yeah, I feel like that's the message they're sending to the fans and maybe to Steph and Draymond. Like, look, guys, we can't trade Jonathan Kuminga.
We're all out of all in.
We just can't. And I think the Warriors, maybe Steph and Draymond are like,
it is weird to hear it.
You really can't. Yeah. Let's go to Nick in Ohio. Nick, what's going on, my man? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellers.
Hey,
I welcomed what they had to say about, because they're being honest. They're finally owning up to that. They're no longer in that championship window where they every year we got to win. It was just a couple years ago we won the champion. No, you got to start. You got to when you gotta own up to your problem in order to fix it. So I was glad to hear what they had to say. I mean, I wasn't thrilled, but I mean,
Right.
Finally they're being honest where the Warriors are at.
Yeah. And you know what? And thanks, Nick. Appreciate the call. It may be nothing more than Lacob and Dunleavy wanting to send a message to the fans. Look, we're not doing anything that you guys are talking about.
Well, they tried in the summer,
and
I give them points for that.
But maybe they clearly have changed. I think. Is there any way? Maybe I'm wrong, but is there any way to look at it without saying, well, they've changed their outlook? Because how did you go from going after Markkanen and George to saying there's probably nothing out there and we ain't mortgaging the future? It sounded like you were ready to mortgage the future in the offseason.
And that's why I think we got to be careful, Stoddy, because it could be twofold. It could be there's nothing out there, guys. So we could say this, and if we didn't say it, there's still nothing out there. You know what I mean? But I just didn't like it coming from Steph. Like, I'm worried about something, that's going to happen when I'm not here. And I'm going to ask you point blank. I think I know your answer, Stoney. Do you think if the All-Star stuff is coming up, it's right here in our own backyard, do you think Steph Curry is a number one on a championship team? And when I say championship team, a team going to the Western Conference Finals. I still do.
I don't. That's just me.
And I wonder what he thinks of if he had to self-assess where he's at in his career now. If he pulled up on us, would he say, Goo, Stoney, I still think I'm that dude with the pieces around me?
I also think that there's something working against Steph, and I tried to get into it with B.J. Armstrong about, the difference between being 6'9" and growing older and being 6'3" and growing older. And the reality is that 95% of the time, a guard is going to decline more quickly than a big man.
But he doesn't shoot his shot like Ray Allen or Klay Thompson in regard to using his legs. He uses his legs, but you know what I mean? He's never played the game above the rim. So if he's an assassin from deep, and I know it takes...
But if he's lost a half a step,
all right, just
the
a half,
shots are harder.
All right.
The percentages are going to gradually come down a little bit
You're
more.
not immune to...
Of course not.
The fall off on whatever you do.
No, you're more immune to a fall off. Because you're going up against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and John Morant and all the great guards. Like,
you could see it bother him, Snotty, just bringing the ball up. It's hard.
Now, the one thing I think Steph could do easily is transition into a guard who's a 15 and 10 guy. Get you 15, 16 points a game and 10 assists. But it might be too soon for that right now.
How many wins is that in the column, too, if he's your best player?
Well, under that situation, I don't think he'd be their best player. But it might be the best way for the Warriors to kind of look at the future.
He's going to start the All-Star game, right? Just because he's here? I got to believe some finagling. I know last year was the first year he didn't start in a while, but I got to believe because it's here and it's the chef.
Well, let me ask you this.
Make something happen, computer people.
Does he deserve to start?
Well,
no. Well, just say no. It's okay. Now, he'll be on the team.
Shout out Nancy Reagan. Yeah.
He'll be on the team.
Nancy.
All right. B.J. Armstrong. It's natural, people.
And we didn't ask him about how he hates the game right now, what he's saying.
I know.
That'd have been 10 more minutes.
Hey.
There's a reason. Hey. That's our guy.
Yeah, no, it's not.
What's funny?
What?
It's your guy.
Thank you.
You are so possessive. Good Lord. You remember what he ordered.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if that's weird.
We were in a restaurant in Vancouver.
I just have one question.
Oh, sure.
How long did it take him to order?
That's pretty good.
He was very,
my man.
He was very specific.
Yes, he was.
I mean, he wanted those vegetables raw.
Dude, raw.
I'm sorry, steamed. He wanted them steamed. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see full lines, and we're going to get to you on the other side. We're at a natural place in the Warriors' evolution.
Yeah.
Look at it that way.
Let's win tonight.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Plus, That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop.
there's always a price to be paid when you have a level of success that the Warriors and the franchise has had. You know, when you look at teams that have a sustained level of success, which they have, right? So now they've moved into the phase that every championship level organization, regardless of sport, has this challenge, okay? And we all know this who've had an opportunity to win and win at a high level. When it ends, guys, it never ends well.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was B.J. Armstrong. He was on with us earlier. Former Chicago Bull, won 3 titles as a player, then went into the Bulls front office. He worked as a player agent.
Didn't he have somebody on the Warriors? I forget.
Yeah, Draymond Green.
Yeah, right, Draymond. You're right.
I think
before Clutch.
I think Draymond actually got rid of him at some point.
It happens.
I think BJ was a little too practical for him, a little too logical. But he was great, B.J. Armstrong. If you want to hear that interview, feel free. Download that Odyssey app, and you can hear it all. But B.J. Armstrong was really good, and he's got great perspective on where the Warriors are and what lies ahead. And it's going to be challenging. He said they got to make hard choices.
Yeah.
Hard choices.
So it's not trading Steph if you go off of, and I like to hear that Steve Kerr joining Willard and Dibbs yesterday, but I guess is it just about standings and the fans? When like, who doesn't it end well for? If the players are kind of getting old and they can't do it anymore, is it just about the fan base, this fan base getting accustomed to what we had to endure last year? And hopefully not this year, but right now it would be year 2 and not making the offs. Is that what?
I think ugly means you're going to miss the playoffs for a while.
Yeah, man.
Or not expect that to happen because that's the natural follow-up to a dynasty. We're talking about Steve Kerr, too, and some of his comments. He was on with Willard and Dibbs, and we've got a bunch of this sound, but there's a lot of talk about a trade and what the Warriors do. This one stuck out to me, too. Take a listen.
This does not feel like a time, in my estimation, I think in Mike's and Steph's and Draymond's, where you just you push all the chips in the middle and take a wild swing. That would be so irresponsible. So we're aware of that, but what does that mean? It means we are where we are. We're in the middle of the pack with a bunch of teams that are either good enough or not good enough, and we have to find out if we are. And by good enough, that means, can you climb your way into the playoffs and give yourself a chance? And that's what we're trying to do.
All right.
They're 12th right now, partner.
It's not a time to push chips in the middle. But it seemed like it was a time with Paul George and Larry Markkinen. So we'll see. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's get into it. Warrior fans, you've heard Draymond, Steph, and Steve Kerr the last few days. And what's your take on why this coordinated effort has come out now to say that we can't mortgage the future? What do you guys think's going on with the Golden State Warriors? And that's what we're talking about. Let's go to who's been waiting the longest. Let's go to Malik in Union City. Hey, Malik, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, fellas. How you guys doing?
Hey. Doing well.
Good. Hey, I wanted to touch base on that B.J. Armstrong point of, and I think a couple people, media, and a couple people talking about it's a natural progression of a dynasty to fade like this, right? And I want to push back on that because it's really, honestly, unprecedented for what the Warriors are doing right now and how inept they've been in the last back end of Steph Curry and Draymond and Steve Kerr's career for a dynasty rather than it being a natural progression. You probably would say Steph and this dynasty are a top 5 modern dynasty in the NBA, right? NBA history.
Sure. Yeah.
If you look at the other dynasties that you probably consider that, modern dynasties, I'm not talking about the Celtics with Bill Russell and the Lakers, back then. I'm talking about Magic Johnson, talking about Michael Jordan, talking about Larry Bird. I'm talking about the San Antonio Spurs. Every single one of those teams went to the playoffs every single year and won 50 games more than twice at the back end of all those guys' careers. They all retired. If you look at Larry Bird, he retired out of the playoffs once his back went out. Never had a season where he was below 500, didn't make the playoffs. You look at Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson, before he went out with AIDS, made the finals. And then he retired, came back, and then made the playoffs and won 50 games and then retired again. You look at Michael Jordan, his final game-winning shot was the best game-winning shot probably ever in NBA history. He went out on a champion, and that's when that dynasty died. And then you look at the San Antonio Spurs when Tim Duncan, their franchise legend, retired. They won 67 games and went to the second round of the playoffs. Those are all the dynasties and the best dynasties that the Warriors are compared to, and they all have went out in a much better fashion with their stars still playing on their team and their franchise legends than the Warriors have. And this is the problem that Warriors fans are having, and I don't think people are articulating it the right way sometimes, but this is why people are upset. This is why people are mad, because this is not something you've seen from a top 5, top 10 player in NBA history, from a top 5 dynasty. This is unprecedented. It's unprecedented to miss the playoffs as many times as they have. It's unprecedented to look this uninterested and this discombobulated. It's unprecedented to do as many failures in the draft and free agency and trades that they've made. You don't see this from dynasties, and that's why I push back on it's a natural progression. It might be a natural progression later once Steph retires, but every single member of a dynasty and every single dynasty has went out in the playoffs and on their shield rather than doing the things that we're doing by accepting the fate of we're not going to make the playoffs or accepting the fate of we're done. It's always been a try. It's always been a push by the players, by the organization, by the coaches. And so this is why I think Warriors fans are mad. And I think this is why they should be doing everything they can possible, not to trade every single thing for guys that aren't going to fit, but to do everything possible to make this something where these guys go out on their shield and they're not going out in the last vestiges of their career of something that's disrespectful to the legacies that they've set up. That's my piece.
Well, real quick, and
a lot of stuff there.
I would just say this, Steph's still got 2.5 more years, so we don't know that he's going to go out missing the playoffs, his last 3 or 4 years. Like, we really don't know that yet, right?
That's true, but what the conversation has been and what I'm hearing are people talking about trading Steph. Are people talking about trading Draymond? Are people talking about firing Steve Kerr? Are people talking about handing the keys over to Jonathan Kuminga, handing the keys over to Brandon Podziemski, making a full regime change within the Warriors to essentially take us out of contention for the playoffs? And some people are talking tank. Some people are talking there's no moves out there. And those, again, this is unprecedented. Those things, these conversations are unprecedented for dynasties and players of the caliber that the Warriors have been in. And that's what we expect, and that's what we should expect from a team that's put themselves in the conversation of the Lakers of the past, of the Celtics of the past, of the Spurs of the past, and are going to be etched in history that way. But for the conversations to come up from not only the players, not only Joe Lacob, but from the fan base too, to not say, hey, like, we can still do this. There's things that we can do to make this push. Like, that's more of what I'm saying is, like, the mentality around the team isn't that of a dynasty. It's that of a fledgling franchise that maybe won a championship and just got lucky. Like, we're not the Dallas Mavericks. We're not the Miami Heat. We are an organization that has succeeded for 13 years, and we've made a staple for ourselves, and now it's time to move into that era where we continue to push as a Warriors organization to be top of the NBA food chain.
All right, Malik.
Well, keeping receipts, but, this year's not over, and I know it kind of feels like we're on year 2 of not making the playoffs, but Stoney, I said I was going to come in here positive. So I tell Malik he doesn't like what he's seeing in regard to the draft picks or the prior draft picks and, whatnot, and the lack of free agency. But Stoney, all we can do is be positive. That's what I'm doing.
I mean, James Wiseman was a mistake. But it doesn't mean they weren't trying. It doesn't mean that they didn't have, the right mindset. Right. They thought they were drafting a center who was multi-dimensional, and he was young, so they were willing to wait a couple years, but he never really turned into that player. Like, I chalk that up to a mistake. They made a mistake.
Man.
And that, you can't get it back, unfortunately.
And the Spurs didn't make a mistake when they got Kawhi Leonard, Stoney, who, you know what I'm saying, became a big part of making them still relevant.
888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking to Warrior fans today because it feels like, as Bob Dylan once said, things have changed.
Bob Dylan.
Things have changed. A lot of water under the bridge. A lot of other stuff, too.
Well, they win tonight. They're 500.
You are positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kuminga, we'll get a report on him soon. Steiny 1-6 without the young fella.
Yeah. Yep. 888-957-9570. I'm asking Warrior fans what they're making of, quite frankly, all this talk among Curry, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr. Not time to put the chips in. Push the chips in. Can't mortgage the future. Not going to give up 6-7 first-round picks. They're telling us what they're doing. The question is, how much do we believe them? And what is going on right now? Because those comments from Steph Curry, Evan, like, guys around the league have noted that it just doesn't sound right.
Well, they're saying they're not willing to mortgage the future for something that isn't going to marginally improve the team, which they clearly don't believe anything out there is. Whether that's right or wrong, they're unified, both the players, the head coach, and the front office, that there isn't a game-changing player that's worth cashing in the chips for. That could change this summer. I think what Malik is talking about and fans are talking about is that it's kind of been the messaging for the last 2 years that we're waiting for the right move, but there's not really a right move out there.
Yeah.
And there never will be. So what do you do? But hearing the players say we're not going to trade 3 first-round picks and Jonathan Kuminga and Wiggins and all this stuff for someone to help us get to the first round to get our ass kicked, like, I feel like you have to understand that.
Yeah, and I think that's these guys are smart enough to know the difference between making it as a play-in and just knowing you're going to be a monumental underdog and try to make a run, as opposed to, we're in the 4 or 5 mix and we can win our first round series and then maybe we get a good matchup for the second round and we can pull an upset and then you never.
But the dynasty's over. They're telling us that because champions don't talk like that, and they're champions from the past. But it's a wrap. When I got the junkyard dog telling me he's worried about now he's got his GM hat on, and Evan, you're right. But as a fan, I hate to hear it because I thought, and it was my bad, I thought these guys would kill for the organization to try even something that didn't work on their dime to give them an opportunity to compete. Now the champions are telling me we're okay with being mediocre and not making the playoff because we're worried about 2030. Shame on me for believing the killers, again, basketball killers, I thought would, I just haven't heard that from Kobe. And we could talk about how bad it was in L.A., but he wasn't saying stuff like that into the mic. And I know Jordan wasn't.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
So why are they?
Well, because I think the way they look at it is bringing, they don't want to flip a coin. They, if you say, if it doesn't work, hey, at least we tried. No. No.
But just in life, isn't that how you can't control? You want to hope it's going to work. I get that, but Steiny, it's a risk involved.
Okay, let me ask you this. If I told you there was a trade out there, the Warriors have a trade out there that they're thinking about, and they're convinced that they can get up to 4 or 5, but it's gonna cost them 3 or 4 picks down the line. They're telling us that they don't, to me, they're telling us that they don't believe that trade is even out there. I guess. I mean,
they don't believe there's a move that can get them to the 4 or 5.
And
that's what I believe.
That's what I believe,
and
too.
that's what's sobering.
Evan, And I think they figure, look, I know people think it's outside of the realm of possibility, but why make a move to get us? You can't make a move with the expectation it gets you to 4 or 5, and then it doesn't. And then you're a play-in team. Then you're in big trouble.
But now you're walking the line of this being year 2 of maybe not qualifying for the playoffs.
Yep.
And again, I said this to you and Evan early, if they're content, and not that they want it to be this, but if it's truly over and by these listening to these guys talk, how is any fan going to be more upset than them? And that's where I got to get in where I fit in, because how can I be more upset than Draymond and Steph? If you know what I mean, if they're a part of this team, they're busting their ass, but it's over.
Well, if you're a fan,
the Chips days are over.
If you're a fan that doesn't like the way they're talking, you have every right to be upset, I think. If you believe that this is an organizational white flag, and that's the term I've heard.
And it's a retreat on what they left camp with in regard to we're not done. And Steve Kerr, he told our same Willard and Dibbs about a month ago that you go for it, you go, I'm paraphrasing, all in when you got Steph Curry playing at this level. And I would just say, Coach, what's happened in 40 days? And he could say, look at the record.
You know what else, too, is I think a lot of times in situations like this, you look back and I think sometimes, oh, that was a sign. Whatever. When the 49ers took Pearsall, really, they took a wide receiver.
Yeah.
It was a little strange. The more I think about it now, the more I think when Steph Curry took the $63 million for 2026, 2027, that may have been his way of saying, look, I just want to retire here. I don't need the hassle. I got 4 rings. I trust Lacob and Dunleavy are going to do the best they can. I know they're not miracle workers. I know I'm 36, 37 years old, but you know what? I love it here. I made my name here. I got family here. I'm going to sign through 2027 at $63 million and let the chips fall.
You could be right. And, I subscribe to The Athletic. We all do. And all the numerous articles where it was panic setting in regard to you got to do something for Steph. You got to do something for Steph. I was listening to you and Evan when I was off a couple weeks ago, and we had twiddling of the thumbs up there at the podium for Steph. So I guess I'm asking myself, Steiny, Steph could have then said, instead of twiddling his thumbs like he was agitated, he could have said what he said after last game in regard to, this is where we are. We don't want to mess up the future. Then we had him say, we're not built to come back. And again, on my chessboard, all I was saying is, boy, that furnace is turning up to where this dude's really going to snap or pop. And then Draymond too. And then lo and behold, where we're at now to where, hey, they got a future to worry about, and this is what it is.
But what we're hearing from Steve Kerr is that Curry is never going to do that.
I don't think so. I just think Steph loves the Warriors. He loves the idea of being a Warrior for life. I think that's so meaningful for him. He has no intention of doing. That's what makes him unique and different. It's why he's not asking the organization to trade everything to go get him help. Steph is so special in so many different ways, and his self-awareness is just incredible. It's so meaningful for him to be a Warrior. I don't think our fans have to ever worry about that.
Steve, and we're not, but we're worried about Steph just riding it out, not playing meaningful basketball in May and June.
How come we're worried about Steph and we're not worried as much about the Warriors?
Well, I think they go hand in hand.
They might. Let's go to Goolsby in Oakland. What's going on, Goolsby? How you doing, man? What do you got for us?
How you doing, Matthew? How you doing, Daryl?
Hey.
Hey, I was asking about you guys talk about the cable and the Comcast and the Warriors game.
Yeah.
And the price went up, right?
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just not got through, but I'm still on the same subject. But, I have a super box, right? And you can watch 24 hours of football, basketball, and Warrior games, and NFL ticket and NBA pass at a one-time payment.
Well, Goolsby, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 707 Guru, $60 million a season is for Steph. No winning team is going to pay that to an aging veteran. The Warriors wanted to keep him for life, and Clay didn't get that for life money.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Stoney, I'm scrambling like some good old eggs, And the bottom line, as you said last year, the Warrior team was 19-24. They got their act together without a big move. So, again, when Kuminga comes back, hopefully that's sooner than later, Pods, GP2, maybe you find something that got you off to 12-3. But doesn't that seem like a year ago? That's amazing.
I think they're better than they played, but not a whole hell of a. I mean, I think
you should have won that game, so we can do that all day. That Toronto game, you tricked it off, Steiny. I'm sorry.
That's the way you look at it. I look at it as.
Talk to me.
I look at it as they're 19-20, and they've lost a lot of games like that. And, you know, I know you don't want to hear it, but I'm just telling you, in this day and age of the NBA, teams are 15-point leads, nothing anymore. There's just, you know, you're up 8 with 5-6 minutes to go. It's like you still got work to do, you know, and
they're 11-13 in close games.
And that's the number. They're 11-13 in those games. They're 19-20 overall. It's like right now that's who they are. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Man, I don't even know where to begin. It's an interesting one. Look, the biggest thing is that I can start off with, look, the Warriors have won multiple championships. We've proven that we can win with our big three in Clay, Steph, and Dre. We won with the super team with KD on there, and then we won again with Steph, Clay, and Dre. Okay? We've done that. I don't personally think there's anything to prove, but what I was calling about is, one, I don't want Mike Dunleavy's job. He is right now, and that's probably, and also the reason why that, you know, Myers also left was because he did not want to deal with the Clay thing. Also, on top of it, he didn't want to deal with, like, you know, a rebuild in that case. So Dunleavy gets put into this situation where we have to start looking at rebuilding the team. And the fact that, you know, it hurts to hear it as a fan. It hurts to hear that Steph and Dre are just saying, look, it is what it is, and this might be the end of the road. And like Steiny Goo, like you guys said, they're kind of waving the white flag a little bit. And maybe this year isn't the year, and they want to keep the future going. But what is the future right now? I mean, if I look at the team right now, guys, who is the 1A to 1B to Steph? Obviously, Steph is 1A. Kuminga is probably our 1B in this case. But when Steph is gone, when Steph is gone, that's our 1A. Who's going to be our 1B? So I see it from two sides of it. And this is where I'm just really lost about what the Warriors' future is going to look like. I can understand if we make a trade, which doesn't make sense in this particular season, to make a trade unless you're going to make a blockbuster trade to bring in a 1A to 1B with Kuminga. But that's not the case. And what assets are you going to give up? And again, that's where I'm really lost. What are we going to do? Are we going to get rid of? Are we going to stay and just wait till off season? And then the other thing is also, how long is Steve Kerr going to do this? Because we know Steve Kerr doesn't really like train, and the team itself doesn't really train younger players. They play their veteran guys. And also, on top of that, again, what are we going to do with that? I mean, I just don't know. We have so many assets and the picks and everything. Just, are we going to make a blockbuster trade or wait until next year to make a blockbuster trade? Or are we going to try to bring someone in that can play with Steph? Again, it's all over the place, guys. I'm just very confused about what we can do.
Appreciate it, Mike. We got to hit a break here, but Mike said 3 or 4 times, I don't know what they're going to do.
We're trying to taste the cake, and it's not done baking. I don't think they know what they're going to do. Yeah, the cake is not done baking.
We don't know what they're going to do. I don't think they know what they're going to do. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. I'll get to all your calls on the other side. People very interested in this topic. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly, Technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to even get out of your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Have you lost weight in the past but gained it all back and more? At Abundant Life Weight Loss, we know the secret to losing weight fast and easy and keeping it off.
Game.
What is going on with the Golden State Warriors? Why in the last 3 or 4 days have 3 key members talked about not mortgaging the future? Why have 3 guys come out with a unified message that it would be irresponsible to make a move that would jeopardize the time after Steph Curry and Draymond Green, when all along they've been saying we're going to bend over backwards and we're going to try as hard as we can to get Steph another title here? Man. And maybe it's as simple as they're just acknowledging what a lot of people know, and that is they can't do it anymore here to get Steph his 5th title. Maybe they're just acknowledging that and realize that maybe they don't want to sell the fan base a bill of goods that they know they can't fulfill.
It's the $1 million question, and I tell you what, Stoney, I don't know what their metrics are in regard to outside of win-losses, but how you assess how the team's playing. But I got to assume there was some red flags that they seen from this team that were bigger than the W's and L's, to where they were able to say what you're saying, because it is the $1 million question. And if I were Evan, I'd play my drop of, I don't know. But, Stoney, I don't know, and it's just, I guess the feeling or the word I'm looking for is uncomfortable. Like, I get if it naturally kind of was, hey, this is where we're at, and they're saying it in camp, and, but, man, I was ready to go. I kind of still am, thinking this team had a shot and might make a move and, get a shot in the arm and get a chance. And that still, partner, still could happen, but it's just kind of odd that we're hearing what we're hearing from the 3 guys.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to Austin. Austin is in San Jose. Hey, Austin,
man.
How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, it's a guy. How you guys doing? Listen, man, great guest, by the way, and BJ.
Thank you.
Good comment, especially from a player and someone who's been at the executive level. So a couple things I was struck by this morning. One was what BJ didn't say as much as he did say. I listened carefully to how he phrased what he said, and I think he was being very diplomatic, in particular about Kuminga. And whatever we want to think about Kuminga, you love him, you hate him. He basically said what I think everybody, the real fans that understand the game, know. There's no question about this guy's ability. I don't think we're going to sit here and argue about this man's talent. He has talent. But that's not the issue. The issue is, and he really said, if you really knows Guru, he didn't really say that Kuminga was the future.
No, he didn't.
He said he may be in the building. He didn't say he was in the building. So the other thing I remember when Miller was here, the guy that announces the jump shooter was here broadcasting the game a few weeks ago. His perception and the perception of the league, I think, about Kuminga is that he still is a guy that has a lot to learn. He is not a product that you can sign today and say, hey, he's the guy. I don't think you guys find me a team you think an NBA would do that. I don't think that the team exists. And when I listen to Marcus Thompson's comment about people in the building, some people love him, some people aren't crazy about him. I think the problem with Kuminga is we're still where we were 2 or 3 years ago, guys. We're still wondering. I think that's the problem. So that's enough about Kuminga.
All right.
The other thing I heard today, Steiny, was performance.
Yeah.
I think you picked up on the words that hit me. That triggered me, Guru, because I was always concerned about the entertainment part of the product versus the sports. And I think when I heard Kerr say performance a couple of times, not just once, he said it a few times, that started to give me a little bit, and maybe it gave me twitch a little bit, because that makes me wonder whether Steph has now become something that's more of an entertainment athlete than a sports athlete. And so I think that's something for us to think about. The last thing is the caller that just called. I think he was excellent, where he said, guys, let's not assume that because Steph and Dre and these guys are diminishing in their skills, it doesn't mean that we should give the organization a pass on how they're managing how these guys are maybe going down. That doesn't mean they should be a non-playoff team just because Dre and Steph are diminishing. I think they failed, frankly, at keeping their product viable. It's not acceptable for fans to accept them being a play-in team. So if that's the message they're sending from Dre and Steph, man, they made a big mistake this week, Steiny. I think it's a public relations nightmare. That's my thoughts. But hear what you guys think. Thanks.
No, thanks. Thank you, Austin.
Hit
Appreciate
it.
it.
Out the park, Steiny.
I'm not
I feel that way. That like I couldn't process hearing that, and then I got one more thing on the performer.
All right,
let's put it right on the table. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Stoney, Steph Curry is still the cash cow. Who are you going to Chase Center to watch on this current basketball team right now more than Steph Curry? Okay, Kuminga, I get that, but he's not giving you that Steph Curry experience. And let me tell you one thing. We're looking at it through the prism of the Bay Area and here, and rightfully so, the Bay. But I tape and watch all the smut, all the shows. People are upset. They got question marks, and it's almost a subliminal disappointment level of the Warriors looking like they might not qualify for the playoffs, and people don't get their Steph Curry fix. So nobody's comfortable with it. But when I heard Steve Kerr say performer, I did hear it, Austin. Steiny, I don't think he was saying nothing we don't already know. Steph is the cash cow here and everywhere. And that's why they're playing Minnesota tonight on ESPN at 6:30, because the league still thinks Steph Curry is box office, and he is. But the team's not living up to their part of it, putting anything around them to where they're going to be playing meaningful basketball.
And I would put it as if you're going to say the team's not living up to their end of the bargain, I would say that Steph and Draymond aren't really living up to their end of the bargain either.
Now that's a one more real quick nugget. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I didn't anticipate the fall off like this. Mm-hmm. And you might say, well, look at Steph's numbers, and yes, they're
bigger
still
than that.
Completely adequate. They're very good, the percentages, but he's not the same player. And Draymond Green is not the same player. And they've got to navigate that somehow. I also heard, and this is going from, maybe it's a stretch, but I do think it's possible that what they're saying is, we're not trading Steph because we do want to sell out for the next 2 or 3 years.
No doubt.
But, is a diminishing Steph still going to pack him in? I guess. I don't know.
We all have relationships with that man and the team, Stoney. So my question to that would be, hell yes, but I want to be wrong. And this just came to me, the Guru Computer. You tell me what you think, Stoney. What if Draymond's disc injury is more serious than they're letting on, and they know they can't count on him moving forward or here for the near future, and if Steph knows he really lost the battle or is losing the battle to this bilateral tendonitis to where he can't play back-to-backs, let's just say for the rest of the year, Stoney, how could you really get hot or get that continuity if Steph Curry knows right now that his mortality, you know what I'm saying? Like, what if they have come together and the two guys you're talking about, you didn't see the fall off, but what if it's part of just father time?
Well, it is.
But they know behind closed doors, how can we really go get it if Steph's not going to play back-to-backs? Dre's issue might keep him out like it did a couple years ago. Then that would explain this 180 in regard to the verbiage.
I am now completely disagreeing with the premise that if you were to lose Draymond Green, it would be the death knell to your season.
Is that how?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm watching the Toronto game, and I didn't think to myself, boy, where's Draymond? Where's Draymond? Where's Draymond? Oh, man, we could use Draymond. I didn't think that way. I'm not saying we're better without him, but, are we still on if Draymond gets hurt, then we're really in trouble? Come on. Draymond doesn't get hurt.
Well, I'm not ready to,
really
Stoney, I got to put some respect on his name in this sense. And I'm not saying bringing up that, I'm saying maybe that's why, who talked? The coach, who would be privy to this information, and the two guys that are battling father time. And the reason Draymond spoke the way he said it, and we're in a beautiful place, is maybe because he knows physically he's got a battle going on. And for Steph to say kind of the same thing and double down, that's why I'm reaching Stoney, bad defense. But that to me would explain, okay, why does it feel like a 180? It could be a lot of father time from the two guys that mean the most to the team, Stoney.
And by the way, if Draymond's hurt more than we think, what did you think was going to happen?
Right.
Like, what did you really think? Because best case scenario, when you re-signed Draymond Green and you extended Steph Curry, you had to expect that they were going to miss at least between 15 and 20 games a year. At least. So shame on you if the Warriors actually were thinking they were going to get a full year out of both guys for the next 3 years.
And now we're hearing the big dog, and I'm calling Dre that, the junkyard dog, more now than ever, tell the world how much he despises playing five. When you were Russell Crowe, you were the gladiator. We gave you credit for something we knew you were doing, but I guess, Donnie, when the tank is running thin or it's running out and it's getting low and you can't physically do what you used to do, then you say just how much you don't like it. And now I hope he's available tonight, Donnie, because I'm still there. They're better when he's on the floor.
How much better? They're a 500 team. They're 500 any way you cut it, at least at this point. But, the one thing that's clear to me is that whatever has been said with Draymond, Steph, and Curry, Draymond, Steph, and Kerr,
yeah,
like everybody's talking about it.
No doubt, and we should be.
Is talking about it because it's weird. It's really unusual.
No doubt.
This about face or seeming about face. Let's go to Word.
Our man.
What's up, Word? How you doing? Word's in Oakland. Give it to us straight, Word. Right. Give it to us straight.
I always do. First, I'm at your neck, Mr. Steinmetz, because you owe Guru an apology.
Uh-oh. Just one?
Every once in a while. Every once in a while, Guru will tell you casually and just randomly in conversation, I love you, buddy. I love you, buddy. I love you, brother. And you always act like, something just landed on you that you didn't want on you. You always seem a little uncomfortable.
I am. I'm uncomfortable with compliments.
Yeah. But then you got off the conversation with BJ.
Oh, yeah.
And I would love to hear that played back when you wrap that up. All right, BJ, thanks for coming out, man. I love you.
Yeah.
Wow, Word. That went over my head.
I said, love you, buddy.
You're right. Wow, Word. He did end it with that.
Man. Like, you got to, come on, dude. I know you like to play that game with Goo, but come on. You owe Goo way more than that. You owe him way more than that.
Oh, man.
All right.
He did
I'll get to my basketball point.
All right.
Steve Kerr credited Steph for having great self-awareness. I want to commend him, too. I want to commend the Draymond Green and Steve Kerr for having the same self-awareness. Shame on Warrior fans for having no self-awareness. B.J. Armstrong said they're going to have a conversation and figure out what this is and what they're going to do. It sounds like they had that conversation not too long ago. They played a few games. They started the season, to Good's point, they started the season thinking optimistically and telling us optimistically that the team was going to be competitive and they were going to, win games and they're in this to win and whatnot. I think they played some games and they're actually on the court. They're actually in the locker room. They know what they have. You guys, we always laugh at Draymond when he's like calling players out for not really being that good. And we laugh and we're like, yeah, Draymond knows. When he stepped on your boy's chest, we're like, yeah, he ain't nothing. Draymond told him he ain't no baller. We laughed when he called your boy Magruder Rodney, because he ain't nobody in this league to be acting tough. Like, we laugh when it's cool for Draymond to assess everybody else, but essentially they're assessing themselves and we're in denial. Fans are always quick to say, oh, that team is suspect. Utah's a fraud. The Lakers, they'll never win with Anthony Davis and the rest of that roster. But here we are sitting here talking about the Warriors and being disappointed that they're not, like, way better than they are. If you weren't Warriors fans, you'd be talking about the Warriors like you talk about Minnesota and Utah. And go to your point when you were talking about Kobe in his last few years, and Matt said that they didn't make the playoffs the last 3 years, and you were like, well, that was because of the Achilles. Sir, before the Achilles, they were playing the Warriors when he hurt the Achilles, and they were playing for a playoff spot. They were a 7 seed, man. They weren't any good before the Achilles. They were scrambling for a playoff spot. Then he tore his Achilles. They limped into the playoffs, got swept by Dallas, I believe. And that was the end of that. So got to be a lot more self-aware, folks. Like, I know you're afraid of the unknown, but it also sounds like you're afraid of the known. Because, like, it's clear. Matt's been telling us for a while. They know. The players know. The team knows. That's why they're talking like this. Unfortunately, the fans just don't want to hear it.
Hey, Word.
Go ahead, Sal.
Hey, Word. Hey, Word. Love you, buddy.
Oh, I love you, too.
Well, you don't have to do it. People are asking because shout out to the Happy Hour podcast that you did, and you gave me love there.
Yeah.
Steiny, I do play it every morning before I get out the car because you're something to deal with.
You're not.
You go that
truth.
guy over there.
You're worthless.
Yeah. You got to laugh into the mic. But listen, I would tell Word this. It's disappointing, and it's my disappointing if this continues and Steph is not playing in a series. That I understand, B.J. Armstrong, what you were saying, but if it's fell off this fast, then I am going to talk about Jordan Poole and him leaving and the way and what went into that. I am going to bring up the James Wiseman miss. I am going to, you know what, I'm just everything, because I just, something has changed. You're right, Steiny.
They would still be dealing with an aging Steph Curry.
Right.
Which would be like okay. But what I'm getting at is, even if Wiseman were okay, Steph would be at the end of his career still, and
but what if you had, again, it's not for today, but it never goes away. What if aging Steph Curry was playing with Tyrese Halliburton? What if he was playing with LaMelo Ball? Somebody, an all-star. Like, that would change how we look and view Steph Curry. The demands on him at this juncture are too much. And I think the powers that be struck out at the plate to try to supply him or get people around him better than what he has around him outside of Jonathan Kuminga. And oh, by the way, and Dibbs was right yesterday about Andrew Wiggins. And I'm ready to fight now, radio fight on, he was having a stellar year. Now he's back to, he's just Wiggins. Okay, so they couldn't get off of that. They couldn't get Wiggins and put him on somebody else's watch, and we get somebody we could count on. But before you think Steph Curry should be in a basketball graveyard, look what's around him. And now we can't count on the junkyard dog who has a disc issue. Like, this ain't all Steph's fault. And I commend him on whatever the conversation was, because you are right,
it's
partner. It's
nobody's fault.
No, when you said weird, you're right. It is weird. Because if you said this and coming into the season, I would just, Daryl the delusional. I'm not delusional. I'm just keeping it real. I love you for that weird. Something has changed, and I'm not writing off that they can't make a deal around the edges, because I believe they're that close to make the playoffs, even if they don't make one. But if they do make a move and keep Kuminga, maybe that might work better than what Schroeder and the lack of, I'm not putting it all on him. He just don't fit. He's a ball stopper. Donnie, I'm watching it. We all see it. Still rooting for him. He's good. But they were desperate.
Well, they didn't give anything up for Schroeder.
No doubt.
No harm, no foul.
But the bottom line, it ain't helped them win.
Like, this is kind of where and I get it. Like, stuff happened this week that makes you think, but Goo,
give it to
the guy who said you're delusional. You didn't read the rest of it.
Oh, I didn't go.
The team has been declining for 3 seasons. After 2020, this is the same team. Like, year in, and
they made the playoffs after even the year of the punch. They made it.
Forget the playoffs.
Lost
44, 46, 44. Like, that's who they are. 40. They haven't gotten any better in the last 3 years. They're like, this has been happening for a while.
But what Steiny am I talking to? Because sometimes when we're going at it and debating, you'll bring up the 46 as if,
it's the same. 44, 46. 1 year it was 6. 1 year it's a play-in. It's like, hey, you might win 45 this year. It might be good enough for 6. My point is you're 40-something. Mm-hmm. You're 40 middle. You're mid-40s, maybe. And you might not even be that. Like, that's what I'm starting to think. And, like, looking back, the proof is that this team was 44, 46, and this year, right now, they're on a pace for 40. Well, 40. So, I don't. Again, I don't feel like today everything's changed, or this week everything changed. It's just like more. I almost want to say, all right, Steve, Draymond, Steph, hey, welcome to the party. Welcome to reality.
Well, include me in that.
Well,
because I was holding on that we would never, hear that verbalized. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they're going to show up and try to win a game tonight, right?
That's all you can do.
All right.
And the other thing is that, and maybe I'm harping on this, but we are underestimating the difference between a 6'3" player aging and a 6'9" player aging. Like, we can't use LeBron James
or Durant
to talk about Steph Curry getting up there. We can't use Kevin Durant when we talk about Steph getting up there. I mean, that's what B.J. Armstrong was saying. Big man starts to lose a step, maybe a little bit of quickness. It doesn't really matter that much because they have size. But when you're 6'3", and you're going and you're getting guarded by younger, quicker players, that's where you're going to see a different Steph from the one we're used to seeing. And like, that's where I do, like, I don't want to get into this, but can Steph be the best? I don't know what he can be, but they're in a different spot now. He can't be the player he was.
I'll give you
cannot.
That was, let's just say that was perfection. But what about the fact that he has a power forward and a center that you get no scoring punch from at all offensively? Like, he's done that before and carried those no-shows. Now those no-shows, Steiny, are so glaring. The slippage or the regression you talk about, I agree with, they can't overcome as a team now, is bigger than just Steph, because you're asking something unrealistic. Those chickens are coming home to roost. You have nobody that can give you it. There's nothing down. How many paint points do the Warriors get on a nightly basis? They lose every night. And they were doing that even in their heyday. But those are the things now that are killing you, Steiny, more than Steph's attrition.
Small potatoes.
You think so?
This is about a team that won 4 titles in 10 years, and they went about it a certain way, and now their great players are old. Plain and simple. There's no way out. I should say there's no quick fix out of this. And I think that's what B.J. Armstrong was saying. There never has been, and there never will be. It never ends well. It can't end well. 888-956. The key is to mitigate the downtime after the titles are over. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by AC Transit.
Calling all journey-level mechanics. AC Transit is hiring. Join our crew and get on-the-job training with cutting.
What you mean you not done? You are done. Oh, stop.
Listen to you.
The voice will be back.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Steph Curry leapfrogged Allen Iverson on the all-time scoring list. He's now 28th, Steph Curry.
We didn't even bring that up yesterday. Congrats.
And Iverson wrote to Curry and said, congrats to my little bro, Steph Curry. It's been amazing to see you rewrite the game. Respect to the greatest shooter to ever do it. Well-deserved. Hashtag my favorite player.
Now that is AI. Not artificial intelligence. The real AI, Steiny. Hey, you got me thinking. Just real quick, random. How's Russell Westbrook? I know he's 6'4", Curry 6'2". How would you say he's aging? Well, I would say gracefully. I don't think he gets enough credit for it. That's hearing you say that. I thought about Westbrook.
Yeah, he's a little bit bigger and stronger.
Yeah. Well,
not that he's immune.
Different frames.
But
his role's also a lot different.
Thank you. He's on a team with 3 players better than him.
I didn't make it about Westbrook versus Curry, guys. I just wanted to give my man Russ some flowers. Evan?
Did you tell him we were talking about Westbrook before the show?
I didn't.
Okay.
Did you? You guys didn't talk about Russ.
Yeah, we did.
That is what did you say?
I'm not telling you. You want to hear it? Get here early.
Hey, I told you about that.
You told me about what? Earlier. Don't get it. You want me to throw one at you to start the segment?
Give it to me. I can't believe you guys were talking about Russ.
We gave him credit. I gave him credit.
All right.
He'd be on my Mount Motor more.
Okay.
Him and Iverson. Trying to think who else. 209, and I'm not starting anything. I'm just reading it.
All right.
I'm having a tough time trying to understand what it is that Goo wants for this team. The writing is on the wall. The team knows. It's done.
So, to that person,
what do you want for the team?
To make the playoffs. And that still could happen.
Yeah, they're going to try.
But when I hear the powers to be say, oh, we're worried about the future to where that supersedes the present, that I don't like that. I get, and you said it, and other people have, Steiny, but I think I was author of it. Feels like a verbal white flag. I don't like hearing that. And if that's how you feel, keep that. But to the people paying those top dollars to go to Chase and have the Warrior experience, nobody wants to hear that.
Well, they still have Steph, so they're looking for thrills, according to Steph.
Yeah, but we want
Steve
results
Kerr.
too with Steph.
And maybe that's what they're saying. Just take the thrills.
What if it's not a white flag? What if they're just tempering expectation?
Subterfuge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what that word means, but perhaps.
Tempering expectations. That's what it means.
And Cooper Cup is the white flag.
I think that's very possible.
Like, they're going to be on the floor tonight. A white flag is, well, like, the white flag is when, and it could happen, Steph Curry gets shut down for the season.
Yeah. And I hate that he's not, and I know that the NBA should get rid of back-to-backs anyway. This has nothing to do with Curry, but I just hate knowing now.
Now they should get rid of back-to-backs.
No, I just think he's not going to play.
The league softer.
Right.
What is your problem?
Stop. I have no, well,
no
we're 19 and 20.
You now have a 9-month regular season. Oh, my God.
No, there's just, I got a lot of friends, 49er Frankie, that don't like the NBA product because they feel like the regular season means nothing.
It does. He's right. 49er Frankie's absolutely right.
And that, I want to fight, radio fight.
Yeah, they have 82 games, Goo. You know why the Warriors got off to a 12-3 start? Because 25 other teams start the year in December. That's why. First month doesn't mean anything. It just meant something to the Warriors maybe this year.
Do you think Kerr has left something? Because he said this, not me. Do you think Steve Kerr, and I'm asking both of you, Evan, do you think he's left something on the coaching bone? Because he said it's his fault. Do you think maybe Spoelstra would have, or someone, whatever coach you want to insert, do you think really Kerr's having a bad year to where he's to blame more than I'm blaming him? Because I'm not blaming him at all. Do you think when he said it's all my fault, I'm doing horrible? No, but let's just forget what he said. Let's analyze what he's done.
Well, I mean, he said he's got to be better. He hasn't done a good job, so I'll take him at his word there.
Evan,
get the smile off your face
it's a smirk.
And answer the question.
Well, because you know it's a cop-out. It's what he has to say. I think Andrew Wiggins probably said it best after. It's like, yeah, it's all our faults. He's just saying that. But the thing was, I think I don't know if you guys agree. I feel like if we're playing Uno,
my favorite game.
Well, he played his trump card in the first 4 weeks of the season. Like, that's the only way this team was going to be successful, was them playing 13 guys, and eventually they figured out that wasn't going to work.
Wow.
So if there's any sin, it's that he'd never had a backup plan. But the backup plan is what we're seeing.
And I feel like my alter ego, the guru somewhere else in the Bay, just sending this text to you, Steiny. Steph's averaging 22.5 and 6 with no support, and you're talking like his career's over. We all like to see Wiggins do that at 29. Like,
nobody's saying his career's over.
No, I get it, but
he's got to transition into a different role. You can't go from...
I get you, Scotty.
But him
to do that, you got to have somebody take the mantle of his role.
No, you don't.
I thought we were looking for a 1A or a 1. That's what I mean.
Look, the problem that Steph is having is he is a victim of his own career. Very few 6'3" guards score at a level that he does at 35, 36.
Yeah.
But we've seen it. In 2 years, his average has gone from 30 to 22.
Wow.
Now, if you want to blame all his teammates on that, you can.
And I won't.
But this is, if you look at any great player, look at Klay Thompson's numbers this year. Have you noticed?
Yeah, I have.
He's down even more from last year.
Yeah.
Well, he's playing on a better team.
But he's playing with two ball hogs, too.
No. Why isn't he shooting the ball better playing with those two guys? They didn't get him thinking he was going to be worse. They got him thinking, he's going to get better looks. Well, how come it hasn't happened? Part of it's because he's older. Let's go to Priest.
Oh, here he is.
Priest is in Palo Alto.
Talk to us, baby.
Talk to Guru.
Hey, listen. I'm calling in to salute the superstar and bow in appreciation for his wisdom and his acceptance of where he is in his career. This way, I can continue to celebrate him. That's all I've been wanting.
Wow.
For the rest of his career, I just like to celebrate the kid so that all the expectations, this championship talk, is done with.
Wow.
Because that's been the biggest problem. And I hear Guru talking about, look at these kids didn't show up. These kids didn't show up because they kept talking about, we're trying to win a championship. We don't have time for them. It's not their time. And they suffered as a result of it. All I'm saying now is I appreciate everything he's done because what he's done has been monumental. That last championship they won reminded me of Muhammad Ali's Zaire fight against George Foreman. It was at that level. So I'm just saying, I've been aware of this. I've been self-aware of this for the last 2 years, and I've been preaching it, trying to get people to get ready because this was going to happen. It was going to happen. There was no way around it.
So when you heard him say that, Priest, you saluted him, huh? You that's when you said, I'll call the dogs off. That's what I'm talking about.
That's exactly what I said.
Wow.
No more calling in, talking about he's too old and this and that and that. Because listen, Guru, you got to understand when players get this old, man.
I do.
When he's got to go in and get his knees drained to get on the court, when he's in pain, can't practice because he's got to wait until the game happens. That's difficult to digest for a player of his ilk. Once he accepts the fact that this is who he is, then he'll go to the front office and say, listen, man, this wild swing you guys are trying to make, I can't live up to it. Let's not do this to this organization. I'm ready to hand the keys to this young kid and see if he can do it. That's what he's doing. He's saying, look to the future because I'm the past.
Thanks, Priest.
I can still help.
Wow.
But that's it.
Hey, Priest, good stuff as always. And, I appreciate your tough love with Guru. He's kind of like a father figure.
Stop with your glasses of light.
And I'm not telling you that Norm's not.
I'm still in on the chef, man. I get what he's saying.
Even though the chef's not in on the chef.
And that bothers me. I think that's what it is. But at the end of the day, I really think you guys are omitting, because I'm telling you, I'm on your side of the fence when you talk about the attrition to Steph and the quickness and the separation. It's more difficult. But Steiny, if you had a magic wand and he had the luxury,
you don't have a magic wand.
Of having something better around him, it wouldn't all be on his shoulders.
Right,
that's all.
You can't put an Olympic team around him. Priest.
Yeah.
You're measured. You're pragmatic.
Now, Steiny, stop. It took that step to say that the other night for him to say it.
And I think that's why Guru loves you, but also...
No, I respect him, man.
Heck yeah. We'll see.
He's a Pete Franklin disciple.
No, that's great. You're listening. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I'm too random for you and Evan sometimes, because I didn't know about the Westbrook thing, and it melted my heart that you guys... So while I was having that same conversation with myself, I was just talking about big men. Can I give you and Evan my top 5 big men in the NBA right now?
Is it going to be the same as the list I just saw on television given by Udonis Haslem?
Oh, if that happened,
it was right there.
Lightning's about to come through. What am I doing?
I don't. Well, I know exactly what you're doing. Evan. You're going to give us Udonis Haslem's top 5 big men list.
You guys have ruined the exercise, dude. I can't win with you two. Like I got it written down. I didn't do.
It was a bit conspicuous, the timing of it.
Yeah, you guys really think I'm Eddie Haskell? No, turn the music's cut. Dude.
Are you going to do it?
No, I'm not. It's because you guys won't give me the benefit of the doubt of just randomly having that thought.
Well, even if
I'm watching Wemby, man.
Number 5.
Evan, no, it's over.
No, because you're not a true Warrior fan.
Look at this shirt. This shirt is sick.
The minute they started to struggle, you couldn't deal with it.
They did make the playoffs last year, and I'm all in. What are you talking
you're
about?
Not all in.
See, this is a bit. People don't know. They take it to heart. It's a bit. I'm all in. But I will tell you,
what does that mean?
I love you for saying.
You're more in than Curry, apparently.
Yeah.
He's not.
But you calling it weird, it completes me. For you to say goo or to anybody, it is rather odd that all three of us.
Totally strange.
They had triplets, 3 babies. They all came out at the same time. It's as weird as. We're going to find out what led to this. I think a trade's coming. I really do. No doubt, Shannon.
Let's go to Big D. He's in the hospital. He has lunch, and he calls us in a lot. Big D. From the hospital. What's up, Big D?
Hey, you guys are on fire today.
Oh, thanks.
I like it.
All right.
Both of you guys got great points, man. You guys should ask for a raise.
Oh. That's all right. I'm not Steph Curry. I don't need max money. I'm at the end of my career.
You're taller than he is. Yeah. But you need people around you to help you.
That's true.
Why I'm calling.
He's got it.
And
still carrying.
Me and Evan.
I usually talk super fast and yell and all that stuff, but I'm actually in my office, so everybody's listening to me talk on the radio. So this is my professional voice.
All right.
So I'm going with them to trade for somebody, and if they want to trade, they say it's not just for this year. I say it's for the future. You know, if they work out, they work out. We keep them for next year. Curry can't last that long. Maybe he can sit to the side and hit threes, but he can't be going up the middle no more and bang them knees up. He's done. And Draymond. And just let him retire and pay him off. Get some new people in. That's how it works. That's for the future. Because I don't see us having any assets at the moment.
Wow. The picks and Jonathan Kuminga, Steiny.
But don't you acknowledge that Kuminga's got a wild card because somebody's got to pay him?
Yeah, he is a wild card. And I'd like to just double back to what BJ said. He gave him love, but Steiny, he still did. Austin and San Jose pointed this out. He didn't put his stamp on if he knows he's going to get, you know what I mean? Like, it could go either way is what BJ, I'm paraphrasing. But, Stoney, which way you think it's going to go for Kuminga? If you had to right now bet your life that he's going to be a 1 on any NBA team, forget how many wins that team gets, Stoney, I think he's running into he'll be a 1. Now, if you say, are they going to win the finals, what that team will be, I don't want to answer that. But I'm telling you, he's got the skill set and explosion, Stoney, to get to just walk into 24 night with 7 rebounds. Like I really now that could be for the Pistons or whoever.
And any great one also is a pretty good tries to defend. And what about making teammates better?
That's his biggest area of growth. And now he's going to get all day to do it.
Honestly, I don't like my feeling with Kuminga. Is he a 1? Who cares if he's a 1? We'll find that out after we re-sign him in the next 3 or 4 years.
We care
and if he's a 2, we'll have to go get a 1.
What we're saying is, the Warriors.
But I don't think he's a 1. If you want to know the truth.
All right, so the Warriors after Curry, that's what I'm saying. When you say future, it's picks. If you don't have a 1, you know what I mean? Like, who's your future 1? They don't have it. Who's the next? It's not on the roster. You would love to say, it's Jonathan Kuminga by far.
Who's like
Lakers are different. I thought you were going there.
No, but who the Lakers won after LeBron leaves?
Well, AD.
Yeah, but he's going to be 35 by that point.
Well, they don't have theirs.
Like, who's the Bucks after Giannis?
My whole point. I got you.
So, like, he might not be here yet. It might be a guy who's graduating college in 2 years.
But those teams, and I'm using the Lakers with the Bucks, are laughing at this question because they're like, we'll get to that when we get to it. We still got championships to try to vie for because we're going to be in the playoffs. The Warriors are like, just sitting on the side.
Well, wait, so you don't believe Joe Lacob's trying?
I do, okay. And I believe this verbiage stuff is something's going on.
Move on, Joe.
And Priest would have to double back and say he was wrong.
Nobody's been able to answer my question about the unique part of Steph getting older, which is he's a guard. His scoring will drop.
And it has.
That's what I mean. I looked at Stockton. I looked at Nash. The guys who played a long time. Not Iverson. Well, Iverson went down.
We saw it.
Why did Iverson go down in a hurry? Because he averaged 30 a game.
And those falls
guy
to
like
the floor.
Steve Nash and John Stockton were always secondary scorers. So they could, and I think Steph could go to become a 15-9 guy. But we're not there yet, obviously. And they don't have enough good players for him to be that guy right now. Let me see. Oh, yeah, we got time. Let's go to who's been waiting the longest? Michael in San Jose. What's up, Michael? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Great show. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, loving all the points you're making. I've been thinking about this since the show yesterday. Call me crazy for living in the past, but I think a move that would make sense. Keep Kuminga around, wouldn't have to trade him, and maybe get Poole back, get the Poole party back together like 2022. That's your future number 1 after Steph. The guy's a proven scorer. Whatever beef happened between him and Draymond, maybe that's in the rearview mirror now for both those guys. So, they got the chemistry. They did it in 22, so maybe it's time, and then you get to keep Kuminga that way.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it. I
got goosebumps.
I would only acquire Jordan Poole if I could include Draymond Green in the trade.
I'm out. Oh, man.
Then I would be interested in that.
Yeah. There will one day be a movie about or a doc on this Warrior
just like the We Believe team.
Well, I don't think that Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson are going to be heading the document project for this dynasty.
What happened? Baron Davis is running with them.
I'm saying.
You don't think they're responsible?
They have other things that they're involved in.
You don't think they have the wherewithal to make a movie?
It's like you and your book. No, people don't throw rocks at you and try to talk about your character if you're a prognostic.
Don't you get the difference?
What?
I say I can't write a book. They say they're making a documentary.
And if you get my drift, it's on the back burner.
Yeah, I think you're right. Evan hit it out the park, man.
Oh, man.
Shout out Cheech and Chong. It slows you down, man. But my thing with that, Stoney, is it's worthy. We'll find out what really went on with Durant leaving. But I would say this to Kevin Durant.
Where did he come up?
Because that's a part of this. It's been hell for him in basketball.
Who?
And he loves the game, Kevin Durant,
No,
since he left. Stoney, stop.
You stop.
Brooklyn was a mess, and I said they were going to win the finals. What's going on in Phoenix? Phoenix is criminal.
Same thing's going on in Phoenix as going on in the
But if he
Warriors.
were right here, if he would have stayed here, it would have been – I could cry. Seriously, I could cry. I watch him right now like, why did you leave?
He's Steph Curry. He's Steph.
What you mean?
Like, he's the best player on a 500 team.
No, there's no it. Steph don't have no Devin Booker and Bradley Beal on a bad day.
So why do you want
I don't know
Durant?
what's going on there, and I don't like it.
Well, it's been going on there for a while.
Steph wish he could play with Harden, Kyrie, Booker, and Beal.
No, he
Miss
doesn't.
me.
No, he doesn't. That's what he said yesterday. That's what you're having a tough time negotiating. He doesn't want to play with those guys. He doesn't. He wants
I
to
got
stay
land
here.
for sale for you.
Oh, so he's lying.
Oh, you talking about Steph?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Kevin Durant.
Now go get Kevin Durant.
No, get Steph some help. Joe?
No.
And I'm 2 months away. I'm weeks away. February 6th. Light years is done. If nothing happens or pops off by the 6th, Evan, I wouldn't. The light years, you need a light bulb. That's where I'm going.
He's like a Dodger fan. He finally gets there in like the third inning. He's never been the first one to a party.
No, he's not a Dodgers fan because they leave early.
Oh, boy.
It's
Dude, something's gotta give,
It's
man.
almost like you thought they were going to win 4 more titles before 2030.
Not that.
What?
I said, and I'm on record. Evan can tell you.
You know, it was B.J. Armstrong.
Successful season was making the playoffs for the Dubs.
When B.J. Armstrong said, it never ends well, Guru was like, wow. I've only used that phrase about 72 times.
As long as I'm laughing. But, dude, that's
it
pretty
just
good.
doesn't.
I get you.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, boy, we still got a bunch of calls. I'll get to you on the other side. This show's kind of flown by.
They winning tonight? Thanks.
You want me to be honest?
We need to get Fidel on.
I think they got a good he's coming on with Willard. And
He's
Tibbs.
coming in later today.
When you say
Am I
coming
a
in, does that
psychic?
mean in the building?
In studio.
Am
with
I
Willard
a
and Tibbs.
psychic?
I tell you what. Wait, how
The
come
top 5 list, Fidel, Westbrook.
Separate the top 5 list from Friedel.
Hey, Dagoo, you know what? How fun would it be to get a guy in here to do an hour or two of our show? That'd be fun. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment was also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems, and I just couldn't get it up.
New year, fresh start. Why not?
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Timmy Roy. Voice of the Warriors. You can hear him right here on the flagship. 5:30 start. Evan Giddings.
We'll see.
Will be on the post game today.
Yep, post game.
4:30 Warriors Live with Willard and Dibbs.
Warriors will be in their white uniforms, not the home white, the ones that, got the nice little I'll tweet it out. I'm going to dime you out. Evan, this man asked me our address and where he works and shows up to every day. How do you not know your address where you work, bud?
Concerning. Number one, you should. Number two, it's like the easiest address to memorize in the world.
And it's like your social security number, bud.
I just know it by sight.
But you were giving it out last year in our old spot. Got to be careful, man.
You really don't. Guys are going to get you one way or the other. Seriously. I saw another hockey player got robbed during a game.
And the FBI sent a letter to the NFL about that. I think it was last December.
Yeah.
Who came up with that?
Somebody who's
when
smart.
Mahomes is playing,
it was
I just want I want the 70s and 80s back, man.
They did that in the 70s and 80s.
No, Sonny, no, they didn't.
Have you ever heard of Bill Russell?
Yeah.
Did you ever hear of him breaking into his apartment?
And they would go number 2 on his bed, but that was racial. I don't understand. They don't make it better. That was they didn't like his cut.
Oh, it was racial?
This is
that's okay.
Organized crime using the internet. Do you know they got devices now? They can tell if you got electronics in your car?
Yeah, it's called an iPhone.
Well, the electronic trail also makes it easier to track criminals, which you couldn't do back in the 70s.
Exactly.
Well, how are we doing with that? I think they're winning. Criminals 100, cops 1.
Perception's not always reality.
Where I'm from, bud, it is. Crooks getting away. No, I'm from the Yune. Anyway, go ahead, Steiny.
Go ahead, what?
I'm on fire.
So are the Warriors.
Dude. Hey.
Do you feel like on a day like today, you're like a day late and $1 short?
Not at all. I'm hurt.
Why? You're hurt because something's happening
comments from the Big
Three. Every fan knew was going to happen?
No, that's different.
Oh.
The comments from the Big Three. We're going to get to the bottom of it, Sonny. I promise you. Something's up, man.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you, somebody who knows his way around the Bay. He's city boy in San Francisco.
Our man, where he been?
City, what is going on with 3 guys saying, you know what, everybody, we kind of do stink?
Oh, man, we do stink, boy. I'll tell you what. And this roster, I mean, it's so funny because I think last time I saw you guys, we were, having a pint or two and talking about how the strength in numbers was cool and how, they were rolling and this is fun. And all of a sudden, I'll tell you what, not so fun. And the strength in numbers thing really isn't working out very well, is it? Matter of fact, outside of JK and Steph, I mean, they look terrible.
Wow, man.
These guys, they hardly look like pros. And I know they are. And these guys individually, they could all play a role on a good team probably. It's not like they're terrible players, but they can't contribute in the way that we need them to. But I'll tell you what, it's funny. Like, I understand what Priest was saying. I really kind of appreciated his call. I just, that's how I would feel. That's how I'm hoping to feel 2 years from now. You know what I mean? I'm not there yet. And I think I feel a little bit like Goo, I mean, I want to see a trade. And what I think that Steph and Kerr and Draymond, they were kind of in lockstep in discussing a trade. And I really believe that not that they were being disingenuous, or maybe they were, it's subterfuge, right?
Yeah.
They don't want the teams on the other line, the teams on the other end of the phone with Mike Dunleavy right now. They're trying to kill him. They're trying to get everything they can out of him. So I really think that they're trying to get Mike a little bit of leverage to say, hey, my stars aren't tripping,
I think that's part of it.
I like that.
So, that's where I'm at. I think they're just trying to help Mike get a little bit of leverage. We're not trading Kuminga. I mean, unless you're talking about a Giannis or a really high-level player. I mean, Kuminga's just showing us way too much. I mean, and the beautiful thing about Kuminga right before he got hurt, he had a few 30-point games, but he had a 30-point game playing with Steph. And I think that was the first time that had ever happened. Because usually he has his big nights when Steph's sitting out. So I think he's coming around. He's 22.
Yeah.
He's coming around. JK is coming around. He's got a bright future. I compare him to Jaylen Brown. And I think Jaylen Brown, when he hit the league, he was probably about Kuminga's age now. So, Kuminga isn't a shooter that Brown is, but they're very comparable players. And that's what I would hope for his future as a Jaylen Brown type player. And, Jaylen Brown makes $60 million a year. So if we wind up having to pony up 40, I was hoping to get him for 30. Maybe you have to pony up 40, but you keep him. This guy's valuable. But I'll tell you what, I think the Warriors' assets to me are all these expiring deals. Well, they got about 5 dudes with expiring deals. So you got to look for a team looking to dump some salary like the Chicago Bulls. And, I'll tell you what, if I could add Levine and Vucevic for a couple of years, you bite the bullet on that money. But I'll tell you what, if my starting lineup is Steph Curry, Zach LaVine, Kuminga would have to play the 3, Draymond at the 4, and Vucevic at the 5. Now, the depth would be hurt, but whatever. I would take that starting 5. And plus, as a fan, if I'm honest, I don't really watch baseball anymore. I got a few more months of sports and then I'm waiting for football.
Wow.
So I'll tell you what, I want to enjoy what I'm watching, and I'm not enjoying it right now. I still, I'm still watching Steph and hoping he does well, but it's just not that fun right now, So, I think they're going to make a move, but it might have to come up to the deadline because teams are going to play chicken with the Warriors. And, I'll tell you this, though, with the Bulls, they've been trying to trade those 2 guys for 3 years now.
Feels like
no
it.
takers. So, yeah. So
great
to me,
stuff, man.
I think that you got to look for a team trying to dump some salary, though, because we're not, we might give up 1 first-round pick. We're not giving up multiple picks, and we're not giving up Kuminga. So.
I'm kind of with you there, City. Thank you. Hey, by the way, everybody, our knockout tournament is back. It's your chance to shoot hoops at Chase Center. Contest is going to start Monday, January 27th. It's going to go for 3 weeks, so you're going to have plenty of chances to win. Listen in the 8 o'clock hour, 12 o'clock hour, and 4 o'clock hour starting Monday, January 27th. Each show is going to have a slot to give away for 3 weeks. You got to be 18. You got to be a California resident, and we're going to give you more details as time ensues. But last year we had a great time at Chase Center with Knockout, and we're doing it again this year, and the contest is open on January 27th.
Let's bet 50 I'll win it.
Okay.
You and me right now, 50.
Okay, it's done.
It's done.
Yeah, it's done.
Yep. Grandy, I'm okay. I got it. I've been hooping. What's he laughing at so hard?
Well, he's holding up the trophy.
Oh, yeah. I sided him out. He's had it. I'm taking that thing, Evan.
So you're going to be like Virginia.
Virginia.
Didn't Virginia lose?
They got knocked out by a 16 seed and then won it all.
Yeah, they won it all the next year. Oh. I thought you watched sports.
No, I'm going to Ralph Sampson. Chaminade beat Virginia way back in the day. Remember that upset?
This is in the recent past. Yeah. I want to say Ty Jerome was on one of those teams.
Hey, somebody sent us a nice text. We don't need guests. You guys do a great show. Keep up the good work. So take back what you said to Evan.
I won't.
Well, you guys only had to ask Steiny's guest like 3 questions.
I love you.
I said, love you, buddy.
How
jealous are you?
Everything. Is that how he sounded? DJ, before you go, I love you. Steiny, the guru, he ordered steak, peas. He had a salad with blue dressing.
I ordered steak.
I'm playing with you, but dude, I've never seen you melt like that. He had a salad
with just oil and vinegar.
Where's he live now?
Matters.
I don't know. I don't know.
We need fit. Dude, we don't want Fitz right now. They got Fitz, okay.
They're fine.
Would Fitz be fine, though?
Of course.
We need to check on him.
Why don't you call him and get him on and ask him if he still thinks they're a 55-win team?
Dude, and I don't even think you can get 55. Man, boy.
They're in a natural position. This is where champions
what does that mean?
Usually end up.
The Bulls, they didn't erode. They just didn't get an opportunity. Right, it was over regardless. Yeah, that's what we all hate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He pulled the plug at the right time. Not like this team.
Stop. Some people saying pay you right now, please.
Oh, boy. Let's go to David in Maryland. What's up, David? How you doing, my man?
Terps.
Oh, I am doing great. I want to thank you guys so much for everything you're doing. And Guru, I just want to let you know, don't let anyone gaslight you on this whole Stephen Curry thing. They are wrong. You are right. It's not his age. This is a scapegoat. This is a cop-out.
You're right.
He's in his prime.
This is just a cop-out. Yes, Stephen Curry is old, but let's be realistic. These are three problems, all right? This is Steve Kerr not getting his rotations and everything right. This is the mismanagement of the front office. And then the third thing, this is the third thing is Draymond, the coddling of Draymond Green throughout the years. This is the culmination of everything now coming back to bite them in the butt. I mean, what happened with Jordan Poole and how they dealt with him? They traded him off. He was everything that they wanted in a young guy. And we just let him go because we wanted to retain Draymond Green, who doesn't do enough on the offensive end for us to do something like that. I mean, and this is a name you're not even going to mention, but I'm going to bring it up. No one else is going to say this name. I mean, who remembers Dante DiVincenzo? I mean, do we remember that guy? He was great for us.
He's starting for the
T-Wolves right now. I would take it. No. We sent him to New York, remember? He went to New York with the Knicks, and he did amazing. And he was amazing with the Knicks. That's what we let go. And, we don't tell Draymond Green when he does anything wrong. We're scared. And now we want to, it's Stephen Curry.
Oh, my gosh.
No, it's not Stephen Curry. It's not Stephen Curry. I'm telling you, we have a bad lineup. We have a bad roster. I mean, and to the Steve Kerr part of this, look at Moses Moody. We don't know. Take your pick. Who do you want to blame more? We don't play him enough to let him to figure out if he's good or not, or we bring him in and think that he's going to be, this whole two timeline thing, and then he's not that guy. So pick your poison. Do you want to blame the front office on that end for Moses Moody, or do you want to blame Steve Kerr for not claiming him? It's all of it. It's
great call, man.
Thanks, Dave.
That's a great call from Maryland. Man, he said a lot of stuff I agree with.
That's funny because his first thing was Steve Kerr in the rotation, and you said, Steiny, are people blaming Steve Kerr? I don't know. I'm not blaming Steve Kerr. I'll say this, though,
if you can remember.
So now you are.
I remember all our shows, Steiny. I do. And last year, let's see if Evan does, I went off when Steve Kerr admitted he sat Moody down and told him he was out the rotation. They played in Sacramento, and his ass, by default, got in the game and went for 17 or 20 points.
Sure.
And I'm like, that right there constitutes you should never have your chain yanked to where you're out of the rotation. So the 4 rings
he's in the rotation.
Nobody's above criticism, but Steiny, I'll go to the Jerome Lamb model of why they were playing above Kuminga and Moody. If you had the foresight to know you were going to need those guys.
Well, you didn't.
But I got you.
I'm
just saying it's like a parking ticket, Steiny. It's valid to call from Maryland and say what I'm saying is profound, and he agrees with me.
Well,
it's not just Steph's age, guys.
No.
It's what's around him, too.
Yeah, and what you're failing to realize is that most teams, after they win 4 titles in 10 years, they have a down period. The question is, how long is it going to be? That's the only question. How long is it going to be?
The Steph bottle is not empty to me.
Oh, no, it's not. But it's got some backwash in it.
Yeah, I was thinking ketchup.
Well, I'm just saying.
Trades are hard.
Yep, they are. Then why did you make it sound like they were easy, Joe, a year ago? By the way, you think
I'm laughing from crying.
You think
trades are hard?
You think there's not a correlation between the Warriors and where they're at right now and Joe Lacob doing one interview this year? Joe usually is a little more media friendly.
Joe Lacob, wake up, man.
When he said in Vegas that Pods could be an all-star, man, I don't know if that pissed off the basketball gods. And they meant, what's up with him? When's he coming back, Pods?
He's not near a return, is what I've heard. And
I'm being real.
Well, that's good, Goku. You'll have another excuse. You can say, once we get Pods back, we'll get this thing rolling.
City boy, hey, look, I'm rooting for the Giants. But, Steiny, if they're what they were last year and they're not the Dodgers.
Are we talking about the San Francisco Giants?
Yeah, and we got to parlay a bad Warrior season into a baseball season that's been,
Giants are going to be better than last year.
Okay, all right.
Take it to the bank.
Well, we said that about the Warriors. And now you're jumping ship. Evan hit you hard yesterday.
I didn't want to bring it back for 3 years with this team.
No, when you were like, who doesn't think we win 50? And then you're an idiot. And then you fit about, just take it with 48.
Yeah.
Evan brought it up. I don't do that to you because then we won't be able to finish the show. But young Evan did it, and I appreciated it.
Right. You just don't want to hear. You don't see. You only choose to listen to what you listen to. The reason, the biggest reason why the Warriors, I thought they were a 48-win team, but they don't look like a 48-win team. To me, the biggest reason is I have seen more of a decline this year in Steph than I anticipated. All right. He's missed 8 or 9 games, and there have been a lot of games, not a lot, but there have been too many games this year where he's been really struggling, where he's really struggled. And two things can be equally true. He could probably use a little more help. But you can't put an all-star team around him. Let's go to Will. Let's go to Will in Pleasanton. He wants to talk about knockout tournament.
Big Will.
Hey, Will. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? I got a question for you, Steiny.
Yeah.
Knowing Guru's track record on gambling bets on the radio station, why would you make that bet? The push-up bet. He did halfway down, and then back up.
Yeah.
And then he's going to say coming in 4th place is good enough as coming in 1st, and you need to pay him.
Who's this guy?
Or the bet he made the other day with Evan, I believe, where he goes, I didn't really mean that.
Yeah, exactly.
Bet. You know what I meant? I said coming in 6th.
What about the UCLA bet I won about the Coach Cronin when I said they were going to go on a losing streak and he got threw out the game? Put some respect on my gambling name.
Don't yell at our listeners.
Licky's laughing. Say the good stuff.
That's the good stuff, Gary. You guys have a good one.
Thanks, Will.
And those push-ups weren't half-assed. Those were push-ups. The amount of people that are mad at Low Neal, I didn't have to go out. We talked.
Nobody's mad at him after he explained why he didn't pay you. Nobody, like everybody knows.
Dude, stop, man.
Guru,
Stop.
if you're in the hole, you're probably not going to get paid when you finally do win a bet.
Oh, boy, if they only knew, please.
Oh, goodness.
All right, I'm going to give you one crack at this.
Okay. Your top
for
5
our
big men?
show. No, for our show. If we had one person in studio, who should it
Sally.
be?
John Sally.
Well,
you asked me.
You ruined the bid. You must have read it.
I mean, John Sally. You see who else?
Fogarty.
Yeah, Fogarty would be unreal.
Man.
Here's Vince in Austin. He's delusional.
What's he got?
I'm kidding, Vince. How come how come this year's going a little sideways, Vince? What do you think?
3 reasons.
Okay.
First reason, our inability to box out and grab a rebound.
Number 1.
They've left so many first and oh yeah, big number 1. Number 2, way too many turnovers.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, number 2. Number 3, way too many injuries. Can I get a number 3?
He wants a number 3.
Well,
number 3.
That's all right. Excellent. And then a way bigger number than 1, 2, and 3 is the total amount of Warriors injured. Let's go down the list. Payton, Davis, Green, Anderson, Pajemski. And guys want to talk about Pajemski, and I'll go into this for 30
No, I'm with you. Go ahead, man.
He's a connector.
One thing, Pajemski's a great enforcer and a great player, but one thing, when you talk with the experts who know basketball, guys who have been playing the game 60, 70
Guy
years.
you're talking to now.
There are certain intangibles to the game. What age was Kobe when he first started playing? He was 2. Pajemski was like 14, 15 when he first picked up a basketball. So there's certain intangibles to the game that you can't pick. And again, I'm not going to hate on him. I like the kid. Santa Clara kid, California kid, cool haircut,
They miss him.
great attitude.
From Wisconsin.
Whatever.
Yeah, they miss him.
But yeah, I mean,
I got you, Vince. Yeah. Vince, we got to go, but you're the man.
Yeah. They miss pods.
Good call.
I'm saying that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. They miss him. I've never seen a team miss so many 11th and 12th men.
Hey,
I'm kidding.
I know.
Dobbsy.
Who was the plant you guys had called? Talk about my betting history. I'm on fire.
That was Will in Pleasanton.
Yeah, because Evan,
He's a
I
P1.
took one from Evan, and then I just slaughtered you with the football games this weekend, but we're not going to back that up and give the results because I'll look good. I get it. I know my role on this show. I know what's happening, just so you two know.
Vrabel.
Yeah. Hey, did you see he got a job with the Patriots?
I did see that.
Okay.
How about my man Mayo? Where's he? Is he with the Raiders?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Where you watching the game?
Which game?
Warriors.
What? Good question. I didn't realize it was starting so late, 6:30.
You act like that's 11 at night.
Well, I thought it was going to be a 5 o'clock start.
But it's 8:30 local.
That's late.
That is late.
I couldn't have, yeah. Could you imagine Monday Night Football starting at 9? Mom, can I stay up? It's the fourth quarter, 12 or 1. I'd have to go to bed.
It did start. It does start at 9.
I wouldn't have been able to survive.
It started at 9 when we were kids.
Yeah, but I was out here. It started at 6.
Oh, yeah. By the way.
And we bet 50 on me winning knockout.
Okay, that's fine. Another more money that's going to accrue that I'll never get paid. Hey, Warriors, they're 2-1 this year against the T-Wolves. They beat them 2 out of 3. Yeah. Something must work for them there.
Let's see it continue. But you're going to laugh and scoff. They don't have Peyton. They don't have Pods.
Peyton actually may play tonight.
Oh, okay. Well,
seriously,
that
Peyton
helps,
may play. No Pods.
But were you right on the Pods? He's not even close?
I saw he's not close.
Oh, man.
I don't know if that means a week, 2 weeks, or more, but it says he's not close. And then there's the fourth one. Who's the fourth one we're missing? Oh, Kuminga.
Yeah,
Kuminga's not going to be playing tonight. So there you go. What do you think the boys are going to be feeling when they come in?
For Dale in studio, the hour.
Is he at what? I tell you what, I guarantee you Friedell's not in here at 2.
Oh, why are you doing
3:45.
Of course. Yeah. Of course. They'll milk us for 15.
Oh, wow. That's where you're.
And then they'll milk Friedell for an hour.
Numbers are numbers.
Well, they'll argue for the first 5. That's what we could lay out.
Yeah, they go at it. Sometimes they do.
It's like, argh!
Sometimes they do.
I like it.
You feel like we got anything done today?
I feel better.
Hey, what do you got today, by the way?
Going to the gym and hoop, Union City 24-hour fitness. I'm giving cats the business, man.
Yeah, just like Steph. You're too old. You're going to get hurt. You know that, don't you?
I mean, at this point, I think I still had a good run if I do.
You know what? This is a good point.
I blurted out my real age at the cafeteria.
785 wants to know if you are aware that GP2 is injury prone, right?
You got to go, my brother.
All right, we got to go. We got Willard and Dibbs on the other side. Dibbs will tell you it's over, and Willard will tell you things are just getting started for the Golden State Warriors. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. I'm scared of Willard.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always...
I said, I'm a Pirate fan. You got to have more hope than that.
I want Iguodala. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley, Mark Willard. This is the crossover.
Hello.
And nice job yesterday on the Steve Kerr interview. We ended up playing pretty much all that sound. I thought it was extremely interesting. And I texted Dibbs in the middle of it with just a wow, because I did feel like he had some interesting things to say about where they think this organization is right now, which I feel is a new piece of news,
which
essentially
begs the question, why did I not get a text? You have my number.
That got awkward in a hurry. Yeah. Well, you famously didn't want a cookie from him.
That's
true. Heard it on the way back in.
That's true, but I'll
tell you
make
what
them again.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
The chip cookies.
I'll tell you what it was.
What?
Dibbs had texted me, so he was only 4 down on my text list.
I'm probably
I would have had
133 down. As far as you, like, I don't know. Have you
Such
ever,
a cop-out.
Have you ever texted just me?
Yes. Yeah, I have.
Oh,
I have.
Okay.
Anyway, it was a
good
interview with Kerr, and
I'm going to text you right now just so we can move.
Organizational white flag. Is that what it felt like yesterday?
No, what I said was it was an organizational yellow flag. Like, it's caution. It's a cautionary situation as you head to the deadline. You're not going to go for the big swing for the big fish, and you may not go for the medium swing for the medium fish, although I do think what you said earlier, Steiny, and I'll go ahead and elaborate when I have your full attention.
Sure.
But you were mentioning the idea of if you were to acquire somebody at this deadline, the import of it being a younger player, because you have an aging core. So does it really make sense to bring in Vucevic, who I revealed yesterday, guys, which I caught my partner flat-footed when I pointed out that he's actually higher on the all-time points list than Klay Thompson. Nikola Vucevic has scored more points in this league, in our league, than Klay Thompson has.
That's a fact.
Well, Draymond has more threes than Larry Bird, so that one is number one for me.
But it's like, you
wow, I would have never thought
stunning.
that.
You could dive into Basketball Reference and probably find all kinds of surprises, but that's one.
And I do, and there's some neat ones. And the 3-point one is especially poignant. And Steve Kerr, as you know, is number one all-time in three-point percentage, and we all know why.
Yeah.
It's because he got fat during the 3 years where the three-point line was basically like the college three, including 1 year where Steve shot 51% from three. And also Steve barely qualifies in threes attempted, but that's not the point of this. The point of this is, I agree with you, Steiny, it makes more sense to, if you're going to make a trade in February here, acquire somebody who is younger and more athletic, somebody who will be around next year, as opposed to making a big swing for a 35-year-old Jimmy Butler.
I'm also really with you guys, though, where maybe for some, the more interesting conversation here is not what they're saying, it's why.
No doubt. That's been the whole show.
That to me is a very, and I
something's
think,
up, Willard.
Well, and I think, it's why you and many others sort of got that white flag vibe, because it's why. Like, what did you all say to each other behind the scenes that had you collectively come tell us all of a sudden?
A campaign almost.
Yeah, actually, we're done here. And, let's just start talking about how fun it is to watch Steph. And
Steiny used the word, it was perfect. It was weird. Well, we had BJ Armstrong earlier today, but it was weird, and it still is.
We'll never know what's said behind the scenes, but I get it if you feel like they got together and went, we got no answers. Right. We're not good enough. We're not good enough.
But wouldn't you have gotten together before if you're doing the calculus, wouldn't you have, felt like Dibbs? Because Dibbs thinks they were done coming into this season as far as winning the chip. Did it really take you to get 19 and 20 for you to have that?
I don't know.
You know what?
Take it from.
I don't think we got it. I don't know.
Take it from a human being who has been in the party of last to know on things throughout life at times. I'll tell you off air what some of them are. But anyway, like sometimes you're too close to a situation. And when you are the particular in the situation, when you are the person that everyone else is watching and going, oh, he doesn't know that he's not as good anymore. I get it. You might be the last to know. That's a pretty hard pill to swallow. Wow.
And when you start 12-3, it's easy to look at that with a win over OKC and a win over Boston.
Yes.
You look at that and you think, you know what? Maybe we still have action in this West, in this season. And it's funny because I listened to the whole BJ Armstrong. It was a classic driveway moment when something is so good on the radio, you stay in your driveway. I was at BART, so not really my driveway, but listening to you. And actually, I got to the point where you guys had dinner, and I almost turned it off, but I was fascinated by it.
You.
And I was fascinated by
love you, buddy.
Go ahead. Well, that actually hit me, too. Like, I've known Steiny for 17 years, and not once has he told me he loves me. But
at least he texted you.
and just listening to BJ talk about how the way dynasties end and how they always end, and they always end a certain way, he's right, but I just didn't think that it would be this sudden and this year. I thought maybe it would be, okay, next year or the year after. The chef is 39 and all the rest of it. It feels like this is happening more abruptly than what many people had thought.
And maybe I'm the only one in the room that thinks Steph Curry has more left. And I don't want to speak for you because I think he has something left. Michael didn't get the opportunity. Magic was dealing with the HIV. Like, dynasty's in when the main guy is really done. And I just don't feel that way with Steph. So, and maybe Willard, I'm late to the party, Steiny. Maybe the dynasty's over. But when you have the same players and, the number ones, I'm still thinking you got action. And if we're going to go back-to-back years, and I know we're not there yet, of this team not making the playoffs, it's not just the Bay Area. It's TV. Everybody's mad that Steph Curry is not going to be performing in May and June in the playoffs. Like, that's not good for anybody NBA related. And I'm just looking at everything. I get my own life. But, man, nobody wants that to happen.
What do you mean? If they're not
the networks don't want that to happen.
Oh, but if they're not good enough, they're not good enough. Like, they're either going to make the playoffs or not.
Right. And that's why fundamentally I just said to you, and Willard, you guys weren't listening, I get what Steiny's saying and anybody about the attrition of Steph and the separation and just getting older. But the bottom line is what's around him is so dire that it makes his slippage become more of an issue. Fair. And that's why it's not go get a new Steph, but can we get something better to help Steph? That's all.
Well, what if I said this, though? Because I do hear, and I heard a lot of callers on your show today start talking about, and this is natural, I think, you go back in time and start looking at the spots where the Warriors could have done better, right? Because Steve Kerr said it yesterday. This is through no fault of anyone.
Right.
And I bet there's some people who are like, wait a minute, Wiseman and Draymond, and he punched. Sure, you can point to all the missteps. Here's where my mind went. What if I asked all of you, what's the decision? Go back 5 years if you would like, anywhere in the last 5 years. What's the decision the Warriors made that you would have made differently at the time?
And we have hindsight.
Drafting James Wiseman.
Okay, no, but at the time, did you not want James Wiseman then? You wanted LaMelo Ball?
No, I wanted
his family was considered like a problem.
No, but I love that. The best basketball player should have been drafted.
And do you think at that time that person was not James?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, then to me, if you had that insight,
I'm being real, yeah.
No, I agree. I have no way of knowing. I have no reason to think you're like. If that was your thought at the time, then I think that's a fair thing to do. I don't look at any decision they made in the moment it was being made and really think, boy, I was screaming from the mountaintops, don't do that. In other words, when I look at now, there are things about the Warriors' development process of young players that have frustrated people, but I understand why they did that. Like, they probably have the title 3 years ago because they slowed young player development. And then the following year, where you could argue, oh, you should have gone more in on Kuminga, or you should have gone away from Draymond the second he punched a teammate. Yeah, but we all thought they were still contenders in that moment. And they won a playoff series, went to the conference semifinals, took it to Game 6. We were all in the same boat that they were in, thinking they were a real competitor. only starting last year did it start to look kind of silly, and that's precisely when they did start to hand the reins over to Jonathan Kuminga, or at least let him play 25, 30 minutes
and
a game.
that, to me, is the answer to your question, which is when Draymond punches Poole, and it was, whatever happened, nobody knew, although our colleague Bonte Hill told me off the air, he's like, it's worse than just, because I thought it might have been a classic face wash, and he's
before the video came out.
Right.
I'll never forget that.
Told me
24 hours, remember that?
Bonte told
Friday
me
morning.
that he's hearing that it's worse than that. And I said, okay, maybe it was a slap or whatever. And then we see the video, and then it's ring night, and you don't suspend Draymond Green. So that, for me, if you want to talk about the one thing, because if you would have appropriately suspended him, and that would have made Jordan Poole feel better, maybe the Jordan Poole year and that whole exit works out in a different way.
But they made the playoffs in that year, though.
Yeah,
still.
maybe, but I still look at even Jordan Poole now and now shooting better and whatnot, and there's no way for us to know emotionally what was the an effect of the punch or whatever. I still don't look at him now. I know the Warriors need bucket getters, but I don't look at the way he plays basketball as something that quote-unquote fits with Steph and what the Warriors do. It fit when he was off of the bench. In theory, now you're asking for someone to come in and be a 2. I don't think that's Jordan.
Well, you got no 2. So,
yeah, I get that.
Kuminga was kind of becoming the 2, but he was, and then he wasn't, and then now he's hurt until, the next couple of weeks.
I'll give you this, because you and I were doing the show at the time. Yep. You were among those screaming from the mountaintops at the time. Yep. Like Draymond needs a bigger punishment.
I couldn't. Go ahead, Stoney.
What would that have done? I don't know.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The one I thought about, and I'll admit, I can't remember what I was thinking at the time, but, the Durant Draymond thing. Why did Durant have to go? And now maybe he wanted to go.
Yeah, I don't but do you think there's something the Warriors could have done to make him stay?
Well, yeah, I think, what if the Warriors would have said, look, KD, we'll get him out of here? Again, I'm not saying, that was an easy decision they blew at the time.
But did he leave just because of Draymond?
It's a great question. I got to believe he was a factor.
Maybe a factor.
The other thing that I think hit this organization the wrong way was when they won a title and they extended Wiggins and Poole, and then we found out later that Clay and Draymond wanted extensions that year. So I think that was why did they extend Poole when he came up, but not Kuminga when he came up?
Look.
And Poole felt like a no-brainer at the time.
Totally. Remember, he and Wiggins are sitting there yelling, we're going to get a bag. They knew it was a done deal. I sort of do look at it like this, and this is not to just give everybody a free pass through the whole experience, but at a certain point when they win that championship and you still have Steph, Dre, and Clay on the team, and they're 4-time champs, and then you have others who are coming up and making
Jordan
names.
Poole.
And Andrew Wiggins.
Okay.
That changed his profile that whole year. When you have all of that and contractual situations on the table for 4 out of those 5 names that we just said, Steph being the only one who was already all locked up for a while, it does kind of feel like a rock band that just had to break up. I don't know how, it's not like the Warriors could just be like, sure, here you go, all 4 of you. You all get exactly what you want. That's not possible. That's why I talk about, would you have made a decision differently in that moment? I would absolutely argue there are very few, if any, Warrior fans who would have advocated in that moment, at the parade, time to move off Draymond and Clay. That doesn't feel realistic to me.
No, but it came down. I'm sorry, Steiny. It came down to where it was extension time, and Draymond reportedly dashed to the owner's house and got his bag, and then Clay was kind of left holding the bag.
Yeah.
But when it came time for them to get extensions, the Wiggins one was easy because he came in under market.
Totally.
And the Poole one, I think, was easy too because it became a tradable piece, Steiny.
The thing about Wiggins now that I look back on that's just kind of wild to me. So he wins a title, and he's played the best basketball of his career for the longest stretch.
2 months.
And he was really good. He had one more year left on his deal. And he took a lowball offer.
4 years and 109.
Or he took a ridiculous, like Jimmy Butler right now is 35. And you could say he's making a mistake. He's walking away from 52.
More than double.
Because he thinks he's going to get more if he opts out.
I think it speaks to who Andrew is more than anything we've ever watched on the court.
I agree.
He was so comfortable, and there's nobody.
I got the most money I need,
but no one's staring at him, being like, "Dude, go be our dog." No one would ever, and he knew that.
Yeah,
no one was ever going to ask him to be that, and sometimes he can be, but it feels to me like he's only comfortable when it's like, you're not demanding that of me, right?
Yeah.
Like I can do it sometimes, but
he's so
I
good.
I just feel like so often an NBA player will bet on himself. And I think he was set to make 33 the following year. And I remember thinking, gee, he puts together another year like last year.
Going to be worth 50.
He's going to, right. And then he took 26 or 25. And I'm like,
109. So he has a player opt in 2 years for 30. And, he'll probably.
I bet he walks away after that.
I walks away from the game.
From the game,
I think
or from the Warriors?
No, he'll retire.
Maybe.
I got him retiring.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not going to bet against that.
Look, he's different. He's different, and
nobody's been able to crack the code of getting them.
If you haven't settled with that yet, that's on you.
But it's hurt the team, though, Willard.
You could argue that it's helped the team, also, right?
Yeah.
Again,
but that scores 10-1.
Maybe.
He did it in 2022. They got the chip. You would have said at that point he earned the contract. And then when you need him most,
that's fair, but couldn't I argue that role that we want him to step into is largely already taken on this organization? You want him to be...
And that would be by who?
Well, Steph and Draymond. Like, if you want him to... Right? He was drafted number one overall. You're asking that guy to come in and be the face of a franchise. You don't got to do that here. And no one's asking you to. And then on certain nights, we want him to be.
Yeah.
But it's like, no, that job is taken here.
But to me, it made it more frustrating because you were, let's just say, the third name on the marquee, but basketball talent-wise, you were second. But we'll say third. We're really not asking you to do that much, but just be ultra-aggressive.
Yeah.
And that's what hurts when we talk about the enigma, because that's what he is, Andrew Wiggins, man. All the talent. He was the number one pick.
Yeah.
I know why. But if that guy was really that guy, more nights than not, where would this team be?
He was set to make 33.6. And instead, he said, tear it up and give me 4 years for 109.
Wow, man.
I mean, and I think Mark's right about the psychology, and I don't know Andrew at all, but feels to me like he's happier being a wallflower, not making huge money, because if he plays for the 33 and then he goes full Jimmy Butler and wants 4 and 160, now you're in the crosshairs if you're making that much money.
Wouldn't you guys argue that is actually the whole flaw with drafts in sports? Is you can look when someone's like that, where because Wiggins, I don't know how big of an NBA fan everybody is who's listening, but Wiggins was one of the few people you heard about him well before the NBA draft.
LeBron didn't want him.
We knew about it. We knew about him before Kansas.
Yeah.
We knew about him in high school. He was the damn thing.
Yeah. Maple Jordan.
When somebody has that amount of talent, the only way you can be wrong about him in the draft is if he's wired a little bit differently than others. And that's what you can't figure out. You can't figure out that stuff to me in a draft. Like you can talk to a guy and then you can sort of think, we can pull it out of him or whatever, but he's wired different. He's completely wired different than almost all of his teammates, it seems.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It feels like he's an old soul who thinks there's more important things than basketball in life.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Well, and he's already done pretty well in total career earnings.
No doubt.
I mean, he's going to pull through. But to Mark's point, if you look at the number one overall picks since Wiggins, Karl Anthony Towns, Ben Simmons, Wiggins has had a better career, Markelle Fultz, you take Wiggins, DeAndre Ayton, you take Wiggins, Zion Williamson, you take Wiggins right now as far as career. Anthony Edwards trending toward a better career. Cade Cunningham, I think, he's trending toward having a better.
Yes, sir.
Paolo Banchero early.
Check.
He's hurt, but he looks like he's going to be a baller. And then you get Wembanyama and Ricochet, who is obviously a rookie now. But this is the way I think about it as we We look at like elongating dynasties. It's almost impossible to do that unless you are the Lakers and you get Kobe Bryant on a platter because he makes it clear he only wants to play with you and you're the number one destination. And the other one is the Spurs. If you look at how they bridged from Duncan to Kawhi, all the way to Kawhi.
They hit on their Wiseman.
They didn't draft Kawhi. They traded for Kawhi. The Pacers drafted Kawhi, and they traded George Hill and to the Pacers, and they got Kawhi Leonard. But in the years right after their first title, I was just looking it up, they drafted Manu Ginobili, second round, and they drafted Tony Parker in 3 years. So if the Warriors would have found those type of players, which I know is a big ask, then we're talking about different conversations other than 19 and 20.
When was Parker drafted?
Parker was drafted in, I think, 99.
Is he a first rounder?
No, I'm sorry. It was Ginobili in 99, the 57th pick. Tony Parker was the 28th pick.
Yeah, he was a late first.
End of the first. And then after that, they didn't do. They did get
and that
Bino
was a dynasty.
Udrih.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And
no doubt.
But they traded George Hill for Kawhi Leonard on a draft night trade, which again is, that's what you do. Chestnut checkers.
Now, you've probably all talked to coaches who will say this. I think the hardest thing, because we could all look at tape, and we're doing it right now, college football playoff, you watch Notre Dame play Penn State, and everybody's lined up to be like, you see this guy, Tyler Warren, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, I can see that, but what's the dude like? Do y'all remember Bryce Love at Stanford?
Yeah, the running back.
Fourth leading rusher in the history of Stanford.
He was he was little, though.
And he's incredible, but you could tell in college, he's one that I would argue he sent signals to the league because he would talk about, like, I want to be a pediatrician. And great football talent, but it's like, dude,
I ain't in love with
you're not going to last long in the league. And I think he knew that. And
he was a runner.
He got drafted. He went to Washington. Guess how many years he played?
Was it 1 or 0?
1.
Yeah.
1 year, gone. Man. He's an angel investor now.
Yeah.
He's wired like, I think, maybe Andrew Wiggins.
Well, and Andrew Luck is the other one because he was sending some signals, but he was so unbelievably talented that everybody looked beyond it. But he was clearly a guy who was very smart and had bigger ideas about his life. And he played, 7 years? And he was tired of getting sacked all the darn time, and he just hung him up.
Yeah, thank goodness for Christian McCaffrey, or we would just stay away from them Stanford dudes.
Yeah,
no doubt. Barry Sanders?
Yeah.
Although if you look, Barry Sanders actually played like 10 years.
He played a long time.
He just happened to retire like 31.
He left when he was still really good.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
not to bring the party down, but I almost got thug tears when you guys asked him about the fires, Coach Kerr.
Oh, God.
And he said that he Ubered. His tradition was anytime they went down south to his mom's house, they would have the house he grew up in, and they would have dinner. And that just hit me like, man, just that's gone. The house that you grew up in, but that was your thing. No matter what it was, I'd go see mom's Uber, and we'd have dinner. I was like, man, that hit me in the cardiac.
Can you imagine being him right now? And I would ask every Warrior fan to think about it. Imagine this, right? This is all going down. Your mom has been displaced. The house you grew up in is gone. Probably half the people you grew up around, their houses are gone. And you haven't even been able to go visit. And you are coaching basketball, and people are coming down your road.
Oh, man.
Because you lost to the Raptors.
Wow,
and I'm not saying that's wrong. That's life in pro sports. That's fine. But I just, I'm with you. Yeah,
he was agitated the other night, too, when you knew it was probably 90% of this.
You wonder how much of it is this.
But, he said that. You guys, I said, oh, man, life, man.
I mean, he sounded to me in the conversation yesterday sad.
Yeah.
And I get it. I get it. Work's not going well and personal life's not going well. I get it.
Well, and it's your whole, memories, your town. It's, Reading, Pennsylvania. It's Union City. It's Foster City. It's Fairfax. Imagine if your entire town is gone. Like the ice cream shop where you used to go and bebop around, or the pizzeria where you used to get a slice.
That's scary, man.
Yeah, all that. I mean, so it's multiple levels. It's, his mom. It's all your friends' houses. It's the entire town itself. And like Mark said, not even being able to go there and, at least go to your old house or go see how mom's is doing,
Don't give mom a hug.
Yep.
Man.
Yep.
All right, gents. Well, you did a great job with Kerr yesterday, and you got Nick Friedel coming in.
For a whole hour.
Yeah.
He's in the room with us. It's also Cosell Day.
Oh, there it is.
And the Niners are the Niners are done, but
What
the
time
NFL's
for
not.
Cosell?
In exactly an hour. In exactly an hour. And you know, those fireworks come when Cosell. You never know where that's going to go.
Oh, yeah. Last week he gave me that's a good question.
Oh,
so I'm
big
right.
moment.
I was thinking all year.
Dude,
but what
you're not
a
kidding.
relationship
You're
that's
not kidding.
blossomed.
Yeah,
2025 could be different.
It was a high water mark for me. I'm riding high off that, but which means I'll be coming crashing down to earth here in an hour. No doubt.
All right, gents. Well, it's all happening right here on 95.7 The Game. Mm-hmm.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And let's do this. What's going on? Good afternoon, everybody. Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. Yes, cousin Nick Friedel is going to be in the building. He is going to hang out with us in studio for an entire hour from 3:45 to 4:45. And then obviously we're going to be leading into the Golden State Warriors in Minnesota. So there's going to be a whole lot of dubs. And obviously that's what we were just talking about. But with Greg Cosell an hour away, I'm sorry. I've been sitting on this for 48 hours, and I gots to get it off my chest.
Okay.
Y'all still want Sam Darnold?
Well, I mean, that seems like prisoner of the moment.
Does it?
Well, anybody who wanted him over Brock Purdy, go ahead and light up the phone lines. You won't, because those people were lunatic fringe. Honestly, people who wanted him over Brock Purdy.
Is Brian Baldinger is lunatic fringe?
Well, did he say? Well, I guess he said weeks ago.
He said in December I'd flip him for Sam Darnold.
Well,
which is not even possible. We laid that out, and I know that Brian. That's using his exact words, and that's not what he meant. And he came on the station on yesterday morning, and sort of was like, "Well, here's what I was kind of meaning at the time."
Right.
And
yeah. Well,
to walk it back a little bit, and yes. My question is leading.
It's loaded,
and loaded, and all of that stuff. But it goes to a conversation that I think a lot of us were, and you and I, we had on Monday prior to Sam Darnold going out there, and it's what I wonder, and it's this: do we all really just do we make up our minds about people based on the last moment you saw them? It's as if you and I sitting here in this room, I'm just going to ignore the fact that how many years have I known you?
Oh, probably 24.
All right, but I'm making my mind up based on what you do today.
Yeah, you can. You're allowed to.
You got nothing built up with me, dog.
Yeah.
So you better be good today, because if you're not, I'm going to go home. And I'm going to sit with my family at dinner time, and I'm going to be like, I don't know about this Dibs guy.
Yeah.
I think I might flip him for Darnold.
It's been at least 2 decades. I'm trying to think about the exact time, but for sure 2 decades, a clean 2 decades. But I do think it works also as we're judging Sam Darnold. And Grandy and I on the show thread had a little back and forth about, because I threw out the glib comment of, well, Sam Darnold's lost tens of millions of dollars. And
he probably did.
Yes. Now,
not worried about him, but
I'm not either. And the idea of Justin Herbert is a little different because Justin Herbert already has his contract, and so whatever he does. And I know he's thrown 7 picks in his 2 playoff games, and so it hasn't gone well for Justin. But he's paid in full. Sam Darnold was in a prove it situation, and he sure did for the majority of 15 weeks. It reminds me a little bit of Jean Van de Velde. And the Open Championship at Carnoustie so long ago when he had a 3-stroke lead going to 18 and he made a triple bogey and went to a playoff and lost to Paul Lawrie, I believe.
Oh, good pull.
Paul Lawrie.
Yeah. There was a three-way playoff, I think.
I'd have to check that. Lawrie won it for sure.
Lowry, whatever.
It was a little bit like Darnold, where the dude had the lead going to the 72nd hole. Just don't screw up in the playoffs, and you're a made man, and he kind of did.
But I'm going to use Monday and that football game to actually sort of make the point go both ways. In other words, I'm not going to sit here because he was bad on Monday and in the last game of the year against the Lions, too, by the way. I'm not going to use that and suddenly be like, Darnold sucks. Because Darnold was really good this year. He had a phenomenal year, and I will not take that away from him. But what's funny is he actually has been in the league for like 5 or 6 years. And we've known that there are flaws there. We've known that all along, and that's the problem I had with this conversation from the jump. Yes, they're both still young players, but Brock Purdy has been here for 3 years, and most of the time, he is person A, and that's the person I want. And Sam Darnold has been here for like 6 years, maybe even 7. How many years has Sam Darnold been in the league?
I think this is now 6. That sounds about right.
I mean, he had the whole rookie contract, with I think went from the Jets to the Panthers.
It's year 7.
Okay,
you're right. Year 7.
He's been here for 7 years.
4 teams,
and most of the time he's been person B. So it was wild to me to get to week 15 in the National Football League and suddenly have a conversation about Brock Purdy and the man who backed him up the year before. It was absurd. It was absurd.
Yeah, agreed. I said it then, and I say it even more confidently now that we saw what Sam Darnold did. And a lot of this comes down to everything we always discuss on Sports Talk Radio. 2 things. 1, system quarterback, and P.S., they're all system quarterbacks. And number 2 is complementary football. And Minnesota played a great brand this year of complementary football. The defense, with their blitzing and their varied fronts, got offenses off the field. Sam Darnold had the best receiver in football and a really good ground game and a solid tight end. And as a result, he didn't have to go out there and throw for 400 yards a game to carry his team. It was complementary football.
They didn't get to 10 points in either of his last 2 games. They're both huge.
Yeah, big games.
They didn't get to 10 points.
Yeah.
10.
Both on the road.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to get thrown.
They had the crowd. They had the crowd on Monday.
In L.A.?
Arizona.
Oh, that's right.
Arizona.
Wasn't even in Arizona.
Right. Look, I guess here's the question, because I'm not here to trash Sam Darnold. Sam's a good player. He had a good year. I've always thought that he's a good player who needed better surroundings.
Just what happens now with Sam?
Well,
what's your quick blush reaction?
If I were the Vikings, I would franchise tag him. I know that's an expensive number, but it's for 1 year. But I am not going to take a team that went 14-3 and hand it over to a rookie who's never played in the NFL before and just trust that that's going to go well. If I've invested that much in Justin Jefferson, I want to make sure that I've got somebody who can move the ball with him. So I'm going to do 1 more year with Sam, and I'm going to let JJ actually be on the field, see where that goes throughout the year, and then make a more informed decision a year from now.
The projected tag number is 41.3.
Done.
So you give them 41.3 for 1 year. Yeah. And I don't know what their cap situation is, but that's a pretty that's a full guarantee though. It's easy to go cap schmap going years down the road. It's a big number, but for 1 year, if you still believe that he can be good, I'm with you. You franchise him, because there might be a team out there that would give him 2 years and 50 or 2 and 60.
And what's JJ's health? This was a serious injury now. And they know that better than we do. But again, you asked for my snap thought. That's what I would do.
Okay.
So that would take Sam off the market. Sam probably wouldn't be terribly thrilled about that. But then you get a motivated Sam again to go back out there and change the narrative back in the direction where it was a few weeks ago. But here's the more important question for us here in the Bay Area, because this is what I heard all over the place and felt to a degree too. I wonder what you think. We wonder what you all think. 888-957-9570. How did Wild Card Weekend in the NFL adjust your thought and comfort level with Brock Purdy? Because every day that I went to the internet, apparently Brock Purdy got better over the weekend. He didn't play, but Herbert played. And everyone went, oh, Oh, okay, I'll take Brock. And then Jordan Love played, and everyone went, yeah, give me Brock. And then Sam played, and it was as if everybody showed up with pens. Let's sign him now. That's what it felt like. It's an echo chamber. It's Twitter. It's whatever. It's people talking. It's text messages. I understand all that, but I do wonder how everyone feels. I know you probably don't feel any different. I don't feel any different. You and I have been in Brock's camp the whole time. I think most 49er fans are, but I think there are smart fans who are in Brock's camp and still hesitant on the number that it sounds like they're about to give him. But I wonder, how did that feeling adjust from Saturday to Monday?
It should have calmed you down for the anti-Brock camp, because you just mentioned it. Justin Herbert, who 9 out of every 10 NFL experts or fans would put Herbert above Purdy on your quarterback rankings, and I'm okay with it. I'm not against that.
Oh, I am too.
And
I probably would take Herbert over Purdy.
He threw 4
if
interceptions.
you asked me.
And Sam Darnold was the flavor of the month, and he had a bad game. And you can even add in Baker Mayfield, who was unable to get his team across the finish line in a game against Washington that they had every chance to win. So,
totally.
You look at Brock and Brock's year, and I've always said this when people ask me about Brock Purdy, he's not as good as last year, and he's not as bad as this year. And I say bad in air quotes because I don't think he was that bad.
He wasn't.
The real Brock Purdy probably lives between last year and this year. Last year was so amazing on so many fronts. You can't really expect him to do that year in and year out. That, to me, is unrealistic. And this past year, he made more mistakes than he did the year before. He had less around him. And I don't think that he is as bad, air quotes, as he was this year either.
I mean, I agree with you, though. I would adjust at least my thinking a little bit. I think that, who's the real Brock Purdy? Both of them. They're both within his realm. And a lot of it does have to do with what's going on around him. And some of it may have to do with that he is still a young player who you hope is still ascending and getting better and all of those things. But that's maybe that is the entire spectrum of Brock Purdy, actually. I mean, you would argue, at least numbers-wise, the Super Bowl year, you would never ask for better than that. It was like one of the top-rated quarterbacks in the history of the game.
Yep.
And then last year, there was so much going on around him that was negative, where if that's his floor, first of all, A, sign me up, and B, yes, that's going to be expensive.
You hope it's his floor, and you hope that wasn't his ceiling. It's more likely his ceiling and not his floor, but you have his numbers, his possible numbers from David Lombardi, and I'd like to get into that.
Let's do it. Yeah, so coming up next, how did the weekend affect your thoughts on Brock? 888-957-9570. David Lombardi put a contractual projection together that you're probably going to want to hear. We will unveil that to you as well. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. 888-957-9570. Call right now. How did the weekend adjust your feelings on Brock? This is Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, before we get back to the football stuff, so breaking news less than an hour ago in the NBA on a trade. Does not involve the Warriors. But what do we got? We got the Hornets sending 7-footer Nick Richards to the Suns.
Yep.
In exchange for Josh Okogie.
Right.
And then what's the draft pick compensation?
There were some second-round picks that flew around the building. I think Phoenix sent 3 seconds to Charlotte, and Charlotte sent 1 second back.
But the Suns saved $3 million. Is that right?
Roughly $3 million.
To me, it's like, okay, maybe they wanted a big, but something feels like that is step one prior to something Bradley Beal related and Jimmy Butler related.
Yeah, that makes some sense. And, just trying to clear a little bit of room so that if you do make another trade, then you have some room. I'm looking at what Phoenix has in terms of size, and they've got, not a ton. You've got Nurkic, a 7-footer. You've got, KD, who's 7 feet, but he's not really a quote-unquote big. So this probably serves a couple of different purposes. Richards is a guy who's going to play about 18 minutes a night, back up big, and you do clear a little bit of money. And Okogie was mostly blocked on this team, a guy who didn't play a lot of minutes for him.
We'll see. I mean, so what's that, Lucas? You think the Suns are expecting once he gets acclimated for Nick Richards to start? So maybe. I mean, I don't know. I'm no Suns expert, but I do know that they've been the only team reportedly engaged on Jimmy Butler. So we'll see on that. By the way, I'm also keeping an eye very, very closely on the Warriors injury report. We just got another injury report 4 minutes ago. We get them at the bottom of every hour. Draymond Green's the one I'm watching. He remains questionable.
Okay.
Remains questionable. Obviously, with the illness, it's not necessarily there's the back injury that's always there, but he was supposed to play 2 nights ago, and then at the last minute, he was out. I don't know what happened at shoot-around today. I haven't heard anything on that, but he has not been announced as in as of yet. Tip-off 4 hours away. Warriors Live.
Yeah.
3 hours away.
All right, looking forward to it. Yeah. And, man, one of those games that you wouldn't expect them to win, quote-unquote, but, I mean, they can win. Minnesota's a team that has been really underperforming.
And just a weird team, an unpredictable team. Warriors are 2-1 against Minnesota this year already. Draymond missed their last game together, and the Warriors won by double digits. So that's my mode right now when I sit down for a Warrior game. Huh?
Yeah.
That's the noise I make. I shrug my shoulders. Huh? I don't know what the hell's about to happen.
You never know.
I have no idea.
Well, especially with Minnesota being kind of that same team. You just don't know what they're going to put out there. And I sure hope Draymond plays so we can get a little bit more of that Gobert, Draymond Green interaction. It's always fun.
Always fun.
Always spicy.
GP2 probable, so he's supposed to be back. Slow-mo is questionable. Trace Jackson-Davis probable. You know the guys who are out. Pods remains out. That one's starting to be a head-scratcher, isn't it? But Pod's still out. You know that Kuminga's out. Okay, check this out. Does this make you throw open your mouth? Does it make you get excited? Could be anywhere in between. Here we go. Now, this is not a done thing, but a projection by somebody who is, I think, good on this stuff and in the know. That is our friend David Lombardi, SF Standard. So he did a projection of Brock Purdy's free agent contract extension. All right? Just hear it out. Hear it out. Because I think most sports fans know now when you just hear the initial number of an NFL contract, that's not the thing. That's a funny money number. So don't freak out. But the contract projection that Lombardi wrote about is for 5 years and 305.
Oh, hell no. $1 million.
$1 million.
$61 million a year.
$305 million. $61 million per year. That's the APY, which is not a real thing.
Well, I mean,
it's not.
If they sign that deal, then somebody needs to put down the hippie lettuce down there in Santa Clara.
Why?
I'm just kidding.
Okay, you're just kidding.
No, I'm kidding because when you hear 61 million average annual value, when you hear 5 years and 305 million, people are going to lose their S.
Of course they will. But here's the part that matters, that you know this better than anyone, because you're usually the one explaining it to me.
You're doing great.
All right, thank you. So the guarantee on the $305 million would be a total for the life of the deal. The total would be 140.
Fully guaranteed.
Fully guaranteed.
The no matter what money.
That's what he's going to get, $140 million. Here's the part that I think really matters to fans. The cap hit, as to when does this break your back as far as teammates and abilities to maneuver and sign and all of that, would not actually kick in until 2028. We don't even know if we're going to be alive by then.
Well, careful. Careful. I'll be 60.
We don't even know.
That actually works better when I say that.
So the base salary in 2025 would be $1.1 million, which is what it already is.
Right.
Base salary in 26, 1.2, and then it balloons in 2027 all the way up to 1.3.
The base salary is not the real number, though. The real number is what's the cap hit.
Right.
Like, what's it going to cost them against the cap?
The signing bonus would be $70 million, but you can prorate that over the 5 years, meaning it's an equal $14 million a year per year over the life of the deal. You've also got option bonuses, which would be at $8 million a year, but not kick in until 2026. The cap hit next year would be 15.1. The Niners have over 50 in space.
Yep.
The cap hit would be 15.1. The following year, 23.2. The year after that, 29.3. I'm sorry, manageable, followed by manageable. Then in year 4, the cap hit is $78 million.
Yeah.
However, as you well know, what can you do in 2028? Well, here's one option. Cut him. That's one option. Another option, restructure. And then again, start prorating things over the life of the deal to create more space. Plus, what is the NFL salary cap in 2028? The answer is I don't know, but it's bigger than it is now.
It is. It is. And if you got to that point, which would be after 3 more years, if you did want to cut him before the $78 million cap hit struck the next year, you'd have a dead cap charge of $76 million.
Yeah, that's what you don't want.
Prorated bonus that you still owe, the option bonuses that you still owe, those would all whammy come home to roost. Shout out Champ Kind. They would all come right home to roost then. But what they're more likely to do is restructure the deal and take it so that when he's owed a $50 million base in 2028, and these are David Lombardi's numbers. Numbers are numbers, but his numbers are usually pretty on point.
I mean, and it's just a projection. So even if the numbers are off a little bit, I think the point of this projection is not the numbers, it's the structure.
Exactly.
And I wonder if 49er fans, does this make you feel any better if, forget all the gobbledygook that we're talking about right now, understand that the idea of 49er maneuverability that everyone's so worried about, 3 years from now.
Right.
You've got 3 more full seasons of not worried about it. Not worried about it.
Well, just look at this first year coming up, and you mentioned number 1 in cap space, and I think they have about $50 million in cap space. If he's only going to eat 15.1 of it, and I do think that the signing bonus part of this is about where it's going to be, $70 million spread over 5 years, which means $14 million accelerated for this year with the $1 million he's already making. So if you can just look at it from that lens, you're going to pay Brock Purdy $15 million for this upcoming year. How do you feel about that,
Phenomenal.
Niner fans? Right.
Phenomenal.
Right. That puts him probably maybe in the top 40 of quarterbacks for next year's salary, maybe in the top 50.
Outside of the top 20.
Oh, for sure.
And whether you love him or hate him, there's not a human being on the planet Earth that unless you work for the Ringer, that thinks that Brock Purdy is not one of the top 20 quarterbacks in the NFL. Nobody thinks that. And if you do, you're wrong. Right?
Yeah. I mean, if you look at what you're trying to do with your team, you need to have a quarterback, and they've already decided that he is their quarterback. So how do you sign him to where you can maximize, not the Steph Curry window, but you're going to maximize the Trent, Kittle, Christian, George windows, and Fred. You're going to maximize their windows, because if you want to talk about the Niners, and you and I always go back and forth on Super Bowl or bust, and we'll put that phrase to the side, but going into next year, and you've got a 37-year-old Trent, you've got Christian off an injury, you've got Debo really most likely in the last year of his deal because his number also balloons. You have a rehabbing Ayuk making 30. You got a 30-year-old George Kittle. You've got Fred Warner. You're hoping to get Dre Greenlaw. All these other nice, fancy things you want. If you can pay your quarterback $15 million, you're going to do that. So I think this structure, and again, the $61 million a year is going to make everyone lose their minds.
Of course they are. Yes, and I get that.
That's fair.
So Brock Purdy has the largest contract in the history of professional sports or whatever.
Yeah.
I get it.
Outside of Shohei Ohtani.
Sure, that's going to freak you out, although Shohei's not getting paid until all of it. Now, we really don't know if we'll be alive by then.
Sure.
But anyway.
Even if he gets 140 guaranteed, which is what David Lombardi's laying out, that would put him fourth among quarterbacks. Deshaun is 1.
Oh, God.
Burrow is 2. Trevor Lawrence is 3. In terms of guaranteed at signing, which this would be 140 guaranteed at signing. Lamar's at 135. Herbert's at 134. Dak's at 129. Don't even get me started on Mahomes. He's way down the list.
Yeah.
But, as far as what his actual guarantee would be, it would not be top of the market. Well, and his average annual would be top of the market. Yeah. 61 would reset the market.
Number one. Sure. But like I guess the reason that we wanted to dive into this, to sort of take it away from the math that we're sitting here discussing on the radio, is this. This is what I want to say. If you have been cruising around worried that Brock Purdy is about to sign an extension, and that means that the 49ers are going to have to cut a bunch of his teammates and have no ability to replace them, you don't have to worry about that. That is not a thing. The Niners are not going to do that. They are not going to sign Brock Purdy 2 months from now and announce that Debo is gone and Hargrave is gone and start sending out messages that Kittle and Warner are next and have no ability to go plug some of the holes they so dearly need to plug. That's not real. It never has been. That's what's important, I feel like. It is very, very important to understand. If you don't love Brock and you don't want the numbers or you don't want him to be your quarterback, fine. That opinion is all good. What I think is out there, though, that shouldn't be is this thought that the Niners are about to sign him and it means a bunch of his teammates are going to be cut and the Niners have no more maneuverability. No. They won't do that. They've never done that.
Well, really, honestly, they can't do that unless they want to do a terrible deal and give him a $70 million signing bonus and not prorated, and you give him 70 up front, and you have the 70 hit on the cap this year, so he makes 71 this year, and then in subsequent years, he wouldn't make as much, but that would be stupid. When you've got all these other contracts, these big numbers, you've got Bosa and Debo and Brandon and George. You have a lot of big numbers out there, and you're going to cut Javon Hargrave.
Sure.
That's going to happen before June 1st, and you're going to need to replace him. You're going to need to, I think, sign a free agent center. There's a few of them out there who will be free agents, and you need a good, legitimate anchor to your offensive line.
Yes, you do.
You need an edge rusher. You hope to draft one. You need a tackle and probably another guard. You hope to draft them. You need at least one corner, if not two. You might need a linebacker if you don't re-sign Greenlaw. And then you start to get into depth pieces. So you have a long list on your Safeway, and I'll see you in the aisles, grocery list. But the first thing you have to do is get a quarterback. And if you can pay your quarterback $15 million a year, you are way ahead of the game.
Well, and here's the other thing that's important. So I think what we're talking about here, because the concern goes, we've watched this, you and I deal in this space all the time. Fans and media, all of us, we're just fans. You get attached to players. And we're sitting here right now with our fingernails like hanging on to Steph Curry and in some cases Draymond Green or whatever. I had an argument, with not an argument, but an on-air debate for a day about Dre Greenlaw. Like, yep, my nails are dug in on him. I do not want him to get out of the building. I could be wrong. Maybe he'll never be the same again. but like we get attached to those players that your favorite team drafts. And so I really believe that the concern has been that if you sign Brock Purdy to a big extension, we're going to lose a bunch of our favorite people. And here's what I'd say. You are, but you're going to lose them when you want to lose them. Okay? You don't want Debo on the team in 4 years. You don't want Fred Warner on the team in 5 years. And you may not want George Kittle on the team in 5 years because they will be old and unproductive. And that's just the reality of the NFL. Fred Warner has already been in the league for almost a decade, and he's running around on a broken ankle, for God's sakes. And when I see him do media, that makes me think that man knows that his career has fewer years left on it than what he's already played, because he's starting to think about his post-career. He's got a podcast, and he's showing up on NFL Countdown.
And he's really good at it.
And he's phenomenal at it.
You have that, too.
So, like, that's when you're going to lose these guys, when you want to lose them. So when you hear that, how does that make you feel about a Brock Purdy extension in theory?
It makes me feel great, and it makes me feel like I've always felt, and I'm glad that David Lombardi has put numbers to it, because it's easier to look at it in a concrete fashion when there's actually numbers, and these are his numbers. They're not the Niners' numbers, but when you look at the structure, as you were mentioning, this is the structure that I've been talking about that works. The signing bonus, which is fully guaranteed, is a big number, but it's spread out over 5 years. And the average annual, it gets big in year 4. And at that point, if you have a Brock Purdy who, as Fred said, he's going to have a bunch of rings and all the rest of it, if Brock Purdy has been good for the next 3 years, then you take this contract and you rip it up and you restructure it and say, all right, we're going to rip up the last 2 or 3 years of the deal. We're going to give you a new 5-year deal with new money, new guaranteed, front-loaded like the Niners do to everyone. They did it to George, they did it to Debo and Christian, and they did it to Trent. It's what they do, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely. And then there's this. This is a trick I play on myself, because none of us like getting older. Nobody ever likes getting older, right? And this is a trick.
You got a big one coming up.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see if we get there.
Yeah.
This is a trick that I like to play. When you go, like, for instance, when you turned 50, did that hit you, by the way? Like, emotionally, did it hit you when you turned 50?
A little bit.
A little bit.
How
long did that last? I had a buddy tell me the other day that it took him 2 months. And I was like, I don't think I'm wired that way. I don't really care. We'll find out. I did a show, and I will tip my cap to the great Joe Fortenbaugh, now of ESPN. He put together a birthday show for me, and I had, like, childhood friends call in and like college professors. That's amazing.
It was pretty awesome.
Right, but like, okay.
Like beyond that, though, it was like, man, I'm 50.
Well, and now you're halfway to 60.
Right.
Does that trigger
more than that? No, because when you get past 50, honestly, Mark, sometimes I have to stop and think how old I am.
Okay, so now you just don't even care.
Well, no, because now I have to do the math. The other day I was like, am I 57?
Yeah.
And then we had the whole Dre Greenlaw thing because he wears 57.
Sure.
And I'm like, I'm not 57. No, am I still 55? No, I'm not. But
here's what I'm getting at. If you're 10 years from a certain age that scares you, think about how long ago 10 years ago feels. So if you sat here, and yes, I'm turning 50 next week, but you asked me, how long ago does 40 feel? 733 lifetimes.
Exactly.
So here's why I bring that up. 4 years from now, when this Brock Purdy extension is a problem, do you realize how long that is in the NFL? Go back 4 years ago. Do it. We're in 2025, but actually the 2024 season. So go back to 2020. How we doing?
Not well, I don't think.
Not well. That's the Jimmy Garoppolo injury year, if I'm correct.
Yep.
Or was that 19? Is it 19? 20? Anyway, one of those. But point is the Niners are coming out of a Super Bowl appearance where they lost to the Kansas City Chiefs, and they're about to go through a whole rebirth. And the rest of the Garoppolo experience, then leading to Trey Lance, then leading back to Garoppolo and to Brock Purdy, and then Brock's first year, and then Brock's Super Bowl year, and now this. It is
a lifetime.
Forever.
Yeah.
So terrified of a Brock extension, it won't matter until what I would argue is 3 NFL lifetimes from now.
Yeah, and that's fair because if you think about the 2028 team and who on this current team will be on the roster in 2028.
Great question.
And,
Ricky Pearsall.
You would think.
I hope.
Although
I'm just predicting.
That'd be his 5th-year option.
I'm high on him, man.
So, yeah.
I'm high on
he
him.
looked
I
pretty
really
good.
am.
I'm
big on him.
But if you like Dominic Pooney and, Bernardo Green and Malik Mustafa, these are guys who, even them, they will have to be extended by then because they're not first-round picks.
They'll have to actually be as good as right now we think they are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at the list right now of free agents that the 49ers currently have, and I could run down the list, but as I eyeball it, there are maybe 3 guys on this 27-man list that you'd be like, yeah, I want him back, which just tells me the nature of what you're talking about is true. Football rosters turn over. Like a 4-year thing from now, this Niner roster 4 years from now will include only 2 or 3 familiar names.
Well, you could play a game even. When Brock's extension hits, and then fill in the blank. Nick Bosa will be in his 30s. You will be in your 60s.
Easy. Easy. I'll be 60.
Grandy will be closer to 40 than 30. Is that right? How old are you?
He's only 28.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
But you'll be in your 30s.
I don't like thinking about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lucas, how old are you?
33.
Okay. Lucas will be closer to 40 than 30. And we could do this with certain players who we love also. You know what I mean? And I'm talking about the Fred Warners of the world. Deebo Samuel will be 33 years old.
Mm-hmm.
You still want Deebo on the team at that hour? Like, Fred Warner will be 32 years old and will be 11 years into the NFL.
I'm looking at the 2020 roster, and as I'm scanning down so far, I've come up with 7 names that were on that team that are on this team this past last year.
Okay.
And of those 7, there's 2 that may not even make the team next year.
There you go.
They may be gone.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Knockout tournament is back. We'll tell you more about that next. Plus, sort of as we get ready for Greg Cosell in 20 minutes, because we know the Sam Darnold question is going to come up. If you didn't hear kind of the 1-2 punch with our friend Brian Baldinger, where that was in mid-December, and then what it sounded like yesterday morning, we'll actually play that for you as we get ready for Greg Cosell in 20 minutes. NFL Films, this is Willard and Dibbs.
Dub Nation, it's time.
Bang! Steph Curry does it again!
Time to lock in. Time to bring your A game.
2, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Addison in motion to the right. 2 receivers left. Rams blitz. Darnold gets away from it. Steps up in the pocket. He's holding it too long. Just run. Throw it, man. Just run. At the 25-yard line, he's sacked for a 5th time.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
That's Paul Allen, KFXN in Minnesota. He's been doing this for what feels like our whole lives. He is the very, very well-known voice of the Minnesota Vikings, and he had the same reaction that we did when we watched Sam Darnold play on Monday night. Dude, what are you doing?
He's holding it too long. It's so good.
Play that again. Hit that sucker again. Play that beautiful bean footage again, Mark Grandy.
Addison in motion to the right. 2 receivers left. Rams blitz. Darnold gets away from it. Steps up in the pocket. He's holding it too long. Just run. Throw it, man. Just run. At the 25-yard line, he's sacked for a 5th time.
By the way,
throw it, man.
He's holding it too long. Throw it, man.
Oh, it's so good.
And then he would go on to be sacked, I think, 4 more times after that.
He got sacked 9 times.
Holy crap. Yeah, is that right? 9? 9!
Oh, boy.
By the Rams.
Yeah.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Wow, dude. It's hard to...
It was hard to watch.
Well, I get it. The offensive line was not good, and Dan Orlovsky's like, you're crazy if you think Sam Darnold was the main reason they lost. I'm not getting into that. I watched the football game. I watched Sam Darnold play, and I'm like, I don't understand what's happening. Like, yes, you're holding it way too long. And then, by the way, he got spooked. And we know that he has a propensity to do this.
Roast?
That guy dropped back when things were going poorly, but still had a chance to rally. And there was one play in particular, and I think it was Hawkinson. He's going right over the middle, and Sam has time, and Sam must have thought that Hawk was going to sit down in the zone, and Hawk kept running. That's my only hope, because if not, Sam missed a 10-yard throw by 6 yards. He threw it so far behind him, and he was wide open. And I'm just like, I don't even know what the hell I'm watching anymore. So look, these guys all had bad games. I'm not here to cherry pick and suddenly tell you that Sam Darnold is not any good. But it's also hard not to ask everybody to stand up and be counted, because we heard a lot of this. It's just reality now.
It looked like, to borrow from Guru, that he had a little case of lemon booty. And, when you see a guy open and you don't make the throw right away because you're thinking about it and you get locked up, and like you said, then he throws it and he thinks Hawk is going to stop and he doesn't. And I just looked at the numbers. 9 sacks for 82 yards.
Dude.
They lost 82 yards on sacks.
Yes.
So he threw for 245, but his net yards were 163.
And every single one of those is a complete drive killer.
That's on me.
Drives over. Drives over. You just lost
like
9 yards. Yeah.
When you have your offensive line hold, the odds that you're going to convert, they go way down, probably less than 10%.
It was December 17th that Bonte and Joe asked Baldy, hey, what are you going to do about this big, huge Brock Purdy extension?
I'd say I'd go flip them for Sam Darnold right now.
Wow.
I mean, what Minnesota, look, let's just think about Sam for a sec. You sat there as a backup all year. He learned what a first-class franchise, game planning, how to build a team. He saw that for the first time in his life. Now he's with Kevin O'Connell, who's an elite play caller with a very, very good offense that has a real style to it, and he's flourishing. Minnesota doesn't have to commit anything to him right now. All they're doing, I talked to the general manager 2 weeks ago, Quezzy, just to play it out. They've got a quarterback they drafted. They don't have to give him top flight money, or they could trade him. I would be having a conversation with Minnesota to see what it would take to get Sam Darnold back. He's a bigger, stronger, more athletic, I don't know, but he's bigger, stronger than what Brock is. Or can you play with both of them at a modicum of salary and afford both and, I don't know, have a competition?
Okay, so I remember this comment. We talked about it the next day. To me, it never did add up. Even if you wanted to go get Sam Darnold at what feels like a discounted rate based on the idea of Brock getting a massive extension, I hope, and I'm not going to pretend like everybody listening to us now was listening 20 minutes ago, but throwing out what would likely be the structure of a contract for Brock Purdy, in short, next year would mean $15 million. That would be your cap hit next year. You're not getting Sam for that.
Probably not.
So in other words, it's not like a lot of people go, well, I'd take Sam because I got him for a lot less. No, it probably costs twice as much, actually, as Brock Purdy. So you have to really, really like Sam Darnold. I mean, you have to be so in love with Sam Darnold if you wanted to do that. Now, Baldy, yesterday, so would you still flip Brock Purdy for Sam Darnold?
The only reason why I said that a couple weeks ago, Bonte, was we were talking about, do you want to give Brock Purdy $60 million or top 5 money, or is there another option? And at the time, Sam Darnold was 14-2 or 13-2. He was throwing 35 touchdown passes. He looked like a good option at that point. Now, he's been terrible these last 2 games, no question. And if you just spaced everything off 2 games, you wouldn't even have a phone call. But he's had 5 clunkers this year, 5 that look like the last 2 weeks. But he's also won 14 games. They do have a 14-4 record. Now, you can say, all right, they beat up on the Bears, whoever. But he did throw 35 touchdown passes this year, and they did win 14 games. So I get all the fans that want to blast me. I understand. I'm fine.
Okay.
He's fine.
Yes, I'm not worried about Baldy. But I disagreed with the notion then, and I disagree with the notion now.
Yeah, and I don't know just how much Sam will get now, and I also don't know if Minnesota will franchise him. If they do, it's $43 million. That's the estimated number that he'll get for just 1 year. And this year, there weren't that many guys making that kind of money. And I also was looking at J.J. McCarthy's rehab from the torn meniscus. As we know from talking to Dr. Nirav Pandya, when you repair a meniscus, it's a 6-month rehab, and that's the operation he had. And I know he had some swelling along the way, a little bit of a setback. So he should be ready to go by March and ready to go for camp next year. But do you want to turn over a team that was really good this year to a guy who will essentially be a rookie? Do you bring back Darnold? But when you have a team like the Niners that has a quarterback that they know they can win with, you don't flirt or get tempted by anything else that might be out there, whether it's, hey, maybe Kirk Cousins gets cut and we can get him in on the cheap, or maybe we can get Darnold in for less now that he flamed out a little bit. You go with what you have and what you know. Well,
and again, I think there's a way. This is what's most important. There's a way to make Brock Purdy a crazy rich man. And also, for the next 3 full 49ers seasons, you're not paying him an amount that's going to crush your cap or prevent you from having other players. I was a little surprised by this, and I assume it was Lucas. Lucas, did you send this tweet out on the 95.7 Game account, where he wrote 5 years, $305 million, $61 million per year? That's David Lombardi's projection for Brock Purdy's extension. Now, and I get this, there's no room on Twitter for all of the little intricacies of it, just simply $61 million per year. And I think if you stick that out in a place like Twitter, I thought people were going to huck tomatoes at his head. But listen to the responses. Get it done. In reality, it would be $145 for 3 years. Nate says 45 or 50 a year would be better. Steel Age Savage says he's earned it. Jamie says it's the market, but too much if he doesn't want to keep and get players to another Super Bowl. Now there's hard pass, wholly overpay, but then there's sounds good. Mike Maxwell, not my money, good for Brock. I would just say there's more positivity in here than I would have predicted.
Yeah, and I guess it's early in the process, but if you are somebody who doesn't like Brock Purdy, or you don't think that, he should be the quarterback, then you can have that thought. But if you really want to keep Brock, you have to understand what the market forces are in the National Football League. And when you're the next quarterback up, you usually have a chance to reset the market, especially when you've accomplished what Brock has, which is 4 playoff wins in 3 seasons, 2.5 as a starter, and a team that has the room to pay a guy a lot of money. And I do like the one commenter about it really is 145 for 3.
Yeah.
And it's what we talked about, how after 3 years you can get out of it or rework it. And so even if you look at it from that standpoint, $47 million a year, that still isn't a gross overpay.
Now, we're excited because Greg Cosell is going to join us in a few minutes. We're excited for multiple reasons. First of all, we're going to dive into the NFL playoffs all around the board. We're going to dive into the Sam Darnold situation, the Brock Purdy situation, plus Dibs might get schooled. You just don't know. You just don't know. That's what happens when Greg Cosell of NFL Films comes on, and he's going to do that next. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Also want to tell everybody a little bit more about our knockout tournament, which is back. Your chance to play ball on the Chase Center floor. How cool is that? We start Monday, January 27th and go for 3 weeks. And for those 15 weekdays, you will have 3 chances to qualify each day. 1 per show, 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, 4 p.m. hour, starting Monday, January 27th. So join us for that. Very easy to qualify. Hopefully you'll have some luck and get in and play hoops with us on the Chase Center floor. You have to be at least 18 years old. You have to be a California resident. More details are on the way. Just like Greg Cosell is on Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser?
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
We plan on asking even more, and we plan on doing it shortly because, Dibs,
Yeah?
it's that time.
What time?
It's that time.
Not that time?
Your favorite time.
It is my favorite time. It's when I get nervous.
Do you?
The butterflies come out.
We mentioned this once before on the River Islands guest line. It's the executive producer of NFL Films and our weekly friend and one of our favorites, Greg Cosell. Do you know that, Greg, that you make Dibs nervous?
Well, now I do.
Yeah.
Now that you've mentioned it.
Yeah.
All you have to do is look at the tape from these interviews, and you can see. Thank you, Greg. I thought you'd like that. It's pretty.
I'm not nervous. I'm just going to make it up as we go.
Okay, great. That's what I do every day. Let's rock. You know what? This is not where I was going to start, but I just saw it, and I wanted to run it by you and see what you thought. This is a quote that The Athletic just put out from an unnamed Super Bowl winning executive. Okay? An unnamed Super Bowl winning executive talking about Kyle Shanahan, who has taken his fair share of criticism this year after a 6-11 season. He said, quote, "Within the coaches in the league, no one thinks any less of Kyle Shanahan. It's ludicrous to think they should get rid of him. Andy Reid had the same criticisms early in his career, and now he's clearly in the conversation for best ever. Kyle Shanahan's criticisms are that he's lost a couple of Super Bowls. Do you know how hard it is to get to the Super Bowl? If you throw rocks at Kyle Shanahan and want him fired, he's going to have a job in 30 seconds. What's your reaction to that quote?
I agree 1,000%. I don't see, to me, that's not even a question. Like, I don't even think that would be, and based on the specific nature of that quote, I'm sure you were reading it word for word, correct?
Yep, word for word.
Basically, if you just take the tone of the quote, the guy's saying that anybody who thinks otherwise really knows nothing about football. That's the tone of the quote. And I would agree with that 1,000%.
When you look at what we saw from the tape this year, forget Kyle Shanahan for just a moment, but defensively, now that they're looking for a new coordinator, is it a scheme thing that you saw on tape, or was it more just execution defensively that allowed them to struggle at times, especially in fourth quarters?
Well, I would answer that, and I may have discussed that when you were not on, toward the end of the year for those 2 weeks. I think that becomes a philosophy thing, and there's no right answer other than if you don't believe something is working, you might want to make a change, because clearly this year they chose to be a team that hardly ever pressured quarterbacks. They were a very low percentage blitz team. Now, again, we've seen in the past Fred Warner be a really, really good blitzer, adding in as the fifth pass rusher. We've seen that. I remember doing pieces for years in the matchup show where we showed 5-man pressures, and Warner was part of the pressures, and they were successful. This year, they were a very low percentage pressure team by NFL standards. So they relied pretty much exclusively on their 4-man D-line pass rush, and they relied on coverage with 7 in coverage. You can make the argument that, hey, that didn't work as well as they had hoped. I'm sure that's one reason that Sorensen is no longer the D coordinator. So now it comes down to philosophy, because you can be good any number of ways. You just have to decide what you think is the best way to play with your personnel. And they obviously believe that since what happened this year didn't quite work out the way they hoped, that there's going to be a change.
Greg, I think a lot of people have been, I know I have been, looking forward to talking to you after round 1 of the playoffs and 3 specific quarterback performances that people thought were below par, to ask what you saw. Let's start with Justin Herbert. And I know that at least 1, probably 2, maybe even 3 of the interceptions weren't really on him, or maybe I'm wrong. What did you see with his performance, and was it out of character?
Well, and I would say that, number one, their O-line got manhandled in the game, and he was under significant duress throughout the game. Number two, which probably should be number one, they couldn't run the ball at all, and they're a team with Greg Roman as the OC, and you guys are familiar with Greg Roman because he was there with Harbaugh. I think he was the OC when they went to the Super Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. Back in, the one in New Orleans, I believe, where the game was paused due to whatever. You remember that?
Yeah, power outage. Yeah, the Harbaugh Bowl.
Yeah. But anyway, the point is they're a run-first football team in the way they play offense, and you know that in any number of ways, not only by their run-pass ratio, but by the fact that they use a converted D-end as a fullback, so they couldn't run the ball at all. So their whole offensive identity changed pretty quickly in that game, and their O-line was overmatched, which probably surprised many because they have the left tackle Slater, who's a good player, the rookie right tackle Alt, who had a solid year, but both those guys struggled all game, as did the interior of their O-line. So Herbert was under duress much of the game. So yes, did he play his best game? No. It's funny. You guys didn't do this, but obviously, I'm aware of what people say. I don't spend a ton of time listening to everybody, but I love the way people evaluate quarterbacks based on these games as if, you know what? Let's just get rid of him and move on and get someone else. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's as if they think there's a quarterback store and you just go get another quarterback.
Well, sure. No, and Herbert and Jordan Love, I mean, look, they're signed up. They've had good years. They're talented. There is an interesting conversation, I think, around Sam Darnold. Not because he didn't have a good year suddenly. He did. But because we know who he was prior to this year, because he's a free agent, not signed up, that one maybe is a little bit different, in my opinion. What do you think of what you saw him do on Monday night?
Here's what I would say. I would say in the Lions game 2 weeks ago that he missed far too many throws that we've seen him make all year. He just missed them, okay? But I would say in this game, this past week, he had no chance. He was under ridiculous duress the entire game. I spoke last week on a number of things I did that I thought that the key matchup in that game was going to be the Rams' defensive front versus the Vikings' O-line, which is not very good in pass protection. And I thought that was going to be the deciding factor in the game, and it was. So this game, to me, was not on Sam Darnold. Obviously he threw a pick that was, and by the way, his arm was hit. He couldn't follow through on that, so that wasn't even his fault. But so I didn't view this game watching the tape as, oh my God, boy, Sam Darnold was bad. The week before, he missed a number of throws. This game, they were just so significantly overmatched up front that I think there's probably 4 quarterbacks in the league that could have played really well in this game, and we know which 4 those are. So, yeah, so this wasn't to me a Sam Darnold game, but that's the perception, and that's what I'm hearing all week. Oh, well, this is Sam Darnold's back being Sam Darnold, and those kinds of comments to me when you say something like that, and I hope you guys aren't the ones who are saying that, because to me, when I hear that, I just think, these guys, they just don't know football, and they're just saying stuff. It's like the guys who make these bold declarations Monday morning at 8 a.m. on the East Coast, of course, and all they've done is watch the game on TV. You can't tell watching the game on TV what really happened.
Yeah, you got to watch the film, Greg, like you and I, and get really deep into the All-22. Taking that thought forward with the Ram defensive line, and Mark and I were talking before the show about how good this Ram defense has been over the last month. What do you see on tape from the Rams defense that can maybe not stop Saquon and Jalen in Philadelphia, but maybe slow them a little bit and make it uncomfortable?
Now, this is a little different animal, okay, because the Eagles have a great D-line, and the strength of it's great O-line, and the strength of the Rams D-line is really their pass rush, okay? It's young, it's Verse. Verse may be the best speed-to-power rusher in the league as a rookie. And then they have Fisk and Turner inside. That's their sort of NASCAR pass rush D-line. That's not the D-line that plays when they're in their base defense. Then they try to put bigger people in who can stop the run, because both Fisk and Turner are probably under 300 or right around 300. They're not big guys relative to normal D tackles in the league. So this particular matchup is a totally different animal than the one from last week. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the Eagles do, how they choose to run the ball. Do they choose to run the ball with 2 tight ends and see if the Rams play their base D, or will they choose to run the ball out of 11 personnel, meaning 3 wide receivers on the field, and maybe they get the Rams pass rush unit on on the field, but it's a lighter group and not as strong against the run. So, yeah, this game is nothing like matchup-wise like the Rams D-line against the Vikings O-line.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us every single week throughout the season on Willard and Dibs. Greg, I was with you last week. I am a big fan of the Broncos defense, and I was surprised at how easily or how well the Bills controlled the line of scrimmage in that football game, and it has me pretty high on the Bills going forward. But what was your take on the way that one played out, and what does it mean for the Bills going forward?
Yeah, that was a surprise, I think, because I think that the D-line for the Broncos had played well all year. Their defense had played well all year. But the Bills clearly felt, based on their film study, that they could come out and run the ball. They could line up with 6 O-line personnel, which they've done more than any team in the league by a wide margin. And they did that in this game, and they ran on first down. You know, Cook had 13 for 78 in the first half. 9 of those 13 runs came on first down. So their game plan was clearly to run the ball, whether the Broncos were in their base defense or their nickel defense. They played 10 snaps with 6 O-linemen in the first half. 8 of those were runs. They clearly believed in their game planning, film study, everything that goes into that process, that they could line up and physically beat that Broncos defensive front, and they did. And I think that surprised a lot of people. Now, having said that, looking forward, that Ravens defensive front is big. That is one of the biggest defensive fronts in the league, and it's tough to move them. So I'm going to be very intrigued to see if the Bills take the same approach. The other factor in this game is they were playing a Broncos offense that they probably felt was not going to put up 30 points. So they probably felt that they could be patient. They could play the kind of game that they did and just kind of gradually pull away and win fairly handily. But it took the second half for that to happen. What kind of game will they feel this one will be? In other words, will they feel that they have to score more points early and make it more of a Josh Allen game? And I think that's one of the most intriguing elements of this game.
And how does the Buffalo run defense stack up against the number 1 rush offense in football in the Baltimore Ravens?
Well, that's going to be a tough deal. They're a really difficult offense to play against. The run game is really hard because of both Lamar and Derrick Henry. The pass game, Lamar's been phenomenal this year. So they're a really hard offense to play against. I think that the Bills secondary, is probably not a great secondary overall. Now, Sean McDermott's been doing this a long time, and someone who's a lot smarter than I am, Bill Belichick, I heard him talk about Sean McDermott and how he does little things, little wrinkles that can be difficult for offenses to, things that unless you really know, he knows more than I do, obviously, I think that stuff's going to have to happen in this game for them to have a chance. And their D-line is going to have to play great. Their D-line is going to have to really play at a super high level because that run game, it's hard in multiple ways. It's hard physically, and it's also hard schematically.
I'm also interested, both of the other games, quite frankly. I mean, Kansas City, we've talked so much about how there's the people we all know in Mahomes and Kelsey, but that team also has one of the best defenses.
They sure do.
Right, in the NFL, and now rested and home and all of these things. What did Houston do in their somewhat surprising game against the Chargers that would carry over, if anything?
Well, Houston's in an interesting situation. They've got a really, really good defense. They've got 2 phenomenal edge players in Anderson and Hunter. They've got 2 really good corners, Stingley and Lassiter. The Lassiter has been phenomenal as a rookie. So their defense is really good. And they've got more players than that, too, but they're the ones people know about. But yet offensively, I don't think this game's going to be 35-30, but I think that they're going to have to score some. And Stroud's been up and down this year. I thought he made a couple of really good throws last week, but for the most part, he's working through his development. See, this is the other thing I find interesting. When people talk about these guys, it takes time. He had the great rookie year, so all of a sudden everybody assumed he's on his way to the Hall of Fame. This year, a couple of things started to stand out. He struggled a bit in the pocket when there were people around him. You saw last week that the offensive staff, they really built a beautiful game plan. Everything was quick rhythm, get the ball out, because that's who he is. At his core, he's a pocket quarterback who needs to play it with timing and rhythm. But Steve Spagnuolo, there's not a better situational defensive play caller in the league, especially with pressure, than Spags. And that's going to be a really intriguing part of this game.
How does Kansas City look to you when you look at the film offensively? Because I see a passing attack that is really middle of the pack, and a run game that is almost the bottom five in football.
Yeah, they've become a team that's really not great on offense throughout 4 quarters. But in those critical, what we call high leverage situations, Mahomes seems to make a play. So they haven't necessarily scored a ton of points this year, but like I said, in those critical moments, they convert. I mean, keep one thing in mind. They are the best third down offense in the NFL. A lot of people might not know that, but they convert on third down. And that's absolutely critical. And they've really turned into, I don't want to say turned into, but Mahomes has, I think, the second most dropbacks of any quarterback in the league. And that might surprise people because this year, people aren't looking at the Chiefs going, man, that offense is just explosive. But yet they're a passing offense, even though they're not necessarily hitting 50, 60-yard plays. So, they're kind of an interesting team. And keep in mind, someone like Kelsey, who, a lot of people said didn't have a great year, and he didn't numbers-wise, he's going to have 25 days off. I mean, these guys are going to be rested and ready to go. They're going to be healthy.
Speaking of rested and ready to go and maybe getting a little healthier, I love the Detroit Lions offense, especially indoors, and it sounds like they're going to get David Montgomery back.
Yeah.
How does that change what they do? And going against a young Washington team, what do you see as kind of the pressure points in that game?
Yeah, I don't think it changes much of what they do other than the fact that Gibbs probably won't get 21 carries a game like he's got in the last 3 games. And boy, is that guy explosive. But just to show you how good, their O-line is, just like the Eagles' O-line, like Saquon Barkley leads the NFL in the fact that he's almost 75% of his yards have come, before contact. Same with Gibbs. He's in the 70% range, so that's remarkable. Those, the Lions have a great O-line. And Goff, he's a pocket quarterback, but they protect him, and he may throw the ball between the numbers. He's a window thrower, as good a window thrower as there is in the league. So that's going to be an interesting matchup against that secondary. Obviously, Marshawn Lattimore is now back playing. He's still a quality corner. But their offense is difficult because they can beat you so many different ways with a really good O-line and just good skill people.
I'm not asking you to put yourself in the minds of the voter or pretend you are a voter, but just watching the film this year, who do you think was the best offensive player that you saw on tape?
Oh, boy. That's one of those questions. The best offensive player.
Because you watched all the tape, and everyone wants to talk about who's the MVP. But I wanted to go to a film guy, Greg, a guy who actually sees it like I see it from an all-22 standpoint, and just see what you thought when you're looking at the tape. Who stands out as the most effective offensive player?
Boy, there's a lot of players in the league. I mean, I'm trying to, I'm trying to look at the teams right now, as the best. Again, we're not necessarily talking about most valuable. We're not necessarily talking about, the best offensive play. I'll tell you, the guy that comes to my mind, and obviously he's a great player, so this might not be profound, but the guy that comes to my mind is Joe Burrow, and I'll tell you why. Because keep this in mind. When you go into a game every Sunday knowing that you have to put up 35 points just to have a chance to win, it's not even guaranteed that if you put up 35 you're going to win, but just to have a chance to win, I'm not sure people understand how hard that is. So given what he did this year under those circumstances, I would say that his name just came to my mind. Again, you're asking me a question that I don't have, an hour to think about.
Yeah,
but that just came to my mind.
I like the answer.
Greg, are you an MVP voter?
I am not.
You're not. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not allowed to do any of that because I work for the league.
Got it.
There you go.
Got it. Okay.
So
yeah, I'm not, like I can't be a Hall of Fame voter. Although guys who vote for the Hall of Fame reach out to me to ask me my opinion, but I'm not allowed to be a Hall of Fame voter.
Okay, so you wouldn't even weigh in on Lamar Jackson versus Josh Allen on the MVP race.
And to be honest with you guys, and I know fans might not like my answer, I don't care about that kind of stuff at all. Yeah, that's meaningless to me.
Yeah.
I mean,
Not surprised.
Yeah.
Not surprised. Yeah.
That's why I asked it the way I asked it, because I didn't want you to get into the popularity contest aspect of it, but I like the answer with Joe Burrow.
Just like I don't like when people, like I heard someone talking, because I'm on, I see social media. Obviously, I don't sit there all day and look at it, but I mean, I hear some stuff, and I hear people, saying things like, well, if Josh Allen loses this game, that's going to prove that he's really not that good, or, if Lamar loses this game, well, then people are going to say he can't win. So what does that, what does that mean? So does that mean the Bills should get rid of Josh Allen?
Yeah.
Or the Ravens should get rid of Lamar Jackson?
Greg,
I mean, they say this stuff, and what does it even mean?
Greg, I'm moving on from the loser of this game.
No doubt.
I'm moving on.
Yep.
I'm out.
Yeah, I think they should just go to that quarterback store that I mentioned earlier and just, get another quarterback.
Yeah. Sam Darnold, free agent.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, there it is. Greg Cosell says pick up Sam Darnold and cut Josh Allen.
There you go. Right, exactly.
Right, perfect. Greg, thanks, man. Great to talk to you as always.
Guys, I love it. Thanks so much.
All right, there he goes. Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with a little whirl around on the league there.
I liked it, yeah.
That was good.
A little primer for the best weekend in football, the divisional round where you get the two best teams rested against some upstarts. 4 good games coming our way.
Yeah, you think this is the best?
I do, yeah.
All year.
Yeah, because a lot of times in the wild card round, you either get a lame 8-9 division winner or a weak wild card team. You get blowouts in that round. I think you get more blowouts then than you do this weekend.
Probably because, you're looking at seasoned, obviously, playoff winners now.
I mean, Buffalo and Baltimore, are you kidding me?
Oh, come on. Well, and to your point, I would argue, I guess, of the 6 games last weekend, wouldn't you say, like, as far as what rated high on the watchability scale, probably only one of them.
Yeah.
That Bucs-Commanders game is probably the only one where you're like, man, that was a great game. That was really fun watch.
Well, watchability, the Houston Charger game was really watchable because there was crazy S that was happening all over the place.
But it was a 3-touchdown victory.
By the end of it, but there was a 2-point conversion return. There was multiple picks. There were fumbles. There was some wild, zany stuff that was happening.
There was a lot going on.
Yeah.
It was very Chargery. It was
right?
Totally Chargery football game. But yeah, the only game that wasn't a double-digit victory was the Commanders over the Bucs. And you got a doink to end it.
Right.
I always love a game that ends on a doink. All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You know who's here right now? Or at least about to be? Yeah. Cousin Nick Friedel. You want an NBA conversation? Because we're about to go in on an NBA conversation. He's in the know. He's the best. Nick Friedel in studio for a full hour. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
In the meantime, it's Dibs here to talk about the new year. And you can say Happy New Year when you're talking about Golden State Lumber and building materials, because with the new year comes a new time to consider upgrading your home's exterior and your property. And I'm actually working with our contractor right now to try to figure out what we're going to do as far as a new deck goes, because they have great decks.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I mean, Mark, it's so good to hear y'all's voices. And Mr. Dibbs, I mean, it's just been way too damn long. So it puts a smile on my face.
On 95.7 The Game.
I give up. I don't want the role anymore.
Of
it's
what?
Too much pressure. I've had it. I can't do it anymore, Dibbs.
Oh,
So,
I know where you're going.
I'm turning in my wings.
No more carrying the burden of being the deep voice guy.
I cannot be the deepest voice on this station anymore. It's too much pressure.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
So we go to the River Islands guest line, which is not a guest line because he's sitting here next to us. It is Odyssey Sports NBA insider, cousin Nick Friedel, who is in the damn room. Hi, Nick.
It is so good to see you guys.
Cousin Nick, my guy Nick Friedel.
Mr. Dibbs, Mark, hilariously, the whole reason I'm sitting here right now, I'm headed to a birthday party in LA this week.
Okay.
But I'm sitting here right now because I get my rental car, which I haven't had since I last was out here a few years ago, and I turn on the station. And you guys are talking to Kerr, yes.
Steve Kerr, sure.
And I call the listener line. I am calling into the studio because I wanted to come on and say, hey, you guys did a great job with that interview.
Well, thank you.
And we'll get into all the Kerr said and the layers there. But I'm sitting there thinking, oh man, I'm gonna talk to my guys, and I call in, and so many people must have been trying to get in that nobody even picked me up. And I went, uh-oh.
Yeah. It's either that the lines were full.
The lines had to be full off that one.
Or it was that Lucas was asleep.
I'd love to catch Lucas.
Yeah.
I'd love to, but I know how good that was because I was sitting there listening to it, and I know what you guys asked him and what he said and what he meant in what he was saying. But that cracked me up because then instantly I'm texting Lucas, like, tell the guys they did great. And he's like, where are you? And
Exactly.
I'm, I'm in a rental car in Alameda right now.
Hope you learned your lesson. If you call us, you're going to end up being here the next day.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. But it is great to see y'all.
It's great to see you, and thank you for being here. And Insider Calls are brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. We get to hang out with Cousin Nick for a while. What'd you think? So you listened to Steve Kerr. What stood out?
Mark, he told you exactly what's going on.
Yep.
And anybody who has listened to Steve through the years, and there are so many diehard Warriors fans out there that listen to the station, Steve Kerr could not have been any clearer in the messaging he was trying to get across. Hey, everybody, we are going to try as hard as we possibly can to win games and not waste the end of Steph's prime and everything you guys discuss all the time. But my biggest takeaway, Mark, is Steve was honest about exactly where they're at. And when he said we're a fading team, that is 100% the truth. And as far as I'm concerned, it was an adjustment in the expectations, not only moving forward into this year, but moving ahead. And what I am curious about, and I know there are so many clips that because I heard Goo and Steiny replaying it. I'm sure Bonte and Chasky did too. But the clip where he's saying, I'd love to ask Danny Ainge, would he really move Larry Bird and all those guys at the end of that Celtics dynasty? What I'm curious about moving forward now, not only this year, but the next couple of years, is what happens when Steph and Draymond stay right around 500? Because I know Mike Dunleavy, he played for the Bulls when I was covering him. I saw him obviously here when he took that job. I know how badly he wants to win and keep this whole thing moving. But if this team is 500 a year from right now, at what point, as badly as he wants to stay here and be in one jersey his whole career, because he's told me, he's told you guys the same thing over and over, does Steph go, this is just killing me? Because those are some of the most competitive guys I've ever met doing this job. There are a lot of different things to pull out of what you guys had the conversation about, but it's why I, in the role of journalist, writer, have always appreciated just how honest Kerr is.
Yeah.
Because he was telling everybody, hey, here's the situation that we're in. It's not going to change anytime soon, at least dramatically. I know you guys mentioned Vucevic. There's been the talk about Jimmy. None of those guys is going to fix the problem here. And the problem for the Warriors, aside from Steph and Draymond and some nights Wiggins, there's just not enough talent on this team to think that they can get back to championship level.
Yeah, no doubt. Nick Friedel here in studio, 95.7 The Game, and that's kind of what I was saying all along. But to hear not only Steve Kerr, but to also hear, Steph and Draymond with a certain amount of a tone shift, where they're all now kind of, echoing the same party line, which is we don't want to mortgage the future and we don't want to, sacrifice assets and all these other things. I get the last 72 hours where it feels like the tone has shifted among not only Steve Kerr, and you're right, Nick, he's always been so frank and honest with his assessments, but now we get into a spot where it's Steph and Draymond in their own ways saying similar things. So I just wonder what happens over the next 3 weeks, the deadline 3 weeks from tomorrow. And yesterday was a little bit of a shock to hear him say it the way he did.
And Dibbs, as you guys know, it's been repeated. I mean, Kerr has talked to you guys. I saw he talked to Slater. Draymond was talking the other night. Steph has said as much a couple different times. Those guys see the reality. And the reality is this is not a title contender. As badly as they want it to be, as well as Steph is still playing night to night, they are just not good enough to where they were. And I think that is the biggest change from the conversations the last few years. I mean, Warriors fans are so unbelievably loyal, but they've been so spoiled, guys. And this is just the reality of the basketball business. I was listening to B.J. Armstrong earlier with Steiny and Goo, and he said,
great guest.
He said as much. He said, look, ask Bulls fans. Yep. Ask anybody who has been through that run. Ask the Lakers fans with Shaq and Kobe. You know when it's just about over, and when it hits, it's always ugly. And to me, the takeaway isn't, all right, Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr, they're still going to fight till the very end. The takeaway is, what happens a couple years from now? Because Steph so badly wanted to stay in one place and be with one team, and now he's to a point where you go, as much as he wants that, is there going to come a point as the losing piles up, or I should say the not winning at the clip we're used to, does that point come where he goes, I'd like to try one more time to win something else?
So you mentioned that there's no, quote-unquote deal that's going to immediately fix this. But before we go into any specific names and players, I wonder how you'd answer this. Is there any value to the Warriors still making some sort of a deal here over the next 2-3 weeks?
I don't think so in this sense, Mark, only because I don't think there's a guy that makes that much of a difference. Vucevic is a perfect name. The Bulls would love to move off him, give him a couple second-round picks and something, sure. Does he make you better? Yeah. But Vucevic is who he is at this point in his career. He's going to get you 20. He might have 10 rebounds, and he's going to give up a whole ton on the defensive end. So is there a move that could make them a little bit better? Sure. Is there any move if you have to risk, and we all know what the assets are at this point, picks, Kuminga, something else, that gets them to a different level? I don't see that out there.
Yeah, and that to me becomes a more logical approach where you do make a move, whether it's Vucevic or Cam Johnson. You get a little bit better now, and then you hope in the offseason you can get significantly better. And I wonder what you think about the asset that is Jonathan Kuminga, because I'm fascinated by this one part of it, because in the offseason he reportedly wanted a max, which is 50 or so million, and it was a non-starter. And, the team probably wanted him to go out and prove it. He started to prove it. Then he got hurt. So what do you think of the asset that is Jonathan Kuminga? Because he's an emerging player, but if you do have him go to restricted free agency and another team offers him $40 million a year, do the Warriors want to give him $40 million a year, or do you end up getting nothing for Jonathan Kuminga after 4 years of some nurturing?
Dibs, the short answer for me is
take your time.
I would move him. I would move him. But if you're the Warriors and you've invested this time into developing Jonathan Kuminga and you're seeing the flashes, and we've seen it so often, hey, he can be a really solid player. But this is what always happens in the NBA. That next contract hits, and with it, the expectations change. And the second that those change, you go, do I really want to pay this dude $40, $50 million for the production that is there now? I'll give you a perfect example. We're mentioning the Bulls and Vucevic. Zach LaVine. He's a really nice offensive player. But when you give Zach LaVine max money, there's a reason the Bulls can't move him. Because everybody looks at that contract and they go, I don't want any part of that. Like people say, would LaVine fit on the Warriors? Of course he would fit. And he'd actually fit really well because what is the problem right now? They can't really score aside from Steph. They cannot find any consistent rhythm there. But do I want Zach LaVine on that contract on my team? Hell no. So with Kuminga, the question to me, guys, and you're watching it a lot closer than I am now day to day, but do you see him being able to develop to a point where he's getting you 20, 25 every single night, and he is that dominant force that max players have to be? I personally don't see that. I would move him before I have to make that decision, to your point, Mr. Dibbs. But if you're the Warriors and you've invested all the time and development into seeing what he's becoming and will continue to become wherever he goes, or if he stays here, that would be a really tough pill to swallow to not then match the restricted offer sheet that we figure will come his way.
Well, that's the pickle. I mean, the idea of moving him now, I've thought for a while, is like a non-starter because of how much he makes. Like he's only making $7 million.
Right.
Why am I going to send him out now to get $7 million in return? It's almost like Jonathan, from a financial standpoint, if there's a deal for the Warriors right now, he's a throw-in.
Yeah.
And he's actually the linchpin of the deal.
Absolutely. Of any deal. It's a scary. If you're Mike Dunleavy, Mark, what I would say is he came into the job with his eyes wide open. So none of this oh no, this whole dynasty, it's coming to a close. Mike's a really smart guy. He knew what he was walking into, but these are the decisions. What do you do with Kuminga? How much do you worry about the deal that's coming? It's not a question that anybody really wants to face because there are so many corresponding moves that come after it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And we are hanging out with our good friend Nick Friedel, NBA insider for Odyssey, and Insider Calls are brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai from the comfort of your new home at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. I want to go back to something that you were talking about just a few minutes ago and play for everybody what Steve Kerr said yesterday with the idea of not trading Steph Curry, but the idea of Curry getting to a point where he may ask to get off the Warriors. This is what Steve Kerr said in that conversation.
I don't think so. I just think Steph loves the Warriors. He loves the idea of being a Warrior for life. I think that's so meaningful for him. He has no intention of doing. That's what makes him unique and different. It's why he's not asking the organization to trade everything to go get him help. Steph is so special in so many different ways, and his self-awareness is just incredible. It's so meaningful for him to be a Warrior. I don't think our fans have to ever worry about that.
Okay, so that's what Steve's saying now, and obviously there is the idea of calm everybody's fears. But you've been around the team. I want to know your answer to that. Do you actually see that potentially getting there someday?
Mark, all Steph Curry has ever told me and everybody else who's ever asked that question repeatedly is, this is where I want to be. I want to play in one jersey, statue outside, the whole 9 yards. You can only take him at face value, and I would say in my experience, 15 years covering the league, there are not a lot of guys who are more honest than Steph. He chooses his words exceptionally carefully. There are messages that he wants to get out. There are messages that he probably wants to get out but doesn't say. He has only ever said the exact same thing in that I only want to play in one place. The flip side to the context of this whole conversation is Steph is one of the most competitive guys that there is. There's no way you could be as successful as he's become over time unless you were. What happens when we all come to the understanding, and it's already starting right now. It's happening in real time. It happened in that interview. It's going to continue to happen over the next few weeks here. The Warriors walked into the season with championship-level expectations. Whether that was based in reality or not, I think we all see the answer in front of us as the season has played out. Steph wants to win. He also wants to stay in one place. What happens in between is what we're going to find out. But if we were betting right now, if we were walking in the window, is Steph Curry a Warrior the rest of his career? I say yes.
Yeah.
But I think it is going to absolutely kill him and Draymond and frustrate them so badly that they see what is happening in front of them. And there's not much they can do to change it, because the other thing that's going to happen is Steph's incredible right now. He's still at the peak of his powers. It's not going to be the case in a year or two. It's just not the way it works. So there are a lot of different reasons why Steph would potentially ask for a deal down the line if this kept up. I just don't see it happening. I'm with Kerr.
And I just don't see how it happens, even if he wanted it. If he's making $59 million next year and he wants to still compete for a title, and that would be his motivation, I don't think it would be, I want to go home to Toronto or I want to go home to Charlotte. He would go somewhere to chase a ring, and usually those teams that would need to match $59 million of salary, they usually don't have $59 million lying around of guys who they don't want anymore. So for me, Nick, it's even the mechanics of the deal, and I've tried to entertain it like, okay, what team out there is good? And I thought about Houston. You can start with Fred VanVleet, who Houston would be happy to get rid of that contract, but you're only about halfway there to Steph, so you'd need to find another $20 or $25 million worth of largesse that Houston would want to part with. So to me, even the mechanics of it make it almost an impossibility.
On top of that, Dibs, when you're talking about Steph Curry, I don't care if he's 80 years old. People are going to show up to watch him shoot the basketball.
Right.
It is the performance art.
They show up to watch him warm up.
To warm all over the place.
Yeah.
Like literally all over the world. I remember being in China with the Warriors. And we're an hour before the game, and there are thousands of Chinese fans that are out there not only waiting to watch him walk onto the bus, but then get into the gym. He is just completely different. So why, if you're Joe Lacob, would you even ever think about any of it? Because he's still going to fill up Chase Center and fill up every other place that they go everywhere. The only way it would happen, and this is what Kerr was getting at, Mark, this is what you asked me about, is if Steph went to Lacob and said, hey, I just cannot handle the losing, the mediocrity. I don't see that being the case. And I'd add this anecdotally, guys. A few years ago when I was still here, I was working on a story, and Ray Ritter, the Warriors PR czar, the man of NBA PR.
Man.
Ray gets me in touch with Dirk, Jerry West, and Reggie Miller. And the story was based on the conversations I'd had and so many others with Steph saying, I only ever want to be in one place. And I can still remember talking to those three guys specifically and how much it meant to them that they played in one place the whole way. Reggie Miller said, if Michael Jordan had called me and said, come to Chicago, I would have told him to go F himself, I think was the actual quote. And I thought, that is what makes Steph who he is. But you say that because all they've been doing is winning for so long, and they've been in the conversation. But the reality is they're not in the conversation anymore. It is a different era now. But I can tell you from those conversations and being around Steph for as long as I was and talking to him about just that, it would really shock me if that part changed, because that meant something to him. And I know Steve mentioned Dirk sitting there in Dallas, on courtside every game. I mean, I think that is something that really makes a difference for Steph Curry and will help him through whatever losses may pile up.
Visiting with us is our friend Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA insider here on Willard and Dibs. One more from Steve, and I think it's along the lines of the conversation that we're having. Some viewed this idea as a little bit of a white flag. Others, and I would put myself in this group, thought of it almost like, dude, Steph and Draymond and Steve, you guys are heroes for being self-aware in a moment like this. But what's your take on what Steve said with regard to the conversations he's had directly with Steph and Draymond.
We've talked about this. The three of us have been together for so long. We have these kind of conversations, and I'm so impressed with these guys and how much they care about the Warriors and the future of the Warriors. I think you're right. I mean, a lot of players in their situations would be saying, screw that. Let's trade everything. But that's not who they are. They're Warriors for life. That's part of the meaning of having a player who's only on one team for his entire existence. You see Dirk Nowitzki now watching Dallas games, like he's on the sidelines like a fan, and that's really cool. I love that. And I think that's how Steph and Draymond are going to be once they're retired.
There's the comment you were referring to.
Mark, it's so funny to me even hearing that now because I'm sitting here smiling, thinking back to 5 or 6 years ago when I first got to the Bay. The feeling, and this was the conversation that beat writers and broadcasters would have, who will leave first? Steph, Draymond, Clay. And it was always, Draymond's gone.
Yeah.
Right. Draymond is out of here. He's going to Detroit, or he's going to go follow LeBron somewhere. He's going to go chase that next ring. And the idea that Clay has left, I mean, he's gone, and by all accounts was so unhappy the last couple of years for a variety of different reasons, but he just wasn't the same player, sadly, after the injuries. The idea that it's now Steph and Draymond is to a point where he may be able to sit here the next few years and handle the losses that are coming, it just shows you how quickly it can shift. But my takeaway was exactly what yours was about Kerr yesterday, going, okay, they're changing the narrative as we speak as to what to expect in the moment, not only from this group, but maybe for the next year or two ahead.
I think a lot of people have been asking why. Like, why now all of a sudden did all three of them have this coordinated message? Want to ask you that coming up next. Plus, you used to work for ESPN, and ESPN just published an article where they suggest the Warriors acquire blank. We will fill in that blank. Coming up next, we're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. So here we are hanging out for a full hour with our good friend and Odyssey NBA insider, Nick Friedel, here on Willard and Dibs, and we will continue
after I tell you about Fremont Bank, because I'm so excited to have Nick here.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Like, do you actually have a live one? Like, can we try to make it funny and make you laugh?
Yeah, we
Or
gotta,
do you have a fake radio laugh?
the fake radio laugh. That would be like I sounded like Cookie Monster there for Shasky back 6 years ago. But,
See, like perfect.
Pretty good.
Dibs has a good fake radio laugh.
Yeah.
You just did it. Yeah.
Tell it, Dibs.
20 hours a week with this guy. Gotta keep the chains moving.
I love it. I love it.
Hey, we do have this, by the way, a development with the Warriors tonight. We're still waiting on the Draymond answer. Don't have it. He was not, quote, spotted at shoot-around. I love when reporters say it like that, as if we're all like laying in the weeds, hiding. He is not spotted at shoot. He wasn't at shoot-around. But Kyle Anderson is out. He's out tonight, dealing with a hamstring injury. GP2 officially in. We're still waiting on Draymond, and we get those injury updates at the bottom of the hour every hour. That means in 12 minutes we'll have another update. Maybe we get something definitive at that moment on Draymond Green. Meantime, as the Warriors are in Minnesota tonight, tip-off a little bit over 2 hours away. Warriors Live at 5:30, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We're hanging with Odyssey NBA insider and our very good friend Nick Friedel here at 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibs. So ESPN put together their little article of 5 offers that would change the title race. And I thought to myself before I clicked on it, well, Warriors aren't going to be in that because they're not in the title race. The Warriors are in that.
And then, Mark, you saw it came from ESPN.com. And you went, yeah.
Let me guess. Warriors, Lakers.
Yes.
Knicks.
Yep.
Exactly. So here's what ESPN threw out there. You do what you want to do with it. The Warriors acquire Zach LaVine from the Chicago Bulls.
That was a no-no.
In exchange for Andrew Wiggins, GP2, Kevon Looney, and their 2026 first-round pick.
Hell no!
Yeah.
I mean, hell no! Are you kidding me?
Thank
the
you.
Bulls couldn't they cannot get rid of LaVine. They've been trying to attach first-round picks to his contract.
Oh, but ESPN states he's playing much better this year, Nick.
Who wrote
He's got
that one?
efficiency ratings.
Mark, who wrote that one?
This was written by NBA insiders.
Oh, all right.
There you go.
I'm not touching that one.
Unnamed humans.
Unnamed.
The idea that the Warriors would give up that much for anybody at this point, frankly, but especially LaVine. Come on, no, that.
Even if they didn't have to attach a first, then you're dealing with 2 expirings and Andrew Wiggins, who has maybe played out his time here. If you didn't have to attach a first, would that make it palatable enough for you to make that deal?
Let me throw in there. Zach makes $46 million next year.
Yeah.
And then the following year, a player option.
That it absolutely will get
for
picked
$49.
up. Yeah. Hey, that contract, Mark, that's that LaVine deal was one of those rare contracts where the second it got signed, the entire NBA was like, oh no. No. This is not good. And he had all those injury problems the last couple of years. To his credit, he's been very good offensively this year. But when you sign a deal in the NBA, it's got to be unbelievably bad to have the rest of the NBA go, no.
Immediately.
And that is what happened. So this is the same. It's the same as it ever was for Warriors trade conversations. Would Zach LaVine fit here? Absolutely. I think he would actually play pretty well because he'd be motivated by the fact that he's on the Warriors with Steph and Draymond. We know he can hit 25 or 30 a game. He would give them that offensive lift they need. He still does not play consistent enough defense to be on a team that's worth a damn. And to have that and know what the contract holds, and that part is so crucial. He's going to pick up that option because nobody's going to give him another 240, whatever that number is. Yep. That's not coming again. So he's going to pick that up. If I were Mike Dunleavy, I would just laugh reading that stuff, as I'm sure he probably does, reading most of that.
Well, it's a name that has been different than the ones that have already been thrown out. And, Jimmy Butler was a name that's been bandied about over and over. And it seems like the Warriors have kind of put that to bed. But, Jimmy's got a player option as well that he's not going to pick up with Miami. I'd be scared of him picking it up here. And I look at it this way, Nick, no matter who the Warriors would bring in at that level of salary, that would, to me, hamstring them in the offseason from going out and getting a player that they actually would want in free agency.
This is where fans have to be patient, and you guys know better than anyone that's very difficult, especially when it's in the ecosystem every single day and we're all talking about it. The last thing I would want if I were a Warriors fan is for them to make the big swing and make a move, because I don't think any of these players, Jimmy Butler, Zion, I've heard that name thrown up, they're not going to make that much of a difference. I can tell you, again, from my own experience, let's always remember, Mike Dunleavy played with Jimmy. I mean, they were teammates in Chicago. Mike knows full well what it means to not only have Jimmy as a competitor and a leader of your team, but what's happened with Jimmy and what he's become over time, an incredible Hall of Fame player who wants to do things on his own and doesn't want to be told by anybody what he has to do or when he has to do it. So I actually think, guys, that Jimmy would fit within the framework of this room. I think he does want to win. The problem is Jimmy wants to get paid, and this goes back to the contract problem. You do not want to give Jimmy that kind of money for those kind of years because you just don't know if his knees are going to hold up after this much time. I would also add with Zion, I went to that Pelicans-Warriors game. It's about a month ago in New Orleans. Zion, guys, is just huge. I keep getting the drop. Damn.
That's when you.
No, I know it's for. Okay. I'm like, damn.
Sure. How many years have you covered the league?
15.
Okay.
Drop me again. Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah.
But
and you've met Steph.
I think that's the hardest part. I went from seeing this stuff every day to like now I'm going to like 3-4 games a year right now. So when I actually do go, I'm like, whoa, okay.
I went to a game, everyone.
Let's see what I was at that game in Orlando when Draymond got tossed in the first quarter and Steph was damn near in tears. I'm like, oh man, the soap opera always keeps going.
Stand on it.
What I would say on all of it, though, is I saw Zion. Guys, he's huge. He's just
like his personality's bigger than life.
He's just a no.
Physically, he's a big guy.
He's a big dude.
Yeah.
And at this stage of his career, with all the injuries that have piled up, with the hamstring injuries and everything that's happened, when I hear people say, "Oh, well, if you got Zion in the right framework of a team," it really there's a lot of similarities to the Wiggins conversation. I am the first one to acknowledge. I never, ever thought that Andrew Wiggins would be the second best player on a title team. He was. Now, is he that guy right now? No. There are a lot of different reasons why that's probably happened over time, but he has been great for them to get that extra title. Could it work with Zion? It's a possibility. Having seen what I saw not only a few weeks ago, but over the last few years in New Orleans, I wouldn't trade Zion at all under any circumstances because I don't trust that he's able to maintain the shape he needs to be in night after night after night to be an all-star game-changing player.
Nick Friedel with us in studio, Willard and Dibbs. I want to go back to your Jonathan Kuminga comments, and I want to throw this at you because you stated earlier if it were you would move on from him, not because he's not a good player, but you're in that spot where you're going to have to pay him a whole lot of money. And is he going to turn into a consistent 20 to 25 per night type of a guy? You'd vote no. It was B.J. Armstrong who came on earlier today and was quoted saying this: if Jonathan Kuminga chooses the hard path, he will be the next great Golden State Warrior. The Chris Mullins, the Tim Hardaways, he will join those guys. This isn't a talent issue from what I can see. Do you reject that?
BJ won 3 titles and has lived in the league for decades. So I actually trust his judgment, Mark, as far as what is he seeing that somebody who may cover a team or covers a league, they're not seeing. Having watched Kuminga night after night those first few years, I still talk to my friends that are within the organization. They really like him. But this is the question that every pro sports organization has to answer. Is the guy that you see at 23, 24 going to be that much of a game changer at 27 or 28 when the contract hits? Because everybody likes Kuminga right now. There's still plenty of growth. The ceiling, all the buzzwords.
$7 million a year.
Bingo. When Kuminga gets 40, 50 mil, immediately that shifts. So hearing that, do I trust BJ's basketball judgment? Absolutely. In my own judgment, having watched Kuminga and having seen the progression that he's already started to make, I would not make that decision. I would say, all right, I'm going to get the most that we can right now and see what happens. But I say all that, guys, and this is the problem that the Warriors are having. Trade Kuminga right now. What are you getting in return that is going to take you from where you're at as a 500 ball club to some other place? And so, Mark, all of that is to say, in the end, I don't think they're moving Kuminga because I don't think there is that kind of difference maker out there. And then you pay him because you're going to either have to match the deal or you're going to pay him outright. And then you go from there. Maybe you make the move down the line. But with what you've already put in and seeing the assets that are available outside of your own team, I think Kuminga's here.
And it's interesting what BJ said about the hard road. And, if Jonathan chooses to go the hard road, which I guess would be to stay with the Warriors and maybe take less than he could get elsewhere or sign for a number that is, manageable for the organization. That way they could surround him with enough talent so he doesn't have to immediately become their best player when Steph decides to retire. So the hard road may not be an instant payday and, go the Jordan Poole route, which was, I got my bag, and then he got dealt, and now he can average 22 a night.
I thought you were going to say he got decked, and then he got dealt.
He did.
Because I think that
Also
changed
true.
that whole story.
For me, yeah.
Absolutely.
We talked earlier in the crossover about the one thing that, you wish went differently, and my thing was I wish that they would have suspended Draymond and made it so Jordan Poole would have felt a little bit better about what went down, because the fact that video got leaked and we all got to see it, and I can close my eyes and I can still picture watching him just kind of saunter over to Jordan Poole and then kapow, he hits him with the one piece and then see it ring night. And so, because of that, I think Jordan carried on in a certain way that following season.
I couldn't agree with you more. The entire tenor of that season that was so celebratory after just winning the title, hey, let's go try to run it back. It all changed in one moment.
Yeah.
And it hovered. Again, having talked to all the people associated with that team, they all felt it. I'm going to set the new record here, but they all felt it every day because they knew how much that weighed on everybody. So as far as dynamics, it's something else BJ hit on in that interview, Mark. The leadership is still great with Steph and Draymond and Kerr, but always, always, always remember the NBA is talent first. You can have the best owner in the world and the best GM and the best coach. All that stuff is great, and it's very important. If you don't have talent, you are not going to win. And in the end, right now with this Warriors team, they don't have enough talent to again contend for a title.
All right, so let me help our listeners shape this conversation then in that direction. Let's say they do go ahead and sign up Kuminga long-term, and then they still got their flexibility, and you feel better about having him in a deal because financially he would match better with other players. I say all that to set this up. Is Giannis ever leaving Milwaukee? What the hell?
I don't think he ever is. And, Mark, it's interesting because we spent a portion of the conversation discussing Steph and how much it means to him to wear one jersey. I have had the exact same conversation with Steph. Hit me on the bubble.
Whoop. You've had it with Giannis?
The same thing. Now, in fairness, that was 6 years ago, and stuff can change. I asked Damian Lillard the same stretching questions
when he
was in Portland, and he said the same thing. This is where I want to be. I want to win here. I know I can do it. But the reality is Giannis has been on record over and over as saying, I want to be in one place. He changed that tenor a little bit a couple years ago. It happens. I don't think Giannis is ever going to leave Milwaukee. Having said that, I also think that if he ever were to leave, he'd want to play with Steph Curry because he's also a human being who sees what's what. The problem, and this is why this is so much fun being back in here with you guys, Steph is incredible right now. Steph's the greatest shooter we've ever seen. Steph is awesome. Steph in another year or two is not going to be the same player. That is just the reality of basketball. He's not going to be the same exact guy every night who's going to go drop 30 or 35. Could he still do it some nights? Of course he can, because he's incredible. But he's not going to be at the top of his talents the same way we've seen. So, as far as Giannis, if you're Giannis and you're still, what is he, 29?
Yeah, right in there.
He has so many years left to be at a different level than Steph will be at if and when that deal would ever go down.
And I think that Steph is already down a notch from where he was. And I was saying this earlier in the month on Willard and Dibbs, but he is still capable of doing it, but he doesn't do it every night. And if you look at, peak Steph, it was every night he would get you that, like you're saying, 28 and 30. And now he still has a 30 in his bag, but there are nights now where he had a back-to-back games where he had no assist, and he had a game this year where he didn't make a field goal. And these are things that we are not used to seeing. So I think that Steph still has it in him to be peak Steph, but more often than not, he's not as good as he usually is. And as a result, having no other help, they're losing these games.
Ding, ding, ding.
So
that's exactly what happens. And the funny part to me, guys, is I thought the best Steph ever played when I was out here in that last KD year and those couple years after that was that year post-pandemic. Everybody was kind of coming out of it. And that dude was dropping like 40, 45 every single night.
Yep.
His teammates still expect that out of him. And Dibbs, to exactly your point, he's still capable of it whenever he wants. But the consistency of doing it and the pressure that comes with it, that is not the same. That is exactly why the Warriors are what their record says there is in this moment, because they're so reliant on Steph, and he's not able to do the same exact thing every night.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Draymond Green is out tonight. So he either remains sick or the back is still bulky, or it is a combination of both. But when you look at the Warriors roster now tonight in Minnesota, very difficult place to play, end of a trip. The two sort of swingman big guys who can bring the ball up the floor, and Draymond Green and Kyle Anderson are both out. So this becomes that much harder of a challenge this evening.
Yeah, it'll be third straight game without Draymond, and I was looking forward to maybe some slow dancing between Rudy Gobert and Draymond Green.
I mean, I hate it for that reason.
Yeah.
I hate that whenever we can have Draymond and Rudy and we don't get it.
Yeah.
That's lame.
I was hoping they could go cheek to cheek again, toe to toe.
Draymond's doing those 7-person Zoom sessions that have changed him around now. My man Ohm wrote that story the other day about how Draymond has turned this corner, but the tell always is what happens when Rudy shows up.
And Yusuf would be another one.
Right.
Yusuf Nurkic.
He must actually be sick. That's my takeaway. Draymond must be really, really sick if he's passing on Rudy Gobert.
Or the back is barking, and you look at last year, and everybody had this buzzword of, if Draymond didn't miss 25 games, they're a 50-win team, and that was kind of not the truth serum, but that was kind of the potion we all took in the offseason. And then they started 12-3, and it felt like,
here we go.
You know what? Maybe if Draymond didn't miss all those games, maybe they were a 50-win team. Maybe this thing is real. And they've lost 17 of 24 since. So 12-3, they were something, and now there's something else.
Are you kidding me? I was texting Slater at 12-3 going, hey, I see it. They're playing. They're playing a little bit better here. Here's the defense. And then, and the scariest part, as we all know, is we haven't even hit the Steph goes out for a couple weeks, and they try to get it all together. Lucas is all mad at me now for even bringing it up. But the reality is, every year there is something. There's some kind of injury. Something pops up, and he has missed a little bit of a stretch. When that happens now, maybe the offense actually looks a little bit better because they're forced to not be so reliant on him. But you take Steph out of this lineup.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's
just it's not enough.
The dog days haven't even hit yet. Let's take some phone calls. Some people would love to rap with Nick, including one of our favorites, Phil. Mike is on the line.
What's up, Mike?
Filmo.
What's up, Nick? I heard you got fired for smoking weed at ESPN. Don't be doing that in Bristol, man.
No. Come on, Filmo.
No, I'm joking. Anyway, hey, can you? Okay, so Nick, we got this guy by the name of Guru, Daryl the Guru Johnson. So he's a Cowboys fan, right? And he be thinking like we could do these cockamamie trades, and like he be trying to like act like he's Jerry Jones and Joe Lacob is gonna just do a trade just to make a move or a headline. And so like if you could tell him and the fans out here, like literally, we're 19-20, right? 3 years ago, Boston was like 500. I'm not saying that we're Boston. I'm just saying like people got to enjoy the journey. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a process. Like some of the best seasons or seasons that get turned around. And all I'm saying is, man, we could turn it around. And then also, if you just real quick, Nick, they act like we're in basketball hell, but we've been horrible and we've seen hella ugly years. My point is this, though, Nick. You talk about Kuminga, you never really been on board. You always said trade Kuminga, which I respect. You gonna stick to your guns. But, and I know you feel me? I don't know if you've been watching, but right when he got injured, it was like a weird period in which he was starting to kind of like take off at the perfect time, and the injury literally happened at the worst time. If Kuminga would have been available for these last couple of 6-7 games, we're better than our record shows. And I mean, I don't know what to do with Kuminga. I feel you want to trade him, but Nick, you got to give me this, man. He's coming. He was just about to come into his own. I feel this year he was going to have one of them Gilbert Arenas second half of the year seasons, man. And it's just unfortunate that he got hurt. We can't do nothing about it. But good hearing from you, Nick, man. For real, keep that laugh.
Mike, I appreciate it. It's great to hear from you always, guys. I was cracking up because on the car ride in, I heard Priest from Palo Alto. He was calling Steiny and Goo, and Priest used to call us up on the weekends and tell us James Wiseman's going to the Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame.
So, everybody's got their takes. Yep. Some of them don't end up the way you want. But to Phil Mo's point, I don't see this team being able to make the move that makes a difference. But to the point about Kuminga, I think, is only ever going to come into his own when he's not on a team and underneath the shadow that is Steph and Draymond. I'm not sure Kuminga is ever going to reach the potential that everybody wants to see from him within this kind of team with these type of stars. I am not sold that Kuminga is ever going to get to the point that Phil Mo and other Warriors fans want him to be. Maybe he does. Maybe I'll just be wrong. But right now, to think that if the injury didn't happen, that we were going to see that much of a different guy, I don't buy that either. I had seen the way he had been playing. He had been putting up nice numbers.
Yeah.
He still hasn't done it to this point over and over.
It's the last 7 games. He averaged 23 a night, and he was shooting it well, and the three was going down, and it felt like
the confidence was there.
And it finally felt like he was emerging, even though I agree with you, like with Steph and Draymond there, he's not going to ever get 22 shots a night, but that's what has so many people tantalized, was that it seemed like it was right there and it was about to start happening.
The one thing I'd add, though, guys, and it's to Mike's point, is what you guys are in the conversation with every day. You have no idea how good it is, even when it's not very good, because the other side to this is the Chicago Bulls.
Oh, boy.
And they are irrelevant. They are completely irrelevant. They had the moment with Derrick Rose, and they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. He got hurt. That was awful. It changed everything. That team has been irrelevant for a decade now, since they traded Jimmy Butler. The Warriors still have Steph, and they still have Draymond, and they still have Kerr, and they have a proud team, which is exactly what Kerr was talking to you guys about yesterday. It's going to give whatever they have that night because they want to be there for Steph, and they want to ride this all the way through. What fans need to accept now is this team's days of going after titles with the group that they have right now, they're done. It's probably not going to happen. Not that there's no chance ever that they can't make some move, but at this stage, they're done. They're still a better entertainment product, though, than a hell of a lot of other NBA teams, because you still get to watch Steph Curry and you still don't know what he's going to do night to night. But the expectations have got to change because they just don't have enough around him to make it happen.
Let's take another one. Kevin in Oakland is on. Hey, Kevin, thanks for calling. What you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen, I'm just swapping batteries, the electric bikes out here in San Francisco, and I just want to chime in. I'm with Fidel. I have a good thing. Who would you want right now, Monte Ellis or JK? Monte shot free throws better. He played defense. He could bring the ball up and run the offense. He became a good pro, a good offensive player, and I have a little insight. I've been with the Warriors training camp for a while. I don't want to say what I do, but like I said, I've watched Monte become a good pro, and we got rid of him. And I watched JK, and he hasn't improved. He wants to, but he's not going to improve in the long run. Monte, when we got rid of him, is going to be a better pro than JK, and that's my 2 cents. And I also like to chime in. The table's been set by Bob Myers. Bob Myers did not discipline Draymond. I watched Draymond talk shit to the players, saying if.
Okay, that's Let's jump there. But I guess my response to the whole Monte Ellis, Jonathan Kuminga comparison is, why are we comparing those two guys? That's
not even close to the same type of player.
Exactly.
Either.
That's a confusing comparison to me. And in the end, if you're a Warrior fan who's focused in this era on championships, Monte Ellis led to what? Like they had to actually move off of him in order to build what they were trying to build.
Steph.
Yeah.
I think a better comp would be Monte Ellis or Jordan Poole. And then we could get in, all the Jordan Poole acolytes would come out of the woodwork. Monte was 19.6 a night over 7 years for bad teams. And if you had him on this team, he'd be a guy who can get you a bucket. But there was a reason why Monte didn't lead his team to wins. They were bad around him.
Yeah, I mean, you know what it makes me wonder about Kuminga and Nick? I wonder what your response to this would be. It feels like you could have a good debate over whether or not the Warriors were a good place or a bad place for Jonathan to end up. On one hand, you could say the growth got stunted. They've never just let him have the reins and do whatever he could do to kind of grow. On the other hand, he gets a good organization that wins. He learns in that framework. And I think to what you were just pointing at, we've still yet to see Jonathan Kuminga ever on the floor when the defense is like, let's focus on him. Our job is to stop him. He's never had to do that for a day in his life. So how would you answer that? Was this a good place or a bad place for him?
I would always lean towards good place, Mark, and I think it's a really good question. But I would lean good place because these are pros. Steph is the ultimate pro. I know, having talked to these guys for years in the Omari Spellman, Jacob Evans era, oh
my God! There's
time.
Like this chill that just flew up my spine.
Ty Bowman running around.
Come on.
You're
not going to say Todd Fuller, are you?
Like,
okay,
whoa,
Eric Pascal.
We have come on. Eric Pascal.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Oh, man.
And Alan Smiley Geach. We need to play the Geach.
The Geach. I say that because those guys love Draymond. That's not like some media-driven. Those dudes that are in that locker room day after day love Draymond Green. Mark, the problem, though, and it ties into the caller's point in what we're talking about here with Kuminga and Monte Ellis. You want to know why the Warriors are in the spot they're in? They have drafted really poorly. They swung and missed terribly on James Wiseman.
Yep.
That Wiseman pick and the lack of talent that came with that number 2 slot really set them back badly. Moses Moody is a hell of a guy. Steve Kerr said from the beginning, this is a 10, 15-year pro. He's going to be great for us. He's barely playing now. He signed the deal. He's just not what the Warriors hoped he would be. Kuminga, what exactly is he going to become over time? But going back, Jacob Evans, I mean, no team can hit all the time and get Steph and Draymond and Clay, etc. They have missed a lot. And if you're trying to figure out how did the Warriors get to the place that they're in, it's Bob Myers. It's that front office that was so great on so many different things. But recently, with those picks, they swung, they missed, and it's really hurt.
I think if you put aside the players themselves, and you're right about those players, but just hearing Mark lay it out about where Kuminga is now, and just hearing you guys have that conversation, it had me thinking about the ages of the players they were drafting and how that, to me, was really the mistake. And they never uttered the phrase 2 timelines, but you drafted an 18-year-old Wiseman with no college experience. You drafted Kuminga at 18 with no college experience. Moses Moody was, I think, 1 and done at Arkansas, maybe 2. He was 19. So you drafted these young pups. And then this last year, not the Quentin Post, but the year before, you got Trace Jackson Davis, a guy who had played, and he was a grown-up already. And even Pods had played in a couple of spots, and he was almost 21. So I do think that it put aside the fact that Wiseman was a bust and a miss, the fact that they were leaning on 18-year-olds, and now you're in a spot with Kuminga. He's 22, and you have to make a decision on him, and he's probably 4 to 6 years away from being the best he's going to be. So do you want to pay $160 million to see if he gets better or not?
I don't know if you have a choice, though, Dibs. That's the problem. Like, you've put the time in. You've made the pick. We think the pick has worked to a point. I think that's just the way that it goes in the NBA. But, guys, Dibs, even hearing you lay all that out, fans in the Bay need to truly appreciate just how lucky everybody was that team won that last title. Because I was flashing back in my own head when they made the Kuminga and Moody picks. We're all sitting out there at Chase Center, and everybody's going, oh, what are they going to do? Do you draft an older guy? Do you put the picks into a trade and get some veteran in who can help right away? And they picked Kuminga and Moody, and everybody around there was like, who the hell are these guys? You know, are they going to be any good? What's going to happen? And we think Kuminga's pretty good now. Moody, I don't know if he's going to be able to help them the way that the Warriors thought, but saying all of that is the Warriors still found a way to win another title. Nobody, even within that organization, up until the final series against the Celtics, was looking at that team going, yeah, this is a title contender. They made the pieces work. But Dibs, and this ties into the same theme, that team got a huge boost from Otto Porter and Gary Payton II. It wasn't like these rookie guys were coming in and being the type of game changers that you need them to be. So I understand there's a lot of hype around Kuminga. There's a lot of hope around him. Guys, to me, I think you have to give him the deal, but even giving him the deal doesn't mean we're committing to this guy forever and he's going to be the next face of the next great Warriors team.
You know what it felt like also that this group seems to be pitching the last 24 to 48 hours, and I really wonder how the Warrior fan base is going to receive it. And you having written for this fan base and worked around it for a while, I wonder what your take is. Is everybody ready to sign up for just like a Steph appreciation tour? Like that's what we're doing here. We're not worrying about wins and losses as much. We're just here to watch him perform.
The fascinating part to this, Mark, is I think the people within, the Steve Kerrs, the Draymonds, the day-to-day people in the organization, they've lived in the Steph appreciation tour for years. And that's a credit to self-awareness because they knew what they were seeing is, oh my gosh, this guy is unbelievable. But to the broader point about the expectations and the shift in how everybody's kind of operating, I think you have to be. Because if we're all acknowledging at the very top of the notes on the legal pad, the Warriors are not good enough anymore. 1A is Steph isn't going anywhere. He's still incredible, and he's the most fun basketball player anybody has ever seen probably since Michael. I mean, I know there are Kobe fans and LeBron fans. Steph changed the game. Steph is the best at what he does that we're ever going to see, and he's still really, really good. So I don't think the shift into, hey, every night we go somewhere, it's going to be the Steph appreciation tour, because I think weirdly, in the moment, all of these people are like, wow, we are seeing something we have never seen before and we're never going to see again. The problem is they're going to have to accept that they're not going to win the same way.
Right.
And that is going to be tougher for all involved. But specific to Steph, if you signed up Steve Kerr for a few more years of, I'm going to make a ton of money, I'm going to get to coach this guy, and I'm going to ride off into the sunset for a team that may or may not go to the playoffs a couple more times, he would sign up for that in a heartbeat.
Well, he's got one more year after this one, and you were mentioning some of the farewell tours, and Kobe's is maybe the most notable in that they were awful, and he was allowed to shoot every time, but Laker fans, Mark was down there broadcasting. It seemed like nobody really seemed to mind because you're LA and you knew you'd be back. I'm looking at Nowitzki, his last few years, 3 years in a row, they didn't make the playoffs, and he was a 40-year-old shuffling up and down, hitting his little patented 12-footer. The other one's Tim Duncan, where they were still good because they had Kawhi Leonard. So his farewell tour, and he played till he was 40, he could be a bench guy, and you had Kawhi who'd kind of taken the reins. So unless Kuminga becomes their Kawhi, I think Steph is kind of resigned to the reality of Dirk and Kobe as opposed to Tim Duncan.
And he's going to have to be if he meant what he said, Dibbs, in that this is the only place I ever want to be. Because even as we're kind of laying out the different options and here's the path to this or that, there's not a path, and please call us if you see one, where you acquire player A or player B for what you have the ability to give up, and this team goes from the 11th or 12th seed to like 3. That just doesn't exist. And there is that true serum, Dibbs, you mentioned, like, okay, everybody has to accept whatever is coming.
Is there a deal, though, that gets him to 6 or 7? Because that's kind of where I am.
Can we get to 8?
And I think that
we get in without having to go through the play-in.
You know what I mean? And I think that there's value in that, provided that you're not doing something stupid.
Mark, if you got Jimmy Butler here,
yes,
and you didn't have to give him the 2 more years that he wants,
sure,
absolutely. You want to talk about a puncher's chance? Steph still is Steph going in the playoffs. Draymond motivated as hell because the whole world is sitting here saying, no way, they're done, it's over. And Jimmy, who so desperately wants out of there now, if you told me the Warriors could acquire Jimmy Butler for the rest of this year and get to the 6th seed, I'd say, okay, there's some level of hope. It's not 0. Because I think Jimmy, for 3 or 4 months, would fit. He'd love the hell out of playing with Draymond and Steph. Let's see what happens. Do I think that the Warriors are good enough, even with Jimmy Butler, motivated as hell, to show the world he can still play at the highest level? No. I don't think they could get all the way through. Win a first-round series? Sure. Depending on the matchup? Absolutely.
But see, that's the kind of vibe I got, though. The vibe I got, because Steve Kerr, in addition to the stuff that you heard him say yesterday, prior to that was talking about we want to give Steph that at bat. And it's almost like I took that to mean, look, we're going to do everything we can to help him just get to a 7-game series. Even if it's on the road, even if it's against Denver or OKC, we're going to help him do that. And then once we do that, then Steph, now it's on you.
It's game 7 in Sacramento again.
Right.
Yeah.
Go hit the ball.
Game 4 in Boston.
50 or 60,
Right.
and we'll see what happens. That's the problem, though. Mark, can the Warriors win a first-round series? Absolutely. If they got the right piece, that we're talking about. Can the Warriors win 4 series in a row in the playoffs and still be the team you have to be in order to have the consistency for 2.5 months in the postseason to get there? I don't believe so.
Yeah.
And what's even more is I don't see the pathway towards them getting back the pieces they would need to get close again. And I say that as somebody who believes that Steph Curry is still incredible and can turn it on the way Kerr was talking to you guys about.
I speak for everybody in this building, and I hope for so many people listening. Dude, it's so good to have you here.
It's awesome.
It's so good to have you here.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming by. Thank goodness you were listening to that damn interview yesterday. Thank goodness.
Truly, it was great. I told Luke, I mean, you guys do great. I still listen all the time. It's really great to see it, and I really, really miss it out here because in all my travels, being around a city and a region that cares as deeply as people do out here about that team, that is something special. And that is not something that we see all the time, and I certainly didn't take it for granted. So it's great to be with you all, and thanks for having me.
And bingo night and dinner at 5 o'clock, it's underrated, Nick.
No, I've had enough. I'm ready for whatever's coming, much like the Warriors. For whatever's coming next, I'm ready for the next step.
He's like, it's rated perfectly, actually. Yeah, man, great to have you. That is Odyssey NBA Insider. Nick Friedel and Insider Calls are brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. All right, Warriors Live still a half hour away. We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. You can react to anything you just heard in that conversation and then also weigh in on this. You can buy this or sell this, but would you be ready as a Warrior fan to sign up for the Steph Appreciation Tour rather than grinding on the idea of a title every year? Wonder what Warrior fans think about that. We'll take your calls next. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. All right, Steve. Steph. Anyway, Steph's going to have to go it alone again tonight. It's a big bunch of who standing next to. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say that about the Buddy Hields and the Schroeders of the world, but no Draymond again. Now no Kyle Anderson either. Somebody's going to have to get hot, and as the late great Bill Walton used to say, somebody grab a rebound. Like who? I don't know who's. Trace Jackson Davis going to have and Looney. They're going to have to be amazing tonight. This front line that they're going against with the Minnesota Timberwolves, I don't know who they have to battle it out there this evening.
And they're all like 6'11" or taller.
Yeah,
and
they're huge.
Yeah, they're huge, and they're athletic, and the Warriors are at the end of a 4-game road trip, and, a lot not in their favor with no Draymond and, still no Pods, and that is a little bit of a head-scratcher as his, the number of games he misses continues to grow, but geez, I don't know what you do when you don't have Draymond and you're going up against that front court.
Yeah. So we'll find out here in about 85 minutes. That's when the game will tip off. Warriors Live is in 25 minutes. We want to take your calls until then. That was Food for the Soul with Nick Friedel in here for an hour. I thought not only do you get some good laughs and good company, that was some really, really good Warrior conversation. And I wonder, before we go to the calls, how would you answer this? Are you, and I'm not saying that the Warriors are saying this yet. I think that it's a soft launch to the idea over the last 48 hours. Are you ready? Are you in? Are you okay if Warrior basketball for the next couple of years is just the Steph Appreciation Tour?
I am okay with it, as opposed to the opposite, which would be, for me, unthinkable, trading him. And Nick Friedel actually said as much, the idea of, you're just not going to trade your number one asset. He's probably the number one asset globally between he and LeBron.
Ever for this franchise.
Well, even current global sports assets, he's in the top 5. I'm sure there's a cricketer out there who's super popular.
Right. No, but what about the other? That's not the only other option. The other option would be to wildly continue to make an effort to surround him with other players who maybe could take them on a significant run.
And I'm not here for wildly doing that. And, the Zach LaVine trade that you threw out from ESPN is a no, and the Jimmy Butler's a no, and Zion for me is a no. I'm more interested in incremental moves. And you asked Nick a good question, I thought, is there a deal that can get you from 11 to 6? And can you do that? Maybe you can't do it now at the deadline, but between now and next year, can you nudge this team from being, boy, we hope we make the play-in, to, yeah, they should be a playoff team? And that's really only the difference of about 6 or 7 wins from where you are. If you're a 48-win team, you should be top 6. Right now, you're trending toward being a 41-win team.
They're 2.5 games out of the 6 right now.
So for me, it's not about wild moves. And you threw it out to the callers, and I like the question. Are you okay with the Steph Appreciation era? And I'm just looking at the end of eras for these other one-team legends, like Kobe, and he had 2 years where they were miserable.
Yep.
The year before that, he was hurt. But the last 2 years, he was healthy. He shot every time, and they were bad. You covered it. You could speak to it. Reggie Miller in Indiana, they actually were a pretty good team his last 2 years. They were a playoff team. They won series, but they never won a championship. Dirk Nowitzki, their teams were kind of falling off, and the Tim Duncan one is an anomaly because he had Kawhi,
right?
And you were still a good team because of Kawhi. So I don't know which of those 4 the Warriors are going to ultimately get, but I do know this. I'm okay with it. If it turns out to be Steph and Draymond for 2.5 more years and you're a 500 club, I'll be okay with it.
Yeah, and by the way, I am too, and I don't ask that question to mean that they would be awful and that the organization as a whole would no longer be prideful, they would no longer be trying, they would no longer be making acquisitions. I don't mean any of that. I think that the Warriors will always try to be as good as they can be, but if we can all sort of sit with the idea that that does not mean championship contention. maybe you are just doing what, and by the way, this is what most NBA teams do. Like maybe you're just trying to make the playoffs,
right?
And then kind of do the whole see what happens thing.
Before we go to the phones, can you just explain to me like what happened with those Laker teams? Because I'm looking at the record in his penultimate or second to last year with Byron Scott at the helm, 21-61, and you had Carlos Boozer and pretty much nobody else I've ever heard of. Yeah, Julius Randle.
Sure.
Early Randle. Did they just straight give up on trying to get free agents? Did they blow the draft? How did they get so bad so quick?
No, they never gave up. The thought was, first of all, they gave Kobe a ton of money.
Yep.
When at a time when he was not worthy of that anymore, and their thought process was always the same thing. I don't think they were laser focused on winning in that moment. What they were focused on is finding their next star. And especially with that organization, that's an obsession. Like the second that they don't have a superstar player, they feel like their pants are down. And so they knew that Kobe was coming to an end, and they were obsessed with finding that next person. And so it was draft Julius Randle.
Yep.
And then it was draft Brandon Ingram. And then, now
D'Angelo Russell.
D'Angelo Russell. And we got to Lonzo Ball. And then it got to, well, maybe we can do this free agent-wise. And it was acquire Anthony Davis. And then we're going to acquire LeBron. And yes, they did win a bubble chip. And so they finally got back on their feet from the standpoint of they have a true NBA one. You could argue still that they have two, actually, in LeBron and AD. But there was big gap in there where they did not. And that is naked for that team.
And afraid.
Right. So that the focus wasn't about winning necessarily. The other mistake that I always sort of attacked them for during that time, you mentioned that Byron Scott was their coach.
Yep.
This is one thing, and this is good for Warrior fans or any organization. Sometimes it's very, very difficult to divorce yourself from kind of where you've been. And the Lakers, I think, were the biggest offenders of this of all time. And I don't mean that they held on to Kobe too long. I mean this. Every time it wasn't going well, they would trot out the 1985 team photo and try to figure out what to do
Pick
next.
A coach.
Exactly.
Kurt Rambis.
There you go.
Magic Johnson.
Byron Scott. Michael Cooper.
Mitch Kupchak was the GM.
It was like, and then the whole team would line up behind the guy at the press conference, and every Laker fan would be like, yeah, we're getting back to our roots. And it's like, no, you're going to suck. You're going to suck even worse than you used to suck before because you can't recreate the past. And so Warrior fans take that to heart right there.
Yeah.
You can't. You cannot recreate the past.
So to answer your question, I'd rather have them be a playoff contending, championship threatening team. But if it means Steph and Draymond play out their days here and we're stuck kind of in this mediocre land, I'm here for it because I don't want Steph to ever wear another uniform.
Yeah, I'm with you. 888-957-9570. Warriors live less than 20 minutes. We got a game at 6:30 tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. Christian in Fairfield. Hi, Christian. Thanks for the call. What's up?
Hey, fellas. I wanted to talk about the thing that Nick had said. Is there a player that no one's mentioning?
Okay.
And I think Jeremiah Grant in Portland, the veteran, he's like 30. He shoots 40% from three, gets 20 a night. That'll take us from 11 to 6 seed. And then, like Valanciunas, let's stockpile more veterans and bring up the Santoses in the post if we're just going to ride out this Steph Curry into the sunset idea. Because I think one of you guys said Steph is going to average like 15 and 10 later in his career and be like a Steve Nash player. You can't do that with the young guys. So if you bring veterans around, then they'll always be around that 6 seed, 5 seed, and then we might catch the lightning in a bottle in his last 3 years.
Maybe.
Yeah, that was actually Steiny who said that.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you. Like, that might be the evolution of what Steph ultimately becomes, a 15 and 10 guy, instead of somebody who has to go out there and get you 27.
Sure. I don't know about 15. And by the way, he said Jeremiah Grant. He means Jeremy Grant.
Yep.
And Jeremy he's 30. So, yes, he's a veteran. He's been playing for a decade, but he's not an old guy, not yet at least. But I don't mind him as a player. He's a good player. Would he fit on the Warriors? Maybe. Here's the phrase that stuck out there, though, that I think is a dangerous one is, quote, stockpile veterans. So in the league, veterans are expensive. They're expensive, and you're not getting yourself ready to regenerate yourself if you're stockpiling veterans, especially if the effort is simply to make the 6th seed, because that's not really going to have the outcome that you want. Can you bring in some players and some talent and be better? I'm all for it. But again, and this is the difficulty, the needle that needs to be thread by Mike Dunleavy, you can't do that at the expense of anything that you think might be important down the road, because it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun, but it just, I don't know, man, the returns aren't high enough.
Jeremy Grant making 29.8, then 32, then 34,
Expensive.
then a player opt for 36.4, and that will be in his 34-year-old year, because he's about to turn 31. So a little too much meat on the bone for me, but I do appreciate the thought. I mean, when you're 19 and 20, you're open to anything. There are no bad ideas. Which
that's true too.
It's funny because we had a meeting, had our show meeting last week, and somebody, I think the boss, said there are no bad ideas, and then each of us said something that was a bad idea, and it was roundly shot down by the rest of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when somebody says there are no bad ideas, then I'm like, well, then buy us pizza every day. That's my idea.
Right?
Are you in? And he didn't like it. Anyway,
the whole "there are no bad ideas" idea means throw out some crap and watch me shoot it down.
Yeah, exactly. And then we did. Oscar in Stockton. Hi, Oscar. Thanks for the call.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up?
Yes, I want to give you guys props, especially yesterday, because you was the only one who had the same idea that I had and Steve Kerr had. You got to go down with the ship. Where are we going to go? Trying to trade everything for some of these mediocre players to try to win another championship. Every year we cannot win a championship. And in order to sustain and be on top when Steph and Dre leave, a good organization will invest in the players they got, let some of these contracts roll over to next year, and let this team right here play it out. Because I'm going to tell you right now, like you said, Steph is laying some of these people to sleep, which what he just said. Don't mean we giving up. It doesn't mean we're not just going to give up the farm just to go out the championship this year. So everybody hold your course if you're a real fan of the Warriors, and let the Warriors cook. This year they might not win the championship, but they're not giving up. So any championship team that want to stay on top ain't going to give it the farm with these new NBA rules. So on that point right there, man, watch the Warriors cook and watch the Warriors still get some draft picks next year, and they're going to be a whole different team, man. So, hey, I'm with the Warriors all the way.
Oscar, thank you very much. Like, I agree with almost all of what Oscar said. This is where I'm at. I would remove the word championship from our conversations. I just would. Look, if something shocking happens in the next 2 to 3 years, phenomenal. I'll get on the bus. Everybody will be on the bus. I'm just not thinking about Warrior life through that lens. I haven't been for a while.
Right.
I think there's value in them being good. I think there's value in Steph playing playoff series.
Without a doubt.
Absolutely. But I'm not looking at it through the lens of championship. So I'm with Oscar. You stay the course. It might be frustrating at times. And I think this is what they were saying over the last 48 hours. Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green. It's not a white flag. They're not giving up. They're just telling you that their efforts will be a little bit measured because they don't want to do something stupid.
Right, and that's where...
And that's a good thing.
I agree, and that's where Oscar was saying, like, you don't want to sell the farm for some mediocrity. I want to give up some of our mediocre and get some different mediocre. You know, maybe you end up with Vucevic, who... He's an older player, and he's fine. You're going to give up a couple of expirings, and you get a stretch 5 who maybe it makes you 5% bigger. The one thing, and I'm going to agree with that you said, and Nick actually hit me with this before, talking about Chicago. Since they won their last championship, there have been 26 NBA seasons, not counting this one. Do you know how many NBA series they've won?
Wait, say that again. Okay, and did you say
Since the Bulls won their last title, which I believe was 98.
Okay, so you
there
said
have been 26 NBA seasons completed.
And how many have the Warriors won?
How many series have the Bulls won?
How many series have the Bulls won?
In 26 years.
Gosh, probably less than 5.
The number is 5.
Okay.
The number is 5.
I mean, there's the Derrick Rose, right?
They've been to the playoffs and lost in the first round a handful of times, but to that point that you're saying, I just want them to be competitive and good every year. Like if the calculus was you get one more title with Steph in the next 3 years, but in the next 30 years, you're Chicago. So you're going to win 5 series in 26 years, but I'm going to get you one more title for Steph. We're going to mortgage everything, and it's going to actually give him one for the thumb.
Yeah.
But you get a quarter of a century of Chicago? No thanks.
Well, this is also part, and I don't know if you're fully with me on this, but this is part of the way that I view sports, and maybe this is also because of what we do for a living. This is why, for example, when everyone says Super Bowl or bust, I squash it. I'm not interested in Super Bowl or bust. Yes, I'm a fan, and I want my team to win, but in the end, what I'm actually consuming is storytelling. And I know that most people would reject that, at least on the surface. But, for example, I'm not bored by where the 49ers are right now. Tell me the story. What happened this year, and how are you going to get it back on track next year? I'm here for it. Let's watch it. I'll buy your story this year. I'll buy your injuries and your shot rookie and your family tragedies and all of the things that happened this year. Now, tell me where we're going to go next, and I'm going to watch it, and I'm going to consume, and I'm going to assess, and that was a good move or it was a bad move. And I think that we can do that with the Warriors too. And that does not mean that every year I'm pissed if you don't win the whole thing. Because if you're a fan, you can be disappointed. I'm not telling you not to be. If you're angry every time your team doesn't win a title, I don't know, man. You're kind of doing it.
Be angry a lot.
Yeah, you're setting yourself up for a weird experience.
Right.
They're very rare. Hello.
Yeah, and I like what you're saying about storytelling. I do think the NFL is so monster that the story is going to write itself for almost every team. Even Carolina this year, their story was, Bryce Young was a big miss, and then, hey, Bryce is playing better. And just whatever their story was. And I think the Giants is a great example of that because over the last few years, their story has been pretty dull.
It's stale.
It's very stale. And I don't know if Adames and Verlander and Buster if that's enough, but you do get a new year and hope springs eternal and all that. But I would rather have the Warriors be interesting. Like when Steph leaves, I don't want them to completely crater and be uninteresting based on you having no assets.
More on the phones here. Let's go to Rich in Daly City. Hi, Rich. What are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good afternoon.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, I think, I'm a diehard fan going all the way to the Sleepy Floyd days. I want to see the young guys. We don't have to trade for anyone. Play the young guys. We have 7 at least young guys that we can play, assuming we trade Wiggins, any of the expiring contracts, to get experience big, and then get off the small ball. Then we could play JK at 3. Let's see a lineup with Paz, Moody, JK, TJD at the 4, and then post. And then you have you have also Knox killing it right now in the G League. You guys, we have young guys. I mean, what do we have to lose? I mean, they're there now. We don't have to trade for anyone.
Well, a lot. I mean, Rich, are you that's a total tank job that you're throwing out there. I'm not
saying they're there now. Yeah, I mean, they're there.
They're not. Steph's not. He's not. Are you suggesting that? I guess I want to know where you're going with that. Are you suggesting that Steph is still on that team?
Yes, of course. I'm saying that. All I'm saying is
he would vomit. He would vomit at halftime of every game.
I'm sorry.
He would vomit at halftime of every game.
It's a little heavy-handed to the caller. He's dreaming of a young future.
No, Rich, I'm being real. Like you're going to look Steph Curry in the eye and be like, dude, take a breather for 5 minutes. We're going with 5 people who haven't had their 23rd birthday. You would lose every single game.
What I'm saying is they're there now. They've been playing with the team. These are experienced young guys that have been with the team up to 4 years. And so to say that they're inexperienced is selling them short. We've seen them flash. My ask is give them consistent minutes. Show them how you want them to play, what they're not doing because you keep yanking their chains, and see what we have.
Yeah, Rich,
we're getting closer to that, Rich.
Thanks, Rich. I get where you're coming from, but you call them, experienced youth. And Quentin Post has played 2 games, I think, in his NBA career. Or something
Santos
like that.
now, because you have no choice, is starting to play. Pods is young, and he's a young guy who plays. And so, Rich, I know what you're saying, but if you get to like Quentin Post and Knox, that's probably not going to happen even this year.
I'm just all I'm saying. I'm not even knocking it. If that's what there are a lot of people who want the Warriors to go with a youth movement. You're going to lose. You're going to lose every game. And you could argue they're losing almost every game now. But to me, that's not riding the fence, which unfortunately you have to do a little bit now.
Right.
You have to still be respectful to Steph.
You got 43 more games. If you get to a spot where you're, 30 and 40, and you got 12 games left, and you're 7 games out of the 10 seed, okay.
Yeah,
now we can shut Steph down. We can bubble wrap people, and then we can have the Quentin Post experience really take hold.
Let's do one more. Adam in Marin. Hi, Adam. Thanks for calling.
First of all, that was a high-level question about the Bulls dynasty in the last how many actual series they've won. I moved from Chicago to the Bay Area in 2014. We had no success. I'm only 40 years old, and I come here, and these guys, all they do is win. They win, they win, they win, and they win. And also credit to Willard for being literally on top of your over/under. So what is? Do you guys want to move Curry? I'm confused. Do you want to keep him or do you want to move him?
Keep him at all costs.
Okay. And so what is the argument against selling your future for literally a once-in-a-generation player?
Well, the argument that I would make is that you can't get enough back for selling your future to make it matter right now.
Right now or next year or the next 2 years?
Well, I think you could do a little now, and I think in the offseason you can do more, and then you get to next year's deadline, and then you can do more. I do think there are stages to it.
Adam, I understand a little bit where you're coming from, and again, it's a very difficult needle to thread. I'm with you if what you're suggesting is post-Steph right now, the Warriors don't really have anything that is the centerpiece of an NBA franchise. So would I hesitate to give up any individual? I'd be open to anything, but I'm not doing it if it's a flat move, because why would you do that?
Right, but what Divs reminded us, Chicago Bulls fans, we won 5 total series, and that was with Derrick Rose, a once-in-a-generation player. They had LeBron James on the ropes, and he got hurt. Yep. With LeBron's dream team, they were on the ropes. And then you move here, you guys had 5 straight finals MVP appearances. I think you won 3. 2 years later, you win another one out of a back shoot of your butt. And you're not going to want to keep that guy?
No, of course you are. Yeah, Adam, thank you very much. Of course you are. Look, it's hard. It's hard. Some of this is a total roll of the dice. You're like, oh, we're not giving up our draft pick. Well, what are you going to do with the draft pick? Are you picking James Wiseman?
It depends. Or Chicago missed the playoffs the next 6 years after the title.
Or are you getting Jason Tatum? Or are you getting a Wembanyama who's I don't know. So you're gambling a little bit. We can continue the conversation into Warriors Live, which is next. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, and it's Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different?
great franchise.
The Golden State Warriors have just won the NBA championship.
With a quiet leader.
The Curry quick release, splash!
And a not-so-quiet one.
Rejected by Draymond, knocked away. What a block!
And above all, a team that brings
once again, down a man or two or three or four, the Warriors back in action tonight, wrapping up a road trip in Minnesota. Big front line and not a lot to fight it with, but we'll see what they can do. The Warriors at 19-20, now under 500 for the first time, visiting the 21-18 Minnesota Timberwolves. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. The good stuff is not going for Draymond Green right now. Take a listen to this. Steve Kerr said Draymond woke up feeling terrible, looked, quote, like a ghost at shoot-around, then took a nap, went into a hydration sensation in the hopes of playing tonight, but the team deemed him too sick, and they could not logistically get Quentin Post to Minnesota in time. So, short front line against one of the best in the NBA tonight.
Right, no Post in time to get to Minnesota. And Draymond, I mean, you know he would go if he could. And, man, you look at Trace Jackson-Davis and
Kevon Looney.
Okay, and I mean now we're getting into the land of the 6'4", the Lilliputians, Mark, if I may.
Yeah,
Gulliver's Travels.
Although they have, for whatever reason, had good luck against Minnesota so far this year, they're 2-1 against them already, and Minnesota has been Jekyll and Hyde as well. So I don't know what we're going to get, but what the Warriors do need tonight, especially with what we know is going on in the front line. They need shooting, and they're going to need some of their three-point shooters, and I'm looking at Dennis Schroeder and Buddy Hield mainly, and those guys are just simply going to need to shoot the basketball better.
Yeah, and you look at the last game against Toronto, you had Buddy go 2 of 10 from 3. Schroeder went 2 of 6 from 3, a combined 4 of 16, yet you were unable to get that done against Toronto in a game where you needed one of the two to light it up. And the one thing that Steve Kerr talked to us about earlier this week was the pace and the tempo. So I think tonight you're going to have to put your fast team out there, the fastest guys you can get, try to get this thing up and down and get Minnesota out of its rhythm.
Absolutely. So that's what we're looking at tonight. The Wolves have been pretty hot. They have won 4 of their last 5, and the only loss in that stretch was a 2-point loss to the very solid and strong Memphis Grizzlies. Meantime, most of our listeners know the situation for the Warriors. Wins have been incredibly hard to come by. They are 7-17 since their start at 12-3, 11th in the West, and 2.5 games out of the 5th spot. Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. I think what stands out for the Wolves is their injury report is essentially empty. Everyone you've heard of, everybody you know on the Wolves, they're all going to be in tonight. Meantime, Warriors have a long list, although thankfully a couple of them are available. GP2 is back tonight, and TJD, who had the thumb sprain, is available. But Draymond Green, Kyle Anderson, they join Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski as out in this game tonight.
And that's going to be difficult when you're facing a team with everybody in tow and they're at home and you're on the end spot of a 4-game road trip. And, confidence has been an issue for this team, and you're coming off a really tough one where you faced one of the worst teams in the association. You're unable to close it out. But I look at tonight as kind of a free run for many of these young players and inexperienced players. Guy Santos, can you use his energy and let him get out there and try to stir some things up? And Lindy Waters has been getting a lot of minutes of late. Can he get in there and mix it up? Maybe Pat Spencer gets some time out there on the floor. I think that with the expectations tonight not being that high from the outside looking in anyway, with no Draymond and the long list of other players not playing, Slow-Mo and Pods and Kuminga, I do think it's kind of a free swing at it.
I agree with that. End of a road trip, a game where they wouldn't have been necessarily the favorite to win anyway. That said, things start to slip away a little bit if you keep this going for too much longer. And I would argue, because I did 2 nights ago, if you lose a game to the Toronto Raptors, that's kind of like giving up 2. You've got to go get one back. If you're going to do that, you better go win one that you're not supposed to win, and that starts with an opportunity like tonight.
You and I discussed it before the Toronto game, and we looked at the next 8, of which now there are only 7 remaining, including tonight's game, and we thought, well, 4-4 would be okay, but you had to start it off with a Toronto win because this Minnesota spot tonight is a very difficult one. A win tonight, you end up the road trip at 2-2, which would be good. Road trips are not easy, especially when you're missing players. If you happen to drop this one, now you've dropped the first 2 of my 8-game stretch. You wind up the road trip at 1-3. You go to a season low, 2 games below 500. I think the emotional toll of a 1-3 trip and a loss tonight would be brutal.
Absolutely. And then you also, I think for our listeners and a lot of Warrior fans out there, there's now a little bit of a new backdrop to this whole thing. Like if you're really dialed in, if you're somebody that's just like, oh, the Warriors are playing tonight. But if you're tapped in to what's going on with the Warriors, it does feel over the last 48 hours like the team is pitching a new message. And there is a little bit of a new backdrop where it feels maybe a little bit more downtrodden, but also a little bit less intense. We're moving each day a little bit closer to the trade deadline. We're at a moment where it feels like the Warriors are prepping us for them to go out and do nothing. And if that's the case, I don't know. Do you look at this game a little bit differently now that the Warriors seem to be trying to get this message across that, like, look, we're going to try, we're going to do everything we can, but for at least the next 2 weeks, look, if Draymond's going to be in and out and Jonathan's not here right now and we may or may not be making a deal, it's hard. I'm prepping myself for a tough stretch of basketball for the rest of January.
And I'll allow that, and I think I'm going to use another guruism and talk about 2 scoreboards because tonight it's not only about the scoreboard, who wins the game, but it's about the second scoreboard, which for me is the eye test. And Steve actually talked about this and the integrity and the competitiveness and all of the other things that you need to do when you're in a bad spot. I want to see this team compete. I want to see them fight for loose balls, play with an edge. Don't have your dauber down and, start to compete more consistently, especially when you look at some of the guys who don't normally get minutes.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. This is maybe a little bit of a preview of our Take It to the Bank prediction, which we're not doing yet. But my eyes tonight, especially with, again, Draymond being out. We know there's no Pods. There's no Kuminga. Look, Dibs, somewhere along the line here, Dennis Schroeder has to look like Dennis Schroeder. I don't know how many Warrior fans are that overly familiar with who he is or how he plays or what he's accomplished. Sure, he's bounced around the league. He's a journeyman. That's what his resume says. But if you're a fan of this team, you know this dude has kicked them in the shin repeatedly, no matter who he's been playing for over the years. I want to see the Dennis Schroeder that I'm used to watching beat the Warriors. Where is that guy? He's in there. He's in that body. And at some point, this guy has got to sort of arrive. He has been playing a little bit better. He's good on both ends of the floor. They need leadership right now, and no better night than tonight.
Yeah, and you got to go out there and be tough. And, if you're Dennis Schroeder, you're averaging 18.4 with Brooklyn. You're averaging 10.1 with Golden State. So he's lost 8 points a game off his season average. His 3 percentage is down. Everything is down across the board. And this goes to what I was saying earlier, Mark, about just go out there and play. If you're Dennis and you're not really feeling comfortable with the fit, go out there and try to score. He's only shooting it 11 times a game, down from 14 in Brooklyn. I would love to see him make aggressive mistakes, try to score, maybe run somebody over, look to get yours, run the screen and roll and go to your favored right hand. Be aggressive and try to take this game by the short hairs because right now it's been Steph and he's had no help.
Yep. I mean, look, he's a good 3-point shooter. We know that about him. Would love to see him get a few of those up tonight. And then also, one thing that he does that I think might be one of the reasons he's had a hard time with the Warriors, they're not an ISO team. He's a very good ISO player. Look, go back to the comments that Draymond Green stated when they acquired him. It's not just that Schroeder needs to get used to the way we play. We need to adjust to him. And I think that you're really seeing that. I don't know if the Warriors have adjusted their style to him at all, and I would like to see that entered into maybe even the end of games where they're having a hard time scoring the basketball. I'd like to see it in Schroeder's hands a little bit more.
Well, especially in the Steph-less minutes. When Steph is on the bench, and Steve Kerr told us before that Dennis is going to play a lot, if not all of those minutes. So when Steph is out, and he's coming off a game where he played 35 minutes, so I don't know if he'll play that much again, but Dennis, go and get yours. Play some ISO or get a little screen and attack the basket and try to get your own game rolling, because it's clear the team isn't adjusting to Dennis and he's not adjusting back. So just default back to what you're best at.
It is time for the Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. And with that, I'll go ahead and say it. Dennis Schroeder's over-under for tonight's game is 11.5. Give me the over. I think Schroeder needs to get to at least about 15 points if the Warriors are going to have a chance to score enough points in this game tonight. They have had such a hard time, especially down the stretch. I think he can be one of the keys, and so that's what I'm looking for tonight. I'm looking for Schroeder over 11.5 points.
Yeah, he's coming off a 12-point game, so I like your chances as far as that goes, even though his season average with the Warriors, as I mentioned, is below 11. I'm just going to keep it simple and go with the chef. I do think that he's in a mode where he feels like he has to carry the team, and tonight he's going to carry the team. I don't know if they're going to win, but his over-under is 23.5, and I'm going over Steph Curry and the 23.5, and he's been over that number, I think, 3 of the last 4 games. I do think that tonight's a night where, knowing he doesn't have Draymond or Pods or Slow-Mo or Kuminga or Draymond, it's like, go out there and shoot it 26 times, Chef.
Yeah. It makes it harder, though, too, because, again, like has already been the case, the defense can just put almost all of their energy on him, and that's why, whether it be Schroeder, let's not forget Andrew Wiggins, Buddy Hield, somebody else is going to have to become a more consistent threat on the offensive side. Now there's this. Steve Kerr joined us on Willard and Dibs just yesterday afternoon. And, if they do go out and do what's expected tonight and just roll over as they're up against a better team, I think comments like these become more and more relevant each day. We close in on the trade deadline, which is, February 6th? So we're looking
3 weeks from tomorrow.
3 weeks from tomorrow.
Yep.
But Steve Kerr says it is not time to push all of the chips into the middle of the table.
This does not feel like a time, in my estimation, I think in Mike's and Steph's and Draymond's, where you just you push all the chips in the middle and take a wild swing. That would be so irresponsible. So we're aware of that, but what does that mean? It means we are where we are. We're in the middle of the pack with a bunch of teams that are either good enough or not good enough, and we have to find out if we are. And by good enough, that means, can you climb your way into the playoffs and give yourself a chance? And that's what we're trying to do.
So that's an interesting sentence there at the end that we're not used to. Like, what's the goal for this year? To see if we can climb into the playoffs and give ourselves a shot.
Yeah, we're not used to it.
No.
It's the reality of being 19-20 and dogs tonight against Minnesota. You got Washington and Boston back-to-back at home, then Sacramento. Chicago's beatable. Lakers are tough. Utah's a win. OKC's difficult. You look at the yo-yo nature of what's to come, and feels like a lot of wins and losses interspersed. But then again, as we talked about yesterday, you can't look at any opponent right now and think, oh, that's a win. And also, you can't look at any opponent and say that's a loss. This team is so wildly inconsistent.
And there's this also from Steve Kerr, which I think is expanding on what we're talking about right now, on how he would sort of put into words what the goal is now for the remainder of the season.
We're just in a really unique spot through no one's fault, by the way. This is just the reality of sports and life and, whatever. It's just had this amazing run, and we're at the tail end of it, and we're trying to hang on to it. It's a young man's game. We know that, and we were that team 10 years ago. We were Oklahoma City, we were Houston. We were just on the rise. And so now, here we are, and we're on the decline. We know that. Steph and Draymond and I have talked about it, together. It would be so irresponsible for this franchise to trade everything away for one final swing at a title.
Yeah, and one thing we haven't really talked about yet, which I know has been something that has caught all of our attention over the last couple of days, is not so much what you're hearing the Warriors dignitaries say, but why. Like, why did they choose this week? And this does come with the backdrop of an embarrassing loss in Toronto against a team that has only won 8 games and had only won 1 game in their last 18 efforts. So is it by design or coincidence that right after that game, suddenly everybody with the Warriors started to sort of come out and seemingly try to change fan expectations?
I think it's more than just coincidence. They see what's gone on, and they see that Buddy Hield has come down to earth, and they see that Dennis Schroeder hasn't necessarily been a great fit. You see Steph Curry, who quietly has missed 8 games this year. He's played in 31 of the 39, so he's trending toward probably playing 62 or 63 games. You now have your bright star Kuminga, who is hurt. Pods has been hurt. So you look at the landscape and you realize we're needing Lindy Waters. We're playing Guy Santos, and we're relying on guys that we probably, if we were a 4 or 5 seed, we wouldn't be relying on these players. So it's the reality of that. And it's also an admission that there is no great deal out there that you would mortgage the future to bring in a player.
I think that's really what it is. There's been so much. The Warriors are a victim of media in many ways. It's like we're the flagship station for the Warriors. This is what we do. But Brian Windhorst of the world and the Ramona Shelburnes of the world, like the national NBA narrative has been so focused on the Warriors are trying to make a trade. The Warriors are big game hunting. They've been doing this for 2-3 months, and it's such a drumbeat that there's almost been the assumption when we get close to February, they're doing something. And I think maybe the Warriors, you're right, they kind of woke up this week and they're like, we better start to at least tell people that we might not.
Right.
We might not be doing anything because a lot of this stuff that's out there for us to do is stupid.
Totally stupid. So you bring in Jimmy Butler, and either he opts in or demands more money, and he's volatile. And Zion Williamson, as Nick Friedel told us earlier when he stopped by, he's not in great shape. Brandon Ingram and the coach don't really get along. Zach LaVine isn't very good, and he makes a boatload. Nikola Vucevic is a bucket getter, but he's also a bucket letter. So what else are we doing here as we pick through these possible moves?
The out-of-town NBA Game of the Night is sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. There are 11 games around the league tonight, including the Rockets and the Nuggets in Denver. I will tell you, Nikola Jokic has been ruled out of this particular game. But Houston is second in the West, 26-12. The Nuggets have been playing a lot better as of late and are now 24-15. That's good enough for fourth in the West. The game is going to tip off shortly, 6 o'clock in Denver. So I'm pretty sure you're not going to make it in time. But do know that SFO can help you get to the Mile High City or anywhere else an NBA game is going on whenever you need. And the Warriors already visited Denver for their only regular season matchup this season. Nuggets will still come to the Bay a couple times before the year is up. So no more Dubs Nuggets matchups in Colorado. But whenever you want to plan a trip to the Mile High City, SFO can help you get there. And that is the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. Final thought on what we're about to see tonight?
Dubs need a win. It's a tough one to get, and if you don't get it, it's not all lost, but you're starting to dig quietly a little bit of a hole here, and man, be great to get everyone back and still be in contention.
Got to be scrappy.
Yep.
Would love to see Dennis Schroeder again, as I mentioned. You'd always love to see some aggression from Andrew Wiggins. And hey, Buddy Hield, feel free to have some of the shots actually go through the middle of the rim and get better, Draymond, because if you don't want to play Rudy Gobert, you must really, really be sick.
That's a good call.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
Sure.
All right, let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grady, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. We go to the arena next.